back to the Hollywood Casino, where the Royal Flush Girls, brought to you by prestigious models, are enjoying themselves on the dance floor here in Indiana.
Oh, what a life the Royal Flush Girls lead. The only ones that's got a better job than them right now are the players sitting at this final table.
Well, right now you see William Reynolds. They call him the milkman. Used to work at a grocery store. He's our chip leader, and here's tournament director Kevin Dawn. Done a brilliant job here this week. And now it's on the local Mike Scarborough.
Call him the Cincinnati Kid around here.
He's got a big hand, ace, queen of spades. He's raised to 12,500. William Reynolds out.
On the ClubWPT.com qualifier, Andy Whetstone looks down at a small pair. He's got 2 3s.
He's getting chips out.
It's a small raise, Vance, just to 20,000.
So it's back on Scarborough. Big hand, ace, queen of spades.
Well, you would think that Mike Scarborough would just go ahead and put it all in himself based on Andy's chip stack, but he's just going to make the call, wants to see a flop before he commits the rest of his chips. Right now, Andy out in front with the 2 3s, but no longer as it comes king, queen, 9. Action is going to be on Andy. That's not a good flop for him.
All in.
He's moved all in.
Scarborough thinks he's been out flop.
I call.
But a good call by the local Mike Scarborough with the queens.
Well, he does like it because his opponent's got 2 outs, must catch a 3 on the turn of the river.
Come on, 3. Come on, lucky 3.
Well, there you see Andy saying a little prayer, hoping to catch a 3 here to stay alive. Now a 6 comes off. Well, Vance, you gotta love it. Andy Whetstone's previous biggest cash was a year's supply of almonds from ClubWPT.com. Tonight, he's at the final table, gonna take home some nice money. Well, that's a king. So that's gonna do it for the likable Andy Whetstone from Starksville, Mississippi, out tonight in 5th place.
Going to take home over 62,000.
Good job, Tom. Appreciate it. Appreciate it.
And Vance, he said this has been like a dream come true for him. Making it to this final table was unbelievable. Simply an amazing run for him.
And right now he's talking to Matt Savage.
Andy, it's every poker player's dream to make a World Poker Tour final table, and here you are. You exceeded all your expectation. Tell us about it.
Well, it was started out improbable, and some would say impossible. But here I am. I can't imagine any better ending other than maybe having the money in my lap and having the trophy in my hand.
All right, what's next for you in the poker world?
Well, I'm going to keep playing on ClubWPT.com, and maybe I'll win a seat to the championship.
All right, well, good luck to you. A great ride and a lot of fun.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Savage.
You got it.
See, the money he wins here is going to his kids' college fund. And here comes Andy over to say,
Thanks, man.
Sorry, man.
Andy, great run, my man.
Thank you, Mike.
Great job, really was.
Appreciate it.
Congratulations.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank you, WPT.
Great.
WPT.com.
You got it.
Yeah,
You got it.
Keep playing.
We appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank y'all.
Thanks for joining us.
Well done this week.
Thank you very much.
Andy won his seat online playing at ClubWPT.com for your chance to win a seat to a WPT tournament and up to $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. Sign up today. For only $19.95 a month, you can play unlimited tournaments and have access to all the VIP benefits that a club membership provides. Just go to ClubWPT.com, where you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. 4 players remain to battle it out here in Indiana. The WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open returns right after this.
We're here for the Hollywood Poker Open, which runs for 3 weeks and ends with the WPT $10,000 buy-in event. Having the Royal Flush Girls here is great. Having a local interest in that with Michelle Benzer being Miss Kentucky a couple years ago, it has added even more excitement to them being on property.
This is my first time to this casino, and I've actually been very impressed. It's one of the nicer casinos on the tour. We went to the Final Cut Steakhouse here, which is a really nice steakhouse. I've definitely enjoyed my stay here in Lawrenceburg, and that's the great thing about any Midwestern town is it seems like the people are usually very friendly, and everybody here has been very welcoming and very nice to us.
Well, Vince, we ate at that steakhouse a couple times this week, and you said it was the best steak we've had all season by far.
Oh, it is, Mike. It's world class, that's for sure. To the table we go.
Our chip leader is William Reynolds with $1.4 million. William, one of the ones to watch on the World Poker Tour this season, and the first time we've had a one to watch at a final table. Action is on him now.
Yep, Mike Scarborough is folded.
Gotta attack the big cheese.
Oh, boy.
He said, I'm going to attack the big cheese who's in the big blind. He raised with the king-jack here. Makes it 13-5.
Eric Seidel folds, and now,
Raising chips.
look at this. The big cheese, Tom Marchese, with just a 10-7 offsuit. Is he going to get fancy? Yes.
Very peculiar raise by Tom Marchese. But Vince, this is the short stack versus the big stack. It's not often you raise a huge empire when they've got position on you.
But he's going to be called. So William Reynolds has called his friend. Got 10-7 up against King Jack. Here comes the flop. Oh, and look at this. 2 pair 10s and 7s. How do you do that? And an open end straight draw for Reynolds.
It's a dirty board.
Well, we can see some fireworks here.
Tom Marchese, the big cheese from Jersey. He makes the continuation bet, 32,500.
I'm all in.
Well, William goes all in and is quickly called by Tom.
Look at these two guys. Wow.
Getting saucy with the 10-7 and flopping 2 pairs, the big cheese way.
I got some 2 pairs.
Just slammed it on you pre-flop.
Oh.
Who 3-bets 1.4 million?
That's what I was thinking.
The milkman has a big draw here, Mike.
Combination of any 2 face cards will win the pot for the milkman. As now the 5 of diamonds comes off. This gives William a flush draw as well as the open-end straight draw. Well, Tom Marchese knows it's never easy.
Sometimes playing that junk hand of 10-7 can backfire. Will it here? No, it doesn't. It's good for Tom Marchese. He has done it. His hand's going to hold up.
Well, 10 of hearts comes off. Gives Tom a full house. He's counting out his chips.
Well played, starting with pre-flop.
He has doubled up.
The big cheese succeeding right there, taking out his buddy, at least in that hand.
All right, night, Tom.
Yeah, I might enjoy that floor, kid. William's a great roommate. We kind of balance each other out.
Tom as a roommate, well, he's really selfish and lazy and kind of annoying. No, I'm just kidding. No, Tom's like the perfect roommate.
Tomorrow we battle for the bed.
Best of luck to you.
Tom is a poker player. He's just fearless. He traps people. He brings the pain.
William's a great player. He has a very unpredictable style.
Yes, I position on everybody.
I'm gonna do everything in my book of tricks to make sure he does not get any chips.
I'm gonna do my best because there's definitely bragging rights on the line, and first person to win a World Poker Tour is a pretty big brag.
What I loved about it was they had a bet every day. Whoever finished the day with more chips got to sleep in the bed that night. The other guy had to sleep on the floor.
That is a special bond these two have.
Let's get another hand out here, I'm itching.
Well, you do whatever you can to save money out here on the tour.
And they're playing across from each other here today for big money. All right, well, this time William folds. Eric Seidel also out, and it's back on Tom Marchese with just a Jack-8 of hearts.
I'm going to raise with it after winning the last pot, but
the local Mike Scarborough with an Ace-7 is going to make the call. Let's see what happens. Oh, wow.
Ace-7-4. Great flop for Mike, but Tom has flopped a flush draw, so actually good flops for both players. Tom's going to bet the flush draw. Remember, he won a pot earlier by making a semi-bluff when he had a flush draw and a straight draw.
Well, he bet 17-5. Now look at this. Scarborough is not going to raise with this big hand.
He's also not going out, Vince. He's got the top 2 pair. He's trying to trap his man into betting some more.
3 of spades. No help there for Tom Marchese.
Tom is reaching for more chips.
26-5 for Tom Marchese. Now the guy with the real hand, the local from Cincinnati, only 30 minutes away from Lawrenceburg. Well, he's going to push. He's going to make it 77-5. What will the big cheese from Jersey do? He's got the flush draw. Just doubled up. Does he want to gamble? Perhaps hit this.
You can see his facial expression there of agony. He's going to lay it down.
Nicely played by Michael Scarborough.
Oh, man. Fun to see that river card.
But, you know, I got to take a look at the Wonder Cam.
You're so curious, Vince. You always got to know. Oh, the 6 of hearts.
Oh,
Tom
no.
Marchese would have hit the flush. He would have doubled up again, Vince.
Crazy times on the World Poker Tour.
plenty more action still to come, plus my interview with our very own Mike Sexton in this week's edition of 5 Questions when the WPT's coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this. Who does the best Mike Sexton impersonation?
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Let's take a moment to look at the Player of the Year standings. There's Andy Frankenberger. He's still hanging on to the lead, but right on his heels is Vivek Rajkumar, who had back-to-back final tables at the LAPC and Bay 101.
And Alessio Isaiah, our winner of our WPT event in Venice, he's joined the race. He's in 3rd place with 2 final table appearances in our European events. Now let's get back to the action.
Action's on Seidel.
He folds here.
Right now, Tom Marchese with a huge hand, ace-king.
Our current chip leader is the milkman, William Reynolds. He's got 1.2 million.
Tom Marchese with 294.
And he's going to raise it, makes it 12,500 to go.
Into Mike Scarborough, who's going to fold his hand, and now William Reynolds, the chip leader.
For now.
And look at this, he's going to speculate.
Probably playing this hand because his buddy re-raised him a minute ago with a 10-7 and beat him out of a big pot where he doubled up. He's trying to get revenge here, but it might get him in trouble as he's flop bottom pair. Tom Marchese has flopped top pair with top kicker.
William has checked it, and Marchese's going to bet his top pair, 13-5.
And William's going to make the call here. Just hoping his opponent's got ace-10, ace-jack, something like that, where the 2 5s are the best hand. Now a 6 comes off. Now this gives William an open-end straight draw as well as a pair. He checks, and quickly Marchese fires out another bet with the ace-king, this time 34,500.
Yeah, he's going to put the pressure on his buddy.
You can't fold versus a kid who doesn't slow down.
Well, he's got the chips to take a shot, and it looks like he's getting the chips out to call. He has done it. Down to the river we go.
William needs a 4, 5, 8, or 9 to actually win the pot with the best hand. Deuce of hearts comes off.
Yeah, no help for William Reynolds. He checks it again.
Tom fires out 88,000.
Yeah, no soft play into his friend.
Fold.
He does lay it down, and a good lay down.
Show me a bluff and I'll really be raging.
Oh, look at this. He's made the fold, and he says, show me the bluff. But look at this. His friend is going to show him 1 card, just the ace.
I think it was ace-7 then. Nice little thin value.
And he's got him thinking.
Tom's shipping up.
This week, I sat down with a recent WPT finalist, a Poker Hall of Famer, and one of the most respected broadcasters in television. And it was just one person. My colleague Mike Sexton joined me for an in-depth interview in this week's edition of 5 Questions. Describe how your relationship with Vince Van Patten has evolved throughout the years.
I met Vince back in the 90s, and we started working together, and we just have a bond. Oh, wow! Can you believe it? You know, I've been very fortunate because Vince grew up in the television world, and he was used to cameras and all that. When I came along, I was never in a high school play or anything. So he helped me along the ropes very early in my career, and it was beneficial to me. And, you know, poker's still exciting to us, and I think it comes across on the screen.
Of all your achievements in the poker world, what are you most proud of?
Number 1 is being elected to the Poker Hall of Fame.
Welcome to the Poker Hall of Fame.
To have your name linked up there with the Stu Ungers and Chip Reeses and Doyle Brunsons and Johnny Mosses, you know, even after you're long gone, I mean, that's pretty special.
Who does the best Mike Sexton impersonation?
Well, there's some guys out there that do pretty good impersonations. Vince actually did one.
Number 1, Vance, getting chips off of me is like pulling hen's teeth.
Ben Affleck, believe it or not, does a good impression of me.
Well, I know, Vince. I mean, I tell you what, that old Johnny Chan is crafty.
And of course, Randall Flowers, a kid that plays out here on the tour, as you know, does a good impression.
We're waiting for a flop to come, a little bingo, bango, bongo here.
What was it like to make a WPT final table?
Yeah, sort of cool, I must say. I'll tell you what was really fun about it. You know how hard the crew and we work early in the morning. You're doing shoots, you're doing all this stuff. I got to sleep in. I missed all that stuff. I didn't have to work that day. I got to play down in the green felt. It was a piece of cake.
Yeah. Many people don't know that you are a ballroom dancer. Have you ever considered going back to that type of competition?
Not necessarily competition, but I do believe that people that dance enjoy life more than those that don't. Dancing has always been a part of my life.
We got to get together.
We got it. I'm in there.
Hey, Mike, you're looking good there.
Well, you're always looking good when you got Kimberly on your arm.
All right, back to the action. Been folded around to Eric Seidel, who has just a 6-7, but look at this, he's gonna call.
I'll let Seidel take care of you.
Well, he limps in the small blind.
And Tom Marchese now.
Oh, he's gonna raise it, makes it 15,000 to go. And look at this, Eric Seidel re-raising here, Vince. Now this makes him look like he has a strong hand here. He limped in and now re-raises with just a 7 high. But Tom is gonna make the call to see the flop here. So interesting play so far by both of these guys pre-flop.
All right, the young Big Cheese up against the great Eric Seidel, and we are flopping.
Now the flop comes ace-jack 5 with 2 diamonds. No help at all for Eric Seidel, but he's gonna fire out 55,000.
And the Big Cheese is gonna make this call with his jacks. So Seidel a little sickened by that. Here comes the turn card, a king of clubs.
Well, Eric Seidel is not backing down, Vince. He is getting out 110,000. I promise you right now, folks, if you're just sitting there with 2 jacks, you are not liking it, especially after you get re-raised before the flop and bet on the flop.
23 years old, squirming like a fish on the hook.
Not very believable.
I just don't think anybody can call here with 2 jacks. He does have a gut shot straight draw as well, but he gives it up, and Vince, you just got to chalk that hand up to great play by the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. And folks, that's how you get in the Hall of Fame, making plays like that.
Seidel's mixing it up.
Nicely done by Seidel. Betting with Zip and Pip.
Pre-raise, blind on blind, that's old school. That's hood poker.
Just 19 more.
Running the streets.
When we continue, Tony Dunst discusses what to do when your friend becomes your foe at the poker table in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, right after this. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This final table's already seen several clashes between roommates William Reynolds and Tom Marchese. For his thoughts on how to play against your friends is Tony Dunst in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
They say there are no friends at the poker table, which is not even close to true, because the majority of a professional poker player's friends wind up being other professionals. If you play enough of the same tournaments with them, odds are you'll eventually land at a table together. But as William Reynolds and Tom Marchese find tonight, you may find yourselves running in circles with each other. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. The World Poker Tour has seen its fair share of friendships put to the test during Season 9. Our stop at Beau Rivage saw good friends Pat Mahoney and Lee Force get all in against each other.
Call.
But what's a little 6-figure beat between friends?
There you see the pain of Pat Mahoney.
Damn, buddy.
At the 5 Diamond, best friends Antonio Esfandiari and Andrew Roble got heads up for the $870,000 prize and WPT title.
Life doesn't suck.
Antonio won the title and a lifetime of condescending superiority when needed. Andrew was gracious in defeat. Tonight is no different. Note just how familiar Will and Tom are with each other.
Raising chips.
In their first hand, Will knows Tom is capable of 3-betting light out of the big blind with a 35 blind stack more frequently than many other players would, so he calls with King Jack. The flop is a total cooler.
It's a dirty board.
And Will can never do anything but move in over Tom's continuation bet.
Come on.
With his straight draw plus overcard and hope he gets there the times he's called.
Getting saucy with the 10-7 and flopping 2 pairs, the Big Cheese way.
In their second hand together, Will makes the clear call of the C-bet with bottom pair on a board Tom will be betting frequently as a bluff. On the river, Tom fires out a value bet, and Will knows there's too many hands in Tom's value betting range for a call to be good, and easily folds.
Show me a bluff and I'll really be raging.
Many people might assume that if you're playing with a friend for huge equity, you might tend to go soft on your buddy. Of course, this is the exact opposite mindset of a professional player, who's going to rip the heart out of anybody they're sitting against, especially a friend. I mean, that is some sweet bragging rights for eternity. Hey, remember that final table where I won and you lost? Yeah, good times.
Well, Vince, Tony's got it exactly right there. I do think pro players enjoy beating friends at the table as much as guys that they don't know.
Oh, it's a beautiful thing. All right, back to the felt we go. 4 players remain. And William Reynolds is the chip leader at this point. He's only 22 years old, but he's going to fold his hand. And Eric Seidel now with a king 3. He's going to raise with it. Makes it 12,000 to go. Tom Marchese out. But the local from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, with a 10-4. He's going to make the call.
Well, he's got the highway patrol hand, the 10-4. Flop comes ace, deuce, 3. Mike has flopped a straight draw. 5 would give him a straight. Eric has got 2 3s and checks.
Well, they both check.
Well, surprise, no continuation bet there. And a 5 comes off. Mike Scarborough has made a straight on the turn. And he is going to fire out at this pot.
16,000 into Seidel. Eric with the pair of 3s is going to get stubborn there, makes this call.
Well, he does make the call, Vince. Just doesn't think the guy's got deuces or 3s or 5s in his hand because he called a bet before the flop.
Queen of clubs on the river, but Scarborough still out in front with a very solid straight, and he's going to bet 28,000.
And Eric's curiosity's got the best of him. He's going to pay him off here. Mike Scarborough going to win this pot with a 5 high straight.
Oh, and Eric disgusted with himself. His curiosity got the best of him. So the sales manager from Cincinnati, Ohio, the local non-pro, takes down that pot.
He says, you may be in the Hall of Fame, pal, but I'm the local Cincinnati kid.
The antes have gone up to 1,000. Blinds 3 and 6,000. Quick fold by Reynolds.
Eric Seidel looks down at 7-6 offsuit on the button. He just won a good pot a minute ago with a 7-6 offsuit when he bluffed Tom Marchese out of the pot. So here he's going to raise it up.
Yeah, Marchese out. But the local, once again, Mike Scarborough, going to make a call with just a 9-8.
Well, Mike wanting to see a flop here. A pretty good flop for him as he catches 2 9s and takes the lead.
And it's on the Cincinnati kid. He's going to check it.
Now, and Eric with just a gut shot straight draw. Needs an 8 to make a straight. Fires out the continuation bet, 16,000.
Yeah, but the Cincinnati kid's not going anywhere. He's made this call with the 9s. He's become the thorn in the side of Seidel, but wow.
An 8 comes off, giving Scarborough 2 pair, but it makes a straight for Eric Seidel. Buckle up, folks. We could see fireworks here.
This is why it pays to play some of those junk hands from time to time. Seidel knows it, and he is going to bet it.
Well, he only bets 25,000. Not a big bet into this size pot. And Scarborough does not raise. He just makes the call here.
Save some money there, apparently, but things could change. A 7 of spades on the river.
Well, this is not a card that Scarborough is going to like. Possible flush out there and opening straight out there. He's going to check his 2 pair. Eric probably not thrilled about that 7 either.
But he's going to bet nevertheless, 40,000.
Scarborough pays him off.
Maybe straight.
Seidel mumbles that he made it straight, to the disappointment of the local.
Scarborough well aware that Eric hit an 8 in the gut to win that pot. But in reality, Vince, a lot of players would have lost more money than Mike Scarborough did there. They would have raised on the turn when they made 2 pairs, and that could have spelled really big trouble for him.
So crafty Eric Seidel closes the gap to the chip leader here. He's in second chip position, and we're coming back with more action in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
We're in beautiful Lawrenceburg, Indiana for the Hollywood Poker Open. 4 players remain. And, Mike, this is a good one.
Well, there you see William Reynolds out in front with $1.2 million, but the Hall of Famer Eric Seidel closing the gap on that chip lead.
All right, action going to the local sales manager, Mike Scarborough. He quickly folds. And now the chip leader, the milkman, former grocery clerk.
Well, he's on the button. Picks up a beautiful hand, 2 10s. Got a lot of chips. Going to raise it up.
Makes it 14,000 to go into the great Eric Seidel, who has a pair of 4s, but just calls.
Well, a lot of players would have re-raised with a small pair in that spot. Eric opted to just call.
And look at this, the kid from Jersey, Tom Marchese, now with a big hand, ace-king.
That's, we know he's going to raise it here with this hand. But to these other guys, it's going to look like a squeeze play.
Well, Mike, you're right. He makes it 48,000. Now the chip leader with the 10s.
He's going to re-raise it, Vince, and I don't blame him.
Reynolds has made it 100,000. Seidel out.
All in.
Oh, wow.
All right, let's go. Call.
Well, all in and cold here. And it's the classic race situation. The two overcards versus the under pair. The two roommates going at it. Tom Marchese's tournament life on the line here.
Flipping time.
The Milkman versus the Big Cheese.
It's hard to make pairs.
In a race situation.
This time you're all in with the draw.
I guess so.
Big Cheese versus the Milkman.
Well, the Big Cheese versus the Milkman.
Here it comes.
Who's going to get their picture on the dairy wall?
Oh.
And right now, it's going to be William Reynolds as he flops 3 10s.
10 in the door. That's not good TV.
Made it interesting.
Well, it's not over. Tom can catch a queen to make Broadway to win the pot.
Kid can make Broadway.
That's right.
He gets it! He hits a queen on a turn. William Reynolds can't believe it. He knows the board has to pair for him to win this pot now.
Holy smoke. Well, it could happen. You never know.
Smash.
And it does pair. Incredible. What drama on that hand.
The Milkman has knocked his buddy out. The Big Cheese out of this event. Tom Marchese, our 4th place finisher, picking up over 77,000.
Yeah, until next time, man.
Yeah, appreciate it.
It's just one of those hands that plays itself in a 4-handed poker game. William Reynolds comes out on top and eliminates his roommate.
What a way to go down.
You think so?
Yeah, that was killer.
His buddy, Tom Marchese, out in 4th place.
One queen too many.
Right now, the Big Cheese, disappointed, going to go talk to Matt Savage.
Wow.
Tom, it came down to a big hand between William and you. Did you expect it to go down like that?
I mean, I knew there was a chance, especially when we're 4-handed like that, and the positions are the way they are. I mean, pretty standard flip. Unfortunate to lose it that way, but whatever.
All right. Good luck to you in the future.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Matt.
This is what I predicted for the final 3.
We have reached the halfway point in our coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open. Vince, what do you expect to see from the remaining players?
Well, Kimberly, I'm blown away. There is bluffing, there's acting going on here at the Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg. And you know what? I expect to see a lot more. But how about that local, you know? The crowd favorite Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati, he has a shot.
Well, Mike Scarborough may be an amateur player, Vince, but I'll tell you one thing, he's been playing poker for 25 years since Grandma taught him how to play when he was 9 years old. He is on a hot streak right now, but the youngster, 22-year-old, is the big chip leader. We're talking about William Reynolds, everything going his way so far, but Vince, don't count out the Hall of Famer, Eric Seidel, the most successful tournament player in poker history. He is going to be tough to get by as well. This is going to be fun to watch.
Thank you, gentlemen. One of these players will capture a WPT title here at the Hollywood Casino and take home over $250,000. Please join us next time for the WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In America's heartland, it will take skill, luck, and a lot of heart to win a WPT title as the Hollywood Poker Open reaches its ultimate conclusion, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The Hollywood Poker Open kicked off as Poker's Best descended upon this Indiana town just outside Cincinnati, Ohio, to compete for the 11th title of WPT Season 9. But here on the 5th and final day in Lawrenceburg, we are close to crowning a champion. And to bring us up to speed, we turn to our experts, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Kimberly, we have 3 phenomenal players left here in Indiana. battling it out for the cash and the coveted WPT title. We've got WPT champion Eric Seidel. He's still in the hunt for his second title. We've got local player Mike Scarborough, the Cincinnati kid. He's looking to represent the Midwest. And finally, we've got William Reynolds. They call him the Milkman. And so far tonight, the Milkman has delivered. He came to the final table with a huge chip lead, and he's knocked out 2 players, his good friend and roommate Tom Marchese and cash game star Ali Islami. Tonight, he's definitely proven that he is one to watch.
He certainly has. Vince, how do you see this playing out tonight?
Well, Kimberly, right now, the Milkman has a 2-to-1 chip lead over the remaining players, but it's important to remember that the blinds are still pretty small compared to the chip stacks. Now, what that means is that these guys don't have to really gamble. They can sit back and be very selective, but keep your eye on the great Eric Seidel. He has been quiet so far. He's waiting in the weeds, and I expect him to pick his spot and show these kids why he is one of the best tournament players in the history of the game.
Well put as always. Thank you guys. 3 are left, but only one of them can win the title and take home over $250,000. The cards are in the air, so let's get down to the felt.
All right, 3 players remain. Andes are 1,000, blinds at 4 and 8,000. Action on Mike Scarborough. He has raised to 22,000 with a king 10. William Reynolds behind him. He has re-raised this to 60,000. Seidel folds.
I'm so serious. We'll let this one come to a head.
And Scarborough is going to call it.
No need to get excited pre-flop, right?
It's already exciting, right?
I was feeling a little giddy. Don't get me wrong. It was damn close, but I might as well let it roll, right?
But I made it right in your price range. You were content with that?
And flop comes ace-3-3. No help to either player.
Action on the Milkman, William Reynolds. Only 22 years old. He's the chip leader still.
You think he's going to make a continuation bet here. He only has a 6-7. And indeed he is. He bets 30,000. It's a very small bet. Mike Scarborough.
Mike's a sales manager in Cincinnati.
83.
Is going to raise it here up to 83,000. Call here. Now, folks, he's got no hand and no draw. He's calling here to steal this pot later.
Well, these guys are playing on ego right now. It's a 9 of clubs on the turn that gives William Reynolds a 4 flush.
110.
And Reynolds has checked, and Scarborough going to bet again, 110 grand.
Well, both of these players fighting for this pot.
All in.
Whoa.
Well, William Reynolds has gone all in here.
I don't know if I can lay this down.
Well, if he makes his call, I'll be the first to stand up and salute him because I don't see there's any way he can possibly call it with king high. He does lay it down, but what a play there by William Reynolds. A smirk of satisfaction there, and he shows him the 7-6.
That's right. That's what you do when you're 22 years old. You show those bluffs. You rub it in.
Love hitting your flush draw on the turn and banging it.
Had to bang that one to the max.
You said, hell, it's a 20% chance I can knock him out right now.
I tried to give it away.
Yeah, when the club hit, I should have known.
Oh, you can cut the testosterone with a knife here. Stay with us. We're coming back with more action. Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour here in Indiana. This season on the WPT, we decided to turn our focus to 10 young pros who we believe are the next generation of poker superstars. And it's all in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
Oh yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
I'm from the Midwest, so I have to represent the Midwest. And we're here at the WPT Indiana, and I'm ready to play poker.
It's been a great day. I busted someone in the first 20 minutes, and then I busted Randall in the next 20 minutes.
Yeah, we have Joseph Chung. Word on the street is he already has 3 starting stacks.
That's a great start.
Joseph Chung.
He's very aggressive. Really solid, aggressive player.
Very aggressive.
Yeah, I think that one word explains how I play.
Joseph will try to do everything to get you to fold, and now it's even scarier to play against him because he has some money now, so...
Relatively, I have a lot more chips than everyone else, so I can put them in a lot more tougher situations where I don't go bust, but they will.
If I could have half of his stack by the end of the day, that'd be great.
This could be gone at the end of the day, easily. All right, good luck, guys. Like I said, it was a fun day.
That lasted, Joseph. That's a win in my book. Now I have some chips. 70,900 by my count. I started the day with 30,000, so I'm making a comeback. Feeling a bit better now.
It's going to be typical, but there's only one prize at this moment, and that's the championship. I just want to win it. It's not about the money for this one.
We're here at the end of day 3 of the Hollywood Poker Open with William Reynolds.
Fearlessness, balance, aggression, everything that makes the best players the best. He's got.
I woke up this morning feeling like Phil Ivey, and to get to the final table, you gotta get by me. Yes.
And in seat number 6, from Sioux City, Iowa, William Reynolds.
I have the chip lead. I'm gonna try to hold on to that chip lead and see what I can do. I made it to the final table.
Well, congratulations to William Reynolds. He is the first of our ones to watch to make a final table.
Well, he's guaranteed at least third-place money, so we know that he's going to take the lead on our ones to watch money chart. How much he'll earn? Well, that will be determined this evening.
As you can see, the milkman is the chip leader, William Reynolds, only 22 years old. He's got 1.7 million in chips, and the action goes to him as he peeks down at a queen 8 of diamonds.
He's in position. He's on the button. He's going to pop it up here. Makes it 20,000 to go.
Eric Seidel, Hall of Famer, is going to fold this one. And now it's on Mike Scarborough, who picks up the weapons of mass destruction. Pair of aces.
And bang, bang, banging away.
Well, these two have been going at it. Now your opponent raises you, and you look down and find 2 aces, and you got to love it. Now this sort of is this like a semi-Unabomber rinse, this look he's got? Explain this to me, please. You know, you either pull the hood up or you put it down. He's a halfway man.
It is.
It's like he doesn't know what to do with the hood.
49.
Well, he's going to make it 49,000, Mike.
He knows what to do with the 2 aces. That's re-raise.
Reynolds makes a quick call.
Lock's hard to come by.
So this chatty duo in another battle.
And flop comes Jack 8-5. Williams flops second pair, but Scarborough has 2 aces, of course, and he fires out 79,000.
And the milkman caught a piece of that, and he's going to call. All right, pot building up nicely.
Now the 3 of clubs comes off.
Check.
And Scarborough checks. He's hoping that Reynolds will make a stab at this pot, but he checks the 2 8s, and wisely so. Now a 7 comes off on the river.
Check.
I'm surprised Scarborough checked here.
Yeah, I am too.
He checks the 2 aces. Reynolds proudly turns up the 2 8s, thinking he's won the pot, but he hasn't, as Mike shows him the 2 aces.
Wow, beat.
Chalk one up for Cincinnati.
God, I thought for sure you'd make a move with that card out there. Especially when the straight hit. I thought for sure you'd try to make a move on that. Nice check.
Right now, the Cincinnati Kid is moving up.
I'm from Cincinnati, and I guess being here gives me a lot more confidence.
All in.
It's my hometown, it's my casino, and I came in with that attitude, like I'm gonna run my table the way I want to, and kind of get into each little person's head.
Call.
Attaboy, Mike.
Got a call with Queen 10.
Then, you know, kind of control them maybe a little bit.
Nice bet, man.
Thanks, bud.
Well, looks like he got into Alan Kessler's head again.
He took the chainsaw right out of here.
He did, but look at this guy. What success he's had here at the Hollywood Poker Open.
Eric, are you already in the Poker Hall of Fame?
Oh, look at that question.
Yeah.
Are you in the Poker Hall of Fame?
Just kind of shows you anyone can do it.
Like he didn't know it.
All right, William Reynolds with ace 10 of hearts has raised it to 20,000. Seidel is going to fold.
48.
And now Mike Scarborough with an ace jack says re-raise.
Eric, I believe his game plan is just to sit back, let these 2 guys duke it out.
There's no stopping you right now.
Bang, bang.
One of them will get knocked out, and then he'll play heads up for the title.
Reynolds has called. We got ace jack up against ace 10, and we are flopping.
And the flop comes at 9-4-3-2 diamonds. No help to either player. And Scarborough still out in front with the ace jack.
He's trying to check trap me again.
Yeah, the milkman going to check as well. Check, check.
Well, now an ace comes off. This could spell trouble for William Reynolds here.
Scarborough checking again. I guess the milkman to bet with his aces.
I made it that convenient.
So I just can't imagine you're going to put a guy on an ace, king, or ace, queen here because he didn't re-raise you before the flop. So you have to think ace jack is the best hand. He just calls. Now 7 hearts comes off.
Check.
And again, Scarborough checks. Vince William Reynolds absolutely thinks he's got the best hand right now with ace 10. No doubt about it in my mind. And he's going to fire out what he thinks is a value bet of $180,000.
Strongest move you made yet.
A local from Cincinnati. There's his friends, his fiance in the audience.
I call.
And he makes the right call.
I have an ace.
What's your kicker?
And I think William Reynolds is going to be shocked he loses this pot the way this hand was played.
Jeez.
So Mike is going to take down the pot with the best hand once again. And he is really taking chips off William Reynolds right now in back-to-back pots.
I just take myself to Value Town every opportunity I get versus you.
Plenty more action when we return. Plus, Tony Dunst and this week's edition of The Raw Deal, and 5 questions with 2-time WPT champ Randall Flowers. The World Poker Tour's coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns right after this.
I'm Jen Haley, and I'm one of the Royal Flush Girls. I'm a dancer, and I went to college for it. It's always fun whenever we can incorporate any type of dancing with our work. I love being at the Hollywood Casino. We made sure that we had fun. We got to actually film in Boogie Nights, which was really, really cool. We got to dress up kind of funky. We got to do the electric slide with a bunch of other patrons as well. It was a blast.
There's the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, and what an addition they have been this year. Having fun with us on the World Poker Tour. And the winner tonight's going to take home over $273,000 in cash.
Our current chip leader is 22-year-old William Reynolds. He's got $1.4 million in chips. In second place, the local Mike Scarborough with $1 million. And in third place, Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. And right now, Scarborough looks down at a pair of jacks on the button. Mike, the local player from Cincinnati, Ohio. This is home casino where he plays a lot of poker.
Yep, he makes it $38,000 to go into William Reynolds, who has a queen jack of hearts. He has made the call.
Well, Eric Seidel has ace-10. Most of the time, he might make a re-raise in this spot. Just trying to pick the pot up here, but because these guys are clashing so much, seemingly every pot, I think Eric's just willing to sit back, let them clash to one of them, bust each other, and then play heads up for the title.
Yeah, he's folded it. So, jack's up against queen jack. Here we go.
Queen right in the door. Comes queen 8-5. Well, William Reynolds checks the top pair. And incredibly, Scarborough checks the 2 jacks now. I would bet jacks in that spot for sure.
Turn card is a 5 of diamonds pairing the board. Out comes the milkman.
Come on, Will.
$65,000.
Well, he's got 2 queens and feels certain he's got the best hand with him now after his opponent checked on the flop.
But the local Mike Scarborough is going to call it. This could get expensive. River card is a 7 of spades.
And here comes the value bet of $174,000. Pretty healthy bet.
I call.
Oh, wow, and he's not going to like it.
Question is, did I value down myself again?
Jesus.
Well, the 2 queens are going to stand up for William Reynolds.
Yep.
And Vince, that's why I think you have to bet 2 jacks on the flop there. If your opponent calls or raises you in that spot, now you can put him on a queen.
Jack could have been sick, right?
As it was played, you're at a guess as he has one or not, and that's what happened there.
The milkman milks another one.
Finally didn't value down myself.
He is happy. He's 22, and things are going right for him tonight.
I felt pressure because I had no success yet on the World Poker Tour, and now all of a sudden, I'm one to watch.
William Reynolds, they call him the milkman.
I don't want to just bust out of every tournament and make a fool out of myself.
Really keeping the streak alive, though, of not cashing in a World Poker Tour event.
This tournament's all about making a final table and capturing the win. The hardware, the title in my trophy case, so I can say I'm a World Poker Tour champion.
Gotta win a pot eventually.
I'm joined by William Reynolds' father, Brian. Your son came into this final table as a chip leader, and it seems like he has the right mindset. Do you think that contributes to his success as a poker player?
Bill's very confident. Yeah, he's ready. No matter what chip's there,
he always believes he can win. For me to be here and have a moment like this, and there's your son out there. I mean, who am I? I ain't nobody. And here's your kid out here winning these things, and it about brings tears to my eyes. You know, I mean, I'm just very thankful. It's more than money to Bill. It's just about he wants to win. He wants to get that first place.
All right, guys, back to you.
Well, proud Papa there drove 13 hours from Iowa to watch his son play. So far, so good.
Oh, man, what a drive. What a moment. And right now, William Reynolds, who has a ace-8, he is raised. Seidel out. Mike Scarborough is going to call with a queen, 9 of diamonds.
I'm defending my button. You're defending your big blind.
Which is on a wide range of hands.
So we have ace-8 for the milkman up against the Cincinnati kid with queen 9.
It's come ace-jack-5 with 2 diamonds. Scarborough checks the flush draw.
And William Reynolds picking up aces.
Well, you said it yourself. You can have a really wide range here, huh?
Ace-jack's not looking good for both of us, is it? I like that 5, though.
2 chatty guys. And the milkman's going to bet it.
Yeah, he's going to bet 25,000. Scarborough does not raise with the flush draw. He just calls.
PL5 on the turn.
You do like that 5, huh?
It's pretty exciting.
To the turn we go. King of spades. No help to either player.
Check.
That can't be you.
And again, Scarborough checks.
And the young 22-year-old from Sioux City, Iowa. Well, you can't give a free card off, and he's going to bet it like he should, 70,000.
This nigga just gonna keep pushing me and I go away.
Well, the question is, will Scarborough make the semi-bluff here with the straight draw and the flush draw? No.
Check.
Just makes the call. And he checks in the dark, Vince.
7 in your hand again?
Surprising when you're going for a flush draw, and now he hits the flush.
Incredible. Vince, normally when a guy checks in the dark on the river and you've been betting, he has something like second pair, maybe third pair. Usually when you're on a draw, you're not checking. If you hit the hand, you're going to be betting.
So that was a sneaky play. Let's see if it'll work for him. Look at this. It's going to go beautifully for him because the milkman is going to bet this 200 grand.
There's just no way, dude. You got it. There's just no way.
Oh, that is just terrible. Bad reverse table talk.
We're at the Hollywood Casino here in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, but right now he is playing Hollywood, trying to act like no way you got anything, no way, and just him hawing around there when we know he is going to raise it.
Come on.
So there he goes.
But he's got 547,000 left. That means this raises 347,000.
That is the type of dialogue you hear in high school games.
You're funny. Gave me this speech and then check jam.
Now, I'm so surprised that Reynolds hasn't run away already.
Well, I agree with you. This is a pretty easy laydown, I think, in this spot.
You banging it all in on a bluff?
If the guy's got enough heart to bluff his case money off in front of his friends and family, they're all here to watch him play in his local casino. Good luck to him. He deserves to win the pot. I'm never going to put him on a bluff in this spot. I'm going to throw away the ace-8, easiest pot.
This would be a ridiculous bluff.
Can't call, bro. Just fold it.
Be a big call if I made it.
We all know you're bluffing.
There you see William's dad praying to the gods here that his son does the right thing here.
Who dark checks with the flush draw? Does Mike do it? Does Mike dark check with the flush draw?
Mike does it, man. I'd fold if I was you.
Did Spike spike it?
A former grocery store clerk will be saying paper or plastic in the future if he makes his call.
It's like bang, bang's getting banged.
This is heavy banging. He banged it all in.
Oh, sweet nothings.
You're playing to win, right?
William Reynolds is trying to talk himself into calling here for some kind of reason.
I call.
Uh-oh. Well, he does make the call. You think long, you think wrong. That's what William Reynolds did there.
Oh, boy.
With that hand, we have a new chip leader for the first time. It's the local guy, Mike Scarborough out of Cincinnati, who takes the lead in this three-handed battle.
The milkman breaks the bottles on that one.
Just can't imagine why he would make that call.
When we continue, Tony Dunst will break down William Reynolds' breakdown when the WPT's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues right after this.
Nice shreds.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Before the break, we saw William Reynolds completely baffled by Mike Scarborough's table talk. Did William ignore the obvious? Well, Tony Dunst gives his take in this week's edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
How do you know if a false tell is really false? How reliable are the physical or verbal tendencies we think people give off in moments of extreme pressure? Both questions come into play in the hand between William Reynolds and Mike Scarborough when Will faces a river check shove from Mike. I'm Tony Dunst. Let's break it down. Everything in the hand between the two goes pretty normal through the turn.
I'm defending my button, you're defending your big blind.
It's on the river that things start getting weird. It begins with Mike checking in the dark.
Check. And he checks in the dark,
depriving himself of any opportunity to lead out. Then, Will fires out a surprisingly large value bet of 200K into a pot of 240K on a river that completes the flop flush draw. With Mike's river check shove comes an avalanche of table talk.
There's no way, dude. You got it. There's just no way. Come on. Bang's getting banged. Can't call, bro. Just fold it.
Which pretty much everyone knows is a sign of a monster. We've all seen that one before, and it's been common knowledge since Mike Caro put it in his book on tells back in the 1920s.
Into the speech and then check jam.
Will knows something is wrong, but it's almost like the obviousness of it all is excessive to the point of being blatantly fraudulent. Then, Will starts reasoning with himself, calling out the angles he sees that support the idea of calling and getting to look at cards.
You banging it all in on a bluff? Did Spike spike it? You dark checks with the flush draw. You're playing to win, right?
Almost all poker players fall victim to this at some point. In moments like these, attempt to adapt a skeptic's view and think not only of the reasons why you should do something, but all the reasons why you shouldn't, and see which makes the more compelling case.
I call.
Fail to consider both the angel and the devil on your shoulders, and you'll wind up getting to experience a lot of this moment. That's not a false tell. That's just Will knowing he screwed up.
Well, once again, you think long, you think wrong. That's what William Reynolds did there. And right now, our current chip leader is the local player. This is local casino Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati, Ohio.
And let's take a moment to look at the Player of the Year standings.
Andy Frankenberger has a narrow lead over Vivek Rajkumar. But with his fourth-place finish here in Indiana, Tom Marchese has earned 400 points to add to his 2 previous cashes this season and joined in the hunt.
Okay, let's get back to the action.
I'm setting a new standard.
And the local Mike Scarborough is going to raise with the 5s. Makes it 28,000. By the way, the blinds are 6 and 12,000.
Well, Reynolds goes out, and Eric Seidel, the Hall of Famer, going to sit idle no longer, folks. He's got 2 queens in the big blind, and he is going to re-raise right here. Makes it 67,000 to go.
I call.
And he gets the call by the Cincinnati Kid. Here comes the flop. An ace appears. Ace 8-6.
Neither player happy with this flop. Fearful their opponent might have an ace in it, but Eric's going to make the continuation bet. Well, Scarborough goes out and gives Eric credit for having a hand. So Eric Seidel picking up a pot here. Now this guy's on an amazing run in poker, having the best year of anybody in poker history so far. Won over $4 million up to this point so far this season. He is just an incredible, truly incredible poker player.
Action going to the milkman, though, William Reynolds, who has the button and an ace deuce of clubs.
Got the suited ace. Going to raise on the button like most everybody would in a 3-handed game. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Hall of Famer Eric Seidel going away.
Mike Scarborough with another small pair, this time 2 4s. Again, he's going to make the call. The 4 comes right on the flop, and his opponent's got 2 aces. This could spell much more doom for William Reynolds.
And Mike is going to check, try to trap again. But this time, Reynolds also checks with the aces.
Surprised by that. Now an 8 comes off there, so a possible straight out there. Scarborough going to lead out this time for 50,000 with the 3 4s. William Reynolds reaching out for raising chips. Whatever chips he puts in the pot are just going over to the side of Mike Scarborough right now.
134,000 he makes it.
Well, with a possible straight and a possible flush draw out there, I think you have to re-raise here, Vince.
Well, that's what he's going to do. He is re-raised. Makes it 250,000 to go.
Yeah, that's the same spot William Reynolds was in a minute ago. He had just 2 aces and lost a fortune in chips with him. Will he do the same thing again?
And the question is, will the dog chase away the milkman? Yes, he does.
Well, this time, William Reynolds makes the right decision and lays down the 2 aces, unlike the previous occasion.
Show the bluff. Good for the game.
You smashed that turn or what?
Just hoping you didn't.
Really? Did you have it there, Mike? You're waiting to show me a bluff back, right?
Yeah, if it was a bluff, I would have showed you.
We'll be right back with more poker action, plus my interview with the youngest 2-time WPT champion, Randall Flowers, in this week's edition of 5 Questions, when the World Poker Tour's continuing coverage of the Hollywood Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, returns.
What is the best thing about being a professional poker player?
Don't just use your phone to call, use it to raise.
Download your World Poker Tour Texas Hold'em game to your mobile device today and get in on the action. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the Hollywood Poker Open from Lawrenceburg, Indiana. 3 players left fighting it out for this title.
Well, Mike, let's take a second out and talk about the best new thing in poker, ClubWPT.com. That is a club where you put up only $19.95 a month. It's incredible. You don't actually gamble, but you have a chance of winning a lot of money.
Well, that was proven this week at the Hollywood Poker Open when the ClubWPT.com qualifier, Andy Whetstone, earned his way into this tournament by beating over 1,500 people online for free, got the $10,000 seat, made it all the way down to the final table for a nice cash.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank WPT.
Played great.
Thank ClubWPT.com.
You got it. You got it.
Keep playing.
You can do the same thing. Just go to ClubWPT.com and sign up now.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. ClubWPT.com. Now let's get back to the felt.
Well, there you see our current chip leader, the local guy from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, in first place. He's got close to 1.6 million in chips. William Reynolds in second place with 718,000. Hall of Famer Eric Seidel in third place right now with 640,000.
And the play goes to Reynolds. He has a queen, 5 of spades, makes it 45,000 to go. Seidel out. By the way, the blinds have gone up to 10 and 20,000 with a $3,000 ante. So local Mike Scarborough with a 9-8 of spades will call. Here's the flop.
He's got those suited connectors people like to see flops with, and this is why. He just flopped a straight.
And he's going to check it.
William has flopped top pair, but checks right behind him. And now a 5 comes off. This could spell doom for William Reynolds right here.
Check.
And again, Scarborough is going to check it.
You seem pretty over this end.
Well, the milkman's got 2 pair now.
The only thing you're going to regret, Will.
Well, that's William Reynolds has got 2 pair queens up here. Anybody's going to bet those in this situation after it got checked on the flop.
Raise.
They bet 60, and now it's 160.
So you're telling me you're not over this end.
I like it a lot.
But he's not lying about that. He does like it a lot. And with that speech, William makes the call.
To the river. Can Reynolds get lucky and fill up? No, it's a 6 of hearts on the river.
Come on.
And now he moves all in.
Mike. Trying to eliminate me? I thought we were pals.
You might have overbet this, Vince.
All of it?
This will be a tough laydown for William Reynolds to make here.
Did you flop the bottom end?
Well, there he hit the nail on the head.
I'd say don't do it, man.
If I call, is it all over?
That's right, Stanley. There's his buddies, Tom Marchese and Ali, who got knocked out very fast in this final table.
Both those guys were at this final table. And if William Reynolds makes this call, he'll be joining them in the stands, Vince. He'll be out in third place. And what a laydown he makes. He put his opponent on bottom straight. That's exactly what he had. And you just wonder, had Scarborough made a smaller bet of a couple 100,000, which would have left Reynolds with a few chips, he probably would have made that call.
I think I lived to see another day.
If I'm all in, bro, live to see another day.
Wow.
In this week's edition of 5 Questions, I sat down with the youngest 2-time WPT champion in history, the one and only Randall Flowers. With your win at Festa, you joined an elite group of multiple WPT title winners. How does it feel to be in the company of Daniel Negreanu, Carlos Mortensen, Gus Hansen?
Feel pretty privileged.
He's done it.
It's two. And I was pretty lucky to win a couple of tournaments by the age of 22, and so now I have a couple titles, and I don't know. I don't really try to think too hard about it.
Did you look up to any of these guys when you were a teenager?
Definitely thought Carlos was the man. Carlos is pretty sick. I like his style of play. He changes gears well and plays tight and loose at the right time.
Tony Dunn said that when you busted Jason Kuhn, there's no way that he could have folded.
When Randall moves in on him, Jason truly looks like he's going to vomit, and I can't blame him for feeling the urge. He knows that a lot of the hands Randall check shoves the river with are full houses, but he may also believe Randall would play a strong 8 this way.
Do you agree with our raw deal host?
Jason and Tony might not know this, but I probably would just check call the river with ace-8 even. I wouldn't go all in with worse than a straight. He's not really going to bet that big on the river without like a pretty strong hand.
1 point clock.
I would probably just call with an 8, but I would definitely check shove all my full houses and my straights and stuff.
All in. Jason in shock.
Tony Dunst. I know he's a close friend of yours. Is he really a ladies' guy?
Yeah, he understands that just like poker and in the game of girls to him, it's sort of a volume game. So let's just say that he puts in a lot more work than a lot of us.
I appreciate your honesty.
He's a hard worker. He's a hard worker.
What is the best thing about being a professional poker player?
Just the freedom to do whatever you want. For the most part, I can pretty much just schedule doing whatever I want to do whenever I want to do, and a lot of jobs don't allow people that kind of freedom, and I'm sure a lot of people wish they had it.
Well, Vince, as you know, even the great players go out early in these tournaments sometimes, and Randall Flowers was one of the first ones out here in Hollywood.
But right now, it's down to these 3. All right, action going to our chip leader, Mike Scarborough from Cincinnati. He's got an ace-jack this time, raises it to 47,000.
I'm all in.
Well, look at this. William Reynolds with ace-10 says all in.
Eric Seidel going out. Another $500,000 or so for Scarborough to call. And he makes the call and has his opponent dominated. And that was a quick call by Scarborough there with the ace-jack.
I'm a huge dog. I need those diamonds.
Come on now.
The former grocery store clerk, the milkman, William Reynolds, in a bad position right now.
I need a lot of help.
That's exactly right, William.
Put something out there. Give the milkman a sweat.
There's William's dad holding his breath as well.
Scarborough, the Cincinnati kid, the local, in a great place to knock this guy out.
That Reynolds is up against it here. Going to have help to stay alive. Let's see if he can do it. Well, let's come queen, 8-6.
A little bit backdoor hope.
Well, backdoor hope is it. A 10 would give him the lead, of course, but...
Hold up one time.
He's talking about a backdoor flush or a backdoor straight. He's got to have help, or the one to watch will be no longer watched tonight.
Things are looking good for Scarborough. Here's the turn card.
A king of diamonds comes off. William happy with that card because now he can win it with a diamond, which would give him a flush, or a jack, which would give him a straight.
2 of clubs. 2 of clubs.
6, 8.
2 of clubs.
Jack
2 of clubs.
diamonds.
2 of clubs, baby.
6, 8.
2 of clubs.
Reynolds now with a lot of outs.
2 of clubs.
And he better get it, otherwise he's gone. Let's see the last card.
Everybody on their feet here. It's the 5 of hearts. Mike Scarborough has done it. He has eliminated William Reynolds from this tournament.
Nice playing with you, Eric.
Well, the milkman finally goes sour. Got to pick up over 110,000 for his effort.
All right, Mike, he's that chip lead. Take it out.
All right, man.
He's a great player, very deceptive.
Dude, I can cry right now. That was not good.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to the milkman.
I'm here with William Reynolds, a tough 3-handed battle. What are your thoughts?
Yeah, it was a grueling battle. I wanted nothing more than a World Poker Tour title. That's what I was shooting for today. I came up short-handed, and I had a fun time, and it was great to get on that World Poker Tour final table finally.
Well, you have proven that you are one to watch. What's up next for you?
I'm going to the World Poker Tour in Florida. After I was at that final table, I want nothing more than another final table and another chance at that World Poker Tour bracelet.
Awesome. We'll see you there.
Yep, thanks a lot.
With William Reynolds out in third place, we reach the all-important heads-up action. Will it be Michael Scarborough or Eric Seidel who takes the title? We'll be right back with WPT's coverage from the Hollywood Casino, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Well, out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models. And the bricks of cash getting flopped to the table. Such a beautiful sight on the WPT.
It's really a beautiful sight if you're sitting at the table. We got the beautiful trophy, the customized Tiffany bracelet. Well, Eric Seidel has one of those bracelets. He's looking to gather a second.
We got a local up against a Hall of Famer, but the local, the Cincinnati kid, has most of the chips.
He does, Vince. Got over a 5-1 chip lead as we start out our heads-up battle.
We are moments away from heads-up action, where Eric Seidel and Michael Scarborough will battle for a WPT title. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage caught up with both players, and here's what they had to say.
Well, now you're sitting across from a legend, a Hall of Famer, going for his second title, almost $15 million in career earnings. It's got to be pretty exciting for you.
It's really exciting. I hope it's time for a newcomer to step up and make his way up through the ranks. And, you know, if Seidel finishes second, I'm sure he's not going to be sorry. If I finish first, I'll be the happiest kid here in Cincinnati.
You're on probably the hottest streak in history of poker. What are your thoughts going into this heads-up battle?
Well, he's a really, really good player, and so I think it's going to be a very tough match, and or at least I'm hoping it's a tough match, because he could very easily just win it very quickly.
Well, Eric says that because as we start heads-up play, Mike Scarborough has over a 5-1 chip lead on him.
Well, the antes are 4,000, blinds 12 and 24,000. Here we go, out of the gate. And Eric Seidel with a queen 4 has raised to 52,000.
Scarborough with the queen 10, contemplating what to do. He's going to make the call. So here we go. Flop comes king 8-6, 2 clubs, no help for either player.
Mike Scarborough is going to check it.
And will Eric make the continuation bet? Yes is your answer.
Of course he does.
But a snap call by Scarborough with just a queen 10.
Yeah, for 50,000. Going to the turn.
Well, Jack of clubs comes on the turn, so possible flush out there now. Scarborough checks.
That gives Scarborough an open-ended straight draw.
Check.
And Eric checks right behind him. Well, the board pair 6s on the river. And Scarborough now is going to bet the queen high, 130,000. Well, let me tell you what Eric is thinking about here. What this guy might have. He called a bet on the flop. Now, in Eric's mind, if he had a flush draw, he would raise on the flop. If he had top pair 2 kings, he would raise on the flop, maybe even raise with 8s. Doesn't think the guy's going to bet 2 8s on the river with 8s and 6s. So in his mind, the guy has got 3 6s perhaps, or possibly just a straight draw, whereas queen high may be the best hand. But Vince, even if it is the best hand, how tough is it to make this call for 130,000 with just a queen in your hand?
So you think it's callable with just queen high. But look at this, he is going to make the call for a split.
This is going to be a split pot, but what a bet and what a call by Eric Seidel right there.
A sick call, queen 4, was.
That was a Hall of Fame call, Vince.
Heads-up action getting underway. We're coming back with more action from Lawrenceburg, Indiana in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Melanie Iglesias, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Royal Flush Girls, they're at every WPT event, along with Kimberly Lansing, Mike Sexton, and myself.
There you can see Mike Scarborough with well over a 5-1 chip lead over Eric Seidel. Could his dream of capturing a WPT title come true and do it in his hometown here, Vince?
Raise.
Yeah, hometown. He's actually a sales manager
62.
in Cincinnati, and this time with a Jack 10 of hearts, has raised it to 62,000.
And Eric Seidel has the ace 9 of diamonds.
I'm all in.
He's going all in with it.
I call.
Wow, what a quick call.
Well, Mike Scarborough's made the call. And Vince, I don't blame him. I know it's a pretty healthy bet, but even if he loses this pot, he's still going to have over a 3-1 chip lead over Eric.
And there's Mike's fiancee, Laura. Quite nervous.
Well, Mike Scarborough taking a shot to try to win it all right here, right now. Let's see if he can do it.
What a moment for him.
Well, everybody on their feet awaiting this flop. Eric with a good shot to double up here. But a 10 right in the door. Comes 10, 9, 7. Mike Scarborough is taking the lead with 2 10s. Eric Seidel has 2 9s. Must catch an ace or a 9 to win this pot.
Seidel seemingly shocked there.
Well, an 8 comes off. This gives Scarborough a straight.
This is it. We can only chop. We can only chop.
He is one card away from the title here at the Hollywood Casino.
I need a jack for a straight.
Oh, my God.
You can do it. You can do this.
No jack.
Well, it's hugs all around for Mike Scarborough. A 10 comes off, and we have a champion. The local from Cincinnati, Mike Scarborough, has pleased the local fans. He has knocked out the legendary Eric Seidel.
Eric Seidel going to take home $155,000.
Well done. Beautiful play. Really nice play.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, you got to give him credit, Vince. He gambled at the right time. He could afford to take a chance to gamble there. He did so. It paid off for him beautifully. He is our champion.
And our champion to take home over $273,000. Right now, Matt Savage talking to our runner-up.
Well, Eric, a job well done. You didn't take it down, but what's your thoughts?
I wanted to have a shot to win it, and I did. I mean, Mike just played really great the last couple of days. You know, I said at the beginning that I thought he was really going to come into his own this tournament. He's just been playing great.
Well, is the heater going to continue? Where are you going next?
I'll be at the tournament in Florida, the WPT in Florida, and I'm excited about that one because I think it's going to be a great field.
All right, well, we'll see you there.
Okay.
Thanks, Eric.
And here's to the champion of the Hollywood Poker Open from Cincinnati, Ohio, Mike Scarborough.
So there you have it. Michael Scarborough lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions Toast as we celebrate the conclusion of one of the most exciting events this season, the Hollywood Poker Open here at the Hollywood Casino. Michael Scarborough has made his way up here from the arena. Right now, I'm joined by WPT's newest champion. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
It seemed like you had no fear out there, considering your competition. It was tough.
Yeah, I knew the one player that was going to be the strongest player, you know, personality-wise and aggressive-wise, was William. I knew that I had to try to slowly, you know, work my way into his head. When you've seen his game take a total, you know, 180, it was pretty impressive. And that's when I knew I had control of him and I could kind of do what I wanted at that point.
Congratulations.
Awesome.
And we'll see you at the championship at Bellagio.
For sure, and you'll see me again, definitely.
Oh, for sure.
Thanks.
Great to see you.
Appreciate it.
Join us next time when the WPT travels to Hollywood, Florida for the seminal Hard Rock Showdown. From the Hollywood Casino in Lawrenceburg, Indiana, I'm Kimberly Lansing. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching and good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In South Florida, the stakes are high as the winner of the first major poker tournament ever held in the Sunshine State is set to earn over $1.1 million. And it's all happening tonight only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Oh! Wow! Unbelievable.
For years, South Florida has been the home turf and training ground for a number of major pros. But despite being such fertile ground for poker greats, the Sunshine State has never had a major championship to call their own. But that all changed 5 days ago when the WPT came to the Seminole Hard Rock Casino, and 433 players showed up from around the world to stake a claim on the massive $4.1 million prize pool. And while that famous Florida sunshine made it warm outside, as you will see in this inaugural event, the temperature on the tournament floor went through the roof.
Good luck to all of you in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shuffle up and deal.
This tournament was held in one of the most unusual and exciting venues we've seen on the WPT. The Hard Rock Live is a 5,000-seat rock and roll arena that's played host to the likes of Bruce Springsteen. But this week, the headliner was high-stakes poker and a slew of some of the game's biggest names.
Come on, let's go. I'm gonna kick your ass. Come on.
Have to take me out.
As the Royal Flush Girls took in the first ever WPT event in the Sunshine State, South Florida's local grinders were up for the fight and ready to challenge the established pros.
I love it. Like, I really, really love it. I love to grind. Like, I'm a sick degenerate.
What we can do is go around the room and I can point you out different people's home turf casino and let them know whose house they're in. We must protect this house.
Some of the visiting pros did run into some trouble. By the end of day one, several big names would go bust, including WPT champions Hoyt Corkins, Gavin Smith, Antonio Esfandiari, and local favorite Jason Mercier. In a season dominated by young talent, it was a pro in his 50s, Randy Dorfman, who would end the first day of the competition as the big chip leader.
We prey on the young guys. We eat the young guys.
Day two saw the remaining 317 players out of a field of 433 continue their quest for the $1.1 million first place prize inside, while the Royal Flush Girls and Tony Duns joined some players who already busted outside for a heated volleyball match in the South Florida sunshine. If it was warm outside, the temperature in the poker arena began to boil as Squeaky started to squeak.
Are we allowed to poke other players? Can I just start poking them every time I'm ready? This kid in the Care Bear sweater, he doesn't matter what his cards are, he's just pretending to look down. Let's hope I wake up to the nuts.
Squeaky learned that in a poker tournament, if you tell your opponent what cards you're holding,
Care Bear, I have ace queen. Still alive, dude, I have ace queen.
You get a penalty.
1 round penalty, don't look at it.
I despise that kid. I thought I talked a lot.
After sitting out for one entire lap, Squeaky was allowed back at the table and immediately doubled up.
Yeah, baby! Woo! Squeakzilla, back in it.
Outside of Squeaky's table, there was some serious poker going on, and it turned out to be a good day for poker pro Todd Terry, who would end the day as the chip leader, and our own Mike Sexton would finish the day still in the hunt, making a serious run at his second WPT final table this season. As for Squeaky, he ended the day with yet another penalty.
You cannot talk about your hand. We've gone over this.
What does that have to do with Everyone's uptight. You know, when I used to play as a kid, I used to have fun. It's about a good time. Everyone here's got something, jammed up there.
I had ace-6 of spades, and I was very close to spike call.
Oh, and ace-deuce of diamonds.
Yeah, right.
Stop it. Ace-deuce of diamonds.
Get me the hell out of here.
145 players returned on day 3 to new table assignments, and ones to watch, Alan Berry found himself sitting with the chip leader, Todd Terry. Michael Winnett had a new table and new opponents and a new look, but Squeaky was still up to his old tricks.
As a reminder, players, please do not discuss the contents of your hand. If you do, you will get a penalty.
I didn't hear that announcement.
Across the room, a rare table draw put 3 top female players together. Annette Oberstad, wants to watch Maria Ho, and Lauren Kling. But that dynamic didn't last long as Maria's pocket 8s ran into Lauren's pocket jacks, sending Maria home. Moments later, Lauren bested Annette, who shoved with pocket jacks against Lauren's pocket kings. Meanwhile, Squeaky collected his third penalty of the tournament. This time seemed to put Squeaky on tilt.
Can't turn chat off here, so you should be allowed to talk to people. And sometimes you talk about the hand.
Next time is 3 rounds, and then you're out of the tournament.
But do you understand what I'm
saying? So don't do it.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm explaining to you the rules of the tournament.
I think they're open to your interpretation.
Please understand, I do not want to disqualify you, but I will.
I understand that you will.
So
That would
stop.
make Syracuse hat very happy.
So stop.
Squeaky still had a couple more hands to wait out, but during his penalty time, his table did break, and he was moved to the same table as Mike Sexton. After being denied 2 orbits of play, Squeaky would rejoin the action and play his biggest hand of the day. Young California player Kazu Oshima shoved all in on a flop of Queen 9-5, 2 clubs.
This is how I got out of the last 5 tournaments I played.
Squeaky calls with a pair of 5s and the flush draw. Kazu has no pair, but he does have the ace-high flush draw. Turn comes the jack of hearts. Squeaky's still in the lead. River, jack of clubs, giving Kazu the nut flush and sending a stunned Squeaky home with no words and no cash. As the day drew to a close, ones to watch Lauren Kling would be busted out by young Massachusetts player Taylor von Kriegenberg. Moving himself up to first in chips and leaving the last woman standing, Florida businesswoman Abby Daniels in second place. Day 4, the money bubble closed in and the stakes were high. Of the 51 players starting the day, 6 will go broke. Only 45 would cash. For a few players, it was not a good morning. But 2-time WPT final tableist Kurt Kohlberg was having fun.
Half the people think I'm Tom Cruise. The other half think I'm Leonardo DiCaprio. I hate that.
With 46 players left, the actual money bubble was in play. The pressure mounted, especially as extreme short stacks doubled up. Eventually, it would be East Coast player Vinny Pahuja who would end up as the last player to walk home empty-handed.
Congratulations, you are in the money.
Excuse me, sir.
Shuffle up and do it.
Quick interview. Are you kidding me?
After that, players started to bust quickly, including Mike Sexton and his dream of making his second WPT final table this season, as his pocket 7s couldn't overrun WPT champ Tommy Vitas's pocket 8s.
Go on, Mike. Good luck.
Then it was day 2 chip leader Todd Terry's turn as he flopped a set of 6s against Abby Daniels' pocket aces. But with runner diamonds, Abby made a flush, ending Todd's quest for a second WPT final table. Only 18 players would survive day 4 and return to play for the WPT final table, led by chip leader, WSOP bracelet winner Blair Hinkle. With the WPT crew moving into the arena to set up the TV final table, playdown was moved out into the poker room.
Shuffle up and deal. Good luck, players.
Within minutes of shuffle up and deal on day 5, WPT final tableist and Miami Beach native Noah Schwartz became the first player of the day to be eliminated.
Good luck, baby.
And the bust outs would keep coming fast and furious. Poker pro Blair Hinkle, who started the day as the chip leader, took the biggest hit of the day. First by doubling up Tommy Vitas, then by getting eliminated in 8th place by 26-year-old local pro Justin Zaki. Young poker pro James Mackey would suffer the final heartbreak of the day when he called Taylor von Kriegenberg's all in. James, holding pocket 5s, had no chance against Taylor's pocket 8s. James would bust out on the TV bubble, giving the 22-year-old from Stoneham, Massachusetts, a big chip lead going into a final table of the first televised major poker championship in Florida.
Players, congratulations on making the TV table.
So, Mike, after experiencing this field firsthand, what are your thoughts on tonight's final table?
Well, my first thought is I wish I'd gone a little deeper and been at this final table. But I had a lot of fun this week, and anytime you make money playing in a poker tournament, you really can't complain. But we have a good final table for you. We'll start with the lone WPT champ at the table, Tommy Vitas. He's the guy that knocked me out of the tournament, so I'm not surprised he's sitting here. But the lady at the table really impressed me this week, I got to tell you. Abby Daniels is her name. She's a business executive from Coral Springs, Florida. Only been playing poker for 1.5 years, but I'm telling you, folks, she won't take a back step to any of these guys at the table. I give her a decent shot to win tonight, but if you had to pick a favorite, you got to go with the 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg because he's the big chip leader. And once again, will youth prevail? We'll see.
And Vince, we've been tracking Alan Berry all season as one of WPT's ones-to-watch players. Alan is known for being highly critical of everyone. Is this his time to put his money where his mouth is?
I think so, Kimberly. I mean, he is one to watch talk. That's about what he's been doing. He's been a poker professional for 3 years. He's from New Jersey. He trash talks everyone. He doesn't think anyone can play in the poker world, so he does have to step it up. Otherwise, it's back to Hoboken and choking on a Philly cheesesteak for him. But what about Kurt Kohlberg? Now, this is his 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's a great guy. Can he come back from a short stack? We'll see.
Thank you, gentlemen. And as I mentioned, we have been tracking Alan Berry throughout the season on our Ones to Watch segment. Standing by with Alan is sideline reporter and well-respected tournament director, Matt Savage.
Alan, you're known on the tour as one of the biggest trash talkers in the game. You got anything to say today?
I don't talk trash, okay? Trash is nonsense. It's not real. I say what I think and what is real, so I just say what people should be hearing, but everyone likes to lie to everyone, so.
Do you have any thoughts about your final table today?
I'm very happy with it. I hope things go well.
All right, good luck today.
Thank you.
All right, back to you, Kimberly.
We are just about ready to start the final table of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Mike and Vince will be back with the call of the game right after this.
Welcome back to the seminal Hard Rock Showdown. We're just moments away from the start of the final table here in Hollywood, Florida.
Tonight's players outlasted a field of 433, and it looks like they're ready to battle for the title.
Well, there you see our chip leader, 22-year-old Taylor von Kriegenberg, and the lady at the table, Abby Daniels, in 2nd place.
Winner's going to take home over $1.1 million tonight. Annie's will start at $4,000. Blinds are 12 and 24.
Action on WPT champ Tommy Vitas. He folds.
As does Alan Berry.
It's on our chip leader now. Taylor von Kriegenberg, and look at this. He's got a king 6 of clubs. You got plenty of chips. That's enough to raise on. And he is going to fire out and raise pot number 1. Makes it $48,000 to go.
Kurt Kohlberg picking up a queen 10 of spades.
This is Kurt's 3rd time at a WPT final table. He's out, though.
Justin Zaki not going to play. Abby Daniels, she's got a pair of deuces.
She's going to make the call. Yes, I got to tell you, I was very impressed with her. I played with her during this tournament. Only been playing poker a year and a half. Here she is at a final table.
Wow.
A flop comes king 10-6. Great flop for Taylor von Kriegenberg as he flops 2 pair.
But Abby's going to bet $65,000.
Taylor does not raise here. He is just going to let her hang herself and continue to bluff her money off. Now a club comes off, the 5 of clubs.
Oh, boy. Even the train stops, Abby. But she's not going to. She bets again, $90,000 with the deuces, and gets a quick call.
Taylor von Kriegenberg just walking the dog here, as we say. Letting your opponent bluff their money off.
4 diamonds on the river, no help to either player.
Well, she finally puts on the brakes and checks. Obviously, Taylor going to bet here with 2 pair.
Yep, a nice $354,000 bet. Into bluffing Abby. And she is sickened by this start. Pretty uncallable.
Well, right, you have to put him specifically on a queen jack if you make this call, but she's not doing it. She lays it down. So the rich get richer. Taylor von Kriegenberg extending his chip lead on deal number 1.
And Mike, this is this kid's first WPT event. He's only 22 years old, and he's one tough cookie at this table.
Is that your lucky hoodie?
Played Division II college baseball, and this time he looks down at king 9 of clubs.
Oh, yeah.
But he can raise with king 6 of clubs, but he lays down to king 9 of clubs. Go figure.
Kurt Kohlberg picks up ace king. Kurt is the president of a management consulting firm. He's also a tough poker player. He's going to raise with his ace king, making it $58,000 to go.
That's what impressed us about him. He finished 8th in the United States in the men's over 50 division of squash.
There you go. Justin Zaki and Abby Daniels both folding.
That's around to former WPT champ Tommy Vitas.
Tommy making a raise here. He's going to go to 138 with a pair of 9s. Oh, and Kurt coming back over the top, all in. And now Vitas, he's got a little bit of a problem.
Now, Tommy has him covered by over $1 million, but still, you just hate to give up a $500,000 right here. In case your opponent's got an overpair.
Call.
Tommy has made the call.
Sure.
And he is going to like it when he sees it in a race situation. He's out in front with the 2 9s. He's up against the ace king. Well, everybody on their feet here. Big pot early on at this final table.
Good luck, buddy.
Kurt Kohlberg, always a gentleman.
At least I don't have ace-queen, which is what I had the last 2 times.
Well, this is Kurt's 3rd WPT final table. He actually went out in 5th place in Paris and at Foxwoods holding an ace-queen.
Here we go.
Oh, he's wishing he had ace-queen right now, Vince. As it comes queen 10-4.
No help for Kurt there.
He's looking for an ace, a king, or a jack here. Must have some help or he's going to be out in 6th place. Well, a 4 comes off. So we are down to the river. Kurt must catch an ace, a king, or a jack. Nothing else will do.
Can he do it? Kurt sweating it out. River Kurt.
Everybody on their feet. It's a jack. He has done it. He has made Broadway. He has made the ace high straight to stay alive. And right now he is thanking the poker gods.
Oh, finally his luck turning around on the World Poker Tour.
We have to take a quick break, but there's more from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, including Tony Dunst and the Raw Deal, my 5 questions with South Florida native and WPT One to Watch Jason Mercier, plus a look at all the fun the Royal Flush Girls have been having right here in Florida. We have a lot in store, so stick around. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Mike and Vince, we just had a great tournament in Indiana.
Kimberly, you're right. That event turned out to be a very exciting final table, which included poker legend Eric Seidel and one of the WPT's one-to-watch players, William Reynolds.
Don't forget, in that mix was an amateur player, Andy Whetstone, who got into that event by playing on ClubWPT.com.
Well, Andy really is a great story. As a member of ClubWPT.com, he was eligible to play in the satellite. He won that event and earned a $10,000 seat into our last tournament. And before you know it, he found himself sitting in a televised WPT final table going for the big bucks.
Follow in Andy's footsteps by joining ClubWPT.com, and all you pay is $19.95 a month to become a VIP member. And don't forget, it's safe, it's legal, it's risk-free, it's online poker, and you have a shot at a WPT championship seat.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life.
Well, Andy is living proof you really are playing for great prizes and money when you join ClubWPT.com.
Well, guys, it looks like the cards are back in play here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. So let's get back down to the final table.
Well, there you see Taylor von Kriegenberg still well out in front, but Abby Daniels, who started out in 2nd chip position, is now in 4th place.
As 6 players go after a $1.1 million.
Well, action's going to be on Abby. She's got the 2 walking sticks, the pair of 7s. Caps her card. Obviously a sign she's going to play this pot.
Lines at 12 and 24, and she's going to make it 63,000. A quick fold by Tommy Vitas. Now Alan Berry. He's quiet tonight. He doesn't play that hand.
Well, action on the chip leader. He looks down at a pair of 3s. You got plenty of chips. You like to see flops with small pairs. In hopes you flop a set where you can break somebody.
Well, he's got the button, but he does not raise. Just calling. Now Kurt Kohlberg going to fold.
Over to Justin Zaki, 26-year-old out of St. Petersburg, Florida. He's out as well.
So we got 3s up against 7s. Here's the flop.
Oh, and what a flop.
Oh.
It's king 7-3. It's set over set. Vince, this is known as a cooler, meaning there's no way you can get away from either one of these hands.
Not at all.
It's going to be tapioca pudding time.
Well, Abby bets, and he just calls, trying to trap. Not a spades. Irrelevant card on the turn. Set over set. Abby bets.
Well, Taylor thinks he's walking the dog again.
He's raised it. He's made it 300.
I'm all in.
Well, she's going to get all in. He's going to quickly call.
Wow.
And he's not going to like it when he sees he's got a 1-outer. It's set over set. No way you can get away from either one of these hands and no limit hold'em. You're just going down when you get the lower set.
Well, Taylor with a 1-outer. Not to be as a 6 of clubs hits the board. Abby Daniels doubling up just beautifully right there.
And once again, she moves back into 2nd place at this final table.
I think my business background absolutely has helped my poker game. There's a lot of skills in being a corporate executive that you're going to use at the poker table. You're going to be able to read people well. You're going to be able to take risks, which you've had to take risks all along your career in order to get to the point to say, hey, I'm going to be the best.
A quick break in the action, but more to come, including an installment of 5 questions with Poker Pro Jason Mercier. Is there a Florida-style poker?
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
The Seminole Hard Rock Hotel and Casino is completely off the chain. The pool's beautiful. It's like paradise out there. It's just absolutely gorgeous. The volleyball was so much fun. I think I scared the crap out of the players. They were coming up to me after like whoa, where did you learn how to play like that? Partying with the poker players is a lot of fun because we had a dance-off and we finally got to see how these guys get down.
Life is good here in Florida.
You are right, Mike. Life is great here in Florida. We've had a fantastic week here at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Let's go back down to the felt. Tommy Vitas with an ace-8 makes it $65,000 to go.
Tommy going for his second WPT title tonight.
Alan Berry out. Now Taylor, our chip leader, also folding. Kurt going away.
Okay, around to Justin Zaki in the small blind. He looks down at ace-king, a big hand. Justin's been playing poker for 8 years. His biggest cash prior to this was just $78,000. He's going to surpass that number tonight.
He raises it up, makes it $170 to go. Actually now around to Abby Daniels. And wow.
2 kings in the big blind.
The Cowboys in the house here tonight.
Well, this could spell trouble for Justin Zaki here.
She's made this 420, Mike. Tommy Vitas has gone out, and now back on Zaki with ace-king.
Strong.
Now, is it just me? Does she look a little like one of the ladies from Laverne and Shirley?
Wow, what a laydown by Justin Zaki there. I'm telling you, that is dabbing it. I mean, she is just a very bold, aggressive player. He knows that, yet he's still got the discipline to lay down ace-king there. What a great read he made on her.
You got me steaming from that hand. You have aces?
Whatever you had, it was a good laydown, I promise you. You'll see it.
Well, that is correct. All right, it's on Justin.
Man, he found out the information he wanted to, Vince. He's convinced now he made a good laydown, which is going to make him feel better.
Okay, a couple folds around to Tommy Vitas, a WPT champ, going after his second title. He's going to raise with a 7-5, makes it $70,000 to go.
Alan Berry, a one to watch out here in the WPT this season, has a good read on him because he's raising it with an ace-deuce.
Oh, boy. Taylor, pick it up, ladies. What a position he's in. The chip leader capping his cards. Looks over at Vitas, concerned about Alan Berry. Now, he looks a little like the guy Squiggy in Laverne and Shirley, if you ask me. He got the whole gang there.
I know he's going to feel Squiggy right now because Taylor has re-raised here to $390,000.
Goldberg, Vitas going away. Back on Squiggy. Alan Berry, one of the trash talkers in the poker game.
Not going to be trash talking much about this hand. He lays it down.
Good fold.
Well, he made a good read on Tommy. Unfortunately for him, the guy behind him picks up 2 queens and takes down the pot.
Yep, and this is Taylor's first WPT event ever. He extends his chip lead, only 22 years old. Will it be his night tonight?
Taylor's quite an athlete. Played Division II college baseball. Also plays basketball, football. Right now, he's having a ball.
All right, a couple folds around to the champ at the table so far. Taylor, he's going to go away as well. Our man Kurt Kohlberg, the CEO, folds. And now, Justin Zaki from Florida.
Now it's the battle of the blinds here. Justin picks up a pretty nice hand, the small blind, ace-7 of hearts.
Yep, he's raised to $75,000. Now, Abby Daniels with just a 10-9.
She's making the call here. She's got
go.
more chips than he does, got position on him, got some money in the pot. Let's see a flop. And what a flop it is for her.
Whoa.
As she flops 3 10s, it comes 10, 10, 7.
And he's got 7s.
With an ace kicker, Vince.
First to act is Justin, and he's confident. And he's going to put in a bet of $110,000.
Nice.
Whoa. She comes right over the top for $250,000.
And usually when you have a big hand, you don't re-raise that quickly, which is actually very good. It's disguising the fact, maybe. This guy's saying no way she's going to have 3 10s, and he's going to re-raise it.
Well, Well, he's going to find out where he's at right here, right now. You bet 650,000.
Now, do you milk the cow a little bit longer? No, just calls. And now he's thinking, whoops, did I make a mistake? Turn card coming up.
When ace comes off, this now gives him aces up. So in case she had an overpair,
What's she playing?
something like 2 jacks or 2 queens, he would now have her beat.
I mean, I got you covered, so whatever.
Yep, that's right, Abby. You have him covered.
How much is it?
But he wants to
Wanna
know
count?
exactly how much you have.
What he wants is information to hear her talk. See how confident she is about her hand.
3. 1.9.
Yep, now she's been playing poker for a year and a half. Maybe in a couple more years she'll learn not to talk so much. Oh, he checks. And Abby with a $500,000 bet.
Justin's going to play this pot. He's going to most likely have to play it for all his dough here. He knows that. I made a great lay down a minute ago when he folded ace-king. Can he fold aces up here?
And he's just checking out the body language of Abby.
You're just like owning me on every hand.
Another great lay down by Justin Zaki.
Love that fold.
So twice he had big hands, twice he got away from a bench against a very, very aggressive player.
That one going to Abby Daniels. 6 players remain. We're coming back for more on the WPT.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Before the break, we saw the 2 Floridians at the table. Abby Daniels and Justin Zaki battle it out. Now our own Tony Dunst has been analyzing the action, and he's ready to weigh in on this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
One of the most frustrating moments in poker is the growing sensation that a player you believe to be worse than you is somehow outplaying you. There's no doubt Justin Zaki believes himself the much better player when up against Abby Daniels. This is no judgment on Justin's confidence level, it's just natural that a young professional like Justin will think himself ahead of a middle-aged woman with minimal results. And besides, what poker player doesn't secretly suspect that they're one of the greatest of all time? In the first confrontation, Justin 3-bets an under-the-gun raise and gets the cold 4-bet of Abby Daniels dropped right in his face.
Strong.
It seems likely that Justin believes Abby is quite simply not capable of a pre-flop cold 4-bet without a monster. This illustrates the consequences of being a player with a very tight range for your most aggressive moves. Eventually opponents adjust and you start losing money when they make big folds to your obviously bigger hand. It's in the second confrontation between the two that the frustration of the moment begins to affect Justin. After raising ace-7 of hearts from the small and connecting on the 10-10-7 flop, Justin fires out a pretty standard value bet. Once Abby calls the large raise on the flop, Justin figures that Abby's range for calling the flop is so narrow that even with a helpful turn card, it's actually hard for him to be ahead. It's only now he realizes there was actually no sensible hand he could have bluffed her off on the flop. There isn't much in the way of draws that would make future streets awkward, and just calling gives Abby a chance to keep bluffing the rare times she has air or something with low equity. Meanwhile, dear Abby, chill. You look so intensely excited at the prospect of playing for stacks, you can barely sit still. You read like your hand is strong enough to leap up and beat Justin to death with. But let's give Justin credit despite his wasteful 3-bet. He made a smart fold with the ace-king in a spot where many would end up stacking off, and he sensed his error on the flop with ace-7, then made the right read on the turn.
You're just like owning me on every hand.
Still, Justin worries aloud whether he's being owned by Abby, even though we know he's making smart folds. Keep your wits about you and your frustrating moments won't be too unprofitable. How do I know? I'll let you in on a little secret. I'm one of the greatest players of all time.
Well, I would agree. I think Abby needs to work on her.
Hickenberg, as 6 players remain, to the felt we go. And first to play is going to be Justin Zaki from St. Petersburg, Florida, playing quite well here so far tonight. He's going to fold this one. And now Abby Daniels with just a king-6 is going to raise. Makes it 65,000.
She is very aggressive. These guys know it.
All right, Tommy Vitas has stepped away from his table. His hand has been mucked. On to Alan Berry. Picks up a very strong ace-queen. Alan Berry, 26 years old, from Hoboken, Jersey, makes the call. No raise. Taylor going away. And Kurt Kohlberg also folding. So two-way action between, well, the whole Laverne and Shirley gang.
The flop comes ace-9-8. Good flop for Alan Berry here.
She's going to make a continuation bet with absolutely zip and pip, 85,000.
She's got a few chips now, and she's back to her aggressive mode, but that is not going to work here.
Barry just calling, not going to raise.
That should turn the caution lights on for her. Now the jack of clubs comes off. Abby does have a flush draw.
But she's going to slow down.
Well, Alan Berry doesn't want to fall into any traps here, so he checks right behind her.
Let's see if she catches the club. Nope.
But now a queen comes off. So Alan liking that card. He's got the top 2 pair now.
Nothing hitting for Abby.
Well, the only way she can win it, Vince, is to bluff at it.
I love it.
She does it.
She bets 115 and an insta-call by Alan Berry, of course.
King high.
He beat her in the pot, and he's going to take it down with aces and queens.
I want to see both cards, otherwise she has to mark
Wow, that's Jersey for you right there. Wants to see both cards, Mike.
Well, that's a little bit of a needle here. Just wants to see what she had.
Nice.
And also maybe put a little bit on tilt there, Vince. Usually when you win the pot, you just want to take it down. You don't care about seeing the other card.
All right, well, the blinds are going up to 20 and 40,000. She looks a little confused there. She is super aggressive. She's tough, and action goes to her. She's got a nothing hand. She'll take a rest, folds.
Tommy Vitas back at the table. Looks down at King Jack. Got Kojak.
He's the Vin Diesel of poker. Has that kind of look.
He does.
He's got a raise, makes it 90,000. Alan Berry, content with himself after the last hand, folds. And now Taylor von Kriegenberg, our chip leader.
Well, he's got Queen Jack, but that's good enough for him to raise.
Yeah, he makes it 180. But Kurt Kohlberg with an interesting ace-10 of spades. No, ejects that one. And Zaki also folding, so back on Vitas. And he's going to make the call for the action.
Well, as the cards lie, Tommy has him dominated. Points come King 9-8, all hearts. Nice flop for Tommy Vitas. He's out in front now with the 2 kings.
And he has a heart too, but he's going to check it.
He's going to throw him a little rope here.
Taylor also checks.
Well, now an ace comes off. That's a scare card for Tommy for sure. He checks. And look at this, Vince. Taylor is going to represent that he has an ace in his hand, something like ace-10, ace-queen.
Yep.
He checked the flop. Now he's betting the turn, but Tommy's not going for it. He's calling with the kings and the flush draw.
Yep, and hoping to hit a flush, but no, 4 clubs on the river.
Again, Tommy checks.
And now Taylor with absolutely nothing's going to bet $2 million.
Well, he is setting Tommy Vitas all in here is what he's doing.
Played this hand so bad.
Wow. Tommy Vitas faced with a tough decision here.
Show me if I fall. So sick. Should have shoved the flop.
Vince, he's only got second pair here, and the way this hand was played, it looks like Taylor made a pair of aces at least. If Tommy would lose this pot, he'd be out in 6th place.
Tough call to make.
Vince, let me tell you something. I don't know how you call your case money here.
Whoa.
Kings, he's done it. He has made the call. Folks, I'm telling you, that is playing the game right there. You can see why he's got a WPT title to his credit. To make a call like that for all your money, where you're going to be out if you're wrong, if the guy's got an ace or a better hand than that. That is a tough call to make with second pair there.
Oh, Tommy Vitas from Astoria, New York, making the call of the night. 6 players remain. We're coming back with more action on the WPT.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
This season, in our Ones to Watch segment, we've been tracking several players who we believe are about to break through to poker stardom. And perhaps the top of that talented list is South Florida native Jason Mercier. With an EPT title and a WSOP bracelet on his wrist, Jason's no stranger to the spotlight. I sat down with him to find out when we can expect to see him in our arena in this edition of 5 Questions. You've won over $5 million in your poker career, but with the WPT, it's been $85,000. So I'm wondering what the disparity is.
You know, sometimes it's just random, like which tournaments you end up having success in. But I'm pretty sure I'm gonna win or start final tabling a few of these things real soon.
So you don't believe in jinxing yourself?
I don't really believe in jinxes. It's more just like a little bit superstitious, you know, like when you start to get the same type of bad beats and stuff in WPTs, and you're just like, you know, maybe I'm never gonna win one of these.
You're always dressed so casual. What does it take for you to dress up?
Like church, I'll put on like a polo or in jeans, you know. I want to be comfortable when I'm playing poker, so I don't even like putting on a button down to go to like a bar or club.
Or a televised interview?
Yeah, well, I mean, I forgot, you know, I just got out of bed.
If you could only play one game for the rest of your life, what would it be?
I guess it would be PLO. I think it's the most fun game to play.
PLO makes you think a lot harder than Hold'em.
Well, maybe for you.
Yes, for me.
I mean,
Why not for you?
Some people find that PLO is easier to play than Hold'em, believe it or not. PLO, it's almost easier to put a guy on a type of hand. Resin, no limit. The guy can have nothing or the nuts and like things like that.
We've heard about East Coast poker and West Coast poker. Is there a Florida-style poker?
If you asked me that 2 years ago, I would say, yeah, if it's the worst player at the table, then they're probably from Florida. But now I think it's like starting to develop, and like pros are coming in and living in Florida now, so it's growing, and now I think it's becoming like it is in Vegas.
Though he busted on the last hand of day one, we all look forward to seeing much more of Jason in the future. Let's get back to Mike and Vince.
For those who may not know, PLO is pot limit Omaha. It's where you start with 4 cards instead of 2.
It is a fun game. Actually, I lost my son's college tuition in that game. All right, back to the felt we go. Kurt Kohlberg with a pair of jacks. Gonna make it 100,000 to go. Justin Zaki peeking down at a miserable-looking 6-deuce. Won't play that.
Action on Abby Daniels. And the lady at the table looks down at 2 ladies.
What a time to get them.
What a hand for her.
Raise.
Caps a card with that little see-through train, and she's gonna raise.
Yeah, she makes it $250,000 to go.
Vitas and Barry out. Back on Kurt Kohlberg.
All in.
Oh, he's pushing all in.
This could spell doom for Kurt.
Can't blame him, and this is almost automatic, you would think, for her with the queens.
Well, Kurt has finished 5th his last 2 previous times at a WPT final table.
I call.
Here, he can finish in 6th place very easily.
She's made the right call.
2 queens.
And look at this look by Kurt. Oh, man.
If Abby Daniels' hand stands up here, she'll be the chip leader at this final table with 5 players left.
So Kurt Kohlberg, 3rd time at the WPT final table. He has finished 5th twice. His dream of a WPT championship all on the line. And right now, he needs a lot of luck. Let's see if he can get it.
Yeah, flop comes 10-8-4.
No help with that flop for Kurt. Abby Daniels well out in front with the queens. Kurt looking very depressed, needs a miracle. Oh,
he gets it. The jack comes off. Abby can't believe it. Nobody else can either, including Kurt. She must now catch a queen or a 9 to win this pot. A 9 would give her a straight. A queen would give her a bigger 3 of a kind.
Down to the river we go.
Well, it's an 8. Kurt Kohlberg has made a full house to win this pot. Vince, he hit a jack on the river a minute ago to stay alive. Here he caught the 2-outer on the turn. And he is over to see the Royal Flush girls, saying, girls, how about this?
52-year-old Kurt Kohlberg with the suck-out of the night, maybe of the year.
A miracle double-up for Kurt Kohlberg, vaulting him into 2nd chip position. This also sets Kurt up nicely for WPT Player of the Year points. That race currently has Andy Frankenberger in the lead, with Vivek Rajkumar not far behind. In the meantime, we have to take a quick break here in South Florida, but there's more poker action as the WPT's coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues. Stick around.
Hello. I would say that once people meet me in person and actually talk to me, they realize that I'm not a douchebag. I despise that kid. I've been here for like 4 days and he just walks around and talks way too much. I guess I'm just overly critical and I jump to conclusions that someone's bad at poker, and they take that as like a strike to their personality, which is not true at all. If someone's bad at poker, that doesn't mean that I don't like them. It just means that I think they're bad at poker. Unless they're bad at poker and then they think they're the best, then I don't like them, because then they're just stupid. Get me the hell out of here.
Well, Certainly, Alan Berry doesn't lack confidence in his poker game, but he's a very bright guy, a double major from Rutgers. And Vince, I really believe that because he is so intelligent, he just doesn't think anybody can play as good as him.
Well, he's been a poker pro for 3 whole years. Must be nice to be young and know it all. All right, back to the felt we go. He folds. And now Taylor also folding.
Action around the Kurt. He's got the ace-4 offsuit. He's in the cutoff position. He's going to raise it.
And now Justin Zaki looking at a seductive 9-8 of clubs.
He's got those suited connectors on the button in position. Wants to see a flop and makes the call.
And Abby Daniels now with a interesting little 5-6 of clubs, and she's also going to make the call.
Well, got the suited connectors, but unfortunately for her, the same suit.
And Tommy Vitas in the big blind with just queen 3 of hearts.
Well, Vince, he's got money in the pot. He's getting a huge price on his money right here, so he makes the call with the queen 3 of hearts. 4-way action.
Pretty amazing.
Welcome to Florida.
All right, who will be lucky? Let's see.
And flop comes king 10-4, 2 flush draws. And unfortunately for Abby, she's got the smaller flush draw.
Well, she has checked it. Tommy Vitas also checking. Now Kurt Kohlberg with a little pair of 4s, going to check as well.
All 4 players checking around. Now a 9 of spade comes off. That actually gives Justin Zaki the best hand and the best draw.
Abby going to check again, and Tommy Vitas saying, enough of this stuff. You guys must be weak. I'm betting 235,000.
Tommy's just got the gut shot straight draw.
Kurt out. But Zaki now is going to make the call.
And Abby is going to make the call, too. Abby drawing completely dead here.
Little does she know.
She better hope the club doesn't come off.
Down to the river we go. 3 players.
Oh, a jack of clubs.
Oh, man.
Abby has made a flush. Justin has made a flush.
Abby's going to bet that. It's all in.
Well, Tommy Vitas has made it straight.
I call.
Now, he quickly calls. And that infuriates Zaki because he's saying, what's going on here? Am I beat?
Well, Vince, it was a huge bet. 845,000 and a snap call. All of a sudden, your 9-9 flush doesn't look that good.
I fold.
Oh, man, he's folding.
Well, he lays this hand down. Abby's going to win this pot with a flush. Justin is going to die when he sees these hands.
Oh, yeah.
And the truth is, the bad call by Tommy Vitas cost Justin this pot.
Zaki is spitting blood right now. He can't believe he got outsmarted there. The lady at the table taking the pot.
Tommy should be fearful that one of the 2 opponents had a flush draw there.
How can I call it 3 snaps?
So a break for the lady there, and she wins a huge pot.
Abby Daniels vaulting from 6th place to chip leader. All I can say is, wow.
Well, Kimberly, it goes without saying that Abby Daniels has proven to be a force to be reckoned with. She is fearless. But things didn't always go her way here, like in that unfortunate hand against Kurt Kohlberg. But you got to give her credit. She's not backing down, and she's continuing to fight.
And Vince, any surprises in what you've seen tonight?
I think the biggest surprise for me is the relative calmness we have seen from this young Alan Berry. What happened? We were expecting fireworks, weren't we, Mike, from this young loudmouth? But it looks like he is taking his time. He is quiet, he's reserved, he is waiting to strike and maybe open up his mouth.
You never know. Well, gentlemen, as you know, only one of these 6 players will walk out of Hollywood, Florida as the next WPT champion. So join us next time for WPT's continuing coverage of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight, we are in Hollywood, Florida, where the competition for one of the last titles of Season 9 is still up for grabs. The conclusion of the final table at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is about to start, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
Seminole Hard Rock Showdown is the first major televised poker tournament to be held in South Florida, an area known as the training ground for several big-time pros, including two-time WPT champ Michael the Grinder Mizrahi, WPT's one-to-watch Jason Mercier, and WPT final tableist Vanessa Russo. The tournament started 5 days ago with a field of 433 players paying $10,000 to compete for their share of a $4.1 million prize pool. The competition was fierce and led to a final table that's been packed full of surprises, highlighted by the fact that we're halfway through tonight's competition and we still have a full final table of 6 players. So let's turn to our resident experts, Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and our very own Vince Van Patten to see what this means. Guys, thoughts on tonight's competition?
Well, Kimberly, you're right. It's very rare for us to still have 6 players at this point in the tournament. Now, several factors got us into this situation. First of all, we started with relatively low blinds and antes, which allows the players to take their time and choose their spots, just like WPT's one-to-watch Alan Berry has done. We expected to see a lot of fireworks from Alan, but instead, he's been sitting back and only playing premium hands like the ace-queen he did against the lone female at the table, amateur Abby Daniels. Now, Abby has proven to be an aggressive player who's not afraid to play with these established pros. Unfortunately for her, Kurt Kohlberg got very lucky against Abby when his pocket jacks beat her pocket queens. So, thanks in part to the suckouts like that, we've still got 6 players left.
That's so true. And Mike, don't forget, we have the talents of WPT champ Tommy Vitas, who has been on his own roller coaster ride this evening, doubling through the smart young pro Taylor von Krigenberg. But then he gave some of those chips back to the other local pro, Justin Zaki. Now, this is the first TV table for both Taylor and Justin, but they are both holding their own under the bright lights here in Hollywood, Florida, so I wouldn't be surprised to see either one of them go all the way.
Well, Kimberly, my pick is going to be Abby Daniels. I really like her. But we're also seeing good fortune shine in the direction of Kurt Kohlberg. And Vince, as you know, when destiny shines on you, sometimes it's just going to go your way.
You're right.
Well, guys, tonight's winner will take home over $1.1 million, which includes a seat to next week's season-ending $25,000 buy-in WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. A lot on the line tonight. It does look like WPT sideline reporter and tournament director Matt Savage is ready to resume play. So, guys, take it away.
Well, the lone lady at the table, business executive Abby Daniels, out in front with $2.9 million in chips.
What a story that is. She's only been playing poker for a year and a half. Can she take this big title down? We will see. Taylor with a quick fold, and now Kurt Kohlberg with a 6-5 of diamonds raise. Is going to raise to 125. Justin Zaki and Abby Daniels both going out, but Tommy Vitas.
He's got the king-9 of hearts in the small blind, going to make the call.
Trash talker Alan Berry going away, so two-handed poker. Here we go.
So flop comes 9-6-5, just an incredible flop for both players. Tommy's got top pair and a flush draw.
And he checks it.
As you can see, Kurt has flopped 2 pair.
And he bets it. 175.
Buckle up, folks. You're going to see a lot of chips going in the pot here. And both players have good reason to put chips in the pot, I might add.
Well, Tommy Vitas going to make the raise. Goes to 475. Now, Kurt with 2 pair on that flop.
All in.
Wow, he goes all in.
Well, you can't blame him. He's going to get called, too.
Yep.
Nobody's going to get away from this hand. Top pair and a flush draw.
Good luck, Kurt.
Well, it's a showdown at the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Kurt has Tommy Vitas well covered. So Vitas's life on the line here. A WPT champion, 8 of diamonds on the turn. Does not help Tommy.
Tommy can win the pot if an 8 comes up, a king comes up, or a heart comes up. They'd split the pot if a 7 comes up.
Otherwise, it's over for Tommy Vitas.
But Kurt Kohlberg out in front right now with the 2 pair. Can they stand up? Yes. Deuce of spade comes off. Tough luck for Tommy Vitas right there. Everybody would get their money in the pot there with top pair and a flush draw. Just didn't hit the hand and goes out in 6th place.
And he made a great run, but not to be. He's going to pick up 166,000. But Tommy Vitas is out, and we are down to 5.
Well, nice ovation for Tommy, but he's not feeling too good right now.
There's plenty more action to come from the seminal Hard Rock Showdown, including Tony Dunst and The Raw Deal. My 5 questions with WPT final tableist Vanessa Russo, and another installment of WPT's Ones to Watch. More from the seminal Hard Rock Showdown right after this.
The Seminole Hard Rock has been so much fun this week. This place is like paradise.
We partied with the players. We got to play volleyball with them. It was a lot of fun.
The pool is amazing. Hang out and like get some sun. I can't wait to come back.
The Royal Flush Girls certainly enjoying themselves. And what a fantastic venue here. We've been playing this tournament in the Hard Rock Live Arena, where normally acts like the great Bruce Springsteen plays.
That is right. And tonight we have our own little excitement as these players compete for a WPT title. Now, Abby Daniels with just a 6-4 of diamonds, going to make it 160 to go.
Well, we've been telling you how aggressive she is. She just continues to put pressure on her opponents.
Alan Berry out, but Taylor von Kragenberg with an ace-jack. He's going to make this call. Kurt Kohlberg out.
Now, against tight players, you wouldn't make a call with an ace-jack like this, but against aggressive players, you obviously do. And what a flop it is. It's Jack 5-3. Taylor has top pair with top kicker. Abby has an open-end straight draw. We could see fireworks.
Yeah, well, he's checked, and she's going to bet. It looks like $255,000. And he is going to walk the dog, just calling.
Knows she's aggressive. Gonna let her continue to take the lead.
10 of spades, no help for Abby. Taylor going to check again into her. Oh, she's too shrewd for that. She checks behind him.
And now a queen comes off. Taylor out in front with the jacks, but I can assure you he didn't like that card because she could have ace-queen or ace-king here very easy the way this hand was played.
Well, he checks, and now she's betting 325 with absolute zip and pip. Just aggressive, bluffing at all times. Oh, he's sickened by this.
It is a tough call to make here with 2 jacks. The way the hand was played, it looks like she could have ace-king or ace-queen very easy, in which case he'd be beat. But he does make the call, and he is going to win this pot with 2 jacks.
Very solidly done.
Give him credit for making the call, but give her credit for trying to win that pot by making a bluff bet on the end.
She has heart. Not happy with that, but you got to give her credit. She's bold. She's aggressive. Didn't work out that time. All right, back to the felt we go. Justin Zaki, only 26 years old, picks up a huge hand, ace-king.
I'm on.
And he goes all in with the short stack. Abby quickly folds. The mouth, Alan Berry folding.
Please.
Now Taylor wants a count. And Mike, look at this. He has ace-queen.
Should be
Taylor's asked for a count.
9995. 995.
Oh, a confident 995,000 blurted out there.
I call.
Wow, he's made the call.
Well, he is not going to like it. He is dominated.
Kurt out. Zaki in a great place.
Well, there you see the frustration by Taylor as he flips his ace-queen up in the air, seeing he is in dire straits.
Yep, Justin Zaki and his buddies there. They're excited. Justin with a huge chance to double up.
Justin loving it right now. And why not? Well, it's come 9-7-4 with 2 spades.
All right, so Taylor with 1 spade in his hand.
And he does have the ace of spade, but he needs help.
Oh, this is fun.
Zaki out in front. Here comes the turn card.
Well, a 5 of diamonds comes on the turn, so he must catch a queen on the river. And unfortunately for him, Abby folded the queen, as did Kurt. Obviously, Justin does not know that. He thinks he's got to sweat a 3-outer, but a king comes on the river. So Justin Zaki going to double up here and take down over a $2 million pot.
Oh, yeah, the Zaki fans going crazy. Justin Zaki, 26-year-old, makes it happen right there.
There's still more to come, including the Raw Deal with Tony Dunst and my 5 questions with Lady Maverick herself, Vanessa Russo. What was your reaction when you finally saw that Antonio had bluffed you with 8-4 off that final table? Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This seminal Hard Rock Showdown started 6 days ago with a field of 433, including several of the hot up-and-coming players the WPT has been tracking all season. And one of those players, Alan Berry, is sitting at this final table. Now, Alan's been very quiet tonight, but he's not normally a person who keeps his thoughts to himself, as you can see in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Oh yeah, that's the double fist pump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
Yeah, coming off one final table, trying to go back-to-back, Hollywood and Indiana, now we're at the Hollywood in Florida. It'd only be fitting, right?
We're at WPT, Florida, in Hollywood, Florida, my hometown.
This is an awesome location. Get to go to the beach in the morning.
The weather's perfect here. There's a lot of action out here. It's really good.
Florida's pretty sweet. You know, I'm always having a good time when I'm here.
It's the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, day number 1.
Could use a win. I haven't cashed it, have I? Shows you what talent means in the poker world. Nothing.
Alan Berry, he thinks real highly of himself.
No matter what happens, I know I'm talented. And
he thinks he's almost the gift to poker from the poker gods.
He's got a little mouth on him, which is good. You know, I think he throws people off their game. I think that's a part of his plan, is just like the mental, psychological attack on people.
I have 6 batteries on my bag, and I would love to shove them directly up your
Basically, there's only so much Alan can take, and his threshold is surprisingly low.
Get me the hell out of here.
You know, he's just, you know, talking smack and getting into people's heads, but, you know, it doesn't really bother me. I think it's funny.
I punished him for you.
I love Alan as well. I think he's absolutely hilarious, and I really like him. I have like 280 now or something.
I have 285, so.
Wow, well, I didn't count. I might have 285 or 286.
I might have 295.
I might have 296.
I think I have 297.
Okay.
They started out great, then it all went to.
All right, guys, name and chip down again. Make sure we can read it.
So yeah, I'm the last one standing, but who really gives a They all suck anyways.
Oh, Alan Berry.
Ooh, my first cash. I mean, I really badly need to final table this. Anything but like top 3 is going to be very disappointing. I feel like I should be happier than I actually am. I should go talk to a therapist about that.
Alan's currently sitting in 5th chip position, but stands to take the lead in our ones to watch leaderboard no matter where he places tonight. Looks like the game's back in play, so let's get down to the felt with Mike and Vince.
Well, Alan Berry, brash, cocky, confident, but I sort of like the guy.
He is interesting. From Snotsville, New Jersey. I'm sorry, Hoboken, New Jersey. But we got 5 players remaining here tonight. Action to Kurt Kohlberg. He quickly folds. Justin Zaki, the Floridian, with a pair of 5s, will raise, makes it 135.
Abby going out.
And now Alan. Oh, he's got an ace-10 of diamonds.
I'm all in.
He's on a short stack, and he goes all in.
Well, he has moved all in for $1.2 million.
How much is it?
Taylor out.
Please.
Well, Justin just has 2 5s here. Going to cost him over $1 million to make this call. It's one thing to move in with 2 5s. It's another thing to call with him, but he's made the call. I can't believe it, Vince. I could have never made that call. If you're up against an overpair, you're really up against it. And the very best situation you can be in is this one where you're in a race situation. So, A, you got to hope the guy doesn't have an overpair, and then B, you got to hope to win the race. It's just too much to ask for, I think. Let's see if he can do it. Well, so far, so good for Justin. Queen 4-4, it comes on the flop, so his 2 5s are out in front.
Alan Berry with a little indigestion there.
Well, he is in dire straits here. He's got to catch an ace or a 10 or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be out of here in 5th place.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, a jack comes off. That does give Alan a straight draw. He must catch an ace, a king, or a 10 to win this pot, or it's tapioca pudding for him. And a 5 comes off, giving Justin a full house. He's going to take down this pot. Alan Berry stalking out of here, shakes hand, but as you can see, not a very happy camper.
He's going to pick up $211,000. You know, you can't blame him for pushing with his money with an ace-10 of diamonds. But what a call, what a feel there by Justin, the Floridian.
And Vince, I couldn't have made that call for over $1 million with 2 5s there.
And right now, Matt Savage is talking to Alan Berry.
What happened? I was card dead for about 6 hours, watched 3 card racks just pick up hand after hand, and saw really terrible poker, and apparently you get rewarded for it. I mean, I don't even know if that kid should be calling with 5s. I mean, he played so many hands terribly. Whatever, I mean, it's an easy jam for me to jam ace-10 of diamonds.
Well, as you can see, Alan not very happy with that result. He, like me, Didn't think Justin should have called him with the 2 5s for over $1 million. But it certainly worked out for Justin. And he is in great shape with a shot to win this title.
All right, back to the game at hand. 4 players remain. Taylor von Kriegenberg, the 22-year-old, with a nothing 8-5. Got a raise, though, with that junk hand makes it 150. Kurt going out.
Now, action over to Justin Zaki. Got to be feeling good right now after just eliminating Alan Berry from this tournament. But here he's going to go out.
And now Abby Daniels with a queen jack of clubs.
Pretty standard to play this hand, I would think. There's the choo-choo train she caps her cards with.
And, of course, she makes the call with the queen jack of clubs. Here's the flop.
Well, flop comes ace, ace, deuce. No help to either player.
Well, they both check this.
Well, a jack comes off. This gives Abby aces and jacks.
Yep, and she's going to bet 185. Taylor with absolute zip and pip, nothing, nada.
Now look at this, Vince.
Whoa.
He is going to raise it here to 400,000 to represent he was slow playing a giant hand on the flop there, where he's got 3 aces.
He may have nothing in his hand, but he's got guts, but she's not going away. She makes a nice call.
She does make a nice call here. Now the 9 of spade comes off. That no help to either player.
Back on Abby, and look at this. She's going to lead out.
This is strange to me. When you get raised on the turn, how can you lead out on the river here in this situation?
Of course, he does have nothing.
Well, if the guy's got nothing, let him bluff his money off.
Well, she's only been playing 1.5 years, Mike. We got to give her a little break. Now, look at this. He's coming back over the top.
Vince, I think he's read her exactly perfectly. He's put her on a pair of jacks. Thinks he can get her off of it by raising her again, and he does so.
Yeah.
Well, great play by Taylor von Kriegenberg to come over the top and raise her yet again on the river there with nothing. Give him credit for reading that perfectly.
One thing that I see in a lot of poker players is you look in their eyes and they have no soul. It's a really sad thing. And that's something that I never want to happen to myself. That's why I play when I want to play, I do what I want to do, and I just try to experience the moment as much as I can and just be as happy as possible.
Well, he's very happy right now because he bluffed on the turn and bluffed on the river to win that pot. Give him credit for taking it down, but I'm still puzzled why Abby would bet out on the river on that last hand.
All right, let's get back to the dogfight. Kurt Kohlberg, quick fold. Justin Zaki, he's folded as well. Abby is calling with 10-9, and now Taylor with just a 7-deuce.
Well, then she just sense a little frustration in Abby now. Just wants to get this guy.
And he's going to raise with his junk hand. Abby calls.
He won the last pot with an 8-5 offsuit when he didn't help it at all. Here he's got a 7-deuce offsuit and raises before the flop.
They're playing with nothing, folks. And look at this flop, 4-4-3. Helps neither player.
Abby's going to check.
And Taylor, nothing hitting, but will make a continuation bet, 200,000, and it's going to work.
Well, Vince, he just understands the situation. Understands what she's got when she limps in like that. Just going to try to take the pot away from her, even though he's got the very worst 2-card starting hand in hold'em, a 7-deuce offsuit. Cards are irrelevant. You play situations and players.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour's coverage of the seminal Hard Rock Showdown. We have 4 players left, and as we get closer to crowning a champ, the skill level of these competitors becomes even more important. Our own Tony Dunst has his thoughts on what's been going on in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Old school poker logic tells us that you should never try to bluff a loose player. But Taylor von Kriegenberg ain't on that old thing. Taylor von Kriegenberg is all about that new thing, and he don't give a word I can't say what his cards are when he does it. And damn, it feels good to be a gangster. We begin with 8-5 offsuit, which is of course the hand most people are raising pre when I do this segment. Abby makes the standard call out of the big, and we see a very polarized ace-ace-deuce flop. When Abby checks, Taylor checks behind, aiming to create the illusion that he's slow playing a big hand, and with the intention to let Abby know about it on future streets with a series of bets or raises depending on her actions and run out. Abby actually turns a pair and fires out a value bet with it. Taylor follows through with his plan to sell the idea of having trip aces and makes what appears to be a value raise. The turn play alone will work often enough when Abby is firing with low equity after the flop check induced her. When paired with the intention to follow through on most rivers, it starts really getting profitable because there's a very narrow range of hands Abby will be able to call down with against that degree of pressure, especially since Taylor knows she will call with a pretty loose range of hands out of the big blind pre. Abby calls the turn raise, and we see a harmless 9 of spades on the river. Abby elects to remove many less experienced players who are uncertain of their hand strength making these kind of river scenarios. A small donk blocking bet in the area of quarter pot. Taylor quickly picks up on the weakness of the lead and raises his air up to an even million. Abby doesn't seem to even consider calling the raise, and Taylor quietly takes down his pot while still selling the ambiance of a man who had it. It's important to note that throughout the hand, at no point does Abby do anything unreasonable. In fact, her river bet will produce the result she was hoping for in many cases. The only problem here is that she's run into a player who knows how to spot this bet for what it is and promptly exploit it to his advantage. A player who knows just how good it feels to be a gangsta.
Good players win pots without cards. Taylor von Kriegenberg proving that.
All right, and right now the blinds are going up to 40 and 80,000. To the felt we go. Kurt Kohlberg with sixes. He's going to raise to 200,000. Justin Zaki out, and look at this. Abby Daniels going all in with just ace-8.
Yeah, it's going to cost Kurt another $1 million to make this call here as Taylor goes out.
I call.
And he quickly makes the call.
Certainly does.
Well, I just criticized Justin for making the same play. He called an all-in bet for another $1 million. Against Alan Berry and knocked him out. Will the same scenario happen here?
Abby Daniels from Coral Springs, Florida. Semi-retired CEO. Needs some luck here. Can she get it? No, not there.
Well, it's come 5-3 deuce. A 4 won't even help her. It'll give her a straight, but Kurt will have a bigger straight. She must catch an ace or an 8 to win this pot.
Here we go with a turn.
Well, a 7 comes off, so we're down to the river. Abby needs an ace or an 8, or she's going to be our 4th place finisher.
She's got to pull off a miracle here.
River Can she get lucky? Nope. The board pairs 3s. That's going to do it for the lone lady at the table. Abby Daniels gets a great ovation from the crowd, and well-deserved. Ben, she played great poker all week long. Just wasn't meant to be. Kurt Kohlberg just too lucky against her tonight.
Right now, Matt Savage over to talk to Abby.
Abby, a great run and only your 3rd World Poker Tour event. Are we going to see more on the tour?
Oh, definitely, definitely.
So you quitting your day job?
Yes.
All right. All right.
Yeah.
Congratulations again.
Thanks a lot.
Kimberly, back to you.
Local favorite Abby Daniels is out in 4th place. The remaining 3 will continue the fight for the 1st place prize as the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown continues right after this.
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
Welcome back to the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We just saw Abby Daniels knocked out in 4th place. Now, Abby is not the only woman we've seen in a WPT final table. Earlier this season, Vanessa Russo took 3rd place at the Doyle Brunson 5-Diamond World Poker Classic. I sat down with this energetic and sometimes polarizing player to find out what's really going on in her mind. How does the Seminole Hard Rock play into your poker career?
That's the place pretty much where everything started for me in poker. It was only like 45 minutes away from where I went to law school at University of Miami. Totally good times. I was just a little young grasshopper, 21, 22, learning to play there, and it's where I built my bankroll.
Who's a better poker player, Vanessa Russo or Vanessa Selbst?
Consistently over the course of our careers, the results are a little better, but I certainly plan on changing that. You guys trying to create a rivalry?
No, not at all. What was your reaction when you finally saw that Antonio had bluffed you with 8-4 off at that final table?
It's disappointing that I didn't go with my gut. I mean, obviously I thought he was bluffing on the turn. That's why I called $1 million.
Mullen.
Whoa!
It's just a really hard call to make. You know, it's credit to Antonio for having the cojones to make that bluff.
I know this is a sensitive topic for you, but your husband, Chad Brown, he recently had a health scare. How's he doing?
Well, he has cancer, which really sucks. And being 28 myself, it's not something I've had a lot of experience with. And it's been really hard. It's made me reprioritize some of the things that I thought were important that really aren't, and to realize that family and relationships with other people is 100% the most important thing.
Is the professional poker world at the point where the sex of the player is irrelevant?
Obviously, whether or not it's a woman or a man is going to affect somehow at some level how they perceive some hand. You know, there's just a fundamental difference in the biology of men and women. However, as females catch up with their male counterparts in poker in terms of results, the quality of play, there's certainly no difference.
We have yet to have a woman take down an open event here on the WPT, but it really is just a matter of time. Cards are back in the air, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, Vanessa Russo is a very good poker player, but really what impresses me about her, Vince, is she graduated from Duke in 2.5 years.
She's a great young lady, excellent player. But back to the action, Justin Zaki has raised with King-Queen. Annie's now 20,000 blinds, are 60 and 120. Taylor's gone out, and now Kurt.
900.
With ace-4 says 900,000 to go.
Well, gotta be bold with this hand. Comes right over the top with an ace-4 offsuit.
They're gonna open up their games. That's what you have to do when you're down to three-handed poker. And Kurt has done just that.
Well, Justin now fearful his opponent's got ace-king or ace-queen where he's dominated.
Yep, he's gonna peek over at Kurt, and he says all in.
He's got 6 cents, as we say. In other words, he just sensed a little weakness by Kurt there. By the way, he boldly blurted out 900,000. So moved all in over the top with just a king-queen to take down that pot. That is really reading your opponents well. Knowing Kurt is not going to call him without an absolute premium hand.
There's Kurt in Paris, first time on the WPT back in the day, and then, of course, at Foxwoods.
And he went out 5th in Paris, went out 5th at Foxwoods.
Now he's here for his 3rd time on the World Poker Tour at a final table. Very impressive.
Well, with that last pot, Justin Zaki now the chip leader.
And it's on him, and look at this. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
It's almost like he was rewarded. He outplayed his opponent in the last hand with the worst cards. And now, all of a sudden, the next hand, he's getting 2 aces.
And makes it 280. But look, Taylor, he's got a king-10. He's considering this.
All in.
He says all in.
Oh, boy. This could be doom and gloom for Taylor Van Kriegenberg.
Kurt out, and a quick call by Justin Zaki.
The dream scenario. Well, there you see the blank stare of Taylor Van Kriegenberg. He knows it is doom for him. Justin has him well covered in chips. And unless he gets extremely lucky, Taylor Van Kriegenberg is going to be out in 3rd place here.
Wow, it is happening fast here. Huge hand for Justin. He gets the action he wants, and right now he's got a pigeon on the ropes. Taylor's gang not liking it. Here comes the flop.
Well, flop comes queen 10-5, so Taylor gets a piece of it. He needs a king or a 10 to take the lead. 2 running cards will give him a straight, but right now, Taylor in bad shape.
Yep, the Floridian Justin Zaki out in front with the aces. Still has to sweat a couple cards. Here comes 4th Street.
A king! Oh no! Unbelievable. Justin just stares at the board. Taylor can't believe it either. It is not over, though. Justin has a lot of cards he can catch to win this pot. He can catch an ace, a queen, a jack, or a 5. All those will win the hand for him. Everything else will lose it.
River card.
The 4 comes off. Really tough luck right there for Justin Zaki to get a chance to get all your money in with 2 aces before the flop to bust a player to play. And wham, bam, thank you, ma'am. Taylor Van Kriegenberg makes 2 pair to take down this pot.
And not only take it down, but he's our chip leader again. Taylor Van Kriegenberg, 22 years old, makes it happen.
The minimum age for this tournament is 18 years of age. This is different compared to other tournaments around the country because poker in the state of Florida, you're allowed to play at 18. For the last remaining 18 to 20-year-old, we were going to give them a signed guitar from Aaron Lewis, the lead singer of Stain.
Alexander Condon from Sioux City, Iowa. He is our youngest, highest place finisher.
You play guitar? I do now.
Welcome back to Hollywood, Florida, and the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This event started with 433 players, all hoping to make it to this final table and win the $1.1 million first place prize. The field included a couple players who won seats on ClubWPT.com. Matt Savage had a chance to talk with these players, and here's what they had to say.
Are you enjoying your time here in Florida?
Very much so, yeah. It's the first time in Florida. I've been to the States 2 times before, but yeah, it's a good experience.
So what did you have to do to get to this event?
I played in a satellite online at Club WPT. There was 1,700 runners, and I came first.
$1 million for first place plus now. Exciting? Nervous?
Very nervous, very exciting. All good.
All right, well, you looked good at the table, so good luck to you.
Awesome. Cheers, mate.
Cheers. We're here with Club WPT winner Joe Castellana. Now, you've won your way into this, and how did you do that?
I played and beat out 1,764 people.
Are you having a good time in Florida?
Having a great time. And I never had an experience like this in my life.
There is nothing better than seeing people have a good time and living their dreams, and that's exactly what ClubWPT.com has given these players. For $19.95 a month, ClubWPT.com members can play an unlimited number of tournaments, have fun earning cash and prizes, including seats to WPT events. I even play on ClubWPT.com. It's really a blast. So look for me if you're a VIP member, and if you're not, sign up today and see how much fun it is to play. Like they say, you'll never lose a dime playing poker at ClubWPT.com. All right, it looks like the action has started, so let's get to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, with that last suck out, Taylor von Kriegenberg, the big chip leader now with 7.6 million in chips. And Justin Zacky's talking to himself, Vince. He got aces cracked. He'd have been the monster chip leader playing heads up for the title. As it is, he's got to go back to work.
Well, this time he has king 7 off suit. He's got the button, and he's going to move it up to 325 to go.
And raise on the button. Taylor going out. And Kurt Kohlberg looks down at queen 10 of diamonds. He's on the extreme short stack here in this three-handed battle. Is this where you want to make a stand? That's the question.
Kurt's third WPT final table. He's a heck of a player, and he is going to move it all in. He shoves.
He's doing it. Justin doesn't like it. Feels pot committed, though. Now he's nodding his head. He sees he's out in front with the king high. So he's very happy to see that hand out of Kurt after Kurt moved all in and he called him. He's saying, well, I couldn't win with 2 aces. Maybe I can win with a king 7.
Justin Zachy up on his feet. His T-shirt buddies liking the situation. He's got to sweat another one. Here we go.
Oh, a nice flop for both players, actually. Justin out in front with the 2 kings. But Kurt has the open-end straight draw.
He's got hope.
Yeah. Needs an ace or a 9 to win the pot. Or 2 running cards that are a queen or a 10.
The drama continues. Here's the turn card, a 5 of clubs.
Well, we are down to the river. Kurt Kohlberg's been very lucky here. When he's been all in several times, he took 2 jacks, he beat 2 queens. He caught a jack on the river to make an ace high straight to win the pot. And he's done it again.
Oh, man.
He caught an ace on the river here. And Justin Zachy has got to be talking to himself. What is going on here?
Brutal. Justin Zachy getting hit over the head time and time again.
Unbelievable. Kurt took 2 jacks, he beat 2 queens for all his money. He won a race where he spiked a jack on the river to make an ace high straight. Here he had to catch an ace or a 9 on the river. He has done it all 3 times when he's been all in, Vince. And you really have to feel the pain for Justin Zachy now.
Get out the smelling salts. His best hand's getting cracked. All right, back to the next hand. Taylor von Kriegenberg well out in front. He says all in with a silly little 6-7 of clubs. Just going to try to power through this one. Kurt going away.
Go.
Oh, but a quick call by Justin Zachy, who has ace-jack.
Well, for the 3rd consecutive hand, Justin Zachy has well the best of it when all the money's in the pot. Justin now saying, what can happen this time? Once again, he's out in front with the ace-jack against the 6-7. Every time his money's gone in, he's had the best hand.
That's right.
Another crazy things can happen here. It's been happening all night.
Haven't got in bed once all tournament.
Justin liking this, though.
Well, Vince, there's got to be some justice somewhere at some point. And so far, it looks like a little justice for Justin here as it comes King 10-10. Well out in front here.
King out there.
If an ace, king, queen, or jack comes off, Taylor will be drawing dead. No card he can catch to win it. Right now, he must catch a 6 or a 7 to take the lead.
Taylor hoping against hope. He can hit something here.
Oh, no! A 6 comes on the turn. This just doesn't even seem fair. Unbelievable. Justin must catch an ace, king, queen, or a jack now, or he is going to be out in 3rd place.
What is going on here? Taylor hits a 6. Here we go.
Justin needs an ace, king, queen, or jack. Doesn't happen as the 5 comes off. Folks, we've heard about days that aren't meant to be. Well, I can tell you, for Justin Zaki, this is that day. Unbelievable how many times he got his money in with the best hand, yet never won a pot.
Phenomenal. I don't think we've seen anything quite like this on the WPT before. Justin taking the hits here tonight. Going to take home $415,000 and an ulcer.
Well, a nice round of applause for Justin, and well-deserved, I might add. Played fantastic poker. Just got extremely unlucky time and time and time again.
With Justin Zaki out in 3rd place, will it be Kurt Kohlberg or Taylor von Kriegenberg who takes the title? We'll be right back with exciting heads-up action from the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown. Don't go away.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
All right. And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models Sanisa, Michelle, Melissa, and Melanie. Throwing down the cold hard cash onto the table.
Well, these two players are going to be splitting up nearly $1.8 million. The winner taking home over $1.1 million. The runner-up getting nearly $600,000. So a lot on the line for both of these guys. Kurt Kohlberg making his 3rd WPT final table appearance, and incredibly, Taylor von Kriegenberg playing in his first ever WPT event.
We are ready for heads-up action. During the break, sideline reporter and respected tournament director Matt Savage had a chance to talk with Taylor von Kriegenberg and Kurt Kohlberg, and here's what they had to say.
I know you've had an up-and-down battle all night long. How do you feel about this heads-up?
I've been saying it from the beginning. A higher power above is in charge right now, man, and just whoever gets the luckiest is going to take it down, you know, so we'll see what happens. I feel good, but Kurt's a great player, and he has a great chance, too.
Here you are, heads up. Do you think you got a chance?
Definitely. I'm just going to do the best I can. I'm sure Taylor is a very experienced heads-up player, but I'm going to play to the best of my ability, and we'll see what happens. I never gave up, though, and I never will. This trophy is... I just started to play guitar, and to have that trophy would be just a real dream come true.
Well, here we go. The heads-up battle about to begin. This is like the Massachusetts State Championship. Both of these guys from Massachusetts.
Descendants of the Pilgrims descending on the Sunshine State. One of them about to become the next WPT champion. As you can see right there, Taylor von Kriegenberg with 11 million. Kurt with about 1.8.
Well, Kurt looks down at a 10-7 of spade. He's on the button, so he's first to act here.
He knows he has to get aggressive if you want to play in a heads-up battle.
Well, Vince, he's just limping in on the button here, trying to see a cheap flop.
And Taylor has a pretty good ace-6.
All in.
Well, Taylor with the ace-high says all in, and Kurt can't take the heat.
Well, that's the problem when you limp in on the button. It shows that you've got 2 middle cards. So good players know if they have an ace or a king in their hand, they just move all in on the guy and shut him out.
And as you can see, the player of the year standings, Andy Frankenberger, has the most points at this point.
Well, if Taylor von Kriegenberg goes on to win this title, there'll be a 4-way tie for 5th place to tighten up that race with 1 event to go.
All in.
And look at this. Taylor goes all in with just a
call.
queen-8, and Kurt picks up an ace-10. He makes a call. And he's got a good chance of doubling up here.
He sure does. He's about a 2-to-1 favorite as the cards lie to double up here and get right back in this thing.
That's how you got to make it happen. You got to win a few of these.
Well, we haven't seen the best hand fare too well so far at this final table tonight. Will we see one more draw out? If we do, this tournament will be history.
No, don't say that. Tournament's
On the
not
other
going to be
hand,
history. No, no.
If Captain
No
Kurt's
history.
hand, ace-10,
Keep going.
holds up, he'll be back in a big-time action in a big way.
Well, everybody on their feet awaiting the flop. Here it comes. It's come queen 4-4 right on the flop. Taylor takes the lead with 2 queens.
Oh, the 22-year-old out-flopping Kurt.
Well, Kurt needs to catch an ace, 2 running spades to make a flush, 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, he's going to be our runner-up. Well, a king comes off. That gives Kurt a straight draw. But with 1 card to go, Kurt must catch an ace or a jack to win this hand and stay alive. Otherwise, Taylor von Kriegenberg will be our champion.
That's right, only 22. First ever WPT tournament. Can he be our champion? We will see. Yes!
A queen comes off. He makes queens full of 4s to win this tournament. And Vince, early on at this final table, I thought Taylor played great poker. He made some moves without cards to win pots. When it got down to 3-handed, he got very lucky to win this tournament.
Taylor, incredible. He's a WPT Poker-Made millionaire. Congratulations, Taylor.
The best way to win at Texas Hold'em is suckouts, baby. Nice job, brother.
Matt Savage going over to talk to our runner-up, Kurt Kohlberg.
Kurt, your 3rd final table on the World Poker Tour, your best finish so far. How do you feel?
I feel great. I would have certainly liked to have won, gave it my all, but didn't quite get there at the end, but I have no regrets.
And here's to the champion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown, Taylor von Kriegenberg.
Thank you, guys. Thank you very much. Cheers, 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 cheers. Thanks, everyone.
So there you have it. Taylor von Kriegenberg lifts his glass in the traditional WPT Champions Toast as we celebrate the conclusion of the Seminole Hard Rock Showdown here in Hollywood, Florida. Taylor's made his way up here from the arena. Come on over here. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
What a wild ride. You came into this final table as a chip leader. You finished on top, but what a wild ride it was in between there. What do you attribute your success to?
My success is clearly 100% attributed to luck. That's how I've gotten here this far. I'm just very lucky. I have good karma. And, you know, I don't know, the cards fall my way. That's about it.
You mentioned that you believe that the cards come from somewhere up above. Is anyone sending you those cards?
Yeah, I think so. My dad passed away almost a year ago, and I think he's like my guardian angel now, and he's taking care of me. So he was my best friend, and now he's looking down from up above. He's my higher power.
You have some backers tonight. One of your friends who makes $10 an hour has a 10% stake in you. So it wasn't just the pressure to win for yourself, but you had some people behind you, right?
Yeah, I really love that tonight I was given the chance to change multiple lives, not just my own, you know. A friend that, you know, like you said, making 10 bucks an hour or whatever he's making. Now, I can give him 100,000 bucks. That feels great. Just making other people happy just makes me happy. So it's wonderful.
Well, we're all very proud of you, and congratulations on your success, and we'll see you at the championship.
All right, awesome.
Join us next time when the WPT travels to Las Vegas for the season-ending WPT World Championship. From the Seminole Hard Rock Casino in Hollywood, Florida, I'm Kimberly Lansing. For Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, Matt Savage, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching, and good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, we will discover who is the best of the best, as one of the most prestigious titles in poker goes to the survivor of the toughest field of the year. The WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring. He needs the extreme miracle.
13 seasons, the WPT World Championship has attracted the biggest names in poker, all trying to take home a title that would seal their place in the history of the game. Understand there are no soft spots in the WPT World Championship. 220 of the best players in the game came to Bellagio, ready to battle for the $1.6 million first place prize and the most coveted of WPT titles. But when you gather so much poker skill together in one room, you know the action's going to be fierce from the very first deal.
We want to certainly wish all of you a great week here at Bellagio. Shuffle up and deal.
It takes a special breed of player to risk the $25,000 buy-in to the WPT World Championship and compete in one of the most stacked fields of the season.
Tough field, a lot of money. 25,000 is a lot of money in this day and age.
But the 20 Season 9 WPT champions did not need to risk the $25,000 entry, as they had already won their seat into this event.
Just looking around, and it's you can see there's some amazing players here. It'll be a nice one to win this one as well, so let's hope we can do the second one.
This was also the last opportunity for players to rack up WPT Player of the Year points and try to catch leader WPT champ Andy Frankenberger. No pressure.
None whatsoever. I'm sure a lot of people in here want me to do really well.
It's like Alessio. Who else is right behind you?
Some guy at my table, Vivek.
Yes,
you know?
Vivek, 100 points
It's great. I don't
behind
have to
you.
wonder how he's doing. He's right across the table from me. One thing I can be sure of is if I do well, I don't have to worry what everyone else does.
But at the WPT World Championship, the one focus on most players' minds, including last season's runner-up in this event, Eric Baldwin, was taking home the title. 170 players would survive the day, including WPT Player of the Year leaders Andy Frankenberger and Vivek Rajkumar, keeping that race alive. But leading the way was 23-year-old pro Christian Harder, who made the final table of this very event 2 seasons ago.
Play well and get lucky. That's all it takes.
As players took their seats on day 2, others took advantage of a late registration, including reigning WPT World Champ David Williams, who was off to a good start.
I don't regret missing yesterday at all. 185.
Among some of the other late registrants were WPT champs Theo Jorgensen, Elke Gross-Pellier, Eugene Kachalov, and Nenad Medic. As usual, Phil Hellmuth delayed his entrance to the Fontana Lounge, and he was followed by the always entertaining Tony G.
It's good for all the nits to be there early. I'm not here to grind it out anymore. Of course, I have the heart and commitment to the game. I love the game.
With the final players in their seats, registration was closed with 220 players, and the action was intense. WPT champ Vivek Rajkumar would fall short in his bid to become the WPT Player of the Year, as he was sent to the rail by businessman Kerry Katz. And WPT Player of the Year points leader Andy Frankenberger was across the room at table 49, one of the toughest tables in the room, seated with multiple WPT champs, including Season 6 world champion David Chu. Andy would hit a bump in the road when he doubled up the one and only Doyle Brunson. But it was high-stakes cash game pro Abe Mosseri who made the most of his table draw and was able to finish off the day as chip leader.
I was just waiting to make some good hands. If I have a big hand, I'm not afraid to lose, and I'm just going to try to run people over a little bit, see how it goes.
But Abe would have his hands full as 116 tough players survived day 2, including Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg, the legendary Doyle Brunson, and reigning champ David Williams, only 4 days away from the final table. The focus on day 3 was accumulating chips, and WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed started doing that from the very first hand. But young pro Galen Hall was looking to get more than just chips from Australian Jason Pritchard.
I'll buy a massage for the rest of the level if you show 5%.
Hidden equity in poker.
Yeah, absolutely. You're too good for me. I'll fold.
I thought I was bluffing on the river, right?
I folded kings too. How much do I have?
A few tables over, Season 9 champ Randall Flowers had exited the room when he thought his pocket queens lost to Club WPT qualifier David Brownworth's flop 2 pair, not realizing the turn and the river saved him. His friend and table mate Steve O'Dwyer gave Randall a call to inform him of his fate, and within a few minutes, Randall was back in his seat, but not for long, and the bust-outs kept coming. The day day ended with 52 players, and David Chu was one of the 3 WPT World Champions still in contention, along with Yevgeny Timoshenko and David Williams. But the 3 players to cross the million chip mark were WPT champ Sam Al-Sayed, Nenad Medic, and shooting star runner-up Stephen Kelly. On day 4, the Royal Flush girls scoped out the field as only 27 of the remaining 52 players would make the money. Cash game pro Tony Gargano was able to pick up momentum when he picked up pocket jacks versus the pocket nines of season 7 WPT world champ Yevgeny Timoshenko. Yevgeny flopped a set, but Tony turned a bigger set.
Wow.
Sending the former champ to the rail.
Even though I didn't make the money, I feel like I made really good decisions overall. I was just really focused the entire tournament, so that's all I can really ask of myself.
Tony Gargano's role would continue as he busted another former champ of this event, season 6 WPT world champion David Chu. WPT Player of the Year point leader Andy Frankenberger also found himself on the rail, short of cashing, and no longer in control of his Player of the Year destiny.
But right now I feel pretty bad. There's a number of guys out there who could take it. So definitely a sweat. You know, I wanted to do it on my own so I didn't have to worry what the other people did, but unfortunately that didn't happen for me today.
As the money bubble approached, there were still a number of big names in the field. And it would be poker pro Hafiz Khan who would fall short of making the money as he was eliminated on the bubble by Justin Young. It was then Galen Hall's turn to go on a rush as he eliminated the great Doyle Brunson in 24th place, Season 9 Bay 101 champ Alan Sternberg in 23rd place, and Day 1 chip leader Christian Harder in 16th place to end the day with a massive stack. But there were 14 other players standing between Galen and the most coveted of WPT titles, including WPT champs Sam Al-Sayed, Nenad Medic, Daniel Alai, and defending WPT world champion David Williams on the short stack.
I got like 10 big blinds. Nothing I can do about it now.
The mood in the Fontana Lounge was tense as the final 15 players began play focused on making the WPT World Championship final table. For 3 of those players, the day brought extra incentive as their hopes of being named WPT Player of the Year were still alive. Reigning champ David Williams was doing his best to achieve the rarest feat in poker, back-to-back world championship titles. But with the short stack, he fell short of history and exited the second casualty of the day. With a 3rd place finish, Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly could take down the Player of the Year honors, and he was in good shape to double up with trip 7s against Roger Teska's pocket aces and nut flush draw. But Roger spiked an ace on the river and denied Stephen the chance to make a second WPT final table this season.
It kind of stings a little bit.
And other talented players continued to fall.
It's really tough. Every table I had was all really good players.
Yeah, I'm happy with the way I played. It just wasn't going to happen.
Obviously, it's frustrating. Could have played a little better today, but this final table is going to be ridiculous. A lot of great players.
With 8 players left, it was WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed who held a huge chip lead. And though he was focused on the win, it would only take a 4th place finish to snatch away the Player of the Year honors from Andy Frankenberger.
It was my objective to be at the final table before I come here. I hope I will make it at the final table, and then I play for 1st place, of course.
But Sam's chip stack and confidence would be shaken as he doubled up Justin Young, then lost a huge pot to Scott Seaver.
What are you doing here? Unbelievable.
And finally losing a race with pocket 5s when Galen Hall flopped quad 10s, and Sam's championship run would end in stunning meltdown as he exited in 8th place, leaving Andy Frankenberger the honor of WPT Player of the Year. It was David Peters who was eliminated on the TV bubble by Scott Seaver. And the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 was set, including a fearless amateur player, an old school pro, and 4 young talented pros with a shot to etch their name in poker history. Getting to this final table was the ultimate test of skill and survival, but the quest to capture the WPT World Championship title only gets more difficult from here. Right now, I'd like to turn it over to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, you played in this prestigious event. How stacked was the field?
Well, Kimberly, I did play in the event, and unfortunately I got knocked out in day 3. But every day when I would walk into the room, I'd look around at each table and see so many talented players. I think we had 51 WPT champions play in this tournament. There were just great players everywhere, but that's as it should be in the WPT World Championship.
And Vince, after 5 days of brutal competition, nonstop poker, do these guys have what it takes to cross the finish line?
Well, of course they do. One of them will become the champion, but what that champion's going to need is his best game, his best strategy, and a lot of heart. So tonight, I advise, hang on tight and get lucky.
Thank you, gentlemen. The action from the final table of the last tournament of Season 9 is almost ready to begin. We'll be back with the start of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by our Season 9 sponsor, ClubWPT.com, right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the WPT World Championship at Bellagio. After 5 days of intense play, we're now down to our final 6 players.
And Mike, these are the survivors. This is the very talented bunch that worked themselves through an incredibly tough field to possibly become a WPT World Champion. Also, there's a little $1.6 million that goes with it.
Huge money on the line here, Vince. Now let's turn it over to Bellagio's renowned tournament director, Jack McClellan, to kick off tonight's action.
Basically starting out with a 30 and 60,000 blind, 5,000 ante. Dealer, shuffle up and deal.
Okay, here we go. Final tournament of Season 9 about to get underway.
That is right. The WPT World Championship about to begin. One of the toughest fields in poker. The cards are being dealt. And first to act is the chip leader, Galen Hall, out of San Francisco. He's going to peek at a King 9. Doesn't like it, folds it. Justin Young also going away. And now Tony Gargano. No, he won't play.
So action around to Roger Teska. Roger, a 26-year-old from Hudson Lake, Indiana. Claims to be an amateur player, but I play a lot of high-stakes poker with Roger, so I'm not sure about that amateur status.
Well, he's made it 120 with a King 9, but Scott Seaver right behind him with an Ace 10, making the call.
Over to the old-school player at the table, Farzad Banyati. He's going to lay it down.
So two-way action, Mike. King 9 versus Ace 10. Here's our first flop.
Flop 9-6-5. Good flop for Rogers. He takes the lead with top pair, but both players check. Surprised Roger would check top pair in that spot. Now a 4 comes off. Again, Scott checks.
And there comes the bet by Roger Teska with the 9. It's 150,000.
Well, Scott Seaver's going to pay him off with the ace high. Really believes ace high might be the best hand in this situation, the way this hand's been played. Now a jack on the river. Again, Scott checks.
Yeah, jack didn't help either player, but Teska bold again, gonna bet 400,000.
Well, Scott knows Roger's a very aggressive player, meaning he bets a lot of hands with junk and has no hand many times when he bets, so he's gonna pay him off with the ace high. But Roger gonna take down the pot.
And they were gambling in the Fontana Lounge early. Well done, Roger Teska.
I suppose anybody that wants to sit down with the world's best and take them on is a little bit out of their mind. I certainly wouldn't try to beat Tiger Woods on the golf course or Michael Phelps in the pool. I'd be drawn dead.
I think he's a good player. He can make it. Me, I don't know.
With poker, there's a luck factor. So the idea that I could sit down with people that are much better than me and still come out on top, it's pretty awesome.
Well, Vince, he paints this picture that he's not a very bright poker player and blah, 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 but don't buy all that stuff. He's sitting at the final table playing for $1.6 million tonight.
We know better. Okay, a couple quick folds. Now Farzad Banyati with 3 bracelets to his name, World Series that is, also going out.
Back around to our chip leader, Galen Hall. Galen's got a BS from Cal Berkeley, and he's going to be getting an MBA from Stanford here in the fall. So very bright guy.
He's raised with just a 10-7. Justin Young going away, but Tony Gargano now with a little wired pair of 6s is interested.
140? 140.
And he's going to make this call. So 10-7 up against a pair of 6s.
Galen Hall trying to steal this pot. Flop comes 5-3 deuce. Good flop for 2 6s here of Tony, but he checks.
Now let's see if Galen will make the continuation bet. Yes, he does. 175,000.
Well, certainly going to get called, at least with the 2 6s here.
Galen doesn't like that. Turn card coming up. Queen of clubs helps neither player.
Well, again, Tony checks. Galen is going to continue to fire here with no hand and no draw.
Oh, he's getting called.
Yeah, he's getting looked up by Tony, so.
To the river we go. And the river card is
a 7.
Oh, boy.
Look at this, Vince. Galen Hall's been stealing this pot since the get-go, and now he's made the best hand on the river.
Gargano meekly checking again.
The guy who's been at it this whole pot now is going to try to get a value bet in here on the river. He's betting 375,000 here.
Cool.
Well, Gargano's about to gag because he's going to pay him off. Now, shows no emotion there, but the wry smile by Galen, as you can see, as he picks up this pot.
I guess you can't stop betting when you have that big a draw.
Pair draw is like the best draw you can have.
I'm saying it's so disguised.
We are just getting started at the WPT World Championship, and there's a lot coming up, including Tony Dunst dishing out the raw deal and a new edition of 5 Questions with WPT Grand Prix de Paris champ Theo Jorgensen. Stick around. How did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
Galen means crazy in Swedish, which is kind of funny because it's how a lot of online players have described my style of play. I don't think it's crazy. I think of myself as a very mathematical player, and if you do the math, the most optimal plays are extremely aggressive. So I try and play very optimal style, and that ends up being what people describe as crazy.
I'm confused. Crazy? Is he? What? What did he say there?
He said all these young guys, they like to keep firing at the pot. It's optimal play.
Okay.
That's the quote they use. What it means is they're very aggressive.
You got all the young lingo now, don't you? You say float a lot. You say optimal play.
I've got it, Vince. I'm trying to get it down here because once again, youth has prevailed. We got 4 guys under the age of 26 at this final table.
All right, back to the action we go. Annie's have gone up to 10,000, 40 and 80, and a raise there by Farzad Banyadi. Galen has made the call with a king-queen. Justin Young with a wired pair of 8s here. He's on a short stack. He's going to fold those, Mike. Interesting.
Wow, I'm shocked by that.
I am too. A couple more folds, and now Roger Teska not going to play. Scott Seaver, though, is interested, will play this.
Well, he's in the big blind, looks down at the 9-6 of clubs. Thinks he's getting priced in, as we say, so we're going to have a 3-way action flop here. The best hand folded. Flop is 7-5-4. An open-in straight draw for Scott. He checks. Farzad checks the Jack-10.
And Mr. Crazy himself, Galen Hall, going to bet with just a king-queen.
Well, he says it's optimal to bet all the time. Most of the time, anyway.
375. Seaver next to play. He's open-ended there.
Oh, Vince, look at this. Looks like he is getting out raisin chips. Well, that is not going to be optimal for Galen Hall right there because he's been check-raised here. He only has king-high. He's going to go out, but what a nice play by Scott Seaver there.
Yes, it was. There's his dad and grandfather rooting him on. Scott Seaver, 26 years old. He's a cash game pro, a tough player. Oh, this field was so tough. You played this, Mike, as well. So many Hall of Fame players played this event. One of the toughest events in the history of poker. We are watching, and we're down to these 6. On to the next hand, a couple folds. And now it's on to Roger Teska. Roger makes it 160 to go with a queen 10. Scott out. Now Farzad Banyadi with the king-queen.
Farzad, an old-school poker player, been a poker pro for 25 years, going to make the call here.
So queen 10 versus king queen. Flop comes up an ace king deuce. Farzad gets a piece of that with the kings, but it's going to check.
Now, always leery that the razor has an ace in his hand. Roger is going to bet, but notice it's the minimum bet possible, the size of the big blind.
80,000, and that is going to tempt Farzad to stick around. He makes the call.
Well over 400,000 in the pot, so certainly Farzad going to call with 2 kings. Now a 10 comes off.
It gives Teska a little piece of that with the 10s, but Farzad's coming out to bet. 180.
This is a defensive bet here, Vince. No question about it, but Teska's calling. And he's made the straight draw. Both players need a jack for a straight.
Down to the river we go. 3 of hearts, irrelevant card, but he's going to check.
Well, both players going to check it down. Farzad going to win this pot with 2 kings.
That's right, Farzad Banyadi now. And believe it or not, he has played a ton of WPT tournaments, 62. Maybe it'll be his time here tonight.
With Season 9 on the World Poker Tour coming to a close, the WPT Player of the Year race was tight to the very end. When the dust cleared, it was WPT champ Andy Frankenberger who was able to stay on top. Here's a look at the final Player of the Year standings. Andy was able to accumulate 2,100 points after winning the Legends of Poker and having 2 other deep runs, including a final table here at Bellagio. Vivek Rajkumar finished in 2nd place after impressive back-to-back final tables, and WPT Amityville champ Sam Al-Sayed jumped into 3rd by finishing in 8th place right here at the WPT World Championship. Congratulations to all these players on a remarkable season, and especially to Andy Frankenberger, our Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. We'll be right back with more from Bellagio, so stay tuned.
I think my most memorable moment from the final table is I picked off a Mike Mattis bluff.
How do you do that? You played him like a fiddle. A fiddle. Wow.
When that last card hit and I was a winner.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. And right now you can see, folks, he is overcome with emotion.
Man, I could cry right now.
Oh, club! 4 clubs right on the turn.
That 4 clubs, I'll never forget what it felt like to see that thing peel off.
Andy Frankenberger makes another flush.
When Vanessa folded on the river when I had 8-4 on the suit. Come on.
Whoa!
Please fold. Please fold. Don't let this be the end of my tournament.
The magician saws the woman in half.
Went backdoor to straight against Jason, and he almost threw it.
All in.
Oh, boy, can't swallow a BB right there.
We did it! When I was all in with 3 players left, I had King 10 offsuit against pocket aces. I grabbed my water bottle, and as I'm sipping the water, the dealer's flipping the turn card, and all my friends behind me, like 20 people, just erupted and screamed. The whole place was like shaking. Oh, that was one of the coolest moments probably in my life.
So many great moments this season, and I'm here with one man who also had some great moments in this event. Club WPT qualifier David Brownworth, better known as Brownie. You, sir, had quite the week, right?
I did. I had a great week. Played well, got some cards. 29th, I missed by 2, but that's poker.
Yes, you missed cashing by 2, which definitely has to hurt. However, this was the toughest field of the entire season, so you got to be proud of yourself for that.
Yeah, we had a great time. The players were all great. Justin and I played the first 2 days together. He set me at ease, and from there we went on, so I'm kind of his fan right now.
Well, I heard a little rumor that you set him at ease as well. Tell me about your camaraderie with Justin Young.
Well, he had a little tradition. When we got to the 5th level, he'd always have a drink. So he was drinking a scotch. So I went out to the bar and I bought him a really good scotch and gave it to him. And like 2 hands later, he won his big pot. So I'm taking all the credit for him being at the final table.
So it's doable, right? I mean, you can play online, $19.95 a month, and get yourself here.
This is probably the greatest site. You can join Club WPT for $20 a month. And they play for a lot of gifts and cash games.
Right.
And, you know, you can come here and play.
Right, you can't lose.
You can't lose.
Just go to clubwpt.com to join, and you'll never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Action's ready to resume, so let's get back to the game.
Well, there you see Galen Hall out in front with $5.5 million. Scott Seaver in 2nd place with $4.6.
There are the Royal Flush girls, Melissa and Sanisa. They're enjoying the action. If you want to come out and meet them and Mike and myself and all the gang, check with worldpokertour.com for our tournament schedule. Roger Teska now won't play this one.
Looks around to Scott Seaver on the button. He looks down at 2 sevens. Got the walking sticks. Pretty good hand on the button. He's going to raise it up to 200,000.
That's right. Now Farzad Banyadi, though, with a king jack of spades, will make the call. Galen out. So here's the flop.
Let's come jack 8-7.
Oh, boy. 3 of a kind there for Seaver.
Farzad's flop top pair. He's going to lead out and bet here, 225,000. Scott has bottom set, but as you see, possible straight, possible flush out there. So he's not going to fool around and slow play it. Makes it 645,000 to go.
Can Farzad get away? No, he's making this call. Big trouble. Here comes the turn card, and we are peeking at a 3 of diamonds. No help to either player.
So Farzad Banyadi drawing completely dead here.
He's checked it.
I'm all in.
Whoa. Scott Seaver says all in.
He's not taking any chances on getting outdrawn on the river. He's going to move in right here and put Farzad to the test. And I'm telling you, if you're sitting in Farzad's seat against a very aggressive player like Scott Seaver, you could well think your 2 jacks are the best hand. This guy's just trying to drive you out of the pot.
Well, he's going to the water. If he makes his call, he'll be going to the bar real soon.
That's for sure. No card he can catch to win this pot.
You breathing?
I don't know what he just mumbled, but tough to lay this down.
Well, Scott looking statuesque here.
Farzad Banyadi.
I hate to lay it down, but I guess I will.
Highly qualified professional.
And he's going to lay it down.
Oh, nice drop there, Farzad. And Scott Seaver maybe kicking himself a little bit.
Oh, Vince, if all the drawing hands weren't out there, I'm sure Scott would have bet less to reel in Farzad a little bit more, but...
And flush draw, too?
You just would hate to give a guy a gut shot straight draw to bet cheaply to let him beat you or catch a flush to beat you.
All right, on we go. Roger Teska gonna peek down at an uneventful hand. He folds that. Scott Seaver now.
Well, now he picks up the Kojak hand, the King Jack suited. He just had good success against this hand. Now he's gonna try to play it and see what happens.
Yep, 160,000 to go. Farzad now picks up a pair of 9s.
So same 2 guys gonna play another pot here. And Farzad just calls, doesn't raise here.
Galen out. Justin Young now.
I'm all in.
What the heck?
Well, Justin Young's on the short stack, but he's going all in right here.
With a King 10. Gargano out with a pair of 7s.
Well, this is sort of a squeeze play, Vince.
Scott Seaver out. Now Farzad, though, with a pair of 9s.
I call.
And he's going to make the call.
Good call.
Well, Farzad has made the call. Justin squirming, as you can see. But in truth, he's in as good a shape as he could be in this situation. It's a race. He's got the overcards. Farzad's got the smaller pair.
So Justin Young, the former mechanical engineer, in trouble right now.
He's cashed 6 times on the WPT, all right here at Bellagio. But to continue to play, needs some help now.
And he doesn't get too lucky there with an ace-jack deuce on the flop.
Well, he does flop an ace-high straight draw. So a queen would give him the best hand possible. A king or a 10 would give him the lead.
Jack, then an ace.
But the 9 still out in front. Farzad wanted to break this player and narrow it down to 5 players.
Justin, a former engineer, trying to wire this hand up a little better, and he does so as the 10 comes up on the turn. Justin Young has taken the lead. Farzad must catch a 9 on the river to win this pot.
Oh, boy. Pain and torture there from Farzad. River card coming up.
Well, the 7 of hearts comes off. Tough luck for Farzad, but Justin Young staying alive. And Vince, as you know, when you've been a pro player for 25 years and take beat after beat, might be a reason you have no hair.
We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
If you want to get in on the action anywhere, anytime, download WPT Texas Hold'em on your mobile device today.
WPT Texas Hold'em. Sometimes the game's too good to leave behind.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The WPT World Championship brings together champions of not only the events here in the United States, but also WPT champs from around the world. I was lucky enough to spend a few moments with one such champ from Europe, the winner of the Grand Prix de Paris, the charming and talented Theo Jorgensen, and it's all in this edition of 5 Questions. What is your playing style?
I would love to win every single putt, but people has kind of figured that one out. So I kind of have to slow down sometimes. But if people will let me win every single putt, I will take every single putt I can.
What was it like to win a WPT title in the Aviation Club?
To actually win it was a dream come true. I've been playing poker for a living for 10 to 12 years, but I've always made most of my money playing cash games. I've always wanted to win a no-limit hold'em tournament, and it was a lot of fun. Yes, baby.
Will poker continue to be as popular in Europe, or is it just a fad?
I'm pretty convinced poker will still be very popular, especially because there is a lot of skill involved and there's only a very little part of luck involved. So I'm still convinced it's going to be very popular in Europe.
What advice do you have for young players trying to make their mark on the poker tournament circuit?
Well, the one thing that came as a big surprise to me was that you have to really learn to lose. Like in the beginning when I busted out in a tournament, it could take me 2 to 3 weeks. But you have to accept the fact that you will bust out a lot of times.
I have heard of some crazy prop bets, but how did you and Gus Hansen end up in a boxing ring?
The boxing thing came along after a squash game. He was giving me the needle shadow boxing in front of me, and it looked so ridiculous that I said, well, we can definitely go in the ring. And before we were out of the shower, we had the bet down 6 months from now, 35K, 3 rounds, that's it.
Who won? The champion.
The champion. Didn't I see him in Blade Runner?
Well, Theo Jorgensen, a great guy, great poker player. The Muhammad Ali of poker, apparently. But Vince, he gave some great advice there. You got to learn how to lose if you play tournament poker.
Good point. And right now, Scott Seaver is the chip leader. And Galen Hall, with an ace-10, has raised this to 160, been folded around. And now it's on to Roger Teska.
He's going to lay it down.
Scott out. Now Farzad Banyadi. Whoa. He has picked up the weapons of mass destruction, the pair of aces.
It's what you dream about. You're in the big blind on the short stack at a final table of a WPT event, and the pot's been raised to you. Just a matter of how much he's going to raise.
I'm on it.
How much is it total?
Well, he's going all in.
And Galen says, how much?
It's going to cost Galen about $950,000 more to make this call.
1.1, I call.
Well, Galen's made the call here.
Not going to like it when he sees those aces.
Well, Galen says he's a mathematical player and knows any other hand he's up against. Doesn't matter what it is. 2 kings, ace king. He's not in that bad a shape. The only hand he's in dire straits against is the 2 aces, and that's what he's looking at.
There you go. Farzad Banyadi with a big smile. A big chance to double up. Here comes the flop.
Yeah, flop comes queen 6-5 with 2 clubs, so Galen's going to have to hit 2 runners to win this pot.
Oh, I don't even have a club out. Sweet.
Just a beautiful flop there for Farzad.
Galen's going to have to catch 2 cards to make an ace-high straight or 2 running 10s. Doesn't happen as a queen comes on the turn. Farzad Banyadi going to double up right here.
So Farzad Banyadi doubling up. He still has a chance of taking home this very prestigious title and the over $1.6 million that goes with it.
Stay tuned for more poker action from Bellagio.
My name is Melissa Grace. I love the Bellagio, and the conservatory is absolutely beautiful. You smell all the fresh flowers, and there's so many different colors, and they just go together, and it makes you feel really happy.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. They're the beautiful Royal Flush girls, enjoying the flowers here at Bellagio. And we're down to 6 players tonight. One of these players is going to take home over $1.6 million in one of the toughest fields ever in poker. To the felt we go. Quick fold by Galen Hall. Justin Young also out. Tony Gargano not going to play. To Roger Teska.
Well, Roger has a junk hand, a 6-3 offsuit on the button. Going to raise it anyway, though. Makes it $200,000 to go.
Scott Seaver, the chip leader, out. Now Farzad Banyadi, though, with a king-jack in the big blind.
And the Telly Savalas look-alike picks up Kojak again. Makes the call.
So king-jack versus 6-3. And we are flopping.
Now flop comes king, 4 deuce, all clubs.
Farzad with the kings checks it.
Neither player has a club in their hand, but Roger going to try to steal this pot. Makes a bet.
125, but Farzad, quick call by him. To the turn we go.
Roger looking for a 5. Doesn't happen as the deuce comes off.
Farzad now first to act again, and he's going to check his kings again. Well, Roger Teska is not going to slow down. He bets 350.
So Roger firing a second shell at this pot. There's Roger's parents praying for some help here. They must know he has nothing.
Well, Farzad has made this call, sticking around like a bad rash. Down to the river we go.
Well, an ace comes off, so Farzad not going to be happy to see that card.
Yeah, and he's slowing down. He's checking.
And look at this. Roger Teska is going to fire a third shell at this pot with absolutely junk.
Zip and Pip, you got to appreciate this. The boldness. And this could get Farzad out, perhaps.
I call.
He's going to make the call, and he is going to win this pot. The old school guy has picked off the youngster like a cherry on a tree right here.
Oh, that was brilliantly done. He walked the dog. He made the call. He's got to be happy with himself right there. Farzad picking up a big one.
Now, Roger Teska talking to himself a little bit there, saying, why did I do that? Why did I raise on the button with a 6-3? Why didn't I just fold that in?
Like he did right here. The next hand, he's going to fold. Scott Seaver taking a break as well. Round to Farzad. He won't play this one. And now Galen Hall. Wow. Got one ace. Let's take a peek at the second card. It is a king. Nice hand.
Premium hand on the button here for Galen Hall. He is going to raise it. Makes it $205,000 to go.
Right behind him, Justin Young picking up an ace-jack. Also a pretty good hand.
Justin Young, 31-year-old poker pro out of Henderson, Nevada. Well, he's going to raise here.
Uh-oh.
To $550,000.
Tony Gargano going away. So back on Galen. And wow, look at this. He says all in.
Well, tough decision now for Justin Young, because this would be his tournament life if he makes this call and loses this pot.
I call.
No, he's making the call,
Wow.
Vince. He has done it, and you see the expression on his face. He knows he's up against it, doesn't like it. Justin went to North Carolina State. He's a former engineer, been a poker pro for 5 years, and right now, he needs some help.
Went with his gut. It is wrong. He's in big trouble right now. Here comes the flop.
And the flop comes 5-4-3. Not a bad flop for Justin, in that a deuce will now give him a split pot. They'd both have a 5-high straight, but he must catch a jack to win. Needs a deuce for the tie.
Oh, a 10 of hearts not going to help Justin Young. He's down to one more card.
Nothing changes. Jack to win, a deuce to tie. Otherwise, this former engineer will be short-circuited out of here in 6th place.
The old fork in the socket, perhaps. Shakes his head. Can he get lucky here? No, not to be.
6 comes off, so that's going to do it for Justin Young. He is going to be our 6th place finisher.
Well, he is disappointed. Picks up $225,000 in one of the toughest fields ever in poker here at Bellagio. And we're down to 5.
Well, Justin Young claims to have the best beard in poker.
That beard could turn white very fast. Make those calls with ace-jack.
Today I played okay. You know, I got lucky to win the coin flip king 10 against 9s. And when I 3-bet Galen there, like I was kind of hoping he would push. So, but he did it so confidently, made me kind of like second guess myself for a second. But I still got what I wanted, so just unfortunate he woke up with ace-king.
Justin Young is out in 6th place. Luck was not on his side tonight. We'll be right back with more from the WPT World Championship in just a moment.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes, and even become a WPT champion, all for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This season, Tony Dunst has always spoken his mind, and tonight he holds no punches in breaking down highlight plays of the season in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Throughout Season 9 on the WPT, we've witnessed an evolution in the playing style of poker.
All in.
What can we learn from an accumulated season of WPT final table hands? Let's break it down. Number 1, have a plan. I mean, seriously, have a freaking plan. It's still so common that players take actions without actually thinking over the consequences of what will happen as a result. Such as Kia Mohajeri at the Borgata Poker Open, 3-bet folding jacks 35 big blinds effective in a 3-handed game.
I can't believe he laid it down.
What are you doing, Kia?
I'm not saying you should be able to consider every possible variable, but you should have a sense of what you will do against many of the more probable ones. 2, think about exactly what hands you're trying to fold out when bluffing. When you elect to take a line that involves bluffing, you should know what range of hands you're aiming to bluff out and approximately how much aggression you think it will take to get them to fold. At Bellagio Cup, we saw John Caridad turn his pocket 7s into a bluff against Phil Ivey. Caridad fired every street in a spot where if Ivey is calling 2 barrels, he's almost always calling the third.
He's making a solid call.
Especially when such a small-sized bluff lays him an excellent price. 3, look for opportunities to thin value bet. Earlier this final table, we watched Galen Hall fire 2 barrels as a bluff with 10-7, only to make second pair on the river and get a surprising third street of value from Tony Gargano. Thin value betting takes a combination of hand reading and an image that you actually could be bluffing. But if you have those weapons in the arsenal, you can really make some people feel punked when you turn over the better hand in a spot where they wouldn't have anticipated it.
Pair draw is like the best draw you can have.
Hopefully, points such as these and the ones like them I've made through the season have given you a new insight to high-level poker strategy and how you can improve your game. It's been a great season full of both amazing and amazingly bad play, and I'd like to take this opportunity to thank the WPT for giving me this fine ivory tower from which to cast down my harsh criticisms and hateful glare on you all.
Well, Vince, the great thing about poker is you can learn from watching good play and you can learn from watching bad play.
No doubt about it. And right now, our chip leader is Scott Seaver with over $7.3 million as 5 players remain here at the WPT World Championship. Action goes to a very happy Scott. And he peeks down at that big slick. Ace-king of diamonds. What a hand.
Well, look at this. He just makes the minimum raise to $200,000 with this premium hand.
Farzad going out. Galen Hall not going to play. Tony Gargano now.
He's going all in.
What?
Well, Roger Teska quickly goes out. Scott Seaver quickly calls. Has him dominated ace-king versus king-jack. Tony Gargano up against it right here.
And Scott Seaver making that $200,000 raise. Maybe that induced Tony Gargano to push all in.
Jack, Jack, deuce.
Tony Gargano, he's played 13 WPT tournaments. This is his first final table. He needs some luck right here. Can he get it? Here's the flop, and an ace hits for Scott Seaver. He has aces out in front.
Well, Scott pumping his fist there. He knows his opponent's got to hit 2 runners to win this pot, 2 running hearts, or 2 running cards to make an ace-high straight, or 2 running jacks.
Tony Gargano needs luck.
Doesn't happen as the 6 of spades comes on the turn. That's going to do it. Tony Gargano drawing dead. The English major from the University of Michigan, Tony Gargano, out in 5th place.
That is right. A big effort by Tony Gargano. Going to take home $278,000. He lives in Vegas. Has to say goodnight. We're down to 4.
Well, Michigan fans say go blue. Right now we say go Tony, go home.
It's usually penis envy that I struggle with, but that crowd of yours is something else.
All right. I don't speak for or control.
We've reached the halfway point in our coverage of the WPT World Championship. So Mike and Vince, has the play been going as you anticipated? And what can we expect to see when the final table continues?
Well, I think you would anticipate the 2 guys that came to this final table as chip leaders, Galen Hall and Scott Seaver, to be very active from the start. They both had big-time success in the past, and they're probably going to push hard and fast. These guys aren't worried about pay jumps, just about the win.
Yeah, and Mike, I like the play we've seen so far from Farzad Banyadi. This guy's the old-timer, the Telly Savalas lookalike. You know, he's taken some hits, but maybe he can win one for the old guys. Now, there's also Roger Teska, and no amateur has ever won the WPT World Championship, but he's playing great poker, too. This is going to be fun.
Well, guys, this should be a thrilling conclusion because only one of these 4 players will be leaving Bellagio as Season 9 WPT World Champion. Please join us next time for continuing coverage of the WPT World Championship, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at Bellagio, the stage is set for a dramatic finish as we crown the final champion of Season 9 at one of the most prestigious events in all of poker. The conclusion of the WPT World Championship starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Oh!
the WPT World Champion is a distinction saved for a select few. Names such as Carlos Mortensen, Yevgeny Timoshenko, and David Williams have ascended to the top of this poker mountain, and now 4 players remain in contention to join their ranks. For more analysis on this final table, we turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, analyze the play we've seen thus far and tell us what we should be looking for when play resumes.
Well, Kimberly, and all I can say is Scott Seaver is dominating. He is making moves and catching cards at the right time, but he's got a great player on his right in Galen Hall. Now, Galen is a fearless player. He's not going to let Scott run away with the title. He's going to make him fight to win it.
But Vince, I'll tell you, they got an old school player, a guy that's been a poker pro for 25 years, Farzad Banyadi. He's been very quiet tonight, hasn't done much, sitting there biding his time, but don't count this old school guy out. I'm telling you, Farzad could still come back and win this tournament.
Thank you, gentlemen. With the final WPT title of Season 9 and $1.6 million on the line, this should be an exciting finish right here at Bellagio. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, Mike, as you can see, Scott Seaver's the chip leader with close to 11 million. Galen Hall with about 4.2 million. And the first place prize here, over 1.6 million to the winner. And in second place, over $1 million as well.
Well, our thanks goes out to Jack McClellan and Bellagio's tournament staff for hosting a great event this week. The cards are in the air, and the action's on our chip leader, Scott Seaver.
He's got an 8-5, four-handed poker. Continues, he folds that. Farzad Banyadi, very tough senior poker player, goes out as well.
So it's the battle of the blinds here. Galen Hall picking up ace high in the small blind. He's going to raise it. And Roger Teska is going to defend with the queen 5 suited.
All right, ace 5 versus queen 5. There's a queen just like that.
Oh, nice flop for Roger here as he's flop top pair. Well, Galen's going to check here.
Roger's going to take advantage and bet. $225,000 bet. Galen's getting out more chips, it looks like.
He's got no hand and no draw, but he's going to raise it here. The check raise to $675,000. I know Roger's got top pair, but I'm telling you, folks, when you're check raised in this spot and you've got top pair with a weak kicker, you are not liking it.
That's a lot of heat, but he's going to call. Good instincts by Roger Teska. Here we go to the turn. Nice pot brewing.
Oh, and the ace comes off on the turn, the ace of diamonds. Both players going to be a little bit leery about that, fearful the other person might have a flush draw.
Well, they both check. And another diamond on the river. Neither player has a diamond in their hand.
725.
And look at this. Galen's going to bet $725,000.
Well, this is a peculiar bet to me right here. He's got a hand here, Vince. He doesn't need to bet with 4 diamonds out there. If his opponent's got a diamond, he's going to be called in 1 second. Cost him $700,000 when there's $2.8 million out there. Roger, the 26-year-old. He just doesn't think he's that skilled at poker. At least that's the way he talks about himself.
It's refreshing to hear someone say they're not that good in poker, that we know is good.
All right, Galen, you can have it.
Now, Roger does give it up, so Galen Hall wins that hand, but
5-6 of spades, show it.
Sort of a uniquely played hand, Vince, I got to tell you right there, by both players.
Something like that on TV.
Thought you were going to come after my soul again.
That's why I folded.
Looks like there's a quick break in the action, but we've got plenty more in store from the WPT World Championship at Bellagio, including highlights from the $100,000 Super High Roller event, the best 5 questions of the year, and the final installment of Season 9's Ones to Watch. There's a lot going on, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. I'm Vince Van Patten, alongside Poker Hall of Famer and my buddy in the booth, Mike Sexton. So, Mike, what do you think? Season 9 is concluding here at Bellagio, the WPT World Championship. What do you think so far?
Well, this has been a great tournament, Vince, no doubt about it. But I have to say, each tournament this season has just been terrific. And what else I love about this season is our sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. They have been a great sponsor. They've helped so many people win seats into our live tournaments, all for free. Amazing. Actually, several qualifiers even made the money.
And Club WPT qualifier Andy Whetstone made it all the way to a WPT final table.
It was a blast. I had the best time of my life. It was wonderful. Thank WPT.
Played great.
Thank ClubWPT.com.
Let me tell you, it's not a gambling site, but it is real poker. In fact, you can win your share of $100,000 in cash and prizes each month. Now, for only $19.95 a month, you become a VIP member, which gives you great benefits, plus free entries into as many poker tournaments as you want to play. So sign up today at clubwpt.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
And right now, we actually have the best poker players at our final table fighting for the title and the $1.6 million first place prize. So let's get back down to the felt.
Well, action's going to be on Galen Hall. He looks down at an ace-7 offsuit, and he's going to fire it up to $245,000.
Roger Teska out, now Scott Seaver, the chip leader, is going to make the call with a king-jack.
How far is that? Going to lay down the 8-6.
Mike, the antes have gone up to 15,000. Blinds now 60 and 120. We are flopping.
It's a great flop for Scott Seaver. He's flopped top pairs. It comes Jack 8-3. He's checking it. Going to let Galen hang himself here.
Yep, Galen's going to make the continuation bet with ace high, 400,000. There's the okie dokie call by Seaver.
You think you have the best hand, you just keep checking into an aggressive player and let him keep betting at the pot.
All right, a little 5 of spades on the turn. He's checked again. And Galen is going to bet again.
This time $675,000.
Sometimes, though, when you walk the dog bites you.
Well, you're right. 2 possible flush draws out there. You might raise here, but Scott Seaver just calling again.
Down to the river.
Well, 9 of hearts comes off. Now Scott checking for a 3rd time. Hoping Galen will fire at it one more time. It doesn't happen.
Oh, I thought you said I got there.
No, I said I got it.
Yeah.
Scott turns up the king-jack, and he adds more chips to his stack.
Scott milked Galen like a Holstein right there.
So Scott Seaver in command here. Maybe tonight's the night he'll capture his first WPT title.
It's been a really long time coming. I've played probably close to 30 WPTs now, and it feels like this is just great to finally make my first final table at one and to clear this hurdle that's been bothering me. A lot of my friends have had a ton of success winning these, and I feel I've always been in a bunch of the final winners' photos, but never as the one that's actually won. So hopefully I get to be in the center of the photo today.
Well, 3 of these 4 players, 26 years of age or younger, and all the young guys have got lots of family in the house to root their sons on. Scott's grandfather, Stan, his father, Jeff, is here. Galen's father, John, flew in from California, and Roger's parents, Sandy and Roger, in the house from Indiana. They're all watching their sons battle for huge money tonight.
All right, back to the action. It's going to be on Scott, who has over 12 million in chips right now. He's going to fold his hand. Farzad.
He's out as well, so once again, a battle of the blinds.
Come on.
Wow, Galen says all in with the jack-9 of spades. Roger has an ace and a 10 of diamonds.
Roger Teska knows that most of the time a guy moves all in this spot. He's got a small pair or an ace and a baby card.
I call.
And he is going to make the call, and what a good call it is by Roger Teska. He just knew that if his opponent had a real premium hand in that spot, he wouldn't move all in. He would make a smaller raise to try to lure his opponent in the pot. So a great call right there by Roger Teska for all his chips. He's got the best hand. Now he's got to make it stand up. Can he do it? Oh, a jack right on the flop. Galen Hall has taken the lead.
Wow, that's how it happens. Oh boy, welcome to Suckout Hall.
Well, Roger needs help to stay alive. He needs an ace, 2 runners to make a straight, 2 runners to make a flush, or obviously 2 running 10s. A diamond comes on the turn. Well, the crowd moans as there's now 4 diamonds out there. The jack of diamonds obviously won't help anymore because that would give Galen a full house, but any other diamond would win it for him. That's what an ace.
Gonna be a photo finish.
Well, the 4 of clubs comes off, so that's tough luck for 26-year-old Roger Teska. Made a great call for all his dough right there, Vince, and then got outdrawn to be eliminated in 4th place.
Yeah, he's going to pick up $371,000. Goes to his parents with a big hug.
Mom still loves him.
Got to be proud of that effort. We are down to 3 players at the WPT World Championship.
Okay, let's get it. Me and you versus him. This side versus that side.
As the beautiful Royal Flush Girls bring us to the break.
Stay tuned. We'll be right back with more action from Bellagio.
Welcome back to the season-ending WPT World Championship brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Earlier this week, Bellagio hosted a super high roller tournament, and our cameras were there to capture all the action. This game was not for the faint of heart, as it had a $100,000 buy-in and attracted some of the toughest names in poker. As day 4 of the $25,000 WPT World Championship got underway on one side of the Fontana Lounge, the other side saw the start of action of the largest buy-in event ever held in the U.S., the $100,000 WPT Super High Roller. At 4 times the price of the WPT's previous largest buy-in, it was no wonder that the decision to enter this tournament was not an easy one. As the first hand was dealt, only 8 players had taken their seats. They were a mix of international players, young pros, and Hall of Famer Eric Seidel. Eric, fresh off his second-place finish at the WPT Indiana event, was in the middle of an historic heater, having won over $4 million this year alone. But the small starting field did not last long, as pro after pro ponied up their $100K to take their shot in this prestigious event.
We ended up with a bigger number than I think most people expected.
Jean-Noel Thorel was the first player to lose his $100,000 and be eliminated, and he would not be the last.
You know, when you enter a tournament, you go in expecting to lose your buy-in, so I'll be all right.
Phil Locke was on the rail early on in the day, waiting for the optimal time to enter this tough field. He finally made the decision to buy in.
By the way, you know how you make like 18 pros really happy?
How did you get at that table?
You just happen to be me and you sit down at a tournament like this.
And shortly after, lost all of his chips when he flopped set under set against John Morgan. It was a brutal end to a quick day for Mr. Locke.
That's the fastest way to burn 100K I know about.
The last player to register for this historic event was the never-shy Tony G.
All right, buy me in for this $100,000 event, please.
With registration closed, 29 players had entered the event, creating a prize pool of over $2.8 million. Over 50% of the field had previously made a WPT final table, with 8 of those players having won WPT titles. Only 5 of the 29 would make it into the money, with first place taking home over $1.1 million.
There's a lot of great players here, and a lot of big names and that sort of thing, so there's a lot of prestige as well.
The day ended with 17 players. Justin Bonomo topped the leaderboard with over $1.8 million in chips, followed closely by Vivek Rajkumar and Eric Lindgren. Eric Seidel had just $237,000 in chips and would face an uphill battle on day 2. The start of day 2 had play moved to Bellagio's poker room, and WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko was feeling optimistic about his chances.
Well, the shower was worth it. It'll pay off dividends in the end.
But Yevgeny's good feeling was crushed after he was eliminated by Eric Lindgren, and he would be among the first of many early bust-outs. With Eric Seidel's elimination of Dan Shack in 11th place, final 10 players combined to one table. 5 would make it into the money, and 5 would go home $100,000 poorer. The final table saw Daniel Negreanu hit his first ever royal flush against Eric Seidel.
Never made one. That's my first royal, by the way, in Hold'em. True story. Yeah.
And I could say I was at Daniel Negreanu's table.
Randy Dorfman misread the board on his all-in hand with Justin Bonomo. After getting up to leave, the other players let him know he had actually won the hand.
I am so won. Frank, I think you need to get my glasses.
Give me the keys. You need them?
Yeah.
Shortly after, Randy would be eliminated in 7th place, when this time his pocket 8s failed to improve against Eric Seidel's overpair. Making the final 6 of a WPT event is always a tremendous accomplishment, but in the case of this event, one of the final 6 players would go home with nothing. Tension was high, as every player knew that 5th place would pay $224,000, and the 6th place finisher would be the last to lose $100,000. Short stack Kerry Katz got it all in with Ace Queen versus Vivek Rajkumar's lowly King Deuce offsuit. The flop and turn were safe for Kerry. All he had to do was dodge a king or a deuce on the river, and he would double up. A killer river card burst the money bubble in brutal fashion. And with Kerry Katz's elimination, the remaining 5 players were guaranteed at least $224,000 and a shot at the $1.1 million first place prize. Eric Lindgren knocked out day 1 chip leader Justin Bonomo in 5th place.
Today I started off as chip lead, went off to a great start, and then 2 brutal suckouts. I'm really disappointed right now, even though I made the money. I was doing so well, and to finish, barely making money, I'm not very happy with that.
Now only 4 players remained in the Super High Roller event, and what 4 players they were. 6 WPT titles between them, 2 former WPT Players of the Year, and over $40 million in combined lifetime earnings. But after 5-bet jamming pre-flop with Jack 9, Season 2 WPT Player of the Year Eric Lindgren found himself in bad shape when Vivek Rajkumar snap called with pocket aces. After a safe flop, Vivek looked in good shape to double up.
What a back sweat card.
But the turn and river gave Eric running 2-pair.
Oh!
Wow. Sorry,
Oh,
man.
ugly.
Wow.
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 It's all good.
And eliminated Vivek in 4th place.
I'm pretty happy. The field was extremely hard, so I feel fortunate to be in the final 5. But obviously this stings a little bit, but that's just how it happens.
Lindgren's good fortune would continue when soon after his ace 6 of hearts outflopped Daniel Negreanu's pocket 4s. Daniel would take home over $448,000 for his 3rd place finish.
I thought I played pretty well. I mean, it's a tough field. My starting table was tough all the way through, and that's what you're going to expect when you have 29 guys put up $100,000.
After Daniel's elimination play ended for the day, with the 2 Erics returning the next day, what promised to be an epic heads-up battle.
Toughest players I've ever been up against in a 12-hour day.
Day 3 began with 2 old friends
I told him I hate him.
ready to battle for the $1.1 million first place prize and the honor of winning the largest buy-in event ever held in the U.S. Things got off to a quick start as Lindgren doubled through Seidel to take the chip lead, but he didn't hold on to it for long. A few hands later, Seidel doubled up through Lindgren to even out the chip status. Seidel began to chip away at Lindgren's stack and eventually got Lindgren down to $1 million in chips. Lindgren got it all in on the flop with a flush draw and an inside straight draw.
I call.
Seidel called with top pair and a draw of his own. No help on the turn, and the river meant the end of the road for Eric Lindgren.
Good game, Eric. Congratulations.
He would take home over $700,000 for a 2nd place finish.
Anything can happen heads up, and today Eric won. The wrong Eric.
Each time you win one of these things, it really is a total surprise.
Seidel would take home over $1.1 million, the coveted WPT Super High Roller Trophy, and continue his year of dominance. Once again, congratulations to Eric Seidel for winning the Bellagio Super High Roller event. And we've still got a champion to crown here at the WPT World Championship, so we'll be back with more action right after this.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Play poker for your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes for only $19.95 a month. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to Bellagio.
All right, and 3 players remain, and Scott Seaver is the chip leader with over $12 million in chips.
And Vince, what a feat for Eric Seidel to take down the $100,000 Super High Roller event here at Bellagio. Great job, my friend.
All right, and Scott is the first to act. He's got the button. He's got a Jack 3. He's going to fold it. Farzad now with a Jack 10 of spades.
Farzad, an old school poker player, been a poker pro for 25 years, going to raise it up here. Makes it $250,000 to go.
But Galen's going to call with his ace-7. Ace-7 versus Jack 10. Here we go.
An ace right on the flop. It comes ace-9-5. Farzad is checking here. And Galen not wanting to fall into any traps and also camouflage the fact he's got 2 aces. Also checks.
6 on the turn, and now Farzad's going to bet with absolutely nothing. Try to take the pot away. $250,000. But of course, it's not going to work. Galen making a solid call.
Well, Galen's got 2 aces. The gut shot straight draw makes the call.
Down to the river.
Well, now the board pairs 5s. Well, Farzad looks a little uncomfortable there, doesn't he, Vince? Squirming in his chair, but he's going to fire again. I think you got to pay this off. Galen does so, and he's going to win this pot. So the old school guy getting schooled a little bit right there by the Cal Berkeley man.
Yep, nicely done by Galen Hall.
And Vince, I believe Galen won that pot because he checked on the flop. He lured the old school guy to bet on the turn in the river to try to bluff at the pot and picked up a nice one.
Galen Hall in the driver's seat with a queen 5. He is going to raise this time. Now look at this, Scott Seaver with a 4 deuce. He has raised it.
Well, when the elbow goes up, the raise goes in, Vince. That's the way Scott Seaver plays it.
Well, that is super aggressive with a nothing hand. Farzad has to run away, and so does Galen.
Farzad getting shut out there by the raise and re-raise with the 2-5s.
Throw more nubs!
But try that. Let me get that elbow working up like that.
Mike, please don't hurt yourself, okay? Leave it to the young guys. Scott Seaver making a nice bluff with a nothing hand, extending his chip lead.
This season, I had the chance to interview some of the most fascinating players in the game. Here now are some of my favorite highlights from the past season in this best of edition of 5 Questions. How would you respond to people who don't like your table antics?
You think I don't understand every facet of this game?
Somebody told me one day I don't play with the fundamentals. I told them they don't play with enough heart.
Once in a while, though, do you miss the old poker?
2005 was the best. It was almost like you just show up to collect your cash. I mean, poker was amazing back then. I mean, who doesn't miss it?
Why are you so intense?
I guess I gotta like sit back and relax a little bit. It's important just to let your opponent know that you're serious about this and they're not gonna, get this pot without a struggle.
Do you ever regret the loss of anonymity?
I asked for fame and fortune. I got it. Now what am I gonna do, complain?
What motivates you to keep on going and to keep playing?
The record, baby. Records, there's no limit, baby. There's no stopping.
All season long, Kimberly did a fantastic job getting insight from some of the best players in the game. And right now, it is Scott Seaver who is the chip leader with over $12.5 million in chips.
Ever so close to that $1.6 million that's going to our champ here tonight.
Well, all 3 of these guys going for their first WPT title. Only one of them is going to walk out of here as the WPT World Champion for Season 9.
Action on Scott. He's got an uneventful Jack-6, but that doesn't deter him. He is going to raise. No, just call. Let's get out of hand. Farzad now with an Ace-3. Also calling.
Well, Galen Hall looks at an Ace-Queen, a big blind. Both these guys just limping in, so he's going to punish him here a little bit for sure. And indeed he is. Makes it $460,000 to go.
Scott out. And Farzad.
I'm on it.
Call. Well, he has gone all in, and he is not going to like it as he's quickly called by Galen Hall.
So Farzad might have slipped on the old banana peel here.
Farzad just thought he was making a move because they both limped in. He thought he'd come over the top and move in with the ace high, but it could be his demise. Now, Farzad Bagnotti biting his nails, knows he's got to have help or he's going to be out in 3rd place. Oh, he gets help right in the flop as the 3 comes off. It's Jack-9-3 of clubs. Neither player has a club. Well, Galen's going to have to catch a queen or 2 running cards to make a straight to win this pot. And they would split it if a Jack and a 9 came off. But right now, Farzad Bagnotti in great shape to double up. 4 spade on the turn.
One more card to sweat if you're Farzad. His dream at this major title on the line right now.
Well, an ace comes off, giving Farzad the best hand with aces and 3s. And Vince, I can tell you right now, when you move all in and you've got the worst hand and you get called and you get lucky and outdraw your opponent, you think destiny is on your side, it could be your night.
I've been in this business for 25 years. 10 years ago, I used to be one of the youngest players. You have to have the guts to play poker, to gamble.
I'm moving on it. He's going all in. What a bold play by Fred Bagnotti right here, Vince. Why not?
Now, I'm the oldest one. I'm gonna get one for senior citizen.
Winning the championship with World Poker Tour at Bellagio is probably the most prestigious thing that all poker players aspire to.
Allen is
championship.
He's skipping. Look at this.
David Williams is our champion. He just won the richest prize pool in the history of poker.
This time, it gives him the title. What an epic battle it was. He has come back and won this tournament. He has captured his second World Poker Tour title. Joe Marconi has done it.
A friend came up to me and was like, enjoy it. This is as good as it gets. Chances are in all my life that is going to be one of the best moments ever.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour, and this is the title they all dream about, the WPT World Championship.
I'm still most impressed by Carlos Mortensen's win, though. The only player in the world won the main event on the World Poker Tour and the main event at the World Series of Poker, a feat we may never see duplicated.
Okay, play goes to Farzad Banyati.
I'm all in.
He says all in.
Well, Galen Hall now faced with a tough decision. He's got ace-jack.
I'm all in.
He's going all in as well. Now, Scott Seaver rubbing his hands together. He knows he could end this thing right here, right now, if he could pick up a giant duke, but doesn't. Looks down at the 10-3. And Farzad Banyati in great shape to double up. You see the look on Galen's face right there. He thought he had the best hand with ace-jack.
Here comes the flop.
And it's come 8-6-5. No help to either player. Farzad out in front with the ace-queen.
Do you know what they say about a backdoor flush draw?
Yeah, what do they say, Vince?
It's got me stumped. All right, turn card coming up.
They say Galen will win the pot if that happens, and it might as the 10 of clubs comes off on the turn. Galen does have the ace of clubs. He has the ace-high flush. He can win the pot with a jack or a club.
Will he do it and knock out the vet, Farzad?
Farzad staring intently. Well, the 5 of hearts comes off. So yet again in this three-handed battle, the old veteran Farzad Banyati doubling up, and now he's in second place, Vince.
How much is it?
When we started following the Season 9 ones to watch, we believed in their talent, but they've exceeded our expectations by making final tables in our past 2 tournaments, as William Reynolds took 3rd place at the Hollywood Poker Open and Alan Berry placed 4th at the Seminole Hard Rock Poker Showdown. But did they have what it takes to finish off strong here at Bellagio? Find out in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Well, yeah, that's the double fist hump.
Are you gonna let us play, or is it like a girl thing?
The rest of my table was like 45-year-olds. We're all terrible. I just want to win one of these bitches.
Was to watch.
Day 1, Bellagio, 25K.
You know, this is the last tournament of the WPT season, and I'm looking to make my first cash.
Last year's season, I had an awesome season. Player of the year, 2 final tables, a bunch of cashes. This season, I haven't done diddly squat.
Feeling good. Just focused and playing my game.
This is pretty much going to be the hardest World Poker Tour event each year. It's the best players in the world. Awesome challenge. It's a ton of fun. I know I'm not one of the best, but competing against all of these great players is where you want to prove yourself.
Phil Collins is a really solid player. He's been around online for years.
Yeah, I grew up playing online poker. I'm from South Carolina, so there were no casinos, and I jumped right into some big live tournaments, and it's taken me a little while to adjust, and I'm starting to get that comfort factor that I have whenever I play online.
I don't know how much live experience he has, but I don't think it should be a problem for him. Maybe not right away, but he should definitely adjust really well and really quick.
I'm sure of what I'm doing, and I definitely think I have what it takes to ship this thing.
Phil Collins, I got mad respect for his game, but he's getting whacked in these live poker tournaments.
How do I miss? I don't flop 14 outs versus set and brick.
He's gonna get there if he just puts his head down and keeps trying to play well.
Just busted, 36 it looks like. 1 table away from cash, almost there.
Made a bad call. Good game. Next time.
Damn. That's that. Next year. What could you do? Oh, I'm coming back. I ain't going nowhere.
My confidence is growing. Still got some work to do, but I know I'm heading the right direction.
Well, here's the final Ones to Watch standings for Season 9. As you can see, Alan Barry was the top money winner of the group, and it was exciting to follow their progress all season long.
No doubt about it. I guarantee we'll be seeing more from these young, talented players in the future.
But right now, we have a 3-way battle at the WPT World Championship. Galen Hall has slid to the short stack.
Now Farzad folds on the button.
I'm all in.
Galen going all in.
Can I get an exact
with the Jack-7 here?
They are playing fast. Scott Seaver, though, has a King-10.
Well, that's going to cost him almost $2.5 million to make this call, though.
I call.
And he's made the call. What a great read by Scott Seaver here as he turns up the best hand, the King-10. Now, that's a tough play to make. But Scott just sensed that Galen's a little bit on tilt, that if he had a premium hand, he would move all in, and he made the great call.
From San Francisco, Galen Hall on the ropes. Here are the first three. Oh!
Scott's fans asking for a king. They got two of them as it comes king, king, queen. And Vince, the only way that Galen can win this pot is to catch two running diamonds. That's not the king of diamonds or the 10 of diamonds. Well, there you're looking at WPT champs Greg Brooks and Yevgeny Timoshenko. They're rooting for their buddy Galen, but they don't like that flop.
Here comes the turn.
Well, a 9 comes off. That's going to do it, because if a 10 comes off and gives Galen a straight, it will give Scott a full house. He knows he's done. He's out in third place. So a nice tournament for Galen Hall, but wasn't meant to be for him to capture a WPT title tonight.
Galen Hall, $589,000 richer. The crowd is going crazy here because we're about to play heads up for the WPT World Championship. Stay with us. We're coming back for more on the World Poker Tour.
Let's go, Scott!
Farzad Banyadi is a world-class player. He's a truly excellent poker player, and not just at Hold'em, but at all disciplines of the game. $1.6 million would be incredible. I would absolutely love it, but it's the recognition, the prestige that comes with it that honestly would mean the most to me.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
And out come the beautiful Royal Flush Girls, brought to us by prestigious models.
And Vince, that's $2.6 million that they're setting on the table right now. A little more than that, in fact. That's how much money these two guys are going to take home between them. The runner-up gets over $1 million. The winner gets over $1.6 million, as well as a $25,000 entry into this tournament to defend their title next year.
And they also bring out the WPT bracelets, all the goodies. What a moment for both these gentlemen. The Royal Flush Girls, Sinisa, Melody, Michelle, and Melissa. All right, Scott Seaver now.
Well, he is leading the crowd here in his own cheers.
The crowd chanting it up for their man Scott Seaver, who has a 3-1 chip lead over Farzad Banyadi.
Well, this win would be the biggest in either of these guys' careers, no doubt about it. Certainly one of the most prestigious titles in the world, the WPT World Championship. Truly an event every poker player wants to win.
All right, Scott Seaver now with the button. He's first to act. Cards have been dealt. He's got a Jack-10, and he's going to put it a raise. He makes it $320,000.
And Farzad Banyadi with a Jack-7 of clubs is going to make the call, so we're going to have a flop here.
Jack-10 versus Jack-7.
Well, the flop comes 8-4 deuce with two clubs. Nice flop for Farzad as he flops a flush draw, but it goes check, check.
Farzad hoping to hit his flush, but no, he hits his sevens, though, at least.
Well, now a 7 comes on the turn, so Farzad now has the best hand and the best draw.
He looks like $450,000.
Oh, and look at this.
Scott Seaver's going to try to manhandle him with a raise.
He has raised it with a gut shot straight draw. Now, if you're sitting in Farzad's seat, you think this guy must have flopped a set or something.
Well, he's called it.
But now the 5 of diamonds comes off, so possible straight out there. Now Farzad is checking.
But Scott has nothing still.
Well, he's going to continue.
Wow.
With this bluff here.
$2,050,000.
He is just going to put the hammer down here. Just continue to apply big pressure to Farzad. Well, Farzad lays this hand down, Vince.
And how about the moxie of the young 26-year-old Scott Seaver to make these kind of plunging bets? He's going to try to manhandle Farzad, and so far it's working.
Vince, you saw him wipe his brow there. Farzad saw it too, meaning he knows he was bluffed out of that pot.
You had it?
I'll tell you after if you want.
With the pressure mounting at the prospect of capturing a WPT World Championship title, are players bound to make a mistake? Well, let's turn it over to Tony Dunst, who never lets anyone off easy in this edition of The Raw Deal, brought to you by Rise.
Galen Hall came into the final table with the chip lead and an excellent chance to win one of the most prestigious tournaments in poker and $1.6 million. Unfortunately, it all unraveled, and during three-handed play, Galen found himself in a precarious position where he was sitting comfortably second in chips. So what is the proper strategy to take in a three-handed game with the stack sizes so varied and the pay jumps so large? Let's break it down. There are two schools of thought as to tournament strategy at this point. One is to sit back and let Scott Seaver, who has a massive chip lead, clash with Farzad Bonyadi on the short stack and hopefully move up $500,000 in real money. The other is for Galen to mix it up and continue playing the loose aggressive style that got him to the final table, try to eliminate Farzad himself, and amass the chips necessary to take on Scott heads up. Galen chose the latter option, and that's where it all fell apart.
I'm on it.
Call.
Galen gets it in very good against Farzad and is unfortunately three-outed.
Oh, he gets help right in the flop as the three comes off.
Not long after, he's dealt an unavoidable cooler.
Come on.
When he gets it in with ace-jack versus ace-queen to Farzad.
How much is it?
For about 17 big blinds. Finally, when on the short stack of 15 big blinds,
I'm all in.
he makes the jam with Jack-7 suited out of the small blind and is called by Scott in the big.
I call.
What a great read by Scott Seaver here.
Although Jack-7 suited seems like a weak hand to risk your tournament on, it's certainly a profitable shove when you're moving in such a short stack from the small blind. And without a willingness to take pre-flop gambles, your stack will quickly waste away in a three-handed game. And while his stoic and professional demeanor throughout his collapse is to be commended, as a man who needs material for his segment, I think Galen and his polite attitude can go straight to hell. See you next season.
Well, I agree with him. Galen was very stoic, and that's the way you're supposed to behave when you lose.
And Scott Seaver going over 19 million.
He is feeling it now, Vince.
This time Scott Seaver with a Jack-4. Scott Seaver has called. Farzad not gonna raise, so it's Jack-4 up against 9-10. And look at this flop.
Well, this is gonna be the hand they get it all in here with, Vince. One guy's got top pair and an open end straight draw. The other guy's got a gut shot and a flush draw.
I'm all in.
Wow.
Call.
And there it goes. Boom, boom. Scott bets 400,000. Farzad moves all in, is quickly called by Scott Seaver. Scott Seaver looking for a 10 to make a straight, a heart to make a flush, and end this thing right here, right now, and become the WPT World Champion for Season 9.
Let's go, Scott! Join the likes of Carlos Mortensen, David Williams, Alan Gehring, among others, and be a WPT World Champion.
Well, that 9 comes off, giving Farzad 3 9s. Now that takes away the 7 of hearts and the 10 of hearts. So 2 of his hearts have been killed with the third 9 on the turn there.
Yep, he's closing in on Scott. He could still get lucky and make this miracle happen and take the title, but no.
Well, an ace comes off, so Farzad Bonyadi doubling up there. And a nice double up for him.
He just won't go away. He's got a dream. Can he take this title down? We'll come back with more action from the WPT in just a moment.
David Williams is our 14th place finisher. Daniel is our 11th place finisher. Shannon Shore is our 9th place finisher. David's our 7th place finisher.
Welcome back to that sleepy little town in Nevada called Las Vegas. We're at the Bellagio for the WPT World Championship.
Well, as you can see, we're playing heads up here. Scott Seaver with a big chip lead. It's old school versus new school. Who's going to take the title?
Back to the felt we go. Scott this time with a Jack-9. And he will raise it to 400,000. Farzad with a Queen-10.
Going to make the call.
So Jack-9 up against Queen-10.
Oh, nice flop for Farzad. He's flopped top pair here. He's going to check, probably with the intent to check raise, but that doesn't happen. Scott checks behind him.
Going to the turn. It's Queen. That's Queens and 10s there for Farzad, but he's checking again.
Well, he's checking to try to trap his opponent, But again, Scott checks behind him with the open-end straight draw.
Down to the river. Oh, look at this. It's
And
a
now
king.
king comes off.
Uh-oh.
So Farzad was checking on the flop and the turn in hopes to check raise his opponent. Now his opponent is beating by making a straight on the river.
Farzad checks again. And Scott, of course, is going to bet.
Well, he bet 600,000, and look at this. Now the raise comes in by Farzad.
Bad timing. He makes it 1.6 million.
I'm all in.
Oh, of course you are.
Well, Scott Seaver's gone all in, and all of a sudden, your top two pairs just blown up in your face. You're saying, what happened here? Did this guy make a straight? Did he make something like kings and deuces? If he did that, would he even go all in then? He checked on the flop to trap him. He checked on the turn to trap him, and now he's trapped himself for his tournament life if he makes this call.
I call.
He's made the call. So that's going to do it. And it is over, folks. Scott Seaver has done it. He has become the WPT World Champion for Season 9. And Beth, there's a hand that Farzad's going to question himself the way he played. He checked the flop, he checked the turn, and then he paid off the big bet on the river.
And we have a WPT World Champion, and it is Scott Seaver. Congratulations. The crowd and family goes wild. $1.6 million richer is Scott Seaver as he hugs his dad.
And he's a very good player. I think he has a real bright future. And I think I'm going to keep playing till I get one.
Let's hear it for the Season 9 WPT World Champion of Poker, Scott Seaver.
So tonight we crown Scott Seaver the final champion of Season 9.
Thank you, Vince.
He celebrates a fantastic run in one of the most prestigious events in all of poker, the WPT World Championship. And right now I'm being joined by the newly crowned WPT World Champion, being escorted by the beautiful Royal Flush Girls. You are a lucky man in so many ways.
I am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Job well done. I gotta say, to win this championship, I don't know, I mean, how does it feel right now?
It feels incredible. I feel like there's been a big monkey on my back with the World Poker Tour. I play event after event. I've failed miserably constantly, and I kept thinking, okay, if I cash, it'll be a huge relief. And then I did, and it wasn't. I was like, okay, if I final table, that's what I need. But it wasn't. And then I just really wanted the win. And now I have it, and it just feels incredible.
Scott, we are all so excited for you. Congratulations. I don't see any monkeys on the back anymore. You're safe and free rolling into next year's event.
It feels great, and hopefully I can come back and defend my title.
Back to back.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thanks a lot.
Seriously, job well done. All right, now I'd like to send it over to Mike and Vince to get their final thoughts on the season.
I have to say, Kimberly, it's been a terrific season on the World Poker Tour. So many great additions to the show, like Tony Dunst and the Royal Flush Girls. But a few things stand out to me. One was the talent of so many good young players, and another was the highlight in witnessing Dwight Pilgrim's both entertaining and emotional victory at the Borgata Poker Open.
Oh, man. I also have to say that one of the highlights was watching this guy, Mike Sexton, make a final table on the World Poker Tour. You cashed 3 times. It was just incredible. But also, it was a pleasure working with you, Kimberly. You're the best at what you do, and it's going to be fun next year.
Thank you, gentlemen. It has been an honor, seriously, to get to work with you two, and it's been a tremendous season. But right now from Bellagio in Las Vegas, that's going to wrap it up for Season 9 on the WPT, and we look forward to seeing you back here for Season 10 of the WPT, where we'll have new stops, new talent, and who knows, as the WPT continues to grow, I might even need to renew my passport. But until then, I'm Kimberly Lansing, and for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the rest of the WPT team, thanks for watching. Good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
A landmark season kicks off in Los Angeles with a new look and new energy as 6 players fight for the title of legend. 10 years in the making and still the best poker on television, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Wow! Unbelievable.
To be the best player in poker, the fight to win the WPT World Championship and the fame and fortune that go with it begins here tonight in Los Angeles. And there may be no more fitting event on the WPT to kick off the journey than the Bicycle Casino's Legends of Poker. For 10 seasons, this marquee event on the WPT has afforded its champions the distinction of having his name ranked alongside some of the greatest players in the game, including Poker Hall of Famers Doyle Brunson and Dan Harrington, and last year's champ, WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. And this season, players descending on the Bicycle Casino had a shot to have their name immortalized on the new WPT Champions Cup. All WPT champs have their name engraved on this towering trophy, and it's one of the premier accomplishments in poker. It is our historic 10th season here on the World Poker Tour, and we've got a lot of surprises in store for you this year, including a new segment called WPT on the Road, a look back at some historic victories in the WPT Champions Cup moment, a fresh batch of players to follow and ones to watch, and best of all, we're expanding our coverage of the playdown and final table action to 3 full hours in order to bring you even more of the best poker on television. 5 days ago, the journey began as some of the best and brightest hit the felt right here in LA.
Season 10, WPT. Gotta make it happen.
Table 3, seat 7. It's the lucky one. I got it.
On the first of 2 starting days, 322 players showed up at the Bicycle Casino ready to kick off Season 10, including last season's Legends of Poker champion and Season 9 WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
No one's ever won the same tournament, the WPT, twice. So I wouldn't say there's a pressure to do it, but I put a lot of pressure on myself anyway, so I always put pressure on myself to win. I hate losing.
Andy was not the only player to put pressure on himself, and East Coast pro Will Fiala's strong start was all part of his strategy.
I'm check raising my grandmother. I'm taking no prisoners. I'm slaughtering the out of everybody. Period. I'm only playing for the win. That's it. Nothing else but the win.
As the Royal Flush girls checked out the action, Phil Locke, who made this final table back in Season 2, mused on how advanced the game has become.
Poker Theory has flown right behind me and past me. I feel like I should go back to the 1-2 no limit games, try and win $20 or something.
And Phil was not the only player in the field who was trying to make it back to another Legends of Poker final table.
I got second once. I would like to improve on that. I just would love to join the group of WPT champions.
As players began to bust, the talk on the tournament floor was about the new structure for Season 10, where players could re-enter on Day 1B if they were eliminated today.
Being a re-entry, I just decided, get it in there and come back tomorrow.
Re-entry tournaments are really, really good. Encourages people to fly out, gives them a second chance to play again if they bust 5 minutes into the day.
If I bust today, 100% I'm playing tomorrow.
As play winded down for the evening, reigning Legends champ Andy Frankenberger got all his chips in with 2 pair against the Season 8 LAPC runner-up Raymond Dolan's top set, sending Andy to the rail, but still alive to defend his title by re-entering on Day 1B.
Deciding whether I might come play tomorrow. Yeah.
141 players survived the day, including past Legends of Poker finalists Zach Clark, Tom Braband, and Amit Makija. But the big stack belonged to tough young pro Matt Berkey.
Couldn't miss. I mean, one of those days, you have them sometimes.
Okay, players, good luck in your quest to make it to the final table. Let's shuffle up and deal.
435 players showed up in LA on Day 1B, bringing the Season 10 Legends of Poker total to 757 entrants, including players who, after busting Day 1A, re-entered for one more shot at having their name on the new WPT Champions Cup. Among the new faces in the room were the first WPT Legends of Poker champion Chris Karagulian and Season 5 champ Joe Pelton.
5 years ago exactly that I won the title here. It's good to be on that trophy. It's good to have my name amongst all the other great poker players and sort of be memorialized forever that way.
They faced some stiff competition to capture another title at the Bicycle Casino, as many tough players took another crack at the first title of Season 10.
Day 1B, we're back for the second chance, and it's going way better than yesterday.
I really love the whole buyback in Day 1B things.
I mean, I like it because it means I get 2 cracks at it.
Whenever I'm here, I just feel like I can't lose.
But for Michael Winnett, better known as Squeaky, Season 10 marked a new beginning.
Currently, Squeaky is a character in rehabilitation. I had a lot of fun with it. Unfortunately, the casinos had other ideas.
Next time is 3 rounds, and then you're out of the tournament.
But do you understand what I'm...
So don't do it.
Do you understand what I'm saying?
I'm explaining you the rules of the tournament.
And Squeaky is probably the most penalized and takedown player that exists. For now, Squeaky's gone.
And the new Michael spent the day staying out of trouble and quietly building his stack. At one of the tougher tables in the room, WPT finalist Ali Islami found himself all in pre-flop with Season 9 ones to watch Matt Affleck and WPT champ Taylor von Kriegenberg vying for a side pot. After Taylor bet the flop, Matt got out of the way, and Ali was able to triple up his short stack with a set of 10s while Taylor took down the side pot and finished the day well above average in chips. But it was Season 5 WPT Player of the Year, JC Tran, who made the most of his re-entry on Day 1B. JC had not cashed in a WPT event in the past 4 seasons, but on this day, he crushed the competition and to end the day as chip leader. JC was not the only past WPT Player of the Year to survive the day. Gavin Smith, Jonathan Little, and Season 9 Player of the Year and reigning champ of this event, Andy Frankenberger, were part of the tough field that would combine with the remaining players from Day 1A to continue to battle for the Legends of Poker title. On Day 2, the remaining 338 players settled in for a long day of poker. And Season 10 one to watch Dan O'Brien summed up the mindset for the day.
Strategy is just to get some chips, like my table's pretty good. There's a little bit of action.
Dan made the most of his table draw and added to his stack early on, but Day 2 marked the end of the road for many players, including reigning champ Andy Frankenberger.
I don't think anyone expected me to defend, so I think I'm the only one who's disappointed. Everyone else is like, of course he didn't defend.
I didn't get off to the best start this afternoon, and I lost half my stack really early, and I just never really recovered from it.
These things are a lot harder. Cash game, I can show you how to win every time. There's too many people on.
But many players' chip stacks were moving in a positive direction, including Alec Torelli.
I'm sort of OCD, so I'm trying to align all the chips, but then sometimes I cheat, like back here where I kind of don't align them because you can't see them from the front. So only you guys really know that this is not totally kosher. But yeah, I've had a few really good spots today. People bet, and then I just have a hand.
And young pro Cody Slaybaugh used his stack to put pressure on both JC Tran and multiple WPT finalist Amnon Philippi.
Seems to be playing pretty well. Against me, he's making all the right decisions, and I'm making all the wrong decisions. So, he seems to be playing good. He's holding his own.
Last season's Legends 4th place finisher Tom Brabant was also running well in the familiar setting of the Bicycle Casino.
I feel really comfortable here. They seem to treat the players really well. It's nice to walk outside, California sun during the breaks and stuff. It's nice.
And Titan Tom was in a race situation with California native Vincent Rubianes with Ace King versus Vincent's Pocket Queens. And after hitting a king on the flop, Tom sent Vincent to the rail and was primed to make a run at back-to-back final tables at the bite.
Better luck, buddy.
But he was not the only player to finish strong, as it was retired school teacher Ken Aldridge who closed out the day as chip leader.
Day 2 was exciting. I'll keep the smile on my face if I can keep those chips running up, that's for sure.
Ken earned the right to smile, but close on his heels were tough pros Cody Slaybaugh, Will Fiella, and Matt Berkey. The pressure was on for the 99 remaining players, with the money bubble quickly approaching and a lot of talent left in the field, including 3 past WPT Players of the Year who had their eyes on the over $750,000 first place prize and the opportunity to have their name etched yet again on the WPT Champions Cup. Preparations for the final table are being made here in Los Angeles, but we still have more coverage of the early days of the Legends of Poker tournament brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker. We're in the midst of seeing how tonight's players made their way to the final table. On day 3, a tough field, including 5 past WPT champs, still had a shot at the over $750,000 first place prize and a Legends of Poker title. But as play moved to the casino floor, the 99 players were hoping to be one of the 81 who would make the money. For former WSOP main event champ Jamie Gold, it felt good to still be around.
Last night, the very last hand of day 2 here at the World Poker Tour, I flopped a set of 10s, the guy flopped the nuts. Maybe I just don't deserve to get that lucky anymore. All my luck ran out.
Unfortunately, the day would not last long for past Legends finalist Tom Brabant and Season 10 one to watch Dylan Horton.
I know how to abuse bubbles, and I was really looking forward to just chipping up slowly and building up a stack on the bubble. But
on the money bubble, it was Joe Ressler who ran into bad luck when Brent Hanks' ace-queen of diamonds was able to draw out against his ace-king by making a flush on the river. Left with less than a small blind in his stack, Joe was all in on the very next hand, and Brent finished the job, leaving Joe the last player to bust out short of the money at the Bicycle Casino. WPT staffer Keith Kozar was happy to make it in the money in his first WPT event.
Yeah, in the money, baby.
And not long after, he would knock out Canadian pro Greg Mueller in a cooler of a hand.
Okay, the poster boy for WPT in seat 1 raises it up. I have 2 7s I call. The flop comes king of hearts, 7 of clubs, 3 of clubs. He leads out. I pop him because I know he's not going to put me on anything. He repops me and I jam. He has the ace of spades, king of clubs. Turn is the ace of clubs. The river's the queen of clubs for a 4 flush, and it's the end of me. How is that possible? I don't get it. Pretty nasty. He had a big hand.
So I put a bad beat on him. Sorry, Greg.
I'm not upset with him. It's just brutal the way it turned out. I finally would have had some chips. The table's pretty good. I was feeling good. I'm annoyed.
And Greg would have company on the rail as he was followed out by Season 10 one to watch Dan O'Brien. Jamie Gold with his first WPT cash. Season 4 WPT Player of the Year Gavin Smith, and WPT finalist Alec Torelli.
Next time.
Then it was Season 5 WPT Player of the Year JC Tran, who ran his pocket kings into the pocket aces of Bicycle Casino local player William Vo. With no help on the board, William had JC barely covered in chips, and JC would exit the Legends of Poker in 39th place. The pros would then take turns busting each other as WPT champ Sean Buchanan eliminated Season 6 Player of the Year Jonathan Little in 38th place.
I lost like 5 pots today on the river that, if I win any of them, I have a lot of chips. So I had a lot of chances, but none of them worked out. And all you can do is give yourself chances, and I gave myself plenty today.
Josh Pollock took out Cody Slaybaugh in 35th place.
Coming into the day, it was like second in chips. I got to 35th or whatever. It's not close enough.
And James Carroll busted Season 9 WPT champ Dwight Pilgrim in 33rd place.
Next stop, I gotta defend my championship.
Then Day 1A chip leader Matt Berkey, who just lost a big hand to Will Fiala, got his pocket jacks all in against Matt Kay's ace-10. And when an ace hit the flop, Berkey was then next to fall.
We can do this tournaments. Nothing you can really do.
After more eliminations, play ended for the night, and East Coast pro Will Fiala kept his target set on his first WPT final table.
I keep knocking at the door, but, hopefully this time the door will open wide.
Will was one of the 21 players to survive the long day. In addition to tough pros James Carroll, Matt Kay, Brent Hanks, and the last WPT champ in the field, Canadian Sean Buchanan. But it was another Canadian, amateur Jeff Bertez, who ended the day as the overwhelming chip leader.
Great day, though. Great day.
Expectations were high on Day 4 as the final 21 players vied for the 6 seats at the WPT final table, but dreams would start to be crushed as the eliminations began. On a king-high flop, pro Brent Hanks 3-bet all in against amateur Adam Aronson. And after the chips were counted down, Adam made the call with top pair and held versus Brent's pocket eights, sending Brent home in 16th place.
Really a lot of great players, a lot of tough competition. Sean Buchanan's a former WPT champion. When he has chips, he's really dangerous. Owace had a hell of a World Series, and he's really tough. Matt Kay, choppy online. He's well overdue for something huge in the live world. I expect some great things from some of these great players.
But it was Vegas pro Josh Pollock who kicked it into high gear and went on a rush as he picked up jacks versus Christina Lindley's ace-king, eliminating the last woman in the event in 15th place.
You know, I got it in on a coin flip with a pretty good hand, so I can't complain. Just didn't win the flip when it counted.
Josh then held queens against Sean Buchanan's ace-10, sending the WPT champ to the rail in 13th place.
I played okay, but not the best poker I've played ever.
And then Josh caught pocket kings versus Tyler Cornell's ace-queen and busted Tyler in 11th place at the Legends of Poker for the second season in a row.
Yeah, it's such a bummer, but yeah, what can you do?
The Vegas Pro's domination was far from over as he picked up pocket kings yet again and got a call from Matt Kay with ace-queen. The flop came out Jack 10-5 all clubs, giving both players a sweat and Matt outs with any club, king, or ace. But Matt could not hit any of his outs and he was eliminated in 10th place. But Josh was not invincible as he picked up pocket eights and called the all-in of Orange County pro Owace Ahmed, who held queens, and David Danishgar with sevens.
What? Three-way all-in. Three-way all-in, you guys.
The board ran out king high, leaving Owace to scoop the main and side pots, and David to the rail in 9th place. And big hands would continue to collide when James Carroll ran his jacks into the kings of Texan Bray Henson,
I should have thought about that a little longer.
leaving James short and eventually falling in 8th place to McDonald's franchise owner Jeff Vertez. But then it was Ray Henson's turn to fall victim to a cooler when he doubled up retired schoolteacher Ken Aldridge with kings against aces. Ray got his last chips in with ace-6 and was dominated when Jeff called him with ace-king. With no help on the board, Ray was stuck with the honor of being the TV bubble boy.
Thank you, God.
And the first final table for season 10 was set with 6 new players ready to take their shot at having their name immortalized on the new WPT Champions Cup. And there you see the trophy they're all playing for in the new Royal Flush Girls social bar, where fans can interact with the Royal Flush Girls and view the final table action from the best seats in the house. And now it's time to turn to the best commentators in the game, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Guys, thoughts on tonight's table?
Well, thanks, Kimberly. It's exciting to be back for season 10. Vince, you and I have been here since day one together.
Yeah.
It's great to have another season under our belt here.
It is.
And what a nice final table we're starting season 10 out with. We've got a combination of 3 pros and 3 amateurs at this final table. The 3 pros sitting in seats 1, 2, and 3. The amateurs in seats 4, 5, and 6. I'll talk a bit about the pros. Starting out in the short stack tonight is a 28-year-old pro out of Anaheim, California, Owace Ahmed. But don't let the short stack fool you. He's got a lot of credentials under his resume, including a World Series of Poker bracelet, and he made the final table in 2011 at the $50,000 Buy-In Players Championship event. The guy can play. In seat 1, starting out in second chip position with $5.3 million in chips, is a poker pro out of Silver Springs, Maryland, Josh Pollock. Josh has been a pro for 5 years. He's going to be one to watch tonight as well. But Vince, the guy I believe that's going to do it tonight is the chip leader in seat 3, Will the Thrill Fiella, yes, from Smithtown, New York. He's playing in his 45th WPT event. This is 8th cash, his first WPT final table. But Vince, I'll tell you something. I believe Will the Thrill is going to thrill the crowd tonight and take down his first WPT title.
Well, we will see. Now, Kimberly, upsets always happen at the Legends of Poker. Who will it be tonight? Now, we have a 60-year-old school teacher. That is Ken Aldridge. He's a retired school teacher. He's very tough. He has a World Series bracelet under his name. And then we have a local, Adam Aronson, 27 years old from Santa Monica, California. His first time ever in a World Poker Tour event. That's very impressive. And rounding out the field, we have Jeff Jeff Vertez from Canada, a non-professional poker player. In fact, he manages and he owns a McDonald's up in Canada. And he's going to try to make hamburger meat out of this field this evening.
Well, Vince, I expect we're going to witness a great battle tonight. And regardless if you're the amateur or the pro at the table, I know that these players will be doing whatever it takes to pull out a win tonight.
All right, thanks, guys. Down on the floor, sideline reporter Matt Savage is standing by with our chip leader, Will the Thrill Fiala.
Now tonight, for the first time ever, you're on a final televised poker table. Now, Will, what took you so long?
Gee, Matt, I was going to ask you that same question. I don't freaking know, but I'm here now, and that's all that matters.
I consider you to be one of the best short stack players in the world, but tonight you start with a chip lead. How strange is that for you?
Well, a busted clock is right even twice a day, so I guess today's my day to be right. That's me today.
Well, Will, it's great to have you here at the final table. Good luck to you tonight. Kimberly, back to you.
Thank you, Matt. The Legends of Poker and the first televised final table of Season 10 on the WPT begins right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at the Bicycle Casino where the final table of the Legends of Poker is about to get underway. We started 5 days ago with 757 players. We are down to our final 6.
That's right, Mike, and the winner's going to take home $758,000. We're about to get started. The antes will start at $10,000. The lines are $50,000 and $100,000. Action going to the retired school teacher, Ken Aldridge. Let's take a look.
Well, Ken looks down at a king-6 offsuit. He's going to fold.
Now Jeff Vertez from Canada not going to play.
Josh Pollock out as well, so round to the button.
Always Ahmed with a pair of 6s, just like that. He's on a short stack.
I'm all in.
And he's going all in. Quick fold there by Will the Thrill.
So over to the big blind, Adam Aronson with an ace-8 offsuit. Borderline decision for him as to what to do. He's the second short stack at the table. Do you want to gamble all your money on this hand?
Hand number 1.
On the first deal at the final table.
What's your count? 1.7.
Is it? Oh, there it is.
1.71 now. I need 10,000.
These are the two local guys going at it. His friends actually put up the money for him to enter this tournament, Vince.
Gotta love it.
He's playing for 50%. He says they're taking the money. They're going to Vegas this weekend. They're going to party it up.
Yeah.
It's funny, every TV final table I go all in on hand number 1.
Oh, yeah, really? Oh, man. Are you usually good when you do that?
Apparently you didn't watch the ESPN broadcast.
I did not.
Well, he's actually talking about when he made the final table of the $50,000 Players Championship at the World Series of Poker.
Wace is actually quite good at finger painting.
Trust me, I didn't want to move in. But
as you can tell from his colorful hat.
All right.
Oh, and Adam is going to let this go.
All right.
Well, Vince Oace made a good play of moving all in there. Had he made a smaller raise, there's a good chance that Adam might have come over the top and gone all in with the ace-8.
I can't wait to see that, Oace. I can't wait.
You tell me what you folded. I'll tell you what I had.
I had ace-8.
I had pocket 6s.
Very honest group.
Well, what do you want me to do?
No.
So the former warehouse manager from Irvine, California, 28-year-old Oace, taking down our first pot here this evening. Cards have been dealt. Here we go with the second hand. Josh Pollock looking at a Jack-Queen.
Josh, a pro player, originally from Silver Springs, Maryland, now lives in Las Vegas.
He's going to raise it up, makes it 225 to go. Oace now. Takes a peek at his cards. He's got a 6-5 of clubs. Won't play that mess. He goes out. Now with a king 3. He's from New York, and he is going away. Adam out as well.
Round to the retired school teacher from North Carolina. Ken Aldridge makes the call with 2 7s.
Didn't pop it, just calling. And now the Canadian Jeff Vertez with a 3 deuce of clubs will call.
So here we go, 3-way action. And the flop is ace, queen. So Josh out in front with aces and queens.
Yep, the teacher gonna check.
And they both check to him. But he's also checking, fearful one of them might be slow playing an ace here. And a 7 comes off.
That's right, that's gonna give the teacher a full house. And he's gonna try to trap, he checks. They all check. Josh not biting. Well done.
And now a jack comes off.
Oh, and here comes the teacher. Ken Aldridge, 60 years old, coming out for a bet, 400 grand.
Got a piece of that there, Teach?
First one in wins.
For you.
McDonald's man says, have it your way, I'm going out.
You know, here's the problem. When you check the flop there, you don't know where you're at when somebody bets on the river. You don't know if they're bluffing or not.
I call.
He's gonna make the call, Mike. Gonna hate it.
Got an ace.
And he's not gonna like the results here as the school teacher shows him sevens full of aces to take down the pot.
Sevens are hot.
And put one on the chalkboard for the teacher.
Josh has got to learn a little lesson. You're in a good position. You raise before the flop. You hit your queen. You got to test the waters and bet it.
I should have bet that flop.
While the Legends of Poker is the first televised WPT stop of Season 10, several WPT events have already taken place in Europe, kick-starting the Player of the Year race. All season long, we'll be tracking the race for the POY trophy and keep you up to date on who is in the lead. In the meantime, let's get back to the action here in Los Angeles with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the current leaders from those foreign events. But we know that Andy Frankenberger won the Legends of Poker last year. He became the WPT Player of the Year. Whoever wins this tournament tonight will be the leader of the Player of the Year race this season.
All right, to the table we go. Adam Aronson from Santa Monica, California, a local here.
Did that flash?
He's first to act. He looks down.
Not that game.
At a queen 8 offsuit. Won't play that. And now the teacher also going out.
Okay, over to Jeff Vertez, the McDonald's man from Canada. He's out as well.
Josh Pollock now with the button. He's got King Jack and he has raised. Makes it 200,000 to go.
Ace folding.
And now Will the Thrill from New York.
Yeah, one of those typical New Yorkers. Savvy, street smart, and a good poker player.
Got ace 4. He could have played any part in Sopranos, you name it. And he doesn't hit on that flop, and he checks.
A nice flop for Josh. He's flopped top pair here.
And he is going to make the continuation bet. No surprises. Makes a bet of 225 into the Thrill.
Well, here's a surprise. A check raised by Will the Thrill to 600,000 here.
Oh, playing games. Possibly at the wrong time with nothing. He's going to pop it up. Will Josh go away? No, this tough Vegas pro is going to make this call.
Well, you're not going to put the guy on ace-king because he didn't re-raise you before the flop, so you're definitely going to call with this hand.
Will looking very meek there. Another king on the turn. Makes it better for Josh.
Well, Will the Thrill was trying to represent that he had a king in his hand by check raising the flop.
800.
He's going to make a bet again on the turn here.
New Yorker says, forget about it.
Call.
I'm going to plunge away. And he's getting the quick call by Josh.
Well, this got to turn the caution lights on for Will.
Ouch.
His opponent's not going anywhere.
Oh, boy, that ear is very itchy right now. You have put yourself in it at the wrong time. River card.
Well, a 3 comes off. Now, Will's got to recognize that with this card, it can help neither player. He's got to be cautious about giving away any more chips here, and he is. He's going to check it.
Finally gets the point.
Yep, he's going to wave the flag here.
I don't think you're calling any bet.
Pair's good. I missed.
Josh not going to get greedy.
Very good.
He has tortured Will enough.
I didn't think I could bet anything that you would call there.
I should have re-raised your pre-flop.
I'm not folding King Jack on the button.
I just had the best hand pre-flop, that's all.
Boy, Will the Thrill.
Not a big deal.
Well, they burned up 1.4 million, but he tried to take a couple stabs at winning that pot. Just didn't work for him. And with that hand, Josh Pollock is now the chip leader.
That's right. 6 players remain. We're coming back with more action from the WPT in just a moment.
We have a new addition this year for Season 10, and it's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar.
I like it because it gives us a venue to hang out in, and I feel like there's more interaction between us and the actual players.
Anyone who's anyone can come hang out with the Royal Flush Girls and watch the action.
You like a candy store and I'm just a kid.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
It's just really fun to play with some of the best, and it's definitely lived up to everything I expected. I've seen a lot of famous people that we consider famous in the poker world. I've seen Antonio Esfandiari, Phil Locke, Frankenberger, Phil Hellmuth. It's been awesome. The Club WPT, if I would have never joined, I would have never been able to come out here and do this. I think Club WPT is a great option for people since it's so cheap, and you have a chance to do what I did and make a dream come true. So it's something you should definitely consider doing. I would recommend it.
Troy Searnan from La Crosse, Wisconsin is the latest member of Club WPT to make his poker dreams come true. At Club WPT for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you could even win a seat into a WPT live tournament just like Troy did. It's no risk with a high reward, so check it out for yourself on clubwpt.com. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, all 6 of these players playing in their first ever WPT final table. Incredibly, Will the Thrill Fiala has played in 9 times as many WPT events as the other 5 guys put together.
That is pretty amazing. All right, Andy's at 20,000 blind, 60 and 120. To the action we go. Aldridge out, and now Jeff Vertes from Canada with Queen 9 has raised to 325. Josh has folded.
I'm all in.
Oh, Mike, look at this. Owace with a Queen Jack has gone all in.
He's moved all in for $1.6 million.
Will out. Adam now peeking down at a pair of deuces. Big pot. And he's gonna fold it.
How many times are you gonna do this to me in 2 days? I know this is your game plan.
So the McDonald's man.
It's pretty obvious.
A little frustrated by this.
Getting pretty good odds.
That has got to be the ugliest hat in history.
Well, see, this hat's from the future.
Oh.
You know, looking at Will's hairline, maybe he should think about wearing a hat himself.
The hat from 2015.
Oh. Whoa.
In 4 years, everyone's gonna be wearing this hat.
Yeah.
In the meantime, you see the steam coming out from under the Canadian's hat right there.
Shaking his head, doesn't like this.
I don't want to play from behind.
All in, and he makes a good release there.
Damn it.
So Away's taking that pot, plus a little abuse by the New Yorker. Away just doesn't feel like good about the hat all of a sudden. You can see he's taking it back a little bit.
Yeah, feels very good about taking down that pot, though, after moving in with the Queen Jack.
There's Jeff Vertes making good decisions, and this time he picks up Ace Queen. Big hand. They're suited. Ace Queen of spades.
325. That's good.
325,000 to bet.
Josh behind him with an Ace 3. Goes out. Aways goes away. And now the New Yorker. Will, I'm walking here, Fiala, with a King Queen.
Well, he's in position. He's on the button. He's got the King Queen.
He's called it, and Adam gonna let that one go. So two-way action. Well, actually, I forgot about the teacher for a second. Ken Aldridge.
He's getting the price to call, he feels like, so he's going to make a call. We're going to have 3-way action here.
Yeah, he's got a pair of deuces. Here we go.
Oh, the flop is ace, queen, queen.
Oh, wow.
The Canadian has flopped a full house. Will the Thrill has flopped 3 queens.
Check. The teacher checks. Oh, and Jeff moaning first and checks again. He can't believe that Will the Thrill is going to bet with his 3 queens. He is coming out to bet 300,000. Ken going away.
Oh, look, he's shaking his head, Vince.
Call.
Oh, the reluctant call.
Give him a Screen Actors Guild card. This guy is really playing it up, but notice Will the Thrill staring him down intently there while he's shaking his head and then putting his chips in the pot.
Well, Jeff just dug the hole, putting the branches and the twigs over it, waiting for the sucker to fall in, and it is Will. Here comes the turn card.
6 of hearts on the turn. Action's on Jeff. Remember, he raised it pre-flop and then checked and shook his head miserably as he called on the flop.
Gonna try to trap again. Will with 3 of a kind. Nice slow down there. He suspects something, perhaps.
An incredible check by Will the Thrill right there. Deuce of spade on the river.
Oh, and look at this. Jeff Vertes can hardly breathe. The McDonald's man looks like he's choking on his own French fry.
Now, that's the classic tell here, Vince. When a guy acts weak, he's usually strong. When he acts strong, he's weak. In this case, he's acting weak, and in fact, he's very strong. Will the Thrill pick up on it?
Well, he splashes out $500,000.
Now, Will the Thrill standing up.
This is some serious right here.
He's seen this acting job.
Well, he just said that. He's got a feeling.
I've seen more Hollywood in my day. This don't feel good, boys. This don't feel good.
This is unbelievable.
I know when it don't feel good. Those hairs are standing up on the back of my neck right now. I call.
Oh, no.
Well, he's made the call. You can't lay this hand down, but he wanted to, Vince.
I know it.
Look at
He's got
this.
ace queen. I got king queen.
Unbelievable. Will the Thrill didn't lose any more money on this spot than he did.
I know when it don't feel good.
Well, he's destroyed right there. But Jeff Bertie's taking a big pot.
Scum.
Well, man, over 10 billion served right there by the man from McDonald's. He has made a big hand happen.
Just incredible in my mind that Will suspected something all along because of the acting job, of course, that Jeff was putting on.
So Will the Thrill taking it on the chin. So far early on in this event, 6 players remain. Jeff Vertes now in second place in the chip count. Back to the action we go. Adam Aronson. One card at a time. Looks at a miserable looking 3-4.
School teacher out.
That is right. And now the actor, McDonald's man, also folding.
Josh Pollock it out, so it's the battle of the blinds.
Ways Ahmed now.
I'm all in.
With a Jack 7. He says all in here, Mike.
Wow, he's moved all in.
And Will the Thrill looks at an ace.
That's one.
He's happy to see that one.
Can I sweat with you?
You want to sweat with me?
Yeah.
I'll let you sweat with me.
Ooh, unorthodox.
Well, Wace is very calm when he's all in every time.
With just a nothing of a hand. Jack 7, and he says, I want to sweat it with you. I'm pretending to be strong. But Will only has ace 5.
1.62.
Oh, and he seems nervous.
I call.
And he's going to make this call. Will has made the call.
Well, what a call by Will the Thrill right here. Oasis tournament life on the line.
Ace of diamonds in the window. Ace of diamonds. You know Ace of diamonds? You ever see the Ace of diamonds?
And Will is directing now the dealer to hit the ace.
Now, it's not often you see a player give dealers that firm of direction.
I don't blame him. I don't blame him.
Ace of diamonds in the window. Come on, cheer it up a little. We need ace, 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 ace.
Well, Will the Thrill making a great call here with the ace high.
Come on, Mikey, we need this. I'm trying to hold up your prediction.
Oasis tournament life on the line here. Must win this pot to stay alive.
Here we go with the first 3.
7 right in the door, but also an ace. Will the Thrill takes the lead with 2 aces.
He is 2 cards away from knocking out another victim.
Well, he's got to dodge a 7, a jack, 2 running spades, or 2 running straight card. Let's see if he can do it.
At 5 spades.
Here comes the turn.
Here comes the turn.
Ace of diamonds.
Will is
Ace of
beckoning
diamonds,
for the ace of diamonds.
Oh, he gets it! Unbelievable. He hit the ace of diamonds, meaning his opponent is drawing dead. Oasis going to be out in 6th place, but a great showing in his first ever WPT event.
That's right. Oasis has to give the cap back to the village people, but he will not become a champion tonight on the World Poker Tour. Gonna pick up $77,000.
So with Oasis Ahmed out in 6th place, we're down to 5 players at the Legends of Poker. Stick around for more action from the Bicycle Casino in just a moment. As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Hi, I'm Sinisa Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. You're watching Season 10 of the World Poker Tour.
Tonight, we're at the Bicycle Casino, where the winner is going to take home over $750,000 and the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. The action's set to resume, so it's time to get back to the call of the game with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, the World Poker Tour now in its 10th season, and Will Fiala once again back on top at the Legends of Poker final table.
I like this number better, 310.
To the action we go. Ken Aldridge first to act. He is going to raise with a king 4, makes it 310 to go.
I can't let him see it yet.
Jeff from Canada goes away.
Josh Pollock, who looks down at ace jack.
Yeah, pretty big hand with the button.
Looks like he's definitely going to play this hand. And in fact, he is going to 3-bet it, as we say. He is re-raising.
Yep, it makes it 750 to go. Will going out. And Adam Aronson not playing, so back on the retired school teacher.
You're going to say Josh Pollock reading the retired school teacher pretty well here to 3-bet with the ace jack.
Ken only has a king 4.
I got overs to a pair of 7s.
Flashing around.
I didn't give you too much information on the fold.
And he's going to make the laydown. Ken Aldridge always likes to wear yellow at the table, he says. Interesting guy.
Well, Vince, we put out these bios for players, and we say, how would the other players describe you? And Ken Aldridge, the school teacher, said, oh, that's easy. They call me short, old, and bald.
You know, yeah, I look at him, he almost doesn't look like a school teacher. He looks more like a fisherman. You know, I'd buy a piece of fish off of that man.
I think he had a part in Singing in the Rain to me.
Yeah, a little bit of that, too. All right, back to the table we go.
There you see Will the Thrill Fiala raising it to $250,000 with a 10-7 offsuit.
But look out, Adam behind him is going all in with just a queen 8.
Well, Ken quickly folding, as does Will. So
Yeah.
Adam Aronson showing good heart there, moving all in with a queen 8 offsuit. Perfect timing right there.
How much did you pay them? I need to know. Are you guys buyable? I'll pay some money for you.
Adam is from Santa Monica.
Well, he was a business administration major at Southern Cal. He's a marketing manager now, an amateur player playing in his first ever WPT event.
Adam Aronson, 27 years old.
I'm not an online kid. I haven't played millions of hands. I haven't won millions of dollars. I've got local cash game experience, reading people, and playing at a relatively low level. I'm playing a different game than everyone else in this tournament, and I think that might be part of the reason that I've gotten to this point right now.
Well, his biggest cash ever was $4,200, so certainly he's going to shatter that record tonight.
All right, 5 players continue here at the Bicycle Casino. Action on Josh Pollock. He quickly folds. Will the Thrill, though, bumping it up with a king-queen.
Right behind him, Adam looking down at ace-king of diamonds on the button. Extremely premium hand. And again, he's moving all in. You can't blame him.
Yep, he has shoved it all in. Ken Aldridge now will fold his hand.
Well, Jeff out as well. Back around to the original razor, Will the Thrill. He says, how much is it?
1,595.
I call.
King, queen of clubs. He's going to make this call.
Well, Will is dominated. He doesn't like it. It's ace-king versus king-queen. Adam in great shape to double up here.
Hold up.
Will had the chips to gamble. A second chip position, so he's got Adam completely covered, of course.
Hold me, baby.
And now they are bonding as they go down the stretch here.
I want you to think of the queen of hearts.
Don't listen to what he says. Don't listen to anything he says. Don't listen to anything that he says.
Queen of hearts.
Desperation in the air here at the casino as the first 3 cards come out.
Well, that's come ace-6-5. A nightmare flop for Will the Thrill. Shakes his hand. It's not over yet, though. It could come Jack-10 or Queen-Queen.
I forgot about the Jack-10.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. There's a Jack-10. There's a Jack-10.
Lots of possibilities here, and it's a 7, so Adam the local is going to win this one.
Yep, one of Adam's hobbies is ziplining. He is ziplining himself right back in this tournament with that hand.
Yes, he has. Adam Aronson now going over to the Royal Flush Girls social bar, high-fiving his friend, back to the table.
So the youngster at the table, Adam Aronson, doubling up there through Will the Thrill to stay in the hunt for this WPT title. Our chip leader is still the pro out of Silver Springs, Maryland, Josh Pollock. He's got $6.1 million.
Well, it is exciting, Mike. The winner's going to take home $758,000, become a legend. But I'm impressed by the Canadian that owns the McDonald's. He is flipping these guys around like the quarter pounders. He is impressive. That's how we see it, Kimberly.
Well, guys, I think one thing's for sure. Everyone at that table seems pretty hungry to take down this title tonight. There's plenty of poker to be played, so please join us next time as WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker continues. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the whole WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Los Angeles, the WPT Champions Cup and the Lions' share of the $2.5 million prize pool are on the line as continuing coverage of the Legends of Poker starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino for Season 10's new extended 3 hours of coverage for each event. As the final table continues, let's turn to our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Cameron, we've seen some amazing poker so far at this final table. We have an unusual setting here in that with 5 players left, we only have 2 pros at the table and 3 amateurs. The amateurs outnumbering the pros here. However, the one pro, Josh Pollock, still the chip leader with $6.1 million. The other pro, Will Fiala, came to this final table as chip leader, taking a few hits, sits in 4th place now, but don't count him out.
Yeah, he is tough, Kimberly, and you got to respect the whole table. They're playing very fast. You got the senior at the table, 60-year-old Ken Aldridge, the former school teacher. He is playing good, solid poker. He's got the raincoat on, it looks like. And you also have USC grad Adam Aronson, who's taken a few days off of work to play in his first ever WPT event. But I'm very impressed by the McDonald's owner. You know, Jeff Vertez, he's in seat number 6. He's flipping these guys around like they're hamburgers. He's very impressive.
And Kimberly, as play starts back up, it's going to be interesting to see if the pros can take advantage of their experience or if any of the amateurs are going to crack under the pressure of being so close to a WPT title.
Thank you, gentlemen. There's so much money on the line, and the WPT's Champions Cup is still up for grabs, so let's not waste any time and check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Well, we started with 757 entries. We are down to these 5. There you see our chip leader, Josh Pollock, a 28-year-old poker pro from Silver Springs, Maryland. He's the chip leader, but everybody's got chips. It's anybody's title.
$750,000 going to the champion here tonight. Andes are going to start at $25,000. The blinds are $75 and $150. To the felt we go. Action going to the former school teacher, Ken Aldridge. Looks down at a 9-3. Quickly ejects that hand.
Over to Jeff Vertez.
Wow, look at the hand.
Canadian at the table. He's got 2 queens.
Got the ladies.
Owns a McDonald's franchise. Big hand here.
He's raised to $375. Josh Pollock won't play. Now Will the Thrill from New York.
$850.
Has an ace-jack.
Yep, he is going to 3-bet it here to $850,000.
Adam Harrison quickly getting out of the way. Look at this. Mr. McDonald's, man. Shaking his head, yawning.
The old crank in the neck, staring up in the sky.
And there are the beautiful Royal Flush Girls at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, enjoying the moment. Oh, Jeff too. Just call, we'll pop it.
Re-raise.
There you go. He's not going to fool around. Let's just see the amount. What a big pot we have here.
Just tell me total. What's the total, Jeff?
Wow. Well, the total looks like it's close to $1.6 million.
Wow.
Will the Thrill now.
You didn't want to talk about the hand this hand there, Jeff.
Looks like he took a disappointment pill.
Well, all of a sudden,
you're bluffing me.
Looked like he had a good hand with an ace-jack. Now you've been 4-bet with it. Doesn't look so big anymore.
New York is saying bada boom, bada bing. This doesn't look too good for me. And he's going to fold it.
Bluff me, Jeff. Bluff? I get one. Get a pair?
One of the best.
So the hamburger man smacks him with a patty or 2 right there. Takes down the pot.
Yeah, queens?
Oh, wow. Will the Thrill has asked him about every hand he could possibly have. He finally hits on the queens. And we'll go back to the action. Going to Ken Aldridge. Former school teacher and amateur player. Always wears yellow at the table.
Well, incredibly, we've got 3 amateurs left out of 5 players. That's something we don't ever see on the World Poker Tour these days.
Ken with King Queen has made it 325,000 to go. McDonald's goes away. And Josh Pollock.
Well, with the same hand, King Queen.
He's the chip leader at this point. He has called. Will the Thrill with a pair of threes. Gonna lay it down.
Adam, 27-year-old amateur player from Santa Monica, California. He's a marketing manager. Majored in business administration at Southern Cal.
King 7. Is he gonna splash around?
Well, he's in the big blind. He's trying to figure out if he's getting priced in to make this call, and he is making the call. So here we go, three-way action here. All players with a king in their hand, two of them with a king queen. Flop comes 10-4-4. No help to anybody.
And Adam's first to act. He's checked.
Ken checks right behind him.
Yeah, he's checked as well. And this is why it's good to play in late position. Josh, with the button, is going to bet with nothing. 475,000.
Well, he's using that old poker theory. If they're a checking, I'm a betting. And it's working there for Josh Pollock as he takes down the pot. The power of betting showing up once again.
New for season 10 on the WPT is the creation of the Champions Cup, a perpetual trophy with the names of all the great WPT champions engraved for posterity. All season long, we'll celebrate these winners with a Champions Cup moment.
There we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
At the Season 3 Legends of Poker, all eyes were on legendary Hall of Famer Doyle Brunson, but it was tough pro Lee Watkinson who was taking out the other players one by one.
Chip leader Lee Watkinson has put this man out of this event.
When heads-up play began, Lee held a 3-1 chip lead over Doyle, but when you're playing one of the greatest players in the game, no lead is ever safe.
Doyle is going to raise him. Well, look at this, folks. Doyle has raised it 400,000. Last thing he wants to do is double up Doyle Brunson on hand number one. Believe me, folks, that is the last thing he wants to do.
Oh,
he's going to go all in.
He's doing it. A call, by the way.
From that moment on, Doyle Brunson's complete mastery of the game was on full display as he emerged victorious.
Doyle Brunson, the living legend of poker, has captured his title
and cemented his place on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, money comes and goes, but having your name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup is an honor that they can never take away from you.
Yeah, that is beautiful. And I tell you something, it's always nice to revisit my old butterscotch suit there back in the day.
Now, that's before we had the clothing allowance on the WPT, man. Well, one of these guys are going to win the Legends of Poker and have their name up there with Doyle Brunson. You know, as a poker player, that's what you'd love to do. Win the same tournament that he won.
This time, Will the Thrill looks down at a King 5 offsuit. He'll take a rest. The local Adam Aronson now going to raise with a pair of deuces, makes it 325.
Well, the retired school teacher, Ken Aldridge, looks down at ace queen, and he is going to 3-bet it here up to 700,000.
And now the Canadian, the McDonald's man.
You make a play of that?
Jeff with an ace 6 of diamonds.
Well, it's been raised and re-raised in front of him. Can't see him playing this hand, and he does fold.
Josh going away. Adam is going to make the call. So we have a pair of deuces up against ace queen with 5 cards to come. Here's the first 3.
The flop comes queen 10-8. 2 hearts. Adam just has 2 deuces, but he is reaching for chips.
Well, he's trying to take the play away from the school teacher.
Raise.
And the school teacher winces as he hits top pair.
All in.
With an ace kicker, and then he's going to push all in.
He says, if you can beat this hand, good luck to you. But I'm moving in with top pair and top kicker.
Tony Dunce is going to kick my ass for that one.
You're right, Adam. Be afraid. Be very afraid.
Sorry, Tony, wherever you are.
Oh, boy.
Well, Adam, let's find out what Tony Dunst really does have to say, because the raw deal is coming up next. Don't go away. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Tony Dunce is going to kick my ass for that one.
And now, Adam, let's find out what Tony Dunst really had to say about your play in this edition of The Raw Deal.
I never would have imagined that the first hand I'd evaluate for my second season here on the WPT would include an apology to me from the man that played it.
Sorry, Tony, wherever you are.
Understandably so, as a number of things went wrong in the hand. And while it's my instinct to verbally beat Adam Aronson like a ripe piñata and dance under the rain of candy or potentially poker chips that pours out, I just can't do it to a man that polite. But what I can do is break him down. Adam starts the hand in question only slightly ahead of the 24 big blind stack of Ken Aldridge. That's so shallow that almost every time a player is 3-bet pre-flop in a situation with stacks that deep or shorter, the correct play is to push or fold. In this hand, Adam instead opts to call the small re-raise from Ken out of position with his pair of twos, leaving him in a spot where he'll need a pretty ideal flop to be able to comfortably get the money in. Some people make this play intending to get it in on any flop without an ace or king, but that still leaves you paying off to every pair or over cards that flop decent equity in your opponent's 3-bet range. And while the pre-flop play is definitely a losing venture, I think the flop bet is truly spewing. Of the hands in Ken's pre-flop 3-bet range, almost none will fold to a flop bet on this kind of texture. If Ken has a mid or high pair, he'll get it in. If he has a big ace, he's either paired up and will instantly get it in, or has flopped a draw with 1 or 2 overcards and will consider getting it in. And if it turns out Ken actually was 3-betting light, the hands he'll most likely do it with are mid-range holdings, all of which flop well enough to feel comfortable getting it in with such short stacks. In fact, I can't really figure out what holdings Adam expects Ken to fold.
Come on, man.
Perhaps ace-jack and pocket sevens? It's not the end of the world, though. I mean, who hasn't had their mental wires get crossed in a high-pressure scenario?
Call.
Okay, I called time on myself.
Especially if it's their first time in one.
Tony Dunst is gonna kick my ass for that one.
So no, Adam. I'm not going to use my first segment of Season 10 to kick your ass. But if I see you in person, I will kick you in the groin.
Whoa. A little rough there by Tony, a groin kick. In fact, I don't think Adam did wrong by raising pre-flop and even calling the re-raise with the 2 deuces. Obviously, you want to flop 3 deuces where you might bust your opponent. Even a pair you could bet and take it, but with that texture of that flop, I don't think he should have lost any more chips.
Yeah, but you got to give it to Tony. He comes in with ammunition, charts like a stenographer, reasons why. Anyway, back to the action we go. A couple folds around to Jeff Vertes, and he's going to raise with a nothing hand.
He raises on the button with a 6-4 spade.
Josh out, and Will the Thrill with an ace-deuce of clubs is going to call. Here we go with the flop.
The flop comes ace-8-5. Will's flop top pair. But notice that Jeff has flopped a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw.
And Will is checked, and Jeff is going to bet. And a quick call by Will. Will out in front at this point with aces. Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 4 diamonds comes off. This gives Jeff a pair as well as a straight draw and a flush draw.
Will checking again. And
Jeff firing 550,000. And quickly called by Will the Thrill. Now, river card is the 8 of clubs. Again, Will checks.
What do you have left there?
Jeff not hitting his big draw. And now he's thinking, should I continue betting? Maybe I can get the man with a better hand out.
Well, that's right there. You can just see by his poker face, he's got nothing here. If there's one area of his game he's got to work on. We've seen it several times tonight. It's his poker face. He gives his hand away so much.
I know I can't bet you out of this hand, so...
Putting up the white flag, it looks like.
I'm at the check.
Yep, he's going to check.
I have an ace.
Well, that's music to the ears of Will the Thrill as he's going to take this pot down with aces up.
Bada bing, bada boom for the New Yorker. He is sending the man back to McDonald's without a Happy Meal.
And there you see Dwight Pilgrim, WPT champ, watching his East Coast buddy Will the Thrill take down that pot.
That's right, at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar, which is a new addition here on the World Poker Tour.
Will the Thrill stacking chips, one of the real joys of poker.
The people from the East Coast play gangster poker. I believe that the East Coast people growing up in the tougher neighborhoods, reading people in situations that most people can't, doesn't always work 100%. But when those hairs stand up on the back of my neck, I'm pretty sure.
Well, I tell you, I think Will has watched Goodfellas one too many times.
I think he was a real-life good fellow, Vince.
Well, he's a heck of a poker player, and right now he is going to raise with his hand. Adam's out.
I could beat you.
You haven't watched that in 4 days, have you?
Oh, of course not. Kidding me?
You filthy son of a bitch.
Ken's going to make the call with a pair of fours.
He's talking about Jeff's wearing the same shirt every day here. Jeff, very superstitious poker player. Says it's been lucky for me so far, I'm not changing it.
Well, he's called with ace-7 as well. Josh out. So three-way action. And here comes the flop.
It's come ace, king, 3, 2 clubs.
Well, they both catch aces here, Jeff and Will, and Jeff is going to bet it. In first position, looks like 550, and a quick call by Will.
I was going to call faster, but I didn't have it in me.
Well, Ken goes out.
This is the hand you wanted me to make you laugh, right, Jeff? Tell me, I'll make you laugh in the hand. You don't have to be so serious. We'll have fun. We'll have fun.
I haven't laughed in a while.
There's no laughing at a poker game. Turn card a king.
So both players now have aces up. Will has him out-kicked, as we say. His second card is higher.
Yeah, Will is going to bet this now, 475.
There's no club coming either, by the way, Jeff.
Will indicating he thinks Jeff is on a flush draw.
Call.
And because he said that, Jeff makes the call. Will out in front right now because he has a bigger kicker.
Down to the river we go.
Well, a king comes up. So both players have kings full of aces.
I'm all in.
Wow, he's going to say all in.
I call.
And a smart, quick call by Will to make a split pot.
Look at the river he's got to get, man. Look at the river he's got to get.
Well, it was going to be a split pot if an ace, king, queen, jack, or a 10 came up.
I had him dominated. Yeah.
And that's what Will's talking about.
Put the gun away, Will. It's not worth it.
Half the deck, I put your ass to the rail.
Oh, boy. It's getting ugly.
Oh, boy. Do you think Will was ever a New York cab driver?
Running kings. What a busted ass you have with running kings.
Gangster poker before our very eyes.
Come on, Mommy, let's go, Poppy. Let's go. We got business to take care of here.
Oh, he's attacking everyone at the table, calling Mommy and Poppy at the same time.
Well, right now, Will's like a New York cabbie that just got stiff.
Everything worth doing is always difficult.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including 5 questions with former WPT Player of the Year, Jonathan Little. Is there anyone you fear at a poker table? As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
Really cool thing about the Bicycle Casino is that they have Live at the Bike.
Live at the Bike is one of those projects that we pioneered, and it was the first live high-stakes cash game that was streamed over the internet.
It's not only live, but just any regular person could come in and play.
We created a set on our floor, and we brought on 2 sports commentators that called the game play-by-play.
And we are going to see 3 pocket pairs here, and this pot is going to get big.
It turned out to be the best teaching tool we had ever had at the Bicycle Casino.
Well, that is exciting, Mike. Just what we need. More good players on the poker circuit.
Well, so much poker history here at the Bicycle Casino. They run great tournaments and have games of all sizes. If you like poker, try the bike.
Okay, the blinds are going up to 100 and 200,000. Down to the felt we go. Action on the McDonald's owner, Jeff Vertus. He's got an 8-3, quickly folds. Josh, our chip leader, is also going to fold.
Action on Will the Thrill. He's on the button, going to raise it up here with a king 10 offsuit.
Makes it 400,000 to go.
Right.
Adam out.
And he's being re-raised here by the retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge.
Now, Ken in that whole yellow outfit
11 away.
Looks a little like a deep-sea fisherman to me.
Well, he does, but here he's made it 1.1 million more to go.
Well, he's got a big hand. Ace-king.
That's Ken's buddy, sitting up with the Royal Flush Girls.
Best seat in the house. Why would you choose to sit over there if you could sit next to the Royal Flush Girls at a bar?
Pops has found himself a good seat there between Melissa and Sonisa, no doubt about it.
He might be old, but he's wise.
Well, let's hope his heart holds up.
All right, back to the felt. A good lay down by Will.
Now Ken shows him the ace-king.
I told you when I folded, you wouldn't believe it.
Yeah, I wasn't folding.
That's for sure.
Well, Mike, this has been some event here at the Legends of Poker. But let's not forget, 2 players from ClubWPT.com won their way on and got entries into this event.
Well, it's just terrific value for $19.95 a month. You become a VIP member of ClubWPT.com. Play all the poker you want, get VIP benefits as well, and who knows, you may end up at a final table going for a WPT title and $758,000 next time out.
That's true. Remember Andy Whetstone, the season back, made over $60,000. It can happen.
How about LeRon Washington? He took down a WPT title when he won the Invitational after qualifying online. It can be done. It's happening. Sign up. Join ClubWPT.com now.
And may I say, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Now back to the felt.
And for the first time tonight, the retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge, is our chip leader with $6.5 million in chips.
That is right, and he is closer to that $750,000 first place prize as he folds his hand. Jeff Vertez with a 9-8 says no.
So around to Poker Pro, Josh Pollock. He looks down at a miserable 4-deuce offsuit. But that's going to be good enough for him to raise on the button, and he fires it up to $400,000 with that lousy hand.
Quick fold by Will the Thrill. And the only one to beat is Adam.
Well, Adam is going to make the call with a 9-7 offsuit, so he must suspect a little larceny. And flop comes 10-10 deuce. Adam checks, and Josh now has 10s and deuces, so he's going to make a continuation bet. $450,000 the bet.
Nothing hitting for Adam, and he has to muck his hand.
I flopped you. I had a 10.
Did you really?
I had a bad 10. I was folding if you shoved it.
How do you not check that? Huh? How do you not? Yeah, how do you not check the 10? Come on. There's no way you had a 10.
Because how can you give me credit
Josh,
for
you
it?
would not have raised
Josh Pollock lying, says he had a 10 there, Mike.
Can't believe all they say at the table.
Well, that is the strength of deception at the table.
Had a 10, please.
If you're not called, you don't have to show it. You can lie. It is so much fun.
The way to make money on this table is to 3-bet. You can't open right now when I can assure he's going to come over the top. Your way to make it, you got to open when Joshua, you got to 3-bet Joshua in your hand.
Okay, I hear you.
Looking like we're going to get it in soon.
Well, there you saw Dwight Pilgrim, WPT champion, giving his buddy Will Fiella some advice on how to beat these guys.
Back to the table we go. A 9-10 of spades here by Josh. A quick muck. Will the Thrill out. Adam. Adam with a pair of sixes says all in.
I fold.
Okay, the teach goes away.
Oh, Jeff Vertez has picked up 2 aces in the big blind, and obviously makes the call.
Just a great time to get him. The weapons of mass destruction by Jeff Vertez. Time to break his man.
Just like you dream about, somebody moves all in, you look down the big blind, you find 2 aces.
A lot of black cards.
Now you got to make them stand up, though.
Adam Aronson from Santa Monica, California. First time ever on the WPT. Gonna need some huge help here.
Well, as you can see, Jeff about a 4-1 favorite to win this pot and eliminate Adam from this tournament.
And here comes the flop.
A 6 in the window.
Oh, no. 6 right in the door. Wow. Unbelievable tough luck for the McDonald's man from Canada, but it's not over.
Hold on.
Take a look at Jeff Vertez right now. The McDonald's man looks like he just closed up shop and found a counterfeit $100 bill in the cash register. Well, Adam didn't want to celebrate too early here.
Dwight knows what's up.
Well, remember last season, Dwight celebrated too early in one pot and ended up losing it. Adam just wants his hand to hold up. Well, a 7 of hearts comes on the turn. The crowd moans. They know a heart will win the pot for Jeff if it's not the 3 of hearts.
You gotta sweat. You gotta sweat him.
It's all about the heart. Gotta be a sweat. Gotta be a sweat.
Oh, Adam. You do have to sweat one more card. You outflopped him, but things are getting much worse.
Yeah, he's still about a 3-1 favorite to win this pot.
Can Adam's hand hold up?
He does. Wow. Look at him. 2 running hearts to win this pot.
Wow.
What drama there.
Adam is out in 5th place. Disappointing, but he will take home $102,000.
The McDonald's man supersized his stack at the expense of Adam Aronson.
Absolutely devastating. What a gentleman. And he's going over right now to talk to Matt Savage.
Adam, pretty tough beat there on the end.
Yeah, Matt, that's a tough one right there. That's poker, though. You know, he was ahead the whole time. Well, he was ahead to start. I got real lucky. There's always got to be a sweat on the turn, and the best hand ended up winning on the river. That's it, man. I'm just happy to be here, you know.
Well, you're taking home over 100,000. Do you think you're gonna take the day off tomorrow?
We'll see. We'll see what these guys want to do tonight, and I think they're the ones driving right now. So
good luck to you. Back to you, Kimberly.
He went out with a sweat, but he still had a good time. With Adam Arison out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Legends of Poker, brought to you by ClubWPT.com in just a moment.
I've played poker for 14 years, but this is the biggest event I've been in by far. All I'm here is to win. That's what I do. I come here to compete and do the best I can, and if I can win this, that's bringing the gold home from Canada.
We are back here at the WPT for the Legends of Poker. 4 players remain.
Well, Jeff Vertez is actually from the same town, Abbotsford, British Columbia, as WPT champ Sean Buchanan is. I thought he'd bring a 2nd title back to that town. A lot of good poker players in Canada now.
Well, he is the chip leader at this point with 7.8 million in chips. Let's go to the felt and look at his hand. Oh, wow.
Incredible. We just picked up aces again. He just broke Adam Arison with the exact same 2 aces a moment ago.
Well, he's raised to 400,000 with the weapons of mass destruction again, but Josh has piqued his interest with just a King 6. He's re-raised.
Well, he's going to 3-bet here, Vince. You just don't expect a guy to pick up another big hand when they just showed you aces the previous hand. You're only supposed to get those once every 220 hands, and here we see Jeff's got them back to back.
What are you looking for? Chip count?
Yeah.
I had 6.6.
What I have?
I have no idea because you stack your chips crazy.
Josh figures he has the button. He can push this guy up. Little does Josh know what's coming.
Re-raise.
Oh, boy. Just when you're cocky, you're not.
Okay.
And there he's going to stick it out there. 2.1 million total. Into your mediocrity, Josh.
If I fold, will you keep your stacks in 20?
No, I like my stack.
Okay.
Still folded?
There are no deals at this poker table.
It takes time to count every time, so.
Show a 4.
Back-to-back aces, almost impossible to get.
Love the hearts. All heart, baby. All heart.
But the McDonald's owner manages to pick them up.
I happen to agree with Josh Pollock there.
Just 1 ace?
Yeah, ace 2.
I think players should have to stack their chips in stacks of 20, so you do know how much they have.
You know I don't bluff, Josh. That's why you folded.
That was a good spot to bluff.
Jeff Vertez moving closer to the $750,000 first place prize here at the Bicycle Casino as he slowly stacks up his chips. Action going to Josh, who felt that sting just a little bit. Josh from Las Vegas, 27 years old. This time he's going to fold. And now Will the Thrill has picked up a wired pair of 8s, and he's going to stick it all out there. He's gone all in.
He's gone in for $3 million here.
Ken out.
Oh.
Jeff Vertez with a pretty good hand here, Mike.
I think you have to call here with ace-jack of diamonds in the big blind. The guy moved all in when the blind's only 200,000 for over $3 million.
Well, at least you know you're behind.
How do I know that?
I just told you.
Normally a guy moves in with a small pair or an ace and a baby card.
Jeez. It's a big bet. It's a pretty big bet. What's my chip stack at?
I told you to keep them in 20s.
I think you got about 8 million.
Will the Thrill from New York trying to work his way, talking his way out of this one. Does he want the action or does he not?
Well, I don't have a top 6 hand or anything here. But it is suited.
He is tempted. The Canadian with a big chance to break out Will the Thrill.
I want to give you the benefit of the doubt, but I don't know.
I think you have to play this hand in this situation with the big chip lead.
Jeez, it's a tough laydown.
Chance to eliminate another player.
What do you got?
Can I even tell you that?
I'm all in. I have no decision.
Suited with an ace and a high card.
Will the Thrill taking on tournament director job.
Not the highest. Otherwise,
He's making
it would've been a
decisions
snap.
here. He's talking,
Third highest.
laughing menacingly.
It's not hearts, though.
You're behind.
Yeah, too much chatter going on for me, Vince.
I believe you. Might look stupid on camera. But
I don't think it's fair to the other players when you tell each other what you have. That's why it's against the rules to say exactly what you have during the play of a hand, because the other two guys at the table want them to clash. They want a guy to get broke so they can move up in prize money. So it affects them.
He doesn't have ace jack.
I bet you I did.
I bet you didn't
You'll
have
see
ace
it
jack.
on camera, and it was suited.
And Will the Thrill is going to take this pot.
I had a pair.
Do I really want to get a coin flip for
Depends. If you
35%
want to
of my
double up
chips?
the best player at the table, maybe you want to do that. If you don't, then you don't.
Clearly I
That's
don't.
all.
I'm waiting for Josh to do something.
He's a two-time WPT champion and former Player of the Year with over $3.5 million in earnings. Jonathan Little might not have the name recognition of a Negreanu or an Ivy, but Jonathan's on his way to becoming a poker legend for a new generation. Earlier this week, I sat down with him in our new Royal Flush Girls social bar to see if I could learn the secret to his success. When did you realize you could actually make a living being a poker player?
That's a tough question. I'm not sure if I think I can make a living now. It's a tough game. The poker always gets tougher, so you always have to stay better than the competition, and you have to learn faster than the competition.
You seem very stoic at the poker table. Do you ever show emotion?
Jonathan, smile, son, it's over. You've won the 1.1 million.
Whenever you play poker, you can't associate lots of money with doing well. I try to keep everything in perspective. I certainly get excited when I win, but I tend to not show it because I realize that that's not the greatest thing I'm ever going to do. Hopefully I'm going to do better in the future.
Is there anyone you fear at a poker table?
I fear a lot of people, but I don't let it really affect my play. I tend to try to avoid the good players at the table. For a lot of young guys, they always go after everyone at the table, but in reality, they're going to be losing money or breaking even against the good players, and that's just going to cause a lot of unnecessary variance most of the time. So the people at my table that I think are, pretty good, I just avoid them, and there's really nothing wrong with that.
You've written a poker book where you've decided to give away most of or all of your secrets. Why would you do something like that?
Well, I've been given a lot by the poker community, and in my book, it's called Secrets of Professional Tournament Poker. I basically try to give back to the poker community that helped me. It really just teaches you how to play good, sound poker and how to adjust to every situation. And if you can do that, you'll be able to make it.
So what's the real secret that you haven't given up yet?
I've given them all away. You just have to learn to think as well as I think.
What does it mean for your poker career to win WPT Player of the Year?
It's very difficult to win, and when you win the World Poker Tour Player of the Year, it's on the biggest stage in poker, and it sets you apart from the rest of the players, and it lets everyone know that you're very good at the game.
While he didn't make tonight's final table, Jonathan did take 38th place, making this his 14th WPT cash. Jonathan wasn't the only WPT Player of the Year to cash. In fact, JC Tran and Gavin Smith also made the money. All season long, we'll be tracking the progress of the Season 10 race for Player of the Year, and whoever wins tonight's event will be well on their way to that prestigious award. All right, the action's back in play here at the Bicycle Casino, so let's get down to Mike and Vince.
Well, last year's champion of the Legends of Poker, Andy Frankenberger, went on to become the WPT Player of the Year. One of these four guys are hoping to do the same thing.
Jeff Vertez right now the chip leader with 8.1 million in chips. And we go to the felt again, and it's on Jeff.
And the four players left, Vince, the two amateurs are the two chip leaders.
And Jeff has quickly folded. Josh Pollock now with a Jack-7 is going to raise. Makes it 425. Will out call. But Ken is going to make a call with an Ace-7.
Ken Aldridge from North Carolina, retired school teacher. Might be an amateur, but he owns a World Series of Poker bracelet.
And he's just caught aces right there, and he's going to check them.
Well, Josh has a flush draw, so he is going to fire here.
Yep, makes the continuation bet $500,000.
Right. Well, Ken is going to raise it up here with an Ace-7.
Well, I like it. He's going to try to find out exactly where he is. He makes it 1.2 million.
How about this old geezer? He is playing some poker here.
Josh with the flush draw.
I'm all in.
Wow. He's gone all in. Tough call for Ken now. With top pair, but a weak kicker, as we say. He could be drawing virtually dead in this situation.
And this is a huge re-raise.
I call.
Wow.
Flush draw.
What a call right there by Ken Aldridge, whether he wins this pot or not. To make that call with ace-7 for all your dough, not easy to do.
Nice call. Nice
Well,
call.
it's one I couldn't have made.
Well, there's Josh's friend Alan Sternberg, a WPT champion, rooting Josh on.
So the electrical engineering major from the University of Maryland, Josh Pollock, could get short-circuited out of here unless he catches the diamond, 2 jacks, or 2 runners to make a straight.
Here comes the turn.
Well, 7 comes off.
Makes aces and 7s for Ken. Josh needs a diamond.
Will he connect? Let's take a look at the river.
The 10 of hearts comes off, and that's going to do it for Josh Pollock, the pro who recently had the chip lead with 4 players left, ends up going out in 4th place.
Well, Josh played impeccably all night long. He's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Josh, you had the chip lead with 4 players left, and then you finished 4th. How disappointing is this for you?
It's a bit disappointing. I felt I didn't need a shove on that last hand. It was kind of a tricky spot. Could have just folded, but we were all pretty close in chips with 4 to go. It was anyone's game. You know, you need to run well situationally, and I didn't hit my flush draw, and I'm out.
Well, it's your first WPT final table. You enjoyed the experience.
Yeah,
What are you going to do to get back?
It's a great experience. I hope to run really well to get back to one of these final tables.
All right, well, you take some chances, and sometimes it doesn't go your way. Thank you, Matt. So with 28-year-old Josh Pollock out in 4th place, who will take down the coveted Legends of Poker title. Stick around for more action from the Bicycle Casino on the WPT.
Well, WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm not 21 years old anymore. I'm older than the kids at my table's age combined, but yet they played probably millions of hands more than I've ever played in my life. I think my common sense factor works out real good for me. I'm old school.
We are back here on the World Poker Tour. Only 3 players remaining, going after $750,000 here tonight.
You got to hand it to this guy. Teach, as they call him, Ken Aldridge, retired school teacher. He's a business owner, out in front with over $12 million, looking to take down his first WPT title.
Yeah, he's from Pleasant Garden, North Carolina, and we are back to the action. Will quickly folds. Ken is going to raise it up to 625 with ace-queen. Ortez looks down at a
call.
King-9 of clubs. He's made the call.
Well, he's in the big blind, so he makes the call. So the battle of the blinds here. Ken Aldridge out in front right now with the ace-high. And he's still out in front as the flop comes Jack 10-10. Well, he checks.
Now Jeff going to make a bet. Looks like 700 grand. Ken with the inside straight draw. Raised before the flop, but he's going to give this one up.
Well, he's going to show the ace-queen. Now, Vince, there's a case that had he let out and bet on the flop, he's going to win that pot rather than lose it. Talking about Ken Aldridge there.
Need to give you 2 pair with that flop.
Yeah, I had a straight come.
Wow. Good hand.
Well, lack of a continuation bet, Vince, I believe cost the school teacher that pot.
Oh, man.
All right. Next hand, Ken Aldridge.
Well, the ace-queen didn't work out, so let's try the king-3.
Okay, he's going to raise. Makes it 425. Jeff with an ace-king of clubs.
Call.
Big hand, just calling. Going to play it slow.
Crazy about that play, because when you just call there, you entice the big blind to come into the pot.
But he did not. He is folded. And the flop comes up 10-7 deuce.
Well, this gives Ken Aldridge a flush draw.
And Ken is going to bet 425,000.
And Jeff is going to call now with the ace-king. Now, I don't understand why you don't re-raise with ace-king and then you call on a flop like this.
All right, and Ken has hit his heart there. And look at this. Jeff is going to bet 1.2 million with nothing.
So far, he's made a mistake on every street here, it looks like to me. And right now, he is in dire straits, drawing dead. Well, notice Ken just calls here.
Dream come true for this man right now. River card coming up.
Another heart comes off. So 4 hearts on the board.
Well, that could save Jeff some money. Just out of fear factor. And he's going to check it. He's slowing down, shaking his head. And Ken obviously did not need another heart. He had his man on the ropes.
Well, he didn't want another heart, that's for sure, but still going to bet after his opponent checks because he does have the king-eye flush.
900 grand.
You know he doesn't have it then.
What's sick is I could have got it all.
Yep, possibly.
You're lucky to get any of it. If Jeff Vertez re-raised before the flop, I'm not sure you're going to be in there with a king-3.
He check folded. You played, you got maximum.
Will making sense of it. And we continue. Now the blinds are going up to 125, 250 right now. As we go down the stretch in this event, the Legends of Poker.
All in.
Jeff, look at this. Jeff folding and Will going all in with a pair of sixes.
I have a happy meal. You have a big meal.
That's right. I got the. You just got the burger. I got the whole meal.
Right.
Ken with just a 9-10.
He can afford to make this call, but I wouldn't make it for $2.2 million to double up a tough player like Will the Thrill. It's gambling.
I call.
I'm ahead.
Well, he is going to gamble.
I'm ahead.
Well, Will says I'm ahead, but he's racing.
I'm ahead. Get in here, get in here, get in here, get in here.
Will bossing people around.
I need a 6 of diamonds from you boys over there. 6 of diamonds.
Well, Will the Thrill calling for the 6 of diamonds. The last guy that made 3 6s got broke out of here when his opponent made a flush.
This is huge right here, you hear me? 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds, 6 of diamonds.
Well, Vance, I don't know about this call for a couple million out of Ken Aldridge there. He could have been way up against it. Turns out he's in about the best spot he could be in, a race situation. He's got the 2 overcards versus the under pair. Everything's gone right for Ken Aldridge so far at this final table. Can he take out yet another player here?
All right, we
6
are going to see the
of
flop.
diamonds. 6 of diamonds. 6 of diamonds. 6
Will
of
the
diamonds.
Thrill. Begging for his 6 of diamonds.
3, 3, 3.
Here we go with the flop.
Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it low. Keep it
From
low.
ace 7-5,
Spade,
and
baby,
Will
spade,
has the
baby.
flush draw also, meaning the 9 or 10 of spades would not help Ken. It wouldn't beat him.
Spade. Spade.
3 spades on the flop. Here comes the turn. It's a 4 of hearts.
Spade. Pair to board. Pair to board.
As the cards like Ken Aldridge has got 4 outs, as we say. Must catch a 10 or a 9. That's not the 10 or 9 of spades.
Will the Thrill Sayela looking to double up and stay alive at the Legends of Poker.
Pair to board spade. Paint. Pair to board spade. Pair or the board spade.
Well, there it is. The 6 of diamonds does come at the river. Wasn't necessary as Will had the best hand, just had to dodge a 9 or a 10. There wasn't a spade, but he's going to double up here to stay alive.
Yeah, the New Yorker has done it. A big double up right there. Going to make things close as we go down the stretch here at the Legends of Poker.
Well, phenomenal action here. I mean, there you saw a case where a guy gambled with a 10-9 for another $2.1 million. Will the Thrill doubling up to get back in this contest. We still got 3 players left fighting it out for the title.
There is a lot of passion at this game. Will the Thrill from New York, he's got his mojo back. He's up against 2 so-called amateurs. One of them has a World Series bracelet. The other is a tough Canadian. We will see. This is getting very interesting.
Well, gentlemen, this should be a fight to the very end as we come closer to crowning the first WPT champion of our historic 10th season. Please join us next time from the Bicycle Casino for WPT's continuing coverage, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Los Angeles, a legend will be crowned and another name etched onto the WPT's Champions Cup. The first tournament of Landmark Season 10 comes to its ultimate conclusion only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
After 5 grueling days of hard-fought competition, the Legends of Poker here in Los Angeles is poised to name the first WPT champ of Season 10. Here to give us insight as to where we stand, we turn to poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, how do you see tonight playing out?
Well, Kimberly, what a way to start Season 10 on the World Poker Tour.
We're in our third and final hour of the new extended 3 hours of coverage for each event.
The Legends of Poker has come down to 3 players. We've got 2 amateurs and 1 pro, and the 2 amateurs are the chip leader, led by a retired school teacher from North Carolina, Ken Aldridge. Now, Vince, remember a year ago, we had a businessman come into the poker world. His name was Andy Frankenberger. He not only won this tournament, he went on to become the WPT Player of the Year. It can be done.
It can be done. And speaking of burgers, you know, Frankenberger, we have a burger guy. The guy that owns a McDonald's in Canada, that's Jeff Vertez in seat number 6, and he can play. But can he beat Will the Thrill from New York? Now, Will has played on the tournament circuit for years, and he is desperate to win his first major title, and he's tough. He's got his mojo back. This is going to be great.
Thank you, gentlemen. $750,000 and a prestigious title on the line tonight. Looks like the game's ready to resume, so let's check the chip counts and get back to the game.
Ken Aldridge, a retired school teacher of North Carolina, our chip leader with $12 million. In second place, the owner of McDonald's from Canada, Jeff Vertez, with $7 million. And Will the Thrill Fiala going for his first win ever in a major tournament in third place right now.
And he's at 25,000 blinds, so 125, 250. Here we go. Jeff Vertez quickly folding his hand. Now Will the Thrill with a pair of 9s. And he's raised it to 600,000, Mike.
A nice hand in the small blind when you pick up 2 9s, but Ken Aldridge is going to look him up with a King 7 offsuit here.
And we are flopping.
When Ken is out flopped him as it comes King 10-3.
800.
Will going to make the continuation bet, but I don't see Ken going anywhere here after flopping top pair.
I'm all in.
$800,000 bet, and of course, Ken puts the pressure on, re-raises all in.
Glad you didn't move me in pre-flop because I beat you in the middle.
My deal was I'm in all the way, so I might as well do it right there.
I'm on a free roll. I'll take it.
Ken Aldridge, the retired school teacher, taking down that pot. We started to look a little bit like he's been fishing.
Well, right now he's fishing for a WPT title, I can tell you that.
Tough amateur player. Right back to the action. It's on him. This time with a nothing hand.
He's got the 8-4 spade.
And he will not play that. Into Jeff from Canada. He's got a pretty good ace-9 offsuit.
Certainly a hand you're going to raise. Out of the small blind, he has raised it. And Will quickly moved all in.
How much more is it?
I got 3. I think I got 3 million.
All in with an ace-5 of diamonds. What is that about?
I'm ahead. You can get there. I'm ahead.
I want my chips counted too.
Well, Jeff wants his own chips counted. Now, I've never seen this before. The guy stands up to have his own chips counted.
I don't need help. He needs help. He's a nice guy. What do I have left?
Well, little does Will know, he is behind in this hand. He's telling the world he's ahead. I think he's hoping the man goes out of the pot.
I call. I call.
Wow.
I don't have aces. Okay. I have an ace.
Will tried to talk him out of that pot, but it didn't work. Now he's got to outdraw him to win it.
Will looking a little humbled there.
Diamonds. Diamonds.
Ace-5 of diamonds for Will.
Well, Jeff's snorting like a bull right now.
I bet he doesn't do that behind the McDonald's counter.
5 of diamonds.
Jumping up and down
5
on
of
his
clubs,
toes
5 of
here.
spades.
He's out front.
5 of clubs. 5 of clubs.
Ace-9 up against ace-5.
Diamonds!
And the flop comes up 10, 8-5.
A 5 right on the flop. He has caught some help. He has taken the lead.
Keep it low.
And now it's the Canadian, Jeff Vertes, that needs the help.
5 of hearts. 5 of hearts.
Jeff can't believe it. Here we go with 4th straight.
Well, a 7 comes off. Gives a few more outs for Jeff, and he knows it as he's got an open-end straight draw. He will now win the pot with a 6, a 9, or a jack.
Run better.
Can Jeff knock the New Yorker out?
King paddleboard. King paddleboard. King paddleboard. King paddleboard. King paddleboard. King.
And they paired the board with 10. Will the Thrill going to double up yet again?
Right now, he can outdraw Picasso. Beautifully done. He doubles up.
Jeff Vertes really disappointed. He is in a state of shock.
Will the Thrill sits back down, taking off his jacket. He's still alive.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from the Bicycle Casino, including Tony Dunst with a new edition of The Raw Deal, and find out who are the season 10 ones to watch when the WPT's coverage of the Legends of Poker, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
The WPT is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can watch the latest episodes online, get a free subscription to the WPT magazine, and so much more. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
You've been playing poker for 10 years, you've been playing on Club WPT for 3 years, and this is your first live event.
I won this and it was like, oh my goodness.
Yeah.
This is real now.
But you already say you're ahead of the game?
Well, you figure I pay $19.95 a month to play on ClubWPT.com. My buy-in's already bought in, plus my travel expenses. So I had it all up. I'm ahead of the game.
Yeah. Albert actually won his seat to the Legends of Poker at Club WPT, where for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament, just like Albert did. It's low risk with a high reward, so check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com. And never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, the retired school teacher Ken Aldridge out in front right now with nearly $11 million, but Will the Thrill Fiala from New York in second place now, Vince, with $8.3 million.
That is right. Antes are going up to 50,000. The blinds are 150 and 300. To the game we must go. Ken Aldridge, first to act, King 5, and he's raised it to 650.
Call.
Right behind him with a 9-8 of diamonds is going to make the call, and Will here.
1.7 million.
Whoa, Will's going to re-raise. He's got an ace-5. Will makes it 1.7. Ken going out.
It's pretty strong, huh?
Just a bit of a squeeze play by Will the Thrill. Very good raise right here. He knows Jeff is not that strong because he just called. He didn't re-raise. Just going to try to shut him out. And that is a good play by the pro from New York, Will the Thrill Fiala, doing it right now.
A big comeback for him. The man who loves Sopranos, grew up in that kind of area, is trying to prove himself here today in Los Angeles.
Your pair's going to be higher than mine, obviously. I know you're happy about it.
I saw that. That's like a 9 or a 10.
Like it matters.
Poker needs a Will the Thrill right now.
I'm check raising my grandmother. My mother I moved all in on. No mercy. I'm taking no prisoners. You're living in fantasy land.
I hope I can excite people today. I hope I can make people want to watch the fight we're going to have today, because it's going to be a war. I promise you there's going to be a war.
I'm slaughtering the out of everybody.
Win, lose, or draw, I'm going out fighting.
Ooh. We're here with WPT champion Dwight Pilgrim. What are you doing here? Who are you sweating?
Oh, I'm here sweating Will the Thrill Fiala. You know, he's out here making it happen for the East Coast. He's one of the original beasts from the East, and I'm here to show my support.
Well, your name is right over here on this trophy over here. What would it mean to have another East Coaster like Will take down a WPT title?
Oh, that would be great. You know, we'd be like tag team partners. You know, he's a legend on the East Coast. He grew up over there. That's where he plays, and we came over here to the West to try to make it happen.
Pretty cool changes here to the World Poker Tour set. You got the Royal Flush Girl bar over here. What do you think of the new changes?
I think the changes are great. Like you said, you have the bar over here with the lovely Royal Flush ladies, and it's looking really good, you know.
More incentive for you to get back over there on the table.
Exactly.
Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot, man. I'll be there soon.
All right.
Well, Vince, we know what a showman Dwight Pilgrim was when he made it to his WPT final table.
650.
I'm not sure Will the Thrill's not going to outdo him before it's over tonight.
I call.
Two great poker personalities, I'll tell you that. Now, back to this hand. Jeff has raised it with King 8 to 650, and Will Fiala is going to call with Jack 8. Ken out. Here's the flop.
The flop is King, Queen, 4, Rainbow. Nice flop for Jeff. He's flopped top pair. And he's going to bet 800,000.
Yep, he's going to play it fast. Now, look at this. Will calling with absolutely nothing.
Unbelievable. This is called a float when you have no hand and no draw. You're only calling to try to take the pot away from your opponent later. That's not going to happen, as Jeff has made 2 pair on the turn, kings and 8s.
Will has got a little piece of that pair of 8s. Not going to help much because Jeff plunging ahead again. $1.1 million bet, and it's going to work. Will has to say goodnight.
Bluff me, Jeff.
Well, Vince, you'd have to say
2 pair.
that Will's float bet sank there. Had Jeff checked on the turn there, Will probably would have made an effort to steal that pot, and it would have cost him a lot of money.
Definitely a king.
For 10 seasons, the WPT has been the showcase for new poker talent, and in season 9, we decided to thrust some young players into the spotlight. This season, we have some familiar faces returning and some hot new stars ready to prove they are the ones to watch.
Poker to me is like my life, both my #1 passion and my profession.
If I take it seriously and I take it as something that I identify with, I want to be the best.
You know, poker is this game and you never know where it's going to take you. One minute I'm reading Super System, and the next minute I'm knocking Doyle Brunson out of the 40K.
That gets the blood flowing, pumping, and that's what makes me show up.
Okay, we might have said that last year was my year. No. I think this year is my year.
I definitely have to want and be hungry to win.
You know, you see hungry players that want it. The person that wants it the most is going to win. Not the best player, the person that wants it the most.
You're either first or you're last, because if you don't have that competitive spirit and that confidence, then you're really not going to be able to win.
Yeah, you have to be fearless. Fear is your enemy at the poker table.
You need to be very aggressive. You need to put pressure on your opponents. You need to go for the win.
You can't find that in any book. You just have to play and just kind of work the kinks out along the way.
I think I do have a bright future in it.
So hopefully you'll be seeing a lot of me.
It could come next week, it could come next month, it could come next year. Just gonna keep working until I get that big live win.
I love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
This season on Ones to Watch.
I'm a funny guy sometimes. I'm pretty obnoxious. Hopefully I can entertain you guys.
I might have talked some smack about you.
Let me rub the belly for good luck. That's for good luck 5 times. I've just been crushing the 2 tables I'm at.
So, like, who the are you? Seriously.
Ones to watch.
Of the ones to watch to play in the Legends of Poker, Dan O'Brien was the only one who made the money, finishing in 69th place. We'll track the progress of these young stars all season long, but for now, we'll be right back with more action from the Bicycle Casino.
The Bicycle Casino ran an absolutely awesome tournament. Re-entry was perfect. It's absolutely perfect.
Big card room, great card room.
And what a great group of people. Gosh, I've just really and thoroughly enjoyed the people.
I love bicycles. Yeah, I love the Bicycle Casino. This is probably my favorite casino in the world. 5-star all the way.
We are back here on the WPT at the Legends of Poker, where 3 players remain.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Ken Aldridge, the retired school teacher, out front with over 10 million. Will Fiala, the pro out of New York, in second place with 7 million. And the Canadian Jeff Berthez in third place with about 6.5 million.
That's right, Jeff, an amateur player from Canada, owns a McDonald's up there. Playing strong here tonight. He's going to fold his hand.
And Will going to limp in here with the Queen 7 of clubs.
Yeah, I'm sorry.
And Ken obviously happy to get a free flop here with the 6 deuce offsuit.
Option to raise, doesn't do so. Here come the first 3.
Oh, what a flop for Ken as it comes 3, 4, 5. Ken has flopped a straight.
Oh boy, and he's going to bet 300,000. Will's going to stick around for some reason.
He's going to try to catch a 6 in the gut. And that's the card he has to catch to win this pot.
Turn card and ace. Will's going to check it again.
4 cards straight on the board now.
Balk.
Well, it is a balk, but
check. Well, Ken's going to slow down. He's going to try to trap a little bit. He checks.
And they made a motion toward the pot. In some places that would be considered a bet, but here it's a check, and it's going to work out well for him because Will is bluffing on the river. He has bet 600,000.
1.5.
Oh boy.
And there's the raise, and there's the exit by Will.
Yep.
2-6 even.
Oh, well, you got to think that Ken is making a mistake showing these hands when you're not called. Don't give these Vipers any more information than they deserve.
Poker life, it's great for me because it's a sideline, and I enjoy it. And I feel like I'm still teaching when I'm at the table. Andy Frankenberger, the winner of the WPT last year. He worked 14, 15 years on Wall Street and then got into poker. He's got a resume, these young kids. It's a tough life if they choose to do it. It's not easy. They need to get some kind of resume as well as play poker.
Well, there you heard Ken Aldridge mention last season's champ, and on day 1 of this event, the Season 9 WPT Player of the Year trophy was presented to Andy Frankenberger. Andy made his mark here at Legends 1 year ago by winning this event and starting a successful Season 9 on the WPT. Tonight's winner could easily follow Andy's lead. Check back here all season long as we'll traction up the Player of the Year race for Season 10. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
Oh, man.
Well, 3 players left fighting it out for this title and perhaps their quest to become the WPT Player of the Year.
Okay, and Will the Thrill picking up big slick ace, king of clubs, just like that. Gonna make a raise, 700,000 to go. Ken going out.
It's around to Jeff Vertez. He picks up 2 9s in the big blind. A big hand here.
Re-raise.
I look for all the money to go in here. Free flop. Let's see what happens.
Well, he is going to re-raise it. Well, that looks like 1.2 million more.
All in.
And Will says all in.
He has me covered, correct?
No, he does not actually have you
Call
covered.
the valet.
Now, Jeff actually has about 700,000 more than Will.
Call the valet.
Will feigning like he's got to leave early.
I don't see how you can put 2 million in this pot when you have 6 million in total and then abandon ship here.
Has to have something good. Has to have something good.
Not in a 3-handed poker game, a pair of 9s. Very solid.
The only hands that can beat you is a pair of 10s or higher.
Is he paired up or what?
I got a pair of balls.
That is just
At least I got you to laugh, Jeff.
crude, New York style. Laughter and mirth at the table, always a good thing.
Well, you know Will's going to make the same play probably with ace-king, ace-queen suited, 2 8s, 2 7s. There's a lot of hands that 2 9s are going to beat.
This is really tough, 3-handed, to fold this.
Let's see how you can fold it.
Okay, hold on. So you bet, I re-raised, you went. You went. Right?
What?
You bet, I re-raised, then you did that.
Mm-hmm.
Original bet was what, 700?
Mm-hmm.
700. 700.
This is a tremendous moment in his poker life.
Playing 3-handed poker, you just can't expect to pick up much better hands than this. If you play this hand and win it.
Well, I know it's not a bluff. I mean,
that I promise you. That I promise you.
Every time you've outdrawn me, every single hand in this entire tournament.
Then just fold and wait for the next one.
It's very obvious, Vince, that he owns the McDonald's franchise and that he doesn't clock in. He'd move a little quicker.
I just don't want him to have a bigger pair. And there's a very good chance he's a bigger pair of cards.
Dolly Parton never said that line.
I fold.
Oh, boy.
He does lay it down. So Will the Thrill picking up a nice pot there. Well, I got to say, Vince, it surprises me that you put in $2 million.
Fold that.
Then you're going to throw away a pair of nines in that spot. No, they might not have been good, but just too much money out there to lay it down, in my opinion.
Ken Aldridge, the former school teacher, still out in front with close to $11 million. This is the event Doyle Brunson won a few years back.
$750.
Will bounces right back, picks up ace-queen after winning the last pot with ace-king.
But right behind him, Ken with king-queen says re-raise. And he is going to make that, it appears like...
Sick bet there, Ken.
Wow.
Sick bet.
1.6 million.
Trying to teach a lesson here.
All right, Jeff.
Is that what's going on? So look at my cards.
Oh. Jeff Vertez has picked up 2 aces in the big blind.
I'm all in.
And he says all in, Mike.
Will the Thrill standing up. He thought he had a premium hand, but he got re-raised and re-raised again.
I don't care about his hand, you know, I care about your hand.
Oh, I know.
Wrong guy, Will.
Wow. He doesn't really believe that. There's no way the third party's coming into a pot without a hand in this situation. You're just going to hope the other 2 guys clash and one of them goes out. Unless you have a premium hand. And obviously, Jeff has the best hand possible.
This would be a great escape if Will should make this fold.
Now, the way the hand's played, I think you can get away from it pretty easy.
Will thinking it through.
I fold.
And he's going to make a brilliant laydown. Very solid.
Yeah, even if you don't put the guy on aces, you put him on ace-king or 2 kings. Well, this would be shocking to me if the teach called this bet. I mean, this is what we call a trap hand, a king-queen in this situation. You're very fearful your opponent's got ace-king, 2 kings, 2 queens, 2 aces.
Nice hand. Nice bet. Either way.
And Jeff has chased them both away with the aces.
You're lucky he did that.
No, I'm not.
Oh, yes, you are.
Why?
I had a nuke.
Huh?
I had a nuclear missile aiming at
You
you.
had a nuclear missile? You had that?
No.
Did you have that?
No.
Yeah, you didn't have that.
Well, he showed the aces.
And Will seduces these guys to show them hands they're just not supposed to show.
If he doesn't do that, I'm all in on you.
Will the Thrill.
I folded ace king.
Best part of his game is his table talk.
How did I not get a caller there? How did I not get a caller?
We're sharing callers.
Unreal. This is an overbet, but geez.
3 players left at the Legends of Poker. We're coming back with more action. Stay with us here on the WPT.
How is that possible? I don't get it. It wasn't like you played the hand really well.
Sorry. 0.
Welcome back to the Bicycle Casino and the World Poker Tour.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
It was late into the night of the Season 4 Legends of Poker when the talented pro Kenna James had amateur player Alex Kahaner exhausted, defeated, and all in with Jack 10 versus Kenna's Ace 4. And the popular veteran was only 5 cards away from joining the list of champions at the Bicycle Casino. But as so often happens at a WPT final, fate turned the tables on the turn of a card.
Alex has bluffed an open-end straight draw. Wow. What drama here at this Legend of Poker tonight.
Here's the turn.
Unbelievable. Alex has made a king out of straight, and look at the pain and agony on the face of Kenna James.
After that hand, Kenna James found himself down, but his dream of a WPT title still alive, until the final river card was the dagger in the heart.
Again, more pain for Kenna James, and that is going to do it.
Kenna would not realize his dream of winning a WPT title, and Alex Kahaner's date with destiny would earn him a place on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, tough luck for Kenna James not winning that tournament. But Vince, I got a feeling we're going to see more great moments like that one all season long to celebrate our 10th anniversary season.
All right, back to these 3 going after this title here at the Legends of Poker. Lines are going up to 200 and 400,000. Let's go to the felt.
$1 million.
The Canadian now picks up a pair of sixes.
I'm all in.
And Will Fiala going all in here with an ace-8 offsuit.
Ken out.
You have me covered, right? Makes it harder to call.
Well, Jeff faced with another tough decision here. Now, Vince, in my mind, he's got to calculate the fact that his opponent just didn't raise $1 million or $2 million.
Overbet.
Where if he had a premium hand, that's what you think he would do. He went all in for $7 million in this spot. Do you really put him on a bigger pair than yours?
You want to chat about it a bit? You look tired. You getting tired? You ready to go home?
You could be correct, but I play 18 hours a day, so it's not a big thing to me.
I always question people that say that they work 18, 19 hours a day. What come on, it just doesn't seem right with the math. It's not possible, Mike.
You want to phone a friend?
I'd like to. Is that an option?
Well, we've seen numerous instances already.
How am I talking myself out of this?
Where he has laid down pairs.
Because you know you beat.
In this situation.
Yeah, probably. Probably. I don't want to look bad on TV, though. Folding with a better hand.
But you just wonder if he knows that in Hold'em poker, you only pick up a pair on average once out of every 17 hands. So it's unlikely your opponent is going to have a pair, especially a bigger one than you have.
Will has him in sort of a trance. Does anything he wants him to do, and he's going to fold the hand.
So a nice all-in bet, it turns out, by Will the Thrill to take down that pot.
Disappointment once again for the Canadian.
Definitely a good fold.
Last season, Tony Dunst never held back in dishing out his opinion on anybody's play. And this season, he's back to serve up some more in this edition of The Raw Deal.
It's a difficult task to maintain your composure at a major final table, considering the massive equity swings that occur with the turn of a card.
Every time you've outdrawn me, every single hand.
It's even more difficult if you're unaccustomed to playing for high stakes, and probably damn near impossible if it's your first major tournament. That's the situation Jeff Vertez finds himself in tonight. And although he's to be commended for maneuvering himself to the final table in his first high-stakes tournament, he definitely hasn't been the picture of composure while at it. Let's break him down.
I don't want to look bad on TV, though.
Jeff's problems begin when he finds pocket nines in the big blind against Will Fiala three-handed. I went on quite the tirade last season when we witnessed Kia Mohajeri 3-bet fold pocket jacks when 35 blinds deep three-handed. It's an absolute catastrophe. So you can imagine how I feel about Jeff's 3-bet fold here with nines when holding 19 blinds to start the hand. While watching, I wished I could just lean into Jeff's ear and tell him, no! So the first rule in maintaining your composure is don't play bad.
I fold.
Rule number 2, keep your cool. Next, Jeff faces a raise from Will and re-raise from Ken in the big blind before looking down at his cards.
Trying to teach a lesson here?
I think if there was one thing I wouldn't do when peeking down at a massive hand in a situation where I desperately want action, is mumble, Jesus, under my breath the moment everyone is paying the most attention to every nuance of my behavior.
I'm all in.
That's not to say I don't believe Will finds a fold anyway.
I fold.
But I'm sure that slip made his decision easier.
Nice bet.
How did I not get a caller there? Unreal.
Rule number 3, shut the hell up. In this last hand, Jeff finds himself facing a marginal all-in decision against Will with pocket sixes. Jeff decides to try and get some banter going.
You want to chat about it a bit?
You want to phone a friend?
Is that an option?
But I think it's a mistake for a vastly less experienced player to get into a war of words with a professional. The pro will have a much better chance of interpreting the strength of your holding and manipulating you with his words than you will against him.
How am I talking myself out of this?
Because you know you beat.
And there seem like few worse options for a high equity chat than Will Fiala. The guy's an old school East Coast grinder. I mean, he's been talking total garbage at the table since before Jeff was born. And hey, I understand. Making your first final table is an extremely exciting and emotional moment. And we can't all be robotic Scandinavians. But if you are fortunate enough to find yourself in that position and facing down a collection of professionals, just remember, silence is golden.
All right, well, I tell you, Jeff Vertez has now become the official Rodney Dangerfield of poker because he's getting no respect, and I think he deserves some respect, Mike.
Well, I'd have to go along with Tony in this section of the Raw deal tonight because I believe about everything he said was spot on.
All right, to the table we go.
900.
One of these players will become a legend of poker here at the Bike. And Will, now with an ace-jack, has raised it to 900,000. Ken has gone out. Wow, look at this. Jeff has ace-queen.
It's amazing how many big hands this guy's picked up.
Re-raised to 1.75.
He's going to pump it up. He wants revenge.
No, 1.75.
I'm all in.
And Will coming back over the top all in.
I call.
Jeff is finally going to make the right decision. He's making the call.
Ace-jack.
Well, Will has more chips than Jeff. Jeff has the best hand with a great chance to double up here.
Right, we need a jack.
Remember the last time he had him all in this spot, he had ace-9 against ace-5. Will escaped that time. Could he possibly escape again?
Where's the jack of clubs in the window?
One time, bro.
Jack of hearts. Well, spades, jack of spades.
Well, Will's talking to the dealer.
We got one more in us? One time?
One time, Will says. Well, there's a will, there's a way.
Jack, 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 jack.
Ace, queen, ace, queen. Hit the ace, queen. Both. 2 pairs.
There you go. He's getting his confidence back. Here comes the flop. Oh, jack, just like that. Aces and jacks.
Well, Jeff was rooting for 2 pair, but it was Will that hit him.
Keep it low. 3.
Did you have a king?
A king or a queen.
Hit the king.
Would do it for Jeff, but he's going to have help to stay alive here.
Holy Christ almighty.
Hit me with the king. One time. One time with the king.
Holy Christ almighty.
Jeff needs some help. He's begging for it. Not the big.
Well, that's a 9. That gives him an 8 as an out as well. Now he can catch a king, a queen, or an 8.
King, queen. Come on.
Deuce.
Jeff's dream of becoming a WPT champion, all coming down to this card.
Come on.
Let's catch a king, queen, or an 8 to stay alive. It's an ace. Will, the thrill has sucked out again. You gotta feel the pain for Jeff Bertes there.
Wait.
The McDonald's owner gonna pick up 186,000, and it's back to the kitchen for him. Out in 3rd place.
That is sick.
But in truth, he might look back at some of those other hands that he could have possibly busted Will along the way, and he didn't take a shot to do it.
Jeff Vertes from Canada, the McDonald's owner and manager, has to say goodnight. And right now, he's going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Jeff, that's a very tough beat. Obviously, you got your money in good twice against Will, and he beat you both times.
It's poker. It happens. I've done it to other players numerous times. It's very disappointing. I came here to win this thing, and I did everything I could to do that. It's just the way it goes sometimes. I'm glad I made it to 3rd place in my first major tournament, and I hope I gained the respect of the poker world a little bit, and I don't know.
You sure did with me, and congratulations. I'm sure we're going to see you at another World Poker Tour final table.
Absolutely.
All right, congratulations.
Thanks, guys.
Kimberly, over to you.
Very well said. He really did play his heart out. With Jeff Vertes out in 3rd place, we are very close to crowning the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion. Will it be Will Fiala or Ken Aldridge who takes the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
And I'll be back. I'll be back for sure.
As a Club WPT VIP, I love all the VIP-only benefits, especially the online WPT Magazine. And you've got to check out the incredible iPad version of WPT Magazine, now available in the Apple newsstand.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls with the cash.
Hey, the money looks good also.
You come with it now? You come with it or no?
These 2 guys, between them, will take home well over $1 million. The winner going to get the bulk of it at $758,000. The winner's name will be engraved on the WPT Champions Cup.
All the goodies that go with it. It's the beautiful WPT trophy.
There you see all the cash. The winner tonight taking home over $750,000.
That is right. Brought to us by the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Mika, Melissa, and Sanisa.
Heads-up action between Will Fiala and Ken Aldridge is about to get started here at the Legends of Poker. And during the break, sideline reporter Matt Savage had a chance to catch up with both players.
Well, guys, or should I say gentlemen?
Gentlemen.
This is supposed to be a young man's game.
He's the dinosaur.
What are you doing, Ken?
Wait a minute. I'm just starting out here. Okay. No, it's great. I'm having so much fun. I've had so much fun all week. I really have. And this just tops it off, of course. It really does.
And Will, you have the slight chip lead here, heads up. You are so close to realizing a dream here that you have never yet seen.
Thank you, Matt. I'm a little choked up right now. I got very lucky today. I just hope it works out.
This is great competition. I know I'm not the pro, but I love playing this guy. This is going to be great. It really is.
Right.
Regardless of the outcome, this is wonderful. Really
well,
is.
We're all winners now.
All winners now. Take us back to the felt, Kimberly.
You got it.
Okay.
Hey, let's go get it.
Play is ready to resume, so let's send it back down to Mike and Vince.
Well, there you see the chip counts as we start this heads-up battle. Will the Thrill Fiala out in front with a little over $14 million in chips. Ken Aldridge starting out with not quite $10 million in chips.
All right, blind still 200 and 400,000 with an ante of 50,000. Here we go. Will the Thrill picking up a 4 deuce of spades.
800.
He's going to make a button raise here up to 800,000.
Yep. Ken with a 7-6, gonna make this call. So we're gonna play fast, and flop comes up ace, ace-6. Ken picks up sixes here.
Check.
And Will has a flush draw.
Ken is checked.
Million.
$1 million bet by Will the Thrill.
I'll raise.
Ken is going to check raise him here with the 2 sixes.
2.5.
Up to $2.5 million.
I call.
And Will makes the call with the flush draw.
Check.
Check in the blind here.
Now, Vince, you don't see a check raise and then a check in the dark very often in poker. You got to admit that.
Well, they certainly do. Let's see how it turns out for him.
Well, a 4 comes off. Now, this gives Will a pair as well as a flush draw.
1.5.
Will he take the free card? No. He is betting 1.5 million. Not a big bet into a pot that's got almost 7 million in it.
Ken, is he thinking to himself, this guy might have an ace? All Ken has is sixes.
I guess your kicker could be better. But I'm committed. I'm all in.
But now he's saying all in with just sixes and aces.
Can't believe you flopped sixes full. I fold.
Whoa.
Whoa, boy, good job. Good job.
And he gets the fold. Great re-raise there by Ken.
He's got 2 sixes. Trust me, he's got 2 sixes.
Well, a very daring bet right there.
How did Ken know that his man did not have an ace? He reads players pretty well. All right, back to the next hand. Look at this. Ken has picked up the weapons of mass destruction. Amazing how many times that's popped up tonight. He's got the pair of aces in the best situation ever.
Cool.
Notice he has the chip lead right now as well.
Ken's made it 900,000. A call by Will. He's getting action.
And flop comes Jack 5 deuce.
No help for Will. He checks.
Ken way out in front with the 2 aces. He's going to bet 500,000 here. And there's only about 2 million in the pot, so this is a small bet into that pot. And Will's going to make the call. Prospecting, I suppose.
Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 9 of hearts comes off. This is a great card for Will because it gives him a flush draw and a gut shot straight draw. He's going to check now. Doesn't have to bluff at this pot.
Don't bet too much. You won't get paid.
2 million.
And Will begging, don't bet too much.
Now, 2 million is the bet. Obviously, Will is going to call here since he made the flush draw and the straight draw on the turn.
Exactly what Will wanted to happen, because now he can call this and possibly pick him off if he happens to hit. Down to the river we go. Little does he know that how far behind. And Will does hit the hand. He hits a heart.
Will is backdoor to flush here.
4 million.
And Will leads out and bets 4 million.
I'm all in.
I call.
Wow. And Ken goes all in and called. That is a total amateur play there. Vince, there's no sense in going in. The guy's not going to call you with just one pair there if you move all in.
Pretty dang lucky. Runner.
The retired school teacher loses that pot to running hearts. That is a tough beat.
I'll let you get there.
Huge hand. What a turnaround for Will the Thrill. Hit the flush.
It's ironic to end this tournament like that, right?
And the blinds are going up to 250, 500. Right back on Will.
I'm all in.
He's gone all in with just a Jack-6.
Can I get lucky?
Call the valet.
Ken just has a 6-4.
Well, I don't know that I can wait. Because I won't have any chips to win in a minute. Put 250.
850,000 in blinds and antes, man. I mean, you have to play something. It doesn't matter what it is, even if you have to get lucky to win the pot.
And right now, I got live cards.
Maybe.
Maybe. That's right. Yeah.
Maybe.
And Ken looks like he's going to go for it.
And Will has him dominated with a Jack-6 here.
I got my favorite card. I got a Jack.
And he is going to love looking at Ken's hand.
Oh, Jack-6.
Jack-6.
Oh, my God, Ken. Oh.
I figured I was live. I was live.
What are you going to do? You going to fold a Jack? Your name is Jack in the Box.
Jack in the box. I need a Jack in the box.
It's my turn. It's my turn.
Oh, boy.
No matter where it goes, it was a great tournament, bro.
Yeah, I didn't have anything left there.
Will the Thrill was 5 cards away from taking a WPT title down. He's never won a major event before.
Look at Jeff. Look at Jeff's face. Look at Jeff's face.
And the third place finisher, Jeff Vertez.
Well, he knows it could have been him with that trophy, Vince.
4s. 2 of them.
Jack of clubs. I tip bigger than him. Please, Lord Jesus Christ.
And you play poker for a living and you chase this dream and you finally have a shot at it, you know and appreciate how much it means to you.
Jack. Yeah.
Well, the flop is King, King, 7. That is good for Will.
Ken must catch 2 runners to make a straight or a 4.
I do.
Jack, it's over.
Oh, he'd love to get a Jack and just be done with this event. Can he get his Jack?
Well, a queen comes off.
That's pretty good, too.
Well, if the board pairs 7s now, they would split this pot. Ken needs a 4 to win the pot. Nothing else will do for him.
Heavy favorite for the Thrill as these guys hug.
Please, Lord. Please, Lord.
Let's see the last card.
3.
It's the 9. Will the Thrill has done it. He has captured his dream, Vince, of winning a WPT title. Good for him.
Big hugs around for Will the Thrill, our WPT champion. Congratulations.
Well, he got lucky when it counted a number of times tonight, Vince. Played great in some other hands. It was meant to be for Will the Thrill tonight.
I said, no mercy, man. No mercy, man. Oh, my God.
Teach, you might have been up against Destiny tonight. It seemed like Will had a lot of things go his way.
Oh, no question about that. I made a couple mistakes. I normally don't slow play aces after the flop. I did. Why he called, I have no idea, unless he's going to try to bluff me. You know, that's the way it goes. But listen, Will's worked hard at this. You know, I'm a novice at it. Pretty good novice.
Well, I got to tell you, I mean, it's been great to watch you all week. You've had a lot of support and a lot of people behind you. Congratulations, Teach. Mike, give us our champion.
A great show tonight. What a performance. You needed luck several times at this final table, but after all these WPT events you've entered, a dream finally come true for you. How you feeling right now?
I don't even know what to say. I just know that on August 15th, 2001, my son was born, and that was the absolute greatest day of my life. And this is the second greatest day.
Well, we congratulate you. You came to the final table as chip leader. You went down to low stack several times. You hung in there. You battled back. You came back to take down this title. You got to be feeling great right now.
It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. Best feeling. Best feeling ever.
Let's hear it for the Legends of Poker champion, Will the Thrill Fiala. Great job, Will.
Thanks, Mike.
Okay, Kimberly, back up to you.
Congratulations once again to Will the Thrill Fiala, the Season 10 Legends of Poker champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to France for the Grand Prix de Paris. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
City in the world, an international field of young pros put their national pride on the line to win the prestigious Grand Prix de Paris and the coveted WPT Champions Cup, and it's only on the World Poker Tour.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
The Aviation Club in France is one of the original charter members of the World Poker Tour, but the elegance and exclusivity that mark this historic venue stand in contrast to the explosive finals the WPT has witnessed here over the years.
This, folks, is unbelievable. It's an ace-7 against two aces. George the Greek has come back and defeated two aces here.
Yeah! Oh, it's a queen. Tony G is outdrawing the American.
I'm gonna rip you apart so hard, and you're gonna suffer so much. Man, you will never want to play poker again with me, ever.
A karate chop by surrender. He is our champion. And it's a 10. Christian Grunberg has done it.
Now in our 10th season, the faces may have changed, but the passion remains, as 5 days ago, a field from around the globe arrived in Paris, ready to prove they have what it takes to win the Champions Cup. Since season 1, the Aviation Club de France has been and continues to be one of the WPT's premier destinations for poker. Located on the Champs-Élysées, just down the avenue from the Arc de Triomphe, the club attracts the best and the brightest among poker's elite.
We are here at the Aviation Club, and this is the exact room that Mike and I used to call the final table, was right here, but no longer. But what we do have now is this fantastic trophy, and all the champions of the World Poker Tour, their names are on this, engraved.
We welcome all the players. We appreciate their support on the World Poker Tour. And players, bon chance to all of you in making it to the final table. And now, let's shuffle up and deal.
As play got underway, American pros such as Season 9 ones to watch, Joseph Chung, WPT finalist Michael Benvenuti, and Matthew Waxman took their seats, hoping to take advantage of a field featuring plenty of online qualifiers and satellite seat winners. Keeping in mind that European players have dominated the WPT events in Paris, with no player outside of the continent having won and having had their name etched on the Champions Cup.
I've seen some interesting plays for sure, but yeah, I mean, there's a lot of tough players here too, so can't get off my guard too much.
Our own Mike Sexton found himself seated at one of the tougher tables that featured WPT champion and Season 4 Paris runner-up Juha Helppi, Season 9 Amityville runner-up Franck Pepe, and former WPT finalist Ludovic Lequet. Mike got involved in a big pot early in the day with Jerome Briand. With a pair of deuces on the flop, Jerome fired out with a bet that was called by Mike Sexton. A jack on the turn induced another bet by Jerome and was instantly called by Mike. A 4 of hearts on the river got Jerome to fire a third barrel for 11,000 in chips. Mike called and was happy to see his two-pair best Jerome's ace high and scooped a nice pot.
Really, it's a tough table. I'm not just saying that. These guys play aggressive, they play fast, and it's tough. But I'm thrilled to be here, got a shot, and just want to get through day one in decent shape and come back again and see what happens.
Despite the best efforts of the American pros, when play ended for the day, it was the European players who made the biggest impact. Finnish player Mikko Sundell was atop of the chip counts with 203,800. French players Jean-Noël Thorel and Frederic Magen were in 3rd and 4th place. Season 5 Grand Prix de Paris runner-up Yanni Santula was in 5th place with over 135,000. While the day saw the exit of 70 of the 140 registered entrants, the American players did find some success as Season 9 Bay 101 runner-up Stephen Kelly ended in 22nd place and Mike Sexton in 23rd. With registration split into 2 days, 172 new players entered the Aviation Club on Day 1B, bringing the total number of registered players to a record-breaking 312. Day 1B hopefuls included good friends and fellow Season 9 ones to watch, Phil Collins and Jason Mercier, who after traveling across the Atlantic, found themselves seated at the same table. But it didn't last very long as Phil was able to free up his schedule for some sightseeing early into Day 1. After getting aces in his first hand, he lost a huge pot after he flopped the set and his opponent turned a straight. He was quickly all in with a pair of eights versus ace-jack of diamonds of Russian player Max Lykov. A jack on the turn sent Phil to the rail to enjoy Paris with his friend Matthew Waxman, who had the day off after surviving Day 1A. Phil suffered another bad beat shortly after. One player feeling optimistic was the always charismatic Jean-Robert Belland.
Here in France, the guys just love to gamble. You know, back home, people kind of knit it up. They want to play properly. They want to play by the book. The table that I have, I feel like there's probably 2 really, really good players at my table, but there's so many players that are here just having fun, having a blast, and happy to get the money in.
But the day didn't turn out as planned for Jean-Robert.
Extra disappointed right now just because this was such a great tournament. I played very, very well, and sometimes it doesn't matter how well you play, you just need the cards to hold up.
The one player you could not miss in the tournament room was WPT champion Guillaume Darcourt. Guillaume's shocking pink hair, coupled with his ever-increasing chip stack, caught the notice of all the players in the room. At the end of the day, it was Guillaume at the top of the chip counts with over 198,000. American pro Joe Ebanks in second with 142,000. Season 8 Bay 101 champion McLean Carr in third with 133,000. And WPT finalist Sean Kunix in sixth place with over 115,000. The combined survivors from days 1A and 1B would unite in 12 hours to battle it out on Day 2. At the start of Day 2, 167 players filed into the Aviation Club. With registration closed, the tournament staff announced a total prize pool of over 2.2 million euros, with first place taking home over 500,000, and the honor of having their name added to the Champions Cup, which had gotten the notice of all the players in the field, including Champions Club member Olivia Boustet.
I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
The new seating assignments put Mike Sexton right next to Season 3 Grand Prix de Paris winner Surinder Sunar.
Nothing bad's happened yet. Other than I got the former champion of this tournament on my left.
I called you.
Well, you know exactly how to play.
Mike got into trouble soon after when his pocket aces ran into his opponent's flopped flush. Mike's quick Day 2 exit was quite the surprise to raw deal analyst Tony Dunst, who was still in the hunt.
Mike Sexton busted?
McLean Carr and Day 1A chip leader Miko Sandel also found themselves at the same table, but were able to stay out of each other's way and chip up.
Whenever I have a lot of chips, though, I always feel good about my chances, at that moment at least, so I'm feeling good right now.
Along with Miko, fellow Finns remaining in the field included poker pros Juha Helppi and Jani Santula, both players with the rare distinction of finishing in second place at this tournament in Season 4 and Season 5. Miko Sandel's rising chip stack gave hopes that he might be the first Finn to finish first. As the row of Flush Girls looked on, Matthew Waxman and French pro Hugo Lemaire, seated next to each other, got into a huge hand. Matt went all in on the river with his mate straight, sending Hugo into the tank. After an agonizing moment, Hugo laid down his flop set of jacks and avoided elimination. Day 2 would mark the end of the line for players such as Juha Helppi, Tony Dunst, and Season 10 Legends of Poker finalist Jeff Vertez. Strong showings by the American and French players highlighted what was sure to be an exciting finish to this prestigious tournament. The day ended with just 61 players remaining, who would return on Day 3 to play into the money.
We've got a lot of surprises in store for you this year, including a new segment called WPT on the Road, a look back at some historic victories in the WPT Champions Cup moment, a fresh batch of players to follow and ones to watch, and best of all, we're expanding our coverage of the playdown and final table action to 3 full hours in order to bring you even more of the best poker on television.
Preparations for the final table are being made here at the Aviation Club in France, but we still have more coverage of early tournament action here in Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, so stick around. Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris, where we're in the midst of seeing how tonight's players made their way to the final table. As the day started, the hopefuls in the Grand Prix de Paris were still 25 players away from the money. In a tale of 2 players, McLean Carr began at the top in 6th chip position, while French pro Hugo Lemaire was near the bottom in 49th place. These 2 players quickly headed in opposite directions. But while Hugo doubled up immediately and began to climb in the chip counts, WPT champ McLean Carr couldn't get it going and went from 6th place to busting just short of the money. Tensions ran high with 38 players remaining and the bubble about to burst. Russian player Yevgeny Zastev led out on an all-diamond flop for $24,000. French player Christophe Lesage re-raised to $51,000, and French pro Rebecca Guerin went all in. Yevgeny quickly reshoved, putting Christophe to a decision. Christophe folded, and the remaining players turned up their hands. Rebecca turned over a 10-high flop flush, while Yevgeny turned over a flop straight flush. The room let out a gasp after seeing Rebecca's misfortune. That hand left Rebecca with only $1,000 in chips. She was all in shortly after and knocked out, becoming the unfortunate bubble girl. The remaining 36 players were guaranteed at least 11,100 euros and were still in the hunt to have their name etched on the WPT Champions Cup. With the players in the money, bust-outs began in earnest as the field rapidly shrank in size. Fellow Americans Sean Kunix and Byron Coverman battled after Sean went all in for his last $80,000 with Ace-Jack and was called by Byron's Ace-King. Sean caught a miracle jack on the flop and was in good shape to double up. His celebration was short-lived as a queen on the river counterfeited his hand, sending Byron the pot and Sean to the rail.
It was fun.
Play ended for the day after WPT Amityville finalist Nezreen Quarterly knocked out Christophe Lesage in 19th place. As players bagged up their chips, American Matthew Waxman was in 1st place with over $1.1 million, followed closely in 2nd by Finn Miko Sundell. Nezreen was in 4th place with $839,000, with Byron Kaverman in 5th. The final 18 would return for day 4 to play down to the final 6. After 3 days of intense poker, 18 survivors gathered around the last 2 tables to see which 6 players would make the televised final table.
Good morning.
Early on, things looked bleak for WPT champ Guillaume Darcourt as he lost half his stack when his pocket kings ran into the pocket aces of Andras Kovacs. Soon after, Guillaume got into another huge hand with fellow Frenchman Hugo Lemaire. Guillaume called an all-in bet with a jack-high flush draw, but was way behind Hugo's king-high flush draw. An 8 of diamonds on the river sent Hugo the pot and denied Guillaume his shot at a 2nd WPT title. At the other table, former WPT finalist Joe Cassidy went all in pre-flop for his last $126,000. After some deliberation, Miko Sundell made the call and had Joe dominated. No help on the board sent Joe home and dimmed the American hopes for a first ever WPT Paris champion even further. Now, only Matthew Waxman and Byron Coverman were in the running to be the first to hold that honor. As the final 10 players were combined to one table, Byron Coverman knocked out Season 9 WPT Amityville finalist Nezreen Quarterly to increase his chip stack. With 7 players left, but only 6 seats at the TV table, Matthew Waxman moved all in pre-flop with pocket queens and was instantly called by local player Frederick Majan, holding ace-jack offsuit. The jack on the flop gave Frederick a glimmer of hope, and a miracle jack on the river saved him from the dreaded 7th place finish.
I need a double up, buddy.
That unfortunate honor went to Dori Yakub, who failed to improve with his queen-jack against Hugo Lemaire's pocket fives. With Dori's elimination, the final 6 were set.
Good luck, guys.
Along with the 2 Americans, Matthew Waxman and Byron Coverman, there were 2 Frenchmen hoping to be the first French player to win this event since David Benjamin won it back in season 2.
That is going to do it. David has won this title.
The Finn Mikko Sundell, who hoped to end the streak of second-place finishes for the Finns. And rounding out the final 6 on the short stack was Swedish pro Martin Jacobson. Jacobson was the runner-up at the Season 8 WPT Venice event and had a long history of second-place finishes throughout his career. He, along with the other 5 players, had their sights on the Champions Cup and over €500,000 that comes with being the champion of the Grand Prix de Paris. As our final 6, all at their first televised WPT final, are settling into their seats, let's turn to Poker Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and our own Vince Van Patten. Guys, thoughts on tonight's table here in Paris?
Well, Kimberly, we've got a terrific international lineup of young, talented players at this final table tonight. In fact, 5 out of 6 of these guys are 26 years of age or younger. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France, but tonight we've got 2 Americans at this final table. Chip leader Byron Coverman from Ohio and Matt Waxman from Florida. And Vance, I give these 2 guys a great shot to win tonight.
Well, they are going to be tough. But Kimberly, it is good to be back in Paris. It really is. Land of Napoleon, Marie Antoinette, and lots of men that wear red pants for some reason. But it is fun. And I'll tell you something, it is a tough field. We have the 2 Americans. We're very proud of them. But it's going to be tough here tonight because you have a young Swede, a former cook. He is Martin Jacobson. He will be tough. Then along with him, we have a Finnish player, a part-time professional student, and a poker player, Mikko Sundell. But rounding out the field, of course, we have to have 2 Frenchmen. And they will be brutal. They are the crowd's favorite. They will be tough tonight. They'll be trying to make their own reign of terror on this table tonight. So, Kimberly, butter up your croissant. Let's get this going.
You mean croissants? I've had about 20 this week. Oh, and Vince, by the way, I thought you were going to wear your beret tonight.
Ah, the beret, yes, yes. Heads up, actually. We wear berets, yes.
I'll let you off this time. All right, down on the floor, the player starting the night 5th in chips, Matthew Waxman, has some thoughts on tonight's competition.
We're all really close, so anything could happen. A lot of great players. Everyone's pretty competent in tournament play, so it's anyone's game. There's going to be a lot of gambling going on.
Preparations are all but complete for the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. Shuffle Up and Deal begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Hi, everyone, and welcome back to Paris, France, and the Aviation Club de France, where we're just moments away from the start of the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris. We started 5 days ago. We've had 5 days of intense play. We're now down to our final 6 players. And Vince, as you know, we've had some great final tables in Paris in the past. Tonight should be no exception.
It's going to be good, Mike. Okay, the antes are starting at 3,000. Blinds 10 and 20.
Well, there you see our chip leader, Byron Coverman from Ohio. Got over $2 million in chips. 5 out of those 6 players are young pros under the age of 26 years old. 1 amateur at the table. Nice diverse group here. 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen.
All right, first to act the Frenchman, Frederic. He's out, along with Hugo goes away. And then the American Byron, our chip leader, also folding.
Okay, Martin Jacobson out as well, so it's a battle of the blinds here. Between Finnish pro Mikko Sundell, who's got a 9-6 offsuit and going to raise it with his hand.
Into Matthew Waxman from Florida. Matthew with an ace-3 of spades.
Matt's a 26-year-old pro out of Parkland, Florida. Also an entrepreneur. He's going to cap his cards. The signal he's going to play the pot. The question is, Is he just going to call or is he going to re-raise? He's just going to call. So we're going to see a flop here.
Matthew likes to say that he's the most honest poker player in the world.
Well, quite a statement.
Yeah.
Well, flop comes queen, jack, 7, 2 diamonds. No help to either player.
And the Finn was absolutely nothing. He's the first to act. Says he likes to skydive in his pastime. And it looks like he's doing a little diving in here, Mike, with a continuation bet, plunging away, 68 grand. Mr. Honesty looks over to his right at the Finn. Didn't hit much there. He's got one of those like 50s Bob's Big Boy style haircuts, doesn't he there, Mike?
Oh, look at this, Vince. Those plaques you see, those little rectangle things are 100,000 euro chips. And he is going to raise it with no hand and no draw.
Not very honest there. I love it.
Just incredible on hand number 1 here. One guy bets with nothing and Matt Waxman raises him with nothing.
Pull the ripcord. I'm out of there. Can't take the heat. And our American gonna take down our first pot.
And Vince, even though Matt's starting tonight in 5th chip position, I give him a great shot to win tonight because he's the most experienced player at the table. He's been under the pressure of final tables before. He's come out on top. I like his chances.
Well, I would have to agree with you. And what poise by the young American to make that kind of move. Just picking on guys here at the Aviation Club de France as we're just getting started.
Well, that's why I like his chances, because he makes moves like that to take down pots.
All right, Frederic Magin, our Frenchman, out. And now Hugo Lemaire, he's from these parts right here in Paris. Very young guy, has a pair of deuces. And he is going to raise it up to 45,000 to go. Byron Caverman out of Ohio folds. Martin Jacobson now with an ace-9 of diamonds on the button.
Wow, gonna let it go.
Surprising. Into the Finn, Miko.
Looks down to the Queen Jack.
Call.
Well, she had that hand last time when it came Queen Jack 7. But
oh, you gotta love this guy. Loves the action. He's gonna play. And Matthew Waxman now, our little thief there.
Got A7 of clubs. He's getting a great price to make this call in a 3-way pot, so I can't see him going anywhere.
The intensity is palpable here at the Aviation Club de France. It's very hot here. No air conditioning, I might add.
And he does make the call.
Yes.
So here we go, 3-way action here. 3 tough young pros, 1 from France, 1 from Finland, 1 from America.
And here comes the flop. Oh boy, 3 of a kind for Hugo, just like that.
But Matt Waxman has flopped the nut flush draw. We could see a lot of fireworks here in Paris right now.
Miko is checked. Matthew now with a big flush draw. What will he do? He checks as well.
Over to the young French pros, flopped a set. He's got 3 deuces. Certainly he's gonna bet.
Yeah, he's sticking out a bet. Looks like 65,000.
Not a big bet into a pot that's got over 150,000 in it.
Miko flies away. Now the Floridian with a huge opportunity here.
A huge opportunity to possibly go broke if he's not careful.
That's true.
Most players would check raise in this situation with the nut flush draw. But Matt's going to take the conservative approach and just call.
Well, I was going to see if he could just pull off one of these clubs and get lucky. Or not, we will see. But he gets the club.
King of clubs comes off. Matt has the best hand possible, the ace-high flush. Action's on him. He's going to check.
I'm just setting the trap for the Frenchman.
3 of a kind.
Wow.
He's going to check trips.
Good slow down.
Well, that's incredible. And now another club comes off. So this not a good card for Matt.
Oh, that could slow down his action. Now what will he do?
Well, he has the best hand possible. The ace-high flush. He's going to check it.
Ship
And
it.
right behind him, the young Frenchman checks his set.
You call? You call river?
Probably not.
All right.
Matt Waxman going to win this pot.
You should have said yes. You would have tilted me.
Well, just incredible. The Frenchman lost no more money on that hand than he did.
Flopped a set, though.
No, you didn't.
Show the card.
Prove it.
Okay, show the card.
You did not flop a set.
See?
Oh my God, you sicko.
Oh. So the guy that calls himself the most honest man in poker, getting off to a great start here in Paris.
It's very international field. You got 2 Europeans, Martin and Miko, 2 Frenchmen and 2 Americans. So it's actually a nice little balance there. And obviously the Americans are the favorite. No Americans ever won this tournament.
He has done it. He is our champion.
Now I have to win. It would be amazing to be the first American to win this tournament. Yes, that would be a huge accomplishment.
Well, no American has ever won a WPT event here in Paris, but I happened to win the biggest event prior to the World Poker Tour back in 2000 when I won the Euro Finals of Poker here. But still, we've had a couple guys come close. Eric Lingren, Alan Cunningham, Alan Gehring all came close, but no American has won a WPT event here in Paris. Could it happen tonight?
Well, our American Byron Kaverman right now has that opportunity. He's from Ohio. He's got a 9-7 of spades, and he's going to raise to 48,000. To Martin Jacobson, who's from Stockholm, Sweden. He goes away.
Over to the Finnish pro, Mikko Sundell.
He's in the big blind. He's got Queen 4 of hearts. This guy loves to gamble. And now also, he would be the first Finn to ever win if he should win in Paris. So something to brag about and shoot for. And now he has called this.
Had a couple Finnish guys come second in this tournament. They haven't won either. All right, here comes the flop. 6-6-3.
Absolutely nothing to either one of these human beings. And Mikko is going to check. Byron, who used to play soccer in college.
He's had a great year already. Actually won over $500,000 playing poker this year so far.
Hits nothing on that flop. Does he have the goal to bet?
It's the kind of textured flop that you're going to make a continuation bet on, and that's what he's doing.
Yep, $52,000 into the Finn. Mikko, only 25 years old.
Look at this, Vince. He has nothing. No hand, no draw. Yet he is going to check raise here.
No, come on.
It's incredible poker we're seeing in Paris here tonight, folks.
Very daring move back into Byron's face.
Made it 143,000 to go.
Skydive with this guy. He'd hit the propeller. This is out of control.
Oh, boy. You better have your reserve shoot on when you play this guy, I'll tell you. Now, Byron has nothing here.
Oh, boy.
Yet he has not mucked this hand yet.
Breaking out in a rash.
Maybe suspecting some larceny by the Finn. And he's going to have to give it up. Great play by the Finnish pro there to take down that pot. Check raising with air.
Absolutely no emotion by the Finn. Could he be the first Finn to ever win this event? We will see. 6 players remain.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. You're watching the final table of the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. We started this tournament with 312 entries, and 63 of those players got in by winning a satellite.
That's right, and if you don't know what a satellite is a smaller buy-in tournament, and if you win that, you get into a big WPT tournament. And I have to say, one of the greatest places to play a satellite would be on our Season 10 sponsor, ClubWPT.com.
But ClubWPT.com is so much more than that. It's a fun, safe, legal place to play online poker. And for just $19.95 a month, you can become a VIP member, which means you can play all the tournaments you want and enjoy VIP benefits as well. And as Vince said, you can also win seats out here on the World Poker Tour, where you could be playing for millions of dollars.
That is true, and like we say, never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed on ClubWPT.com.
Well, there you see the chip counts. 5 of these guys virtually tied for the lead here at this table. Only one short stack there, Martin Jacobson, the Swedish pro, but everybody else got about equal chips.
All right, back to the action. The American folds, and now the Swede. Martin won't play. Mikko Sundell from Finland.
And he looks down at the ace-deuce offsuit. That's good enough for him to raise it. Makes it 50,000 to go.
Matthew Waxman, look at this. Picks up 2 kings, the Cowboys, with the button. Mr. Bob's big boy in control here as he caps his cards.
Well, you know he's going to 3-bet this.
To be in Paris, playing for millions, picking up kings on the Champs-Élysées. What a life.
And he is going to raise it. Makes it 118,000 to go.
And now Frederic on his left, peeks down at his cards. Ooh la la, won't play that. Hugo, the other Frenchman, won't play.
Back around to Miko. This is a pretty easy laydown, I think. You raise with the ace high, but when you get re-raised, you just don't want to come into a pot with an ace and a baby card, especially if they're offsuit.
He's from Finland. He jumps out of planes. He doesn't care. He gambles.
Oh, boy.
He's called this, Mike.
Well, he's called it. I don't like to play because he's out of position. Doesn't have a hand, but we've seen him win pots without hand so far.
All you got to do is flop. Here we go.
He is an action man.
Boy, you're right.
Come King 10-4 with 2 clubs.
There's 3 of a kind there for Matt Waxman with the kings. Nothing hitting for the Finn, and he has checked it.
Matt is loving it here. He's flopped the best hand possible. You know, Matt obviously has to bet this hand. In case your opponent's got ace queen or ace jack, something like that. You can't give him a free card to beat you here, so he is going to bet. He's just going to hope this Finnish pro makes some kind of move at this pot.
Yeah, he's bet 120,000.
You can just hear Matt saying to himself, please raise me, raise me, raise me. Oh, no. The Finnish guy releases his hand.
He's going to escape from that pit.
And with that pot, Matt Waxman, the 26-year-old pro out of Florida, takes the chip lead at this final table.
Says he's the most honest poker player in the world. I just don't get it. You gotta, I don't know. A lot of sneaky plays by that honest guy, but well done. All right, back to the action. Action's on Matthew.
And got the 8 deuce offsuit going to fold here.
He says he learned how to play poker during study hall in high school. Matthew did. It paid off.
Shows you what kids are learning these days.
All right, a lot of folds around to Martin Jacobson.
Well, Martin hadn't played a hand yet, and here he's got an 8-3, and he's going to limp in the small blind. And Miko with the jack deuce of diamonds, happy to see a free flop here.
With just a jack deuce. So the battle of the blinds, and we are flopping.
It's come ace, queen, 7, 2 diamonds.
Nothing hitting for the man from Sweden, but look at this.
He is reaching for chips, and Vince, we are seeing everybody fighting for pots here so far.
Yeah, 24 grand with nothing.
Well, Miko's got the flush draw. The question is, do you just call here or do you raise it? Take the conservative approach and just call.
Yep, gonna play it sneaky. Here we go with the turn card.
10 of clubs. No help to either player, other than the fact it gives Miko a gut shot straight draw.
Martin's hand just keeps getting worse and worse, and he checks.
And it's gone check, check. Miko happy to draw free to the flush and the straight. And now a queen comes off, so the board pairs queens.
Action again on the man with no hand from Stockholm. Does he have the guts to bet? Seems like he's getting some chips out, Mike.
Oh, just incredible. Take your hat off to this young Swede. He is trying to win this pot.
57 grand.
Now look at this. Miko has nothing here. Just got a jack high. He missed his draw, but he's not missing out on grabbing some chips. And he can't call here, folks. He's got to come over the top to play it. He's doing it.
He's doing it.
Just an incredible play by the Swede, and a more incredible play by the Finn.
You're right. You're right. Guys with absolutely nothing are taking control of the hand. Miko Sundell is going to win the hand.
Well, Vince, I'm already become a fan of this Miko Sundell. I can tell you that. This guy's come to play.
He has guts and poise, and he is doing well right now.
Well, we're always trying some new things out here in the WPT, and in Season 10, it's no exception.
That's right. We're going to do On the Road, and that's what it's like to travel the tour behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour. Check it out.
World Poker Tour at the Aviation Club de France at the Grand Prix de Paris. The very huge explosion of the Aviation Club de France was for sure when we get the chance of having the first ever WPT events here. I'm very proud of that, actually.
Aviation Club de France, as they like to say, is really spectacular. It has a great look to it, old world charm, James Bond-like. Right here is the bar area, and it's terrific. You can get anything you want. It'll just take you a long time to get it. This is the room that Mike and I will be in today. We're usually in the same room. We're right next door. These are a couple players that lost that get stuffed in.
Well, the Aviation Club de Paris, as we call it, you know, is one of my favorite places in the world to play poker, maybe because I've had great success there. And I was the first American to win the $10,000 buy-in Euro Finals of Poker back in 2000. You know, as a poker player, you know, you're always very fond of the places you won at. You know, so to me, the Aviation Club and Foxwoods are two of the places I've had the most success at personally. So I love those places. If you got broke in a certain place, you hate the place.
First of all, I'm going to show you like the 5 last winner of the WPT.
Okay.
And I hope to see next year your picture on it.
I make no promises.
I got to the Aviation Club. I met up with one of their representatives. We took a tour of the building.
The club is not only like a poker club, but it's also like a real gaming club. So you have very nice room where you can play blackjack, you can play 3-card poker, carabin stud poker, and punto banco. It was only gentlemen in that place, and
No women were allowed at that time?
no woman at that time, and it was like very private, and people, the gentlemen has to wear tie. So we have a lot of like young poker player, and we cannot expect them to come and play a big tournament and wearing tie during 12 hours playing. So.
No, that would be ridiculous to expect of a young person. I think I'm the only young American poker player who likes the idea of a dress code. This is, I think, one of the only poker rooms I've ever been in where I walk around like this and I don't feel like an absolute freak.
So we're going to have more and more World Poker Tour in France, and I think it's a great thing. Poker in France will continue to grow, so I think there is a bright future.
Well, Mike, I tell you, I really love Tony Dunst, but if you want to make him really mad, don't just knock him out of the tournament, take away his GQ magazine. That'll upset him.
Well, we're going to be seeing a lot more of Tony and others on the On the Road segment all season long.
You know it. We're coming back with more action for the WPT in just a moment. Stay with us.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The winner of tonight's Grand Prix de Paris will vault into a tie for first place in the WPT Player of the Year race. But with over 20 qualifying events during Season 10, the latest standings will continually be updated on WPT.com as well as right here on the WPT broadcast. All right, right now, let's get back to the action here in Paris with Mike and Vince.
Well, there you can see the leaderboard. Matt Waxman from the U.S. out in front with over $2 million in chips. Can an American take down the WPT title here in Paris for the first time?
6 players remain, going out at over €500,000. First place prize. Action's on Hugo. He's got a Queen 5. He won't play that. Byron Caverman from Ohio, though, with an Ace-9. Will raise. Makes it 48,000 to go. Into the former Cook. Martin, he goes away.
Yeah, over to Miko Sundell. The Finnish pro, he's going out. Matt Waxman, our chip leader, out as well. So around to the big blind. This the lone amateur player at the table, Frederic Majan from France. He looks at the Jack-8 of spade. It looks like he wants to play. He's going to make the call. This guy's amazing, Vince. He got in this tournament on a satellite, and yet he's gone to work every day at 7 in the morning before the tournament started. And then he comes in and plays the tournament, and he's made it to the final table. Even worked today of the final table.
That is great. Well, nothing worked with that flop. He has checked it. Hits nothing, but neither did Byron. But Byron looks aggressive. Will make the continuation, bet 61,000.
And look at this, Vince. Now, the Frenchman's got no hand and no draw, as we say. He is floating here. He is calling here. I suppose to try to take this pot away from his opponent later. It's the only reason you'd make this call. 6 of diamonds comes off. Let's see what he's going to do. And he is doing that. Oh, wow. He floated on the flop to try to steal this pot on the turn, and that's what he's doing. Incredible. Folks, this is the kind of play you see top pros make. You just don't see amateur guys that go to work every day that play in these WPT events make these kind of plays.
105,000 there by the bluffer. And Byron can't take the heat. He's got to fold the hand. Brilliantly done by the amateur Frenchman.
Frederick playing his first ever WPT event, and wow, is he performing well. 5 tough young pros at this table and 1 amateur, but Vince, they all know how to play. They are all making moves, fighting for pots here. That's what you like to see in a poker final.
I got started playing poker after watching it on TV back in the days where they used to show WPT episodes.
I started playing poker because I was watching the WPT show in France, and I just tried to play it and went well, so I played it.
I learned with my parents and brother watching WPT on Canal+.
Et c'est peut-être parce qu'il a cet esprit-là qu'il appelle les belles cartes. Quelle finale! Waouh! Quelle finale!
I look at it, I like it, and I play a few rounds during 1 week. I win a lot of money. I had a very great night, and I enjoy it, and I came back.
Well, Mike, think about the lives we ruined.
Oh, so many guys learn how to play poker watching the World Poker Tour over here in Europe. Incredible.
And now they are playing for €500,000. That's about 700,000 in U.S. Action right back on the Frenchman. He folds his hand. Hugo also going away. And Byron Caverman now with a King-9. Studied psychology in college. He's raised to 48,000. Now the former cook, Martin Jacobson, picks up an ace-jack. He's on the short stack.
He might well opt to go with this hand, Vince.
All in.
And he's done it. He's gone all in here.
How much you play? Started with 1.6. 1.6? Yeah.
Well, look at this. The Finn has picked up a real hand, pair of jacks.
Well, incredible. He's made the call. He doesn't re-raise, because just in case, Byron had a monster hand here in this spot and would come back over the top of him. He might lay the jacks down, but as it is, Byron has nothing, gets out of the way.
So does Matthew.
What do you had? Had you ace? Nah. Down. Had a king blocker. So
and we have a showdown here between the cook and the Finn.
So Martin Jacobson, who has finished second before in a WPT event, he did that in Venice. But if he wants to stay alive tonight here, he's going to have to get very lucky.
Good. Good.
Now flop comes 8-6-3. No help at all for the Swedish pro.
Ace of hearts. One time.
Oh, when the cook is begging for an ace of hearts, he needs luck. Didn't get it there. 10 of diamonds.
So we're down to the river card. The 24-year-old Swede needs to catch an ace on the river to stay alive. Otherwise, he'll be out in 6th place.
Can he get the dream card? We will see. What's it going to be?
Well, it's a king. So that's going to do it for the young Swede. Martin Jacobson's going to be out in 6th place.
The former cook has to say goodnight. He picks up about 110,000 U.S. Not too bad. And we're down to 5.
So with that pot, Mikko Sundell taking the chip lead here. He's been very impressive so far tonight. We've seen him check raise with no hand on the river. We've seen him bet with no hand on the river to win these pots. Really playing well so far.
Well, I'm very impressed by Matthew Waxman. He says he's the most honest guy in poker. I don't believe him anymore. This guy, all he does is bluff. He shoves his chips around. He is very tough.
All these players playing great tonight. The question is, Vince, can the Finn finish the job?
We will see. He's the chip leader. It's down to 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen, and the Finn, who has the chip lead. Who will take down this title and the 500,000 euros that go with it? Back to you, Kimberly.
Well, the Finn could finish the job, but I still think it's anyone's title to take. Thanks, guys. Join us next time as WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
On the Champs-Elysees, over €500,000 are up for grabs as continuing coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris starts now only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Welcome back to the Aviation Club in France for WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris. We're midway through the final table of our first European Tour stop of Season 10, and we turn now to our own Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Mike, Vince, what do you make of what we've seen so far at this final table?
Well, Kimberly, right now, the guy from Finland is out in front. Mikko Sundell, he's got about 2.4 million in chips. He's already knocked out the other Scandinavian at the final table, Swedish pro Martin Jacobson, who went out in 6th place. Now Mikko is hoping to be the first Finn to capture the title here in Paris. Finnish pros Juha Helppi and Jani Santula both finished in 2nd place here in past WPT events at the Aviation Club. We've got 2 Americans and 2 French at this table also. And Vince, even though the Americans haven't done a lot so far, I still like their chances to win this tournament.
Well, it's pretty impressive. The Americans hanging around here in Paris. One American, Byron Carverman, has been biding his time, but the other American, Matthew Waxman, has been mixing it up here. Now, he is the self-proclaimed most honest man in poker. You know, he might be in real life, but not at the poker table. This guy loves to bluff, and he is tough. You can't count out the Americans, Mike. But the 2 Frenchmen and the Finn, anything can happen in the land of crepes. We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
You're making me hungry. All right, thanks, guys. Over €500,000, the WPT Champions Cup, and national pride all on the line. So let's get back to the game.
Current chip leader is Mikko Sundell from Finland, but everybody else has got at least 1.3 million in chips, so certainly the title is up for grabs.
And he's a 5,000 blinds, a 15 and 30,000. First to act is Mikko. Likes to skydive in his pastime. And this time he's got a pair of 3s and it's going to raise. Makes it 70,000 to go.
Well, Matt Waxman out. Round to the French amateur player, Frederic Magen, he's out as well. But the other Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire, young, tough pro, has picked up 2 queens.
He's going to try to punish his man. He has raised to 205,000 to go. The American from Ohio, Byron Carverman, goes away.
Well, we know Mikko doesn't like to throw hands away, and certainly looks like he's going to make this call in hopes to hit a 3 where he could bust the young Frenchman.
You know, here's the flop.
Now flop comes Jack 9 deuce.
No help to the Finn, who has just a pair of 3s.
Look at this. Hugo is going to check the 2 queens, but the Finn not falling into that trap. He checks right behind him. Now the 4 spade comes off. This gives Mikko a flush draw.
Pretty bad one, but the over pair of Hugo is going to bet 220,000.
Call.
Wow. He's going for the investment, makes the call.
Well, Mikko is calling here because his opponent didn't bet on the flop. He's putting him on something like ace king or ace queen maybe, where he thinks the 3s are the best hand. Now the board pairs jacks.
Not helping the Finn, and the Frenchman again looks like he's getting chips out to bet.
Well, those plaques you see are 100,000 each. So there you see the bet, 350,000.
Substantial bet.
Well, essentially, all you can beat is a bluff here with 2 3s. But the way the hand was played, the Finn may fall in this trap, thinking his opponent's got something like ace king, ace queen, and he has made the call, and it's going to cost him.
Yes, sirree.
And with that pot, Hugo Lemaire, the young French pro, has taken the chip lead.
As a French player, I feel confident. That's how you should feel when you start a final table. I've been looking for a final table of a major event for a long time. I've been close to it many times, but it's my first final table for a major event, and it will mean a lot to win this.
That is Hugo Lemaire, only 24 years old.
Well, we're going to try to duplicate the feat of the guy you're looking at right there, David Benjamin, the lone French player to take down this WPT title in Paris.
This is Hugo's hometown club right here in Paris, the Aviation Club. And he has got a shot here tonight.
Well, all the French players tell me this guy is a tough young pro player, no doubt about it.
All right, back to the action. Frederick folding his hand. Hugo with the Motown hand, Jackson 5s, goes away. Byron from Ohio not going to play.
Around to the battle of the blinds here, and Miko Sundell has picked up ace-king, a premium hand here.
And he's going to make it 75,000 to go. With a quality hand, now Matthew Waxman from Florida says he's the most honest man in poker. And he's got a seductive little 6-5 of clubs.
One of those hands you like to see flops with. The suited connectors.
He's also got one of like 50s big boy haircuts. Bob's big boy, remember?
He looks like Opie to me, the Andy Griffith Show.
Something like that.
Opie grown up a little. Meantime, he's going to call.
Yeah.
So we're going to have a flop here.
Finn against the American.
Oh, and it's come 9-7-4.
Amazing.
The dream flop for Matt Waxman here as he's flopped a flush with a straight flush draw.
And he's not even looking down. He's just looking at his man, the Finn.
Well, Miko's got the king of clubs here. So he's got the ace-king with the king of clubs, and he's going to make a continuation bet.
He is begging for punishment. He bets 85,000. It's the American who with the flush.
Everyone's going to bet in that spot with the ace-king and the king of clubs with that flop.
Oh, yeah.
Little does he know his opponent's got a flush already. But he's going to find it out pretty soon, I think. We saw Matt Waxman slow play the nut flush earlier at this final table. It cost him some chips. Not slow playing it here. Comes right over the top. Makes it 210,000 to go.
How much you started? This is over 1.7. Okay.
Both players started with virtually an equal amount of chips. So if Miko makes a move here, we could see by far the biggest pot of the night.
680.
Oh, wow. He has stepped in it. He is re-raising Matthew. He's going up to 680,000.
I think Matt's going to ship it right here.
All in.
And that's what he's done. He has gone all in, and Miko has made the call. Miko in dire straits right now. Must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs, because that would give Matt a straight flush.
Well, you know, the bravery of Miko throughout this contest has been amazing. He's an impeccable poker player, but this time might have overstepped his boundaries. This is the biggest pot of the tournament so far. Here comes 4th Street.
7 of diamonds on the turn.
Does not help Miko.
We are down to the river. Miko Sundell must catch a club that's not the 3 of clubs or the 8 of clubs.
Otherwise, the American will become the new chip leader, and Miko will be crushed.
It's a 3 of
He's
diamonds.
done it.
So Matt Waxman is going to win the biggest pot of the night so far here in Paris.
This is 1.4.
And he is the dominating chip leader right now.
1.8559.
A huge double up by American Matt Waxman, and of course Miko hanging on by a thread. The game has now changed. Coming up, Tony Dunst with a new edition of The Raw Deal and a special edition of Ones to Watch when the WPT's coverage of the Grand Prix de Paris continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where we just saw American Matt Waxman make a huge double up through Miko Sundell, who's left hanging on by a thread. I think it's a good bet to say that Miko's going to be going all in any minute now. Let's get down to the table.
So just like that, the Finn, who was the chip leader a moment ago, now on the verge of being eliminated in 5th place.
Well, he played fast, didn't get lucky. He's probably going to regret that one.
Well, in my view, he overplayed the last 2 hands, the 2 3s and the ace-king, and it cost him all his chips.
Well, he's down to 32,000 euros, something like that. But the action first goes to the Frenchman, Hugo Lemaire. He flies away. Now Byron Caverman from Ohio started out as our chip leader here tonight. He's got ace-jack of hearts.
Makes it 60,000 to go. Miko, who hasn't even got the size of the big blind, going to make the call here.
Yeah.
He's got king 6 of diamonds. I don't blame him for getting it all in here.
Matthew out. Frederick Majin, who's in the big blind, looks like he's going to call with a 7-3.
Well, not going to cost him much. Getting a good price here, as we say, to make the call, so he does so.
Yeah. So there's a little side pot, but they just want to knock out the fin. And here's the flop, 5-5-8. Doesn't help Miko. Right now, Byron out in front still with his ace high. And the American's gonna bet, and Frederick goes out. So it's two-way action, and Miko Sundell, the skydiver, not looking good right here.
Now needs to catch a king or a 6, 2 running diamonds or 2 running cards to make a straight. Otherwise, the former chip leader is gonna be out in 5th place.
Miko would love to hit a miracle and stick around. Not there.
Well, a jack comes off. That eliminates the 6, the diamond, and the straight card.
Yeah, Byron
so we are
hitting
down to
jacks.
the river. Miko Sundell must catch a king on the river. Otherwise, he'll be our 5th place finisher.
River card will be.
Well, it's a deuce of clubs. So that's going to do it for the Finn and Vince. He came to this final table tonight as our chip leader and quickly goes out in 5th place.
Well, he plays fast, he played well, but he's got to be disappointed the way he went out. He'll take home 133,000 euros. That's about 170,000 US. That's a big accomplishment, but we're down to 4.
All right, so with the Finn, Miko Sundell out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. In Season 10, the WPT is following a cross-section of poker players we feel have what it takes to become the next breakout superstars in poker. And while we've rolled into Paris for our first European televised event of Season 10, back in Los Angeles, we spent some time with Ones to Watch Maria Ho to see what life is like for this professional player away from the felt.
I love to grind, sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually.
Ones to Watch. My poker playing lifestyle has kind of found a way to intersect with the LA lifestyle. I didn't realize it would lead to all of these different opportunities.
Maria Ho, she's a beautiful girl and happens to be pretty good at poker.
There are a few girls in poker with her talent, so it's smart of her to market that. And, you know, she's, in a way, making a business out of her career.
The whole entertainment thing, just something that I stumbled upon, as far as, Amazing Race goes and any of that other mainstream stuff goes. I'm kind of, in a place where it's nice to get to experience these things, but, I'm just open to whatever comes my way.
When someone like Maria Ho transcends into mainstream media, it's good for everyone in poker because she's only going to bring more people and more interest. It's a win-win situation for us all. It's like more power to her.
I've never been on network television show, so good for her.
Not only is Maria a good poker player, but she can sing as well, so she's definitely a force to be reckoned with.
I have no idea about her singing. She's a singer?
When I was standing on the line, you pushed me right off that wall, and after all this time. Something like singing, I feel like I would definitely give up poker for, just because that's been a passion of mine for so long, and I just never really had the opportunity to do that.
I think the most important thing in deciding what you do with your life is absolutely just being as passionate as possible about what it is. Like in a person like Maria's instance, I think it's really important to follow your heart.
I don't want to turn my back on poker because it's got me here, but life is too short to kind of not try everything when you have the opportunity to do that.
Well, that is the very exciting Maria Ho. She is fun to be around. And there are the standings for the Ones to Watch. And by the way, none of the players on the Ones to Watch made Paris. They didn't come over to Paris, so that's the way it goes.
We won't be watching them here in Paris, but we will be watching them the rest of the season on the World Poker Tour.
All right, back to four-way action here at the final table at the Aviation Club. Hugo Lemaire, first to play. He's got ace-8, and he's going to raise 65,000. He makes it. Byron Coverman out.
Over to Matt Waxman. Tough pro out of Florida. Looks down at the Jack-9 of diamonds.
Four-handed poker in Paris.
Yeah. You like to see a flop with this kind of hand. See what Matt's going to do. Well, maybe he doesn't want to see a flop because he is 3-betting here, re-raising with the Jack-9.
175 now. Frederick behind him. Gets out of their way. Back on Hugo.
We talk about power poker. This is what we're talking about. 3-betting with hands like this.
Well, Hugo's going to make the call.
So we're going to see a flop here. The flop comes queen 10 deuce with 2 spades. So Matt has flopped an open-end straight draw.
Hugo hitting nothing there.
How much pressure can you take here when the man 3-bets you now leads out and bets on the flop?
Yep, a bet's 130,000 into the young man who, this is his club. This is his hometown club, the Aviation Club. He wants to show off for his friends, take down the big money, and he's going to re-raise with just ace high.
It's just incredible how many real poker plays we've seen at this final table. And folks, when I talk about a real poker play, I'm talking about making a raise or betting a hand with no hand and no draw.
But you can't push around big boy. He's calling this.
Well, he's called with the open-end straight draw. And I can assure you, Hugo does not like that. 6 of spade on the turn. Neither player going to be happy to see that card because neither have a spade in their hand.
No, and look at this. They both look at each other a little desperate. Which more desperate man will have the gall to bet?
Look at this. Matt Waxman, with just the jack high, is going to bet 275,000 here. Now, to me, this is like a defensive bet. And there you see the quizzical look of Hugo Lemaire, wondering why the guy's betting now.
Wow.
I raised him on the flop. Why is he leading out in the turn? But his problem is he has nothing here.
And he looks puzzled. And the Frenchman is going to say, "Fini." He's out of there.
So Matt Waxman taking down yet another big pot to extend his chip lead. The American having a big time in Paris right now.
And how Matthew Waxman from Florida shining right now.
These lights are not helping.
And of course, there are the Royal Flush girls also shining beautifully.
The heat situation.
You know, Matt complained a little bit how hot the lights are. It is very hot in Paris here tonight, folks. Let me tell you something. That room these players are in, it is extremely hot. You're going to have to be extremely mentally tough to survive this final table, not only as a poker player, but to survive the heat.
All right, back to the action. Frederick has folded. Hugo has raised with the pair of 9s to 65,000. Byron, with just king 5, is going to get tricky here, it looks like, with a re-raise.
I just saw his fellow American
Yeah.
get re-raised and then bet to win the pot. So he's going to try to 3-bet to win it right here with just a king 6 offsuit.
Oh, but Matthew behind them picks up ace queen. Pretty solid, but it's been raised and re-raised.
He's got nothing invested in this pot. And as you said, it's been raised and re-raised. Many players would just muck the ace queen here. Why get involved? But that's not the style of Matt Waxman. He likes to get involved. He's going to 4-bet it here with just the ace queen.
Hugo says, "Fini, I've had enough." And Byron also going to fold his hand. So everything going right for the American. Matthew Waxman from Parkland, Florida. He is our chip leader, taking down another pot.
Hello.
Bonjour. People ask me like what I think of their poker game. I might just tell them it's not that great. I need the ace, right? The ace.
Yeah.
I want the ace to come up.
No good ace.
I don't mean anything mean by it.
Don't do that.
I don't care. I'm very honest, and if anyone asks me a question, I'll always tell them the truth. I would have called. I would have called it. I told them I would have called it. Almost to a fault sometimes. I could be lying though.
Well, that's, I sure wouldn't lie to her, would you?
No, maybe he tells the truth everywhere, but at the poker table, this guy is a bluffer. He's a liar, and that's why he's so good. Back to the game we go. First to act is going to be Hugo. He's picked up a nice ace-10. Very strong hand in a 4-handed poker game.
Certainly everybody going to raise with that hand. Hugo does so.
Makes it 65,000. Now Byron quickly folds a pair of 3s.
Oh, and Matt Waxman picking up 2 jacks. Another big hand for him.
Yes, it is.
He's earned so many of his pots here tonight, though. Check raising with air, betting with jack highs. But here he's got the real deal, the 2 jacks, and he's going to 3-bet it to 170,000.
Frederick.
He's the amateur French player that's gone to work every day this week. Still here with 4 players left. Incredible.
He folds his hand, and Hugo needs to see this flop. He is called. Ace-10 up against a pair of jacks. Oh, wow! Three tens, just like that, Mike.
Well, this is just what Hugo's looking for. And Matt's going to check his 2 jacks.
Hugo with an opportunity. You know what? He's going to dig the hole, put the branches, the twigs over it, wait for the sucker to fall in.
Well, the sucker now has 2 jacks and an open-end straight draw, as you call him. He'd have to think he's got the best hand right here after his opponent checks on the flop, so he's getting out some betting chips. And you're right, Vince. He could fall into a big trap right here.
Well, he's bet 155,000. Is this Paparini time?
He just calls with the 3 tens. I am puzzled by that.
Now that's the time you got to come back over the top.
In case your opponent's got a jack, you'd be afraid a straight card would come off, maybe.
Maybe he'll hit a full house.
And there it is. The king comes off. Oh, man. So 4 cards straight on the board, and Matt Waxman, who's in dire straits on the flop, now has the best hand with the straight.
Complete debacle there for the Frenchman.
You know, sometimes, Vince, you can slow play yourself into oblivion, and that's what the Frenchman's done here. Didn't bet the flop, didn't raise on the turn. He no longer has the best hand. The question is he going to pay off this bet?
Well, Waxman has bet 280,000.
Well, frustration on the Frenchman right now. You can see that. He's saying, you got to be kidding me. I played this hand. This guy's got a jack in his hand, and I've now gotten beat.
You try so hard to trap a guy, and sometimes that trap just backfires. But it's a curiosity call.
Yep, gonna make the call with the 3 tens. And just doesn't want to let the hand go. Just feeling woozy right now.
Yeah, don't want to show it either. Matt Waxman is a one-man wrecking crew. Just rolling down the Champs-Élysées here tonight, Mike.
He's the Eiffel Tower of this game, Vince. No doubt about that. Matt Waxman taking down yet another pot to yet increase his chip lead. And that pot put a stinging blow on the young Frenchman.
Coming up, no holds barred commentary on tonight's play with Tony Dunst and The Raw Deal, plus a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour and this week's Champions Cup moment as the Grand Prix de Paris continues right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, I can tell you, if you're a poker player, at some point in your life, you got to come to the Aviation Club de France and play some poker. Best location of any poker room in the world, that's for sure. Smack dab in the middle of the Champs-Élysées.
Well, it reeks of class and fun. It just makes you want to play poker. And right now, 4-handed action.
Yep, 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. He's got nearly $6 million. Nobody else has $2 million.
Incredible. Back to the table we go.
Now, no American has ever won this WPT title here in Paris. Only one Frenchman has, David Benjamin. One of these guys looking to add their name to the WPT Champions Cup.
Hugo has folded, and now Byron Kaverman. He has been whittled down here tonight.
Well, nothing's gone right for him so far, but looks like this hand might go right for him. As he picks up the ace-king, he's going to raise it. Makes it 80,000 to go.
Into Matthew Waxman, who also has a quality hand, ace-queen.
Now, the last time he picked up ace-queen, it was raised and re-raised to him, and he 4-bet on top of it and took the pot down. So I feel certain he's going to 3-bet here with this hand. If he 4-bets with it, surely he's going to 3-bet with it, and he does. 205,000.
Frederick, the Frenchman, the amateur player who's played very solid, tight tonight, goes away. Back up Byron.
Man, with his chip stack, I think you just got to ship it here.
All in.
He's going to do so. Now, will he get the call by Matthew?
I call.
Yes, yes, he does.
Well, he's called, and Byron in great shape to double up here, to get a much-needed double up, I might add.
Yeah, it's decent damage against our chip leader, Matthew. You got to love it when your ace-king is up against ace-queen. Byron, he went to college, studied psychology in college, a fine soccer player. Hasn't had much luck here tonight. Let's see if this hand will bring him some. So far, so good.
Well, a king right on the flop as it's come king, 4 deuce. Well, Matt hollering chop it up, meaning he'd like to see 2 more clubs come out there, but
I
no.
want the whole thing.
A queen comes
Sorry,
off.
bro.
Meaning if another queen comes off, this would be a savagely brutal beat.
Yes, it would.
For Byron, but still a big favorite.
River card, it's a 6 of hearts. Byron's hand's gonna hold up.
So that's the boost that Byron Kaverman was looking for. He's been a pro for 6 years. Had a great year already, actually won over $500,000. Playing poker this year so far.
He's played 9 WPT events, his first cash.
Taking a look at the Player of the Year race early on, it's Legends of Poker champ Will the Thrill Fiala currently in the lead, but tonight's winner in Paris jumps into a tie for first as this race continues. In the meantime, let's get back to the call of the game with Mike and Vince.
Well, 4 players remain, and Matthew Waxman is still the chip leader with about 5.1. Action going to Hugo. He's going to fold his hand. Byron Caverman now with an ace-6.
And he's on the button with the ace high, going to raise it up.
Makes it 80,000 to go. Matthew out. Frederick Magin, look at that.
And he has got 2 queens.
Beautiful hand, not going to re-raise.
Slow playing him.
Yep, trying to trap.
Let's see how it works out for him.
Oh, maybe he's smart because he hits 3 queens on the flop just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, jack.
He's checking again. And Byron checking behind him.
Byron trying to catch that 10 to give him a straight. Doesn't happen as the king comes off. Full house for the Frenchman.
Just queens full. He's going to check again. Let's see if Byron will bite. No. Good resistance.
Not falling any traps here so far. He's got the kind of hand you don't mind checking it down with, an ace high.
River card, irrelevant. 5 of clubs. He's still not going to bet.
Now this guy is the slow play king of the world.
Love him.
Ace.
Now Byron says yes. The Frenchman says no good as he turns up a full house here.
So no, it's not.
Oh,
no,
boy.
it's not good.
Frederick Magin with queens
if I
full.
bet you fold.
Well, maybe better keep that day job, Vince.
Well, he has a tight perception at the table. If you're going to check, a lot of guys aren't going to bet your hands, so it backfires for the Frenchman, even though he takes down that pot.
Well, Vince, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris, but now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Okay, I'm outside of the Aviation Club. No more cards for me. No more smoking inside. I've had it. What I like to do in Paris is see the sights. Today I'm going to Montmartre. It is so beautiful there. It's about a 5-mile jog. It's uphill, it's downhill. I'll be having espresso with the French people. They love me here. I'm going to put on the bandana and get out of here. Join me! All right, going by the Arc de Triomphe. Pretty good so far, huh?
People might not know it about him, you know. He's the most vain guy in the world. I think that's why we get along so good together. Because I'm not the Hollywood well-built guy and the good-looking guy like Vince is, so I'm no competition for him there.
This is the Opera House. Makes you want to sing, but I won't.
Vince is my favorite. We hang out quite a lot. We have the same birthday, so guy is...
The time that I met Vince Van Patten was on a poker cruise. Somehow I found myself against Vince doing a lap around the entire top deck of the boat in under a certain number of seconds. You want him around. That's who Vince is to me. But you don't want to gamble with him. Don't do it.
Oh my, it's fantastic. Oh, how do you beat this? It makes me want to drink that water, but you can't do that. There's a lot of pigeons in there and things like that, so.
Vince, he lives life by, how do you say it? The seat of his pants?
Hello, Lamont. All right, that's it. So that was the run. I feel absolutely exhausted, but it's fantastic. All the beautiful monuments of Paris. This is it. You can't beat this in a card game. You can't get this feeling unless you're winning a lot of money.
Oh, Vince, I got to tell you, you must think you're the Rocky of Paris or something, but you were moving a little slow up those steps.
Oh, boy, I've seen glaciers move faster than me. Why didn't you tell me, anyone? But it was uphill.
Well, you might not have been moving too fast, but I'll tell you, the action here in Paris is fast and furious. 4 players left. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour.
Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This is the second tournament in the historic 10th season of the WPT. The name and the winning hand of whoever takes down tonight's title will be added to the WPT Champions Cup. If you dream of playing in a WPT event or even just want to hone your game, check out ClubWPT.com. Ask any pro and they'll tell you the best way to improve your game is to play as much as possible. At Club WPT, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you get great VIP benefits and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a WPT live tournament. So check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up. So I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, current chip leader is Matt Waxman out of Florida, sitting with over $5.2 million in chips. Byron Carverman in second place now, so the 2 Americans out in front with 4 players left.
The winner is going to take home 500,000 euros. That's approximately about 700,000 US. Huge payday here for someone in Paris. All right, Matthew first to act. He's got a king-9, going to get aggressive with it. Makes it 85,000 to go.
Now the amateur French player at the table going out, and now the young pro French player out as well.
Around to the other American, Byron, and look at this. He's got a nice ace-jack.
He just calls with it, though. Does not 3-bet with it. Wants to camouflage the strength of his hand a little bit, I guess.
Let's see if that works. Oh, he hits a jack just like that. Byron out in front with jacks, but he's going to check.
Byron's got top pair, top kicker, and checks. Matt Waxman with the gut shot straight draw, checks right behind him. Now a 9 comes off, so Byron still well out in front with the 2 jacks.
Matthew with a pair of 9s now as well.
Again, Byron checks top pair and top kicker.
I guess he figures Matthew plays so fast, but this time he slows down and he's checking. Oh, gee.
Talk about running good. It comes 9-9. He's made 3 9s to make the best hand here.
Byron just fell into this, and now he's doing the wrong thing.
Well, he was going to check raise on the flop. Maybe check raise on the turn.
Sure.
Now he's going to lead out on the river, and now he's beat.
155 going into the Matt Kitty. And he gets some extra chips in there if you're Matthew with your 3 of a kind.
I think you do. When it's checked on the flop,
Yep.
checked on the turn, you make running 9s to make trips.
He makes it 355 to go.
And now poor Byron. What do you do here?
Can you possibly give this up and just say, well played?
Or you can beat it as a bluff, essentially, but he's going to make the call.
King 9.
He's not going to like it as his opponent turns up 3 9s.
Oh, boy. And the one American Matthew lambasting his friend. That has got to hurt. This is no game for the soft.
Season 10 has seen the introduction of the WPT Champions Cup, a perpetual trophy that enshrines the victory of every WPT champion. And all season long, we'll celebrate those winners with a short look back called the Champions Cup moment.
Here we go to the river! Who's going to get lucky? It's
It is over. Wow.
Oh, my God.
Perhaps the greatest battle in WPT history took place at the Grand Prix de Paris in Season 3, as Australian pro Tony G unleashed a withering psychological attack upon his opponents, the likes of which had never been seen.
I'm gonna take everything you have. Everything.
It came down to the menacing Australian and a soft-spoken Englishman named Surrender Sunar.
Bye-bye. I'm gonna rip you apart so hard.
The verbal venom continues from Tony G.
He's the devil.
And you're gonna suffer so much. Man.
Tony G's unsportsmanlike behavior had brought the Brit the rare support of the French crowd.
This guy is just gonna double me up.
As Sunar remained composed in the face of Tony G's unrelenting verbal assault, but unable to break the Englishman. Tony was the one to lose his composure. making bad call after bad call. In the end, Surinder Sunar survived the Aussie's verbal assault to claim victory in Paris and etch no more a deserving name upon the WPT Champions Cup.
What a battle we witnessed tonight here in Paris. Well, that was one of the epic battles of all time on the World Poker Tour. But Vince, as you know, pros are out here trying to make money, but money comes and goes. But having your name etched on that Champions Cup, it's there forever. That's what you dream about as a poker player.
Yeah, just going back to seeing Tony G play. Wonder if he ever got out of that insane asylum that he went to. I don't know, but he was fun to watch. 4 players here battle for this title tonight.
Well, Matt Waxman raising it here with a 10-7.
He's the chip leader. He makes it 85,000 to go.
The 2 Frenchmen going out.
And now Byron with a king-jack came in final table as the chip leader. He's been whittled down, and he has made the call. So 10-7 up against king-jack. Here's the first 3.
Now flop comes Jack, 6-4. Great flop for Byron. He's got top pair with a king kicker.
Always catches jacks, it seems like, and he's going to check again. He knows how aggressive Matthew is, and he's proving it here once again.
Well, Matt's going to make the continuation bet. He's got no hand and no draw, so just hoping to bet and steal it right here.
65 grand. Byron now with the check raise opportunity, but no, just going to call it.
And he does make the call. Doesn't raise with the 2 jacks.
Let's see if that backfires again for Byron. Here comes the turn card.
Well, an ace comes off. That's not the card Byron wanted to see, I can assure you. He's fearful now his opponent made aces on the turn, but it goes check, check. He's got to feel better about that. Now a deuce comes off. So since his opponent didn't bet on the turn, you don't put him on aces, so you try to get a little value bet in here with the 2 jacks and a king kicker. And that's what he's done, 125,000.
Byron used to play soccer in college, also studied psychology. And he thinks that maybe he can get a call here.
Well, even though Matt only has a 10 high, in his mind, he's put his opponent on a straight draw.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell? Wow. Stone face.
Well, that's true. Byron is sweating a lot, but it's boiling in here.
But in the meantime, Matt Waxman actually considering calling with just a 10 high here.
This will be one of the looser calls on the WPT.
And that's what he's done.
He
He's made a hero call, and had he been right about that, the whole world would have been raving about that call. As it is, doesn't look too bright.
Information call.
Well, I give him a lot for creativity and imagination, but sometimes you're either the hero with that kind of call or you're the bum.
Would have called much faster.
Needless to say, he's the bum.
We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour.
Brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
We are back at the Grand Prix de Paris, where any mistake from here on out could literally cost a fortune. To break down tonight's highs and lows is Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
Sometimes you watch a hand of poker where, at first glance, the action seemingly doesn't make sense. I think many viewers may have witnessed the hand involving Matt Waxman calling down Byron Kaverman with 10 high, and question what he was thinking paying off with such an abysmal holding. But there's more method to the madness than may be readily apparent. Let's break it down. Matt raises the cutoff with 10-7 suited, and Byron defends in the big. Not surprisingly, Matt elects to bet the fairly uncoordinated flop. Byron calls, and we see an offsuit ace land on the turn. Some may be surprised that Matt doesn't continue his bluff on the ostensibly good card to do so, but his decision to check tells us that he likely believes that firing the ace as a bluff card feels too obvious. He might also just want to give up on a hand that's turned 0 equity. An irrelevant deuce lands on the river, and Byron elects to value bet a little over 1/3 pot. And here's where it gets a little different. Most would assume that the river is a straightforward decision, either fold the whiffed hand or turn it into a bluff with a raise, if you like to live dangerously. But Matt sees potential in the unconsidered third option, and here's why.
You're sweating, man. Is that a tell?
Number one, Matt seems to detect what he feels may be a physical tell in Byron sweating. It's difficult to grasp how reliable something like this is with each person, but I do find it strange that Matt gives it such consideration, seeing as everyone at the final table can attest that it's about 8 million degrees in the aviation club today. I don't know the French word for air conditioning, but neither do the French. Number two, Matt likely believes Byron's value betting range isn't that wide. He knows Byron will call the flop with any pair, but the portion of that range that will value bet the river is likely just stronger jacks, a 4 or a 6 that made 2 pair with the ace, or sets. And sets are hard to make. Number three, there are in fact a number of hands Byron could be turning into a bluff here, and Matt is aware that Byron is skillful enough to take advantage of his currently tight image and get creative. It's not crazy to think that Byron may have called on the flop with something like 7-5, 8-7, or 9-8 suited with a backdoor flush draw, aware that on such a dry board, Matt will often have to shut down on the turn, allowing Byron to frequently pick up the pot with a river bet if his draws miss. So, do I agree with the call? No, but I think it's more sensible than it seems on face level. And besides, if Matt's call ends up being right, he gets to experience that rare, perfect sensation that is the owned him moment. A moment where you've blatantly crushed your opponent's soul, then glance around the table with the steely glare of Clint Eastwood right before he kills a bunch of people. I like to think all we poker players live for that moment.
Hey, Mitch, I'll tell you the truth. I've seen Stu Unger, the legendary poker player, make those kind of calls, but he won the pot when he did it.
But Matthew is still the chip leader with 5.2 million in euros. The blinds are going up to 25 and 50,000. Action going to Byron Caverman from Ohio. Byron out. And now Matthew with a pair of nines. He's the chip leader. He's got all the momentum. And he's getting out the race and chips, makes it 105,000 to go. But Frederick behind it with ace king says all in.
Now quickly goes Tappy.
Hugo out.
Call.
And Matt quickly makes the call. We got the classic race situation. The under pair versus the 2 overcards. And for the Frenchman to stay alive, he's going to need some help here.
Yes. Man works in computers, has a real job. Frederick Magin.
As you can see, all the French here at the Aviation Club holding their breath for their partner. An ace right in the door.
Oh, it certainly is. Ace 10, 8, all diamonds.
This gives the American a flush draw. So he needs a 9 or a diamond to win this pot.
It is never easy. The Frenchman has to, well, he's gotten lucky there. 10 on the turn.
The board pairs 10. So again, Matt Waxman looking for a diamond or a 9 to eliminate this Frenchman. The guy holding his breath. He doesn't want to go back to work yet, and he doesn't have to as the 5 comes off. But what a story it is with this guy, Vince. He got in this tournament by winning a satellite. He's gone to work every day since this tournament started at 7 in the morning. Then he's come in and played poker, and here he is with 4 players left and a shot to win this thing.
Plays his poker down here at the Aviation Club. 4 players remain. He has doubled up, and he is back in action.
Vince, we've got 2 Americans and 2 French fighting it out for this title in Paris. The American, however, Matt Waxman, has the chip lead. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can, but voila, the battle for Bastille is not over. Can the American defeat the Frenchman? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
Thank you, gentlemen. And please join us next time from the Aviation Club in France for WPT's continuing coverage. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight at the exclusive aviation club in France, the WPT Champions Cup and over €500,000 will go to the survivor of a high-stakes poker tournament played in one of the greatest cities in the world. And it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
After 5 exciting days of world-class poker here in Paris, the Grand Prix de Paris is poised to name the second WPT champ of Season 10. Here to give us their professional insight on how this final table has played out so far are poker's best commentators, Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten. Bonsoir, gentlemen.
Well, bonsoir, Kimberly. We've got 2 Americans, 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this title. But right now, Matt Waxman with the big chip lead. We've never had an American win this WPT title in France, although several Americans have come close, including Eric Lindgren, Alan Cunningham, and Alan Gehring. Vince, could it happen tonight?
I think he can, Mike. Kimberly, this guy is tough. He mixes up his game. He's very powerful. As you remember, Matthew doubled through Nico Sundell earlier when he flopped the flush just like that. Now he's up against the other American, Byron Kaverman, and 2 tough players, the Frenchmen. They are the reign of terror. So can the American do it? We will see. Back to you, Kimberly.
All right, sounds like you have a lot of faith in American Matthew Waxman tonight. Thanks, guys. €500,000, an entry into the season-ending WPT World Championship in Las Vegas, and the prestigious WPT Champions Cup all on the line tonight. Looks like the game is ready to resume, so let's get back over to the final table.
Okay, Matthew Waxman from Florida, 4.7 million in euros, is the chip leader. And he's going to start at 5,000. Blinds at 25 and 50 as we resume play. Action's on Matthew.
Everything's gone well so far at this final table for Matt Waxman.
And this time he looks down at a pair of deuces, caps his cards. Likes to say he's the most honest man in poker. But of course, at the table, he likes to bluff a lot, so that contradicts that. As the Frenchman goes out, Frederic. As does Hugo, the other Frenchman.
Go back to the other American, Byron Kaverman. He looks down at 2 threes. Has his opponents dominated here.
Gotta love it. He is on a short stack, relatively.
All in.
And he's gonna push all in.
Well, that's what a lot of guys like to do with small pairs, including me. You're on the short stack, just move in with them.
Byron Kaverman. Studied psychology in college. Helps a lot at the poker table.
You might have been able to induce this one if you wanted to.
He'd love to get the action, but no, Matthew escapes. Lays his hand down.
Quite a lay down by Matt, and a good all-in bet by Byron to take down that pot.
Byron Kaverman from Fort Jennings, Ohio.
You know, he played soccer in college, Vince.
Yep.
I happened to be at the Aviation Club de France in 1998 on the exact day that France won the World Cup, and we celebrated right outside on the Champs-Élysées. And let me tell you, if one of these 2 French guys win here tonight, we could have another celebration like that one when they won the World Cup.
You guys can
Back to play, Matthew out. Now Frederic Margin, who holds down a steady job here in France in computers, taking a shot at this title here tonight. He's got ace-7 here, Mike.
And in this tournament, by winning a satellite, he's going to have a great payday no matter where he finishes.
He's made it 250,000 to go, and that's enough for Hugo to go. And now Byron, the only man to beat. Byron's got a queen-9 offsuit.
Well, Byron's in 4th place right now.
All in.
And he is going all in with the queen-9 offsuit.
He is playing fast with just a queen-9.
I call.
Wow, the Frenchman has made the call.
What an excellent call
Now,
this is.
Vince, for another 800,000, I couldn't have made this call with an ace-7 offsuit. I'm just fearful that it'd be dominated. I just wouldn't like it, but he made the call. He's got the best hand right now. The question is, will it stand up?
Ooh la la, as they say in France. How did he know? And here's a flop for Byron. He has outflopped the Frenchman just like that.
Well, it's come king, queen, 10. What that means is, for the Frenchman to take the lead, he's got to catch an ace. He can shut him out, at least with a tie, if a jack comes off where he'll make a straight.
Right, these guys got about the same amount of chips. Here we go with the turn card.
And a jack comes off. He has done it.
Chop it up.
King, queen, jack 10. He cannot lose the pot. An ace has to come up to give him the tie.
I think this is going to be
An
it.
amazing call by the Frenchman here has paid off in dividends for him. 7 of hearts on the river. So that's going to do it. Byron Caverman, who came to this final table as the chip leader, out in 4th place.
That's right. Tough beat right there. And he's out. He's going to pick up 155,000 euros for his effort. He's an American that has to say good night. We are down to 3 players. Let's go see what he has to say.
It was a rough day. I just got some bad spots, I guess. Felt like I played well. I don't know, a little unlucky in the end, I guess. Made a good call and got there. Matt's a friend, and you know, I hope he takes it down.
With American Byron Copperman out in 4th place, that leaves 1 American and 2 Frenchmen left. There's plenty more in store from the Aviation Club in France, including 5 questions with a WPT champion from our very first season.
Plus, a new segment for Season 10, On the Road, that gives you behind-the-scenes access to the World Poker Tour.
And tonight's action gets the raw deal with the one and only Tony Dunst. There's much more from Paris, so stay tuned.
It was fun.
Okay, monsieur.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Poker players come from around the world to play at the exclusive Aviation Club in France, but there's another great place to play poker, and you don't need your passport to get there. I'm talking, of course, about ClubWPT.com. ClubWPT.com gives players from all over the opportunity to sharpen their poker skills for only $19.95 a month. You can become a VIP member and get great VIP benefits, and you can play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, maybe win your share of over $100,000 in cash and prizes every month, including seats into WPT tournaments. Check it out for yourself at ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, it looks like the final table action is ready to start back up, so I'll hand it over to Mike and Vince to check the standings and get back to the game.
Well, thanks, Kimberly. We have 1 American and 2 Frenchmen fighting it out for this coveted title. And right now, the American, Matt Waxman, is the chip leader. The question is, Vince, can he be the first American to ever take a WPT title in Paris?
Well, I think he's the best player at the table right now. I think he can. Let's go to the felt and find out. Action on Frédéric Margen. He works in computers, not a professional poker player. Could have fooled us here tonight. He's going to make a call with Queen, 9 of hearts.
We just eliminated the other American from this final 4. And now it's 2 Frenchmen, 1 American left.
Nice.
Hugo, the local, won't play his Queen Deuce.
Right
And now Matthew Waxman
You like it?
looks down at a pair of jacks.
He's a limper, that one.
Tries to distract his opponent by saying something casual.
I, on the other hand, punish the limper. So you're getting punished.
I didn't understand the word, but I called.
I didn't understand a word he said. Yeah, we've heard that one before. He's going to make the call with Queen 9.
He says he doesn't understand much English, but he understands the raise. He makes the call.
So we got the American with jacks up against the Frenchman with Queen 9.
Okay.
And it's come ace, ace, 6. And Matt's still out in front with aces and jacks.
Considers himself the most honest man in poker. And he's going to put out 125,000 honest chips right there.
I'm fine.
Frederick's not hitting anything, and he has to go away. Matthew said he learned poker when he was in high school at study hall. He wasn't studying, he was playing poker, Mike. Look what we've done.
Oh, boy.
Watch the World Poker Tour. When he was
Look
growing
what
up.
the kids are learning in schools today.
Just amazing.
How to check raise.
All right, back at the table. Hugo, the local here in Paris. This is his club. The Aviation Club has a Queen, 8 of diamonds. And will make a raise to 110. Matthew with an ace, deuce of clubs. He's a fine player. 26 years old. He's playing in 11 WPT events so far. It's his third WPT cash. That is pretty impressive.
He's going to make the call.
And Frederic, with just a queen 4,
it's a fold,
will extract himself from this hand.
Yep, he's going to get out of the way, let him fight it out. Two tough young pros, one from America, one from France. And here comes the flop. Well, it's queen 9 deuce. The Frenchman's flop, top pair, the American bottom pair.
Matthew checks his deuces. Hugo with queens. He raised before the flop. It looks like just a continuation bet of 80,000.
His flop top pair. That's 80,000, and now Matt Waxman will be a little careful here.
The winner of this event is going to take home 500,000 euros. It's about 700,000 US currency. Matthew wants that, and he's going to make the call.
So the Frenchman well out in front right now. Top pair versus bottom pair. But out front no longer as an ace comes off on the turn. Matt Waxman has made aces and deuces, top and bottom pair.
Linking so casually.
But he's going to check it. This is going to be for the check raise. Hugo checks behind him, and he's got great poker savvy in my mind. He seems to know when he gets outdrawn and beat on the turn, and he puts on the brakes.
7 of spades on the river, helping neither player. Will Matthew try to make a little value bet here? No, he checks.
Well, it's the third spade that came out there.
You got there on the turn?
Got there on the turn.
Exactly right, Hugo.
Hugo hit the nail right on the head. Matt Waxman takes the pot with aces up. But how about Hugo pulling it right out? You got there in the turn before he even turned up his cards.
But the Floridian just loving the way the evening is going. He's in Paris, very close to celebration, and that 500,000 euros that goes with it.
Well, there you see the Player of the Year standings right now. Will Fiala from New York out in front with 1,200. Tonight's winner will tie him for that lead of Player of the Year standings.
Butter up your croissant because we have lots of poker to be played here at the Aviation Club. Action on Frederic, the amateur poker player, so-called, has an ace-jack.
Got started playing poker by watching the World Poker Tour. And here he is fighting it out for a WPT title.
He certainly is. He makes it 150 to go. Hugo going away. And now Matthew, our American, has a pair of 5s.
At the speed limit.
You're getting a little aggressive there, huh? Three-handed, open up a little bit?
My English is not good enough to discuss with you. But
you start playing a lot of hands.
You know he speaks fluent English, no doubt.
You played more hands in the last orbit than you played all tournament.
Yeah, it's crazy.
You played them well.
I was sleeping.
You were sleeping?
Yeah, I was sleeping. I was tired.
You shouldn't sleep. There's a lot of money on the line.
Yeah, but
I beat you in my own way.
Well, the table talk continues, and here comes the flop. And flop comes Queen 10-8, 2 diamonds. So Frederic has a 2-way straight draw.
Matthew quickly checking wisely. Didn't like that flop. And Frederic looks like he's coming in with the continuation bet. Yes, he is. 275.
King or a 9 would give him a straight. Maybe hoping he'll just take it right here, and that's the case as Matt lays down the 2-5.
Going to chase the American back to Florida just like that.
Frederic Majin, 36-year-old. He's an amateur player, lives right here in Paris. He went to work at 7 a.m. every day this past week during this tournament before he came in the Aviation Club to play in it. Incredible how a guy will put that many hours in all week long. He said he was dead tired coming to this final table. Yet here he is with 3 players left fighting it out for this title. What a story it would be. The guy got in this tournament by winning a satellite. Wow.
on Thursday, I was working at 7 o'clock. I didn't sleep well on a Wednesday night. And on Friday, it was a special day because my boss is got another job, so he make a celebration for this. I was dead during the celebration. I was dead at the tournament. When it will be finished, I think I will be with my family and after I go to sleep.
I gotta tell you something, Mike. I get exhausted just looking at this man.
Well, you gotta admire a guy. What an employee to have.
Yeah.
The guy makes the final table. He goes to work every single day of the tournament, including the day of the final table.
And he's playing great poker here with a shot at a title. It's on him. This time he only has an 8-7, and he's raising to 180 with a junk hand. Hugo has gone out, and Matt Waxman now with a 7-4. Hasn't folded yet.
You'd think it'd just be a simple laydown here. He's got the chip lead. Why jeopardize chips with this hand?
Young American with a Bob's Big Boy style haircut. Is he going to get fancy here?
Incredible, Vince. He is getting out raising chips here. Could he possibly be 3-betting this guy with a 7-4 offsuit? Yes, wow. He has done it.
Well, he is on to Frederick. Maybe he read something in him because Frederick's not that strong, of course, with an 8-7.
Echo.
For Matt to do it. Now, look at this. Frederick's going to call. He's going to get stubborn.
Well, we've seen when guys re-raise him. He calls an all-in bet for nearly $1 million with an 8-7 offsuit. Here he's calling a re-raise with an 8-7 offsuit. He's going to see a flop before he abandons chip.
Nothing, raising nothing, and here we go.
And it's come ace, queen, queen. Obviously no help to either player.
Neither player likes that type of flop. You have zilch, zip, and pip.
Well, I think Matt Waxman is going to demonstrate to our viewers how powerful betting is.
Oh, boy.
Because there you go.
He's going to play old school Mississippi style. Push it in poker with a big bet of 355.
And the Frenchman going to lay it down. So power poker at its finest there by Matt Waxman.
Matt Waxman's got to be very proud of himself there. Just reading his man perfectly. He steps ever so close to taking home the 500,000 euros tonight and being the first American to ever win this title in Paris.
Well, Vance, we've had a great time all week long here in Paris. But now it's time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
Vince and I invited the girls out to a yacht, which I constantly made cracks about being my yacht, though it's not.
We got the boat.
To the World Poker Tour!
Vince showed up.
You know my brother?
Fashionably late with his posse.
What's happening?
Thanks, man.
Vince and his brother are pretty funny together.
Yeah, we're having a good time, right? Good time. Great time.
They both have the same hair. I think they go to the same stylist.
This is the first time you met the Royal Flush Girls. Royal Flush Girls. Love them, right? Love them. Single man. So. Single.
And the same tanning salon.
Oh, we're moving. Yay! Yeah, this is great. Yeah. Ship ahoy.
We set sail for a 2-hour evening cruise.
Seeing everything, seeing Paris from a yacht was just amazing. I've never been to Paris, and then everyone was taking a ton of photos.
All right, ready?
Someone take it!
Just to experience it all on a yacht and see the Eiffel Tower so close, I think that was the best part.
At the end of the night, Vince and I just kind of hung out on the back of the boat and talked through the game.
What do you think of the beautiful women in France? You having a good time?
You know, I'll say the women of France are really stylish and elegant.
Yeah.
Above everything else, you know, you see beautiful women in almost every country you go to, but in France in particular, you see stylish women.
You are a single man. I'm not. I'm in love with my wife. Yep. So I cannot, work out here like you do.
Right. Work out, and you turn a phrase for it.
Horrible laugh at me.
I'm not laughing at you.
You are here.
I am laughing with your joke.
Vince, looks like you all had a great time out there in the little yacht. Only one thing was missing. Me. Why wasn't I invited on the yacht trip with all the Royal Flush girls?
I don't know. Three's a crowd, Mike. Three's a crowd.
All right, stay with us for more exciting action from Paris. We'll be right back after this. Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
The club is located in the Champs-Élysées, the most beautiful avenue in the world. It's in the heart of Paris. We have seen the rise of poker through the years, thanks to the World Poker Tour shows, and he has been very helpful to the poker in France.
It's a great club. It's too great, in fact.
When the WPT event takes place in the Aviation Club de France, you have all kind of tables open all the time. You play tournament during the day, but the players, when they have finished the tournament, they play cash game, and we have cash games running until 10 a.m. or 12 a.m. They don't stop during 24 or 48 hours. Cool. I like it. The best place to play poker in France and Europe is definitely the Aviation Club de France.
Well, players do love it here because they do have plenty of games and a lot of action here, no doubt about it.
It is an experience unlike any other. A touch of class here in Paris as we continue three-handed poker. Matthew Waxman, the Floridian, is our chip leader. Let's go to the felt. Action's on Hugo Lemaire, the young Frenchman.
He's a tough young French pro, and look at this, going to raise it with a 9-deuce offsuit.
Matthew's going to take a look at a junk 4-3, releases that hand. And Frederick Margin, the computer man, also folds his hand.
And folks, it just shows you winning at poker is not about catching the card. It's about showing heart and firing at the pots. The young Frenchman doing it there.
Yeah, 24 years old, only his 4th WPT event ever. And now the action is going to Matthew.
Yeah, looks down at the 6-3 of diamonds. He's on the button, in position, got the chip lead.
Blinds at 30 and 60,000 with a $10,000 ante. And he is aggressive, boy.
The Frenchman can raise with a 9-deuce offsuit. He can raise with a 6-3.
Makes it 120 to go. Frederick out. And Hugo not going to play.
Well, Matt Waxman executing his game plan perfectly. When I talked to him before the final table started, very confident. He said, I am going to be the first American to win a WPT title in Paris. And I'm going to do it today. So he was sure of himself, even when he didn't have that many chips. And now that he's got them, you can only imagine what he's thinking.
It's been a goal of mine to make a World Poker Tour final table for quite some time. I guess the next goal would be winning one. I'm feeling great. I got a good stack, so I'm actually feeling pretty good about it. And we'll see. I'm really pumped. I think I have a really good feel for how everyone's playing. I call. But no way in a million years is he betting kings or aces on that flop. And I'm not taking any prisoners. It's going to take a sick one to get me out of this one.
Now, Vance, remember when you were young and confident to predict that you were going to win things?
No.
Well, so far, so good for Matt Waxman, no doubt about it. There you see two of the toughest pros in the world, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins, watching their buddy Matt Waxman go to work on these Frenchmen.
All right, action's going to Frederick Margin, Mr. Computer Man from France.
Remember, folks, he's an amateur businessman, a guy that won a satellite to get into this tournament.
With a Queen 5, won't play that. On to Hugo with a Jack 9. He's called it.
Uh-oh, we got a limper. I don't know how I feel about that.
Now, limping means he just calls the size of the big blind, doesn't raise it.
Matthew with a Jack 10 of hearts.
And he might want to raise, but on the other hand, he didn't want to get re-raised out of this pot. So he's just going to check and take a free flop, and I'd be doing the same thing.
Yeah, and here we go with a flop.
Yeah, flop 6-3-3, no help to either player.
And Hugo is going to check. Matthew, of course, hit nothing there.
Now look at this. See, he watches enough of the World Poker Tour on television to understand if they're a checking, I'm a betting.
This is the talent of these kind of guys. When nothing materializes, to still be able to bet, to read your opponents. This is what great poker is all about, and he's going to chase Hugo away, and the American's going to win this pot.
And Vance, you just have to suspect that Matt's got to put it in his mind. It's going to take a while to win this thing. I'm just going to continue to grind them out and just play small ball. Unless I get a big hand against them, and in the end, small ball is going to get these guys. It takes a while to win that way, but that's what you got to do.
At the age of 25, Finland's Juha Helppi was just starting his poker journey back in season 1 when he captured the Aruba Poker Classic, becoming the youngest winner and the first amateur champion on the World Poker Tour. Now in season 10, I had the chance to sit down with Juha here at the Aviation Club to see how that victory so long ago changed his life. What's your strongest or best memory from the Aruba tournament?
Well, the Aruba tournament was the tournament of my life because it kind of started all this. I think the best moment was when Phil Gordon poured the water on his head. He was so tilted, he was playing a bit bad, also getting unlucky.
Feels a little bit better.
I think Phil Gordon underestimated me. I think he thought he could run over me.
This guy's an amateur?
He took it pretty well. He was laughing and he was really nice to me, and that was a good memory.
Are you surprised at the growth of poker, how much you can win now?
Yeah, I was amazed. Back then, $50,000 felt a lot of money. The way poker has been growing has really been amazing, and I think it will be huge forever. I don't think that's going anywhere.
Why are the Finnish so good at poker?
Finns are really calm. They never tilt. Many of them don't have a big ego, but some Finns are known to drink and play, but they're very aggressive. They're smart. I think it's quite amazing how many Finnish players are in the top level comparing to the number of Finnish players in total. So.
Yeah. You seem pretty mild-mannered, so I'm wondering, what is it about extreme poker that caught your attention?
I was sponsored when we played in underwater poker. I won the very first underwater tournament. It was played 30 feet below. We had really heavy chips, and we played like half an hour, and we had oxygen for like 40 minutes. It felt quite amazing because I'd never did diving before that.
You nearly won a second title right here at the Aviation Club in season 4. Describe the feeling of getting so close but coming short.
I usually take it pretty badly, ending up second, especially when I was 2-1 chip leader against Roland.
Roland can't believe his luck. Spike in the 5-2 pair.
All in. I was really disappointed after the tournament. It was so close of getting the second title. It felt bad, but now it feels much nicer, of course, but at that moment I was gutted.
Juha predicted a Scandinavian would make this final table in Paris, and he was right, as his fellow Finn Mikko Sundell and Swedish player Martin Jacobson both made the final 6. We'll be right back with more action from the Aviation Club in France, including Tony Dunst breaking down tonight's play when we return on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, right after this. Welcome back to the Grand Prix de Paris, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. It is now time to check in with Tony Dunst and see what he has to say in this edition of The Raw Deal.
While poker is no doubt a solo player game, modern final tables are increasingly becoming a group effort. For many years in poker's history, friends could be seated in the audience, but only decipher so much of the action from their vantage point. However, all the relevant details and information during final tables are often now available to many members of the audience, and it allows them to add valuable insight to the person they're supporting. Matt Waxman could hardly ask for a better panel with elite pro Jason Mercier and November 9er Phil Collins in his corner. Naturally, it seems like a pretty major advantage to have access to a collection of top-tier players to bounce thoughts off between hands.
Oh my God, I had 5 and 6 of clubs.
Like
That's
7 to 1.
Oh yeah. I thought he had 7 outs.
You got it in pretty good.
I forgot about my own cards.
Previous final tablists have often made use of their gallery when they need cooler heads to prevail.
I'm all in for like 2.8.
Back in season 6, Nick Schulman found himself facing a major coin flip immediately after running a failed bluff. Waiting to console him on the rail was WPT champion Eugene Katchel.
Well, I don't know, I'm trying to like outplay him. No, I like my river bet, by the way. No, river bet's fine.
Who talked Nick down and back into a state of mind conducive to playing sharp poker. However, there is certainly some risk in applying the insights of those who have far less information than you do. Even highly devoted members of your entourage won't have near the focus and intensity of anyone on the table. And without being the one making the decisions, it's difficult to detect the flow of it all. Sometimes they may inadvertently provide inaccurate or detrimental advice that can be pretty harmful if you don't have a discerning filter. Last season, Phil Hellmuth was attempting to help his friend Mike Matusow at the final table with info about what he believed was a tell Alan Sternberg was giving off.
He was looking down and left. Whenever he was strong, he was looking down and left.
Yeah, but moments later, Matusow was eliminated when he curiously decided to shove 12 blinds over Alan's button raise with 9-2 offsuit.
I'm all in.
Based on what he thought he saw. Then again, I know it's a little unfair to pull out some obscure clip of Phil making a misread just to take the easy shot. Because hey, if it weren't for tells I hallucinated, I'd win them all too.
Well, there you see two of the best players in the world rooting Matt Waxman on, Jason Mercier and Phil Collins. But all I know is this. Forget the rail birds. They're on the rail. You're playing at the final table.
What a night for Matthew Waxman. Well out in front with 5.3. He's from Florida. He's only 26 years old. He's got to take on these two Frenchmen and take home a title here for America. All right, it's on Matthew right now. He's got the button. He's got the momentum. Blinds at 30 and 60,000. Let's take a look at Matthew's hand. Oh, wow, a good one.
He's got the goods.
Yeah, pair of jacks.
And he's made so many great plays at this final table without hands, yet it seems like he's had his share of cards as well, Vince. And let me tell you, when you're catching good and playing good, it's pretty much an unbeatable combination.
He makes it 120 to go. Frederick with just a 6 deuce. Looks uninterested, folds his hand. And Hugo has to say goodnight too, so that's going to be a quick one.
That's your cue. Yeah,
you don't always want that when you have a quality hand, though. You feel like you wanted to punish them for some more money, but not to be for Matthew.
Often you think Hugo Lemaire gets ID'd before he goes to a poker tournament.
So true. He looks about 12, but he's playing well. Very tough. This is his club, by the way. He's a big crowd favorite here tonight. All right, back to the play. Frederick now first to act. And he's going to look at an attractive king-queen of spades.
150.
He's going to make it with a raise. Looks like $160 to go.
Over to Hugo. He's going to get out.
And now Matthew.
Oh, and another giant hand for Matt Waxman. And that couldn't come at a better time when he's got his opponent dominated.
D'accord.
Oh, what an exciting moment. What a big hand. How to play it properly.
I think for sure you're going to 3-bet with this hand, just a matter of how much. 3-bet meaning re-raise.
Here come the plaques.
These plaques are worth $100,000 each.
Yep, he's going to stick it out there, making it 410 to go.
I'm on in.
I call.
Well, all in and called
Whoa.
just that quick. And Vance, I really believe all the play of Matt Waxman prior to this hand led to this all-in bet by the Frenchman. He's just been bullying him around and bullying him around, and you can only take so much, as you know.
Well, you're right. The last one was an additional raise of about $2 million. So Frederick didn't have to call that, but maybe he feels something here. Maybe he feels lucky tonight.
And he's just trying to take the pot down. Didn't happen. As Matt picked up an ace-king, so he has him dominated. You can't get your money in much better than this.
Big opportunity for the American. Here's the flop.
Good flop for Matt Waxman. 7-4-3, 1 spade. So as the cards lie, the Frenchman has got to catch a queen to take the lead, or 2 running spades to make a flush to win the pot.
Yeah, he's a significant dog right now, but turn cards change things. Here it comes.
Well, if Jack comes off and it's a Jack of clubs, that takes an out away from the Frenchman. He can now not win the pot if the Queen of Clubs comes off. So the Frenchman must catch 1 of 2 red queens to stay alive in this tournament. He needs a lucky lady, and she's got to be red, Vince.
Frederick Marjan needs a miracle. Can he get it?
Nope, the 6 of diamonds comes off. So that's going to do it from the amateur from Paris, 36-year-old Frederick Marjan, out in 3rd place.
Yeah. Tight all the way through, but then he opened up his game, seemed to work for a while, but he is out of there. He's going to take home over 213,000 euros.
He's also going to get the gold star for being the employee of the week for going to work every day this week.
Let's go see what he has to say.
I did some mistake. I'm pretty proud of what I've done during the week and today. All the players on the final table were great, and I think Hugo will have some difficulties to finish first. I will not bet on Hugo if I will have.
With Fred Majin out in third place, we're close to crowning the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Club WPT VIP member Andy Whetstone made a WPT final table, and next time it could be you. Become a Club WPT VIP today for your chance to play on the World Poker Tour. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Voila! Out come the beautiful Royal Flush girls, Melly, Sanisa, Melissa, and Violet.
Well, as a poker player, this is what you dream about. Playing heads up for a WPT title and watching the beautiful Royal Flush girls dump the cold hard cash on the table. Now, folks, I know that looks like Monopoly money to you because it's colored, but that's real money. Those are euros, and the money is colored here in Europe.
Don't forget, our champion here tonight will have his name immortalized on the WPT Champions Cup. That's where the names of all the great WPT winners have been. They'll get a replica of that trophy to bring home with them, along with that 500,000 euros.
The winner also gets a seat into the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry.
Heads-up action between Matthew Waxman and Hugo Lumiere is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. During the break, Vince Van Patten made his way to the floor and spoke to both players. Here's what they had to say.
Hugo, how do you feel so far?
I feel good. It's amazing to be here in Heads Up. I don't have a lot of chips, but I believe in my chance.
Well, you pull off this miracle, you'd be the only player to win this event since the great David Benjamin. How would that feel?
That would be amazing. David Benjamin is a great player. That would be very good.
Matthew, you're about to go into heads-up action for a WPT title. How does it feel?
It feels great, Vince. You know, I've been waiting for this moment a long time, and it's finally here. I got a good lead. Feeling pretty good.
Well, you got a domination in chips at this point, but you're playing a Frenchman, and the French are going crazy out there. They're rooting for him. They don't want you to take this title. How do you feel about that? Can you take the heat?
Well, I mean, he definitely has the hometown advantage, but, you know, just the fact that I could be the first American to win this tournament is enough motivation.
Will it be American Matt Waxman or Frenchman Hugo Lumiere, whose name will be added to the WPT Champions Cup? Heads-up action is about to get started here at the Grand Prix de Paris. Play is ready to resume, so let's send it back down to Mike and Vince.
It's come down to two young pros, one from America, one from France. The current chip leader is Matt Waxman from Florida. He's up against a young pro out of Paris, France.
That's right, Hugo Lumiere, 24 years old. He plays at the club. He has a lot of friends here in Paris. The Frenchman wants their French guy to win. We will see. He's a big dog. Let's go to the table.
Matt Waxman starting out with nearly $8 million in chips. Hugo Lumiere with just over $1.4 million.
And the American looks down at a 9-8 with the button. He's first to act. Will he stay aggressive or will he change his game?
Well, there's your answer right there. He's reaching for raising chips with the 9 high. Makes it $120,000 to go.
Double the size of the blind, and it's going to work. Hugo releases that hand. Matt Waxman getting closer to the title. Not bad for a guy that learned how to play poker in study hall in school.
Well, Matt Waxman desperately wants to be the first American to win a WPT title right here in Paris. And obviously, Hugo Lumiere would like to be the first Frenchman since the legendary David Benjamin won here back in season 2.
Benjamin, kind of a folk hero here at the Aviation Club. And Hugo wants to follow in the footsteps.
Well, a lot of French players I respect say a lot of good things about this young pro. They say he's the real deal.
Raise.
Here he's raising it with a Queen-8 offsuit. 130,000.
And Matt Waxman looks down at a 9-8 of clubs.
You got the suited connectors. you want to see a flop with, obviously can well afford to make this call, and he does so.
Queen 8 up against 9-8. Here we go with the flop. And the flop drips in 2 clubs and a queen.
Well, we can see a lot of action right here on the Champs-Elysees now. Waxman has flopped a flush draw. Hugo has flopped the top pair.
Yep, Matt's going to check it. Hugo with top pair, sticking a bet out there of 115,000 euros. How will the Floridian play this? Do you get super aggressive and just try to take it down with a 4 flush?
I feel certain Matt's going to check raise here.
All in?
No, he is going all in.
Yeah, he says all in, but he's not betting all his chips. He's betting all the chips that Hugo has in front of him.
About €1 million more, and of course he's going to call. We have a showdown here.
So here we go. Hugo in good shape to double up here and tighten this match up a bit.
Yep, his queen's out in front. Matthew Waxman with a big chance here. If he should catch, he'd be the first American to ever win Paris.
Jack of clubs.
He's getting very selective with this. Can't be too picky. Just get a club and end this thing.
Everybody on their feet here at the Aviation Club.
One of these guys becoming a very rich man. Could it be Matthew right now? Here comes the turn card.
Well, the 6 of hearts comes off.
American didn't get there yet.
Well, it gives him a straight draw, though. A 7 would win the pot for him now, as well as a club.
Sit.
Well, Matt asking for a set. That's 7 in French.
Matt has to sweat out one card. Hugo still out in front.
He got the club! He has done it! Clubs have been lucky for the American. Twice at this final table, he made a club flush to win the 2 biggest pots of the night. Wow, what drama, what an ending. What fortune for Matt Waxman right there to make the club flush to take this title.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France. Well done. He's going to take home 500,000 euros. Matthew Waxman is our champion.
I want a WPT.
I know now you got something that I don't, finally.
Yeah.
Well, a big effort by Hugo Lemaire. He's going to take home over 314,000 euros for his second place finish.
I played pretty tight. I think I played okay. I'm happy about my play and happy about the second place, even though it's really disappointing to get so close and to not win it. I want to win one, so I'll come back.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well done.
Well done.
Well, we're with our champion, Matt Waxman. Matt, this is your 11th WPT event, your first final table. You came into this final table in 5th chip position. You told me before it started you felt like you were going to win it. You did it. Fantastic.
Feels amazing. You know, this is actually my 3rd cash in the WPT, so you know what they say. 3rd time's a charm, right?
Well, a charm it was indeed, and I have no doubts that your favorite suit now is what? Clubs.
Oh,
no,
clubs.
Diamonds.
Oh, okay, yeah.
He forgot already. All right, Matt, in addition to winning this title and over 700,000 US dollars, 500,000 euros, you get a seat in the WPT World Championship. That's a $25,000 entry where you can win millions more.
Oh, yeah, that's great. Probably one of the toughest tournaments in the world, so I'm looking forward to the competition.
History was made tonight at the Aviation Club here in France. Congratulations once again to Matthew Waxman, the Season 10 Grand Prix de Paris champion. Please join us next time as the WPT travels to Borgata in Atlantic City, where we expect a massive field of over 1,000 players to compete for the title. Until then, for Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night, or shall I say, bonne nuit.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
To 2 seasons ago, Borgata set a WPT record for entries. Last season, they broke that record, and this year, they shattered it. Now, 1,313 entries have come down to the final 6. In Atlantic City, who will survive the largest WPT in history? The Borgata Poker Open starts now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Borgata in Atlantic City. Every year, like clockwork, this beautiful resort and casino attracts hundreds of talented poker pros from around the world to their signature event, the Borgata Poker Open. But thanks to the determination of a huge local player base and a first-place prize of over $900,000, the established pros who flocked to this tournament found there's no safety in numbers.
So players, good luck to all of you. Enjoy your week, and let's shuffle up and deal.
460 players put up their $3,500 buy-in on day 1A, and in this re-entry tournament, any player who busted today could take a second shot on day 1B, meaning everyone was amped up to play, including reigning champion Dwight Pilgrim.
Everybody can win a title. It's all about defending. It's going to be crazy. It's going to be exciting, but back-to-back is what it's about.
Another player looking to add a second WPT title to his resume was Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiella.
He's here.
Will had just flown in from France, then was operating on no sleep, but still riding the momentum from his Legends of Poker victory as he continued to give the dealers instructions.
Nothing higher than a 5 dealer. Keep it low and red dealer.
And also continued to rake in pots.
Only in America.
Season 10 one to watch Ebony Kenny joined Will in getting off to a good start by eliminating a player early on. But other familiar faces would hit the rail, including Jeff Madsen, Kathy Liebert, and Brent Hanks. Across the room, New Jersey pro Darren Elias found himself in a great spot when he turned a straight versus Dwight Pilgrim's overpair. Darren check-raised Dwight all in, and Dwight made the call drawing dead and gracefully exited the table and left Darren adding to his chip stack.
It got me out today. I got another shot tomorrow.
In the heated atmosphere of this championship event, not all bust-outs were as cordial.
And I think this guy behind me is talking smack, actually, but
Maria Ho had words with the player who eliminated her.
You want to tell me it's a good check on the flop? Well, I'm never getting any money from you if I don't check the flop, so you're just lucky you hit a gutter. But if you have 20 bigs and you're just going to flat somebody with 4-3 of hearts, you might as well shove. So, like, seriously. That's the truth, and you know it. I'm like angry. Like, who just talks crap after they bust somebody out?
Play wound down for the evening, and accumulating the big stack in the room was the goal, as the chip leader at the end of days 1A and 1B would receive a $5,000 bonus for the honor. When the dust cleared, it was local player Abraham Kuroki who had the top stack of the 228 remaining players. But on his heels were a talented group of players, including Vanessa Selbst, Darren Elias, and Season 10 WPT champ Will Fiella, who would have the day off tomorrow along with the rest of the Day 1A survivors, as a fresh group of players would take their shot at a place on the WPT Champions Cup on Day 1B. A huge field was expected to play on Day 1B, and the East Coast locals and professional players showed up to pack the Borgata with over 90 tables of play.
Today's a new day.
And while players such as Season 8 and 9 Borgata Poker Open champs Olivier Bousquet and Dwight Pilgrim were putting in the work to be in contention for a second WPT title at Borgata.
12 hours, one hand at a time.
Season 10 champ Will Fiella, who ended Day 1A fourth in chips, spent his time off with a little wager on the racquetball court with Vince Van Patten.
You are great, man.
Great job, great match. We had fun.
But side wagers weren't limited to the racquetball court, as they were also taking place on the felt, as Kathy Liebert entered into a last longer bet with WPT champs Michael the Grinder Mizrahi and Chino Reem.
7-1. I bet you'll hunt your last 10 minutes.
You got it.
As the Royal Flush Girls ushered in the level changes, registration closed with 853 players for the day, bringing the total number of entrants to 1,313, making the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open the largest event in WPT history. And one player who has a bit of his own history at this tournament is David Williams.
Here at the Borgata, when I got second to Daniel, was pretty amazing moment for me, just for so many reasons.
I call.
And then end up heads up with him. One of the greatest moments of my life being at that table, and I wanted to win it so bad, but to lose to Daniel, who hadn't won the World Poker Tour yet, to get his first, someone I looked up to, I felt like he deserved it. You know, it was one of those moments where you could lose and still be happy, which is rare in poker.
Today, David was able to accumulate a large stack, and with a $5,000 bonus going to the end of the day chip leader, he played a prank on his buddy, the big stack in the room, pro Jeff Madsen. After hearing how many chips Jeff had, David texted Jeff telling him that he had more in his stack. So Jeff went to work to try to ensure that he was on top of the chip counts when the day ended, and credited David for the motivation. 524 players made it through the day, many making a good use of their re-entry, including Kathy Liebert, who won her last longer bet with Chino and the Grinder. And pro Jeff Madsen was able to finish the day as chip leader and collect the $5,000 bonus to go along with it. On day 2, the room went from empty to full as the 753 survivors from day 1A and B combined to settle in for a long day of poker. And though he was starting the day with an average stack, the plan was simple for Florida player Maurice Hawkins.
I've been coming with the strategy of just try to get real lucky on somebody and then watch them in agony as they leave. That's my strategy today.
But the atmosphere in the room was tense as many players straddled the fine line between elimination and survival.
I don't like being called names. Hold. Yes!
There's no such thing as a good loser. I'm the worst. Could be the worst player of all time.
However, some players who thrive in this type of environment
I swear
are Legends of Poker champion Will Fiala and tough pro Vanessa Selbst. Vanessa got involved in a big hand and was able to get paid off by 2 East Coast locals when her flopped set improved to a full house on the turn. And after winning that huge pot, she then sent East Coast player Man Win to the rail, further boosting her stack.
I'm a huge luck box. I just make boats, and then everybody else has like trips or a straight or whatever is like slightly less than a boat, and I win big pots. It's an easy game.
Though the day did not go as easy for Kathy Liebert and ones to watch Maria Ho and Ebony Kenny as they were all eliminated on day 2. But Vanessa would have to watch out as former WPT world champion David Williams was hot on her trail, and she seemed to enjoy the challenge.
It's like a little friendly competition and see who's doing better, but I think he's the chip leader right now, so I guess it's time to catch him.
But no player in the room was able to catch David Williams as he finished the day as the overwhelming chip leader and shared what led to his success with WPT Live Updates hostess Jess Wellman.
You know, I'm able to put the fear in with these players, and they're laying down to me, and that's good. And I was making hands at the right moments and folding when I should and bluffing when I should. I mean, it was just a perfect day.
Yet David was not the only player to finish on a high note, as Maurice Hawkins employed skill as well as luck to amass the second largest stack in the room, and WPT champ Will Fiala remained focused on a second WPT title.
We mean business. There ain't no games this year.
170 players survived to play another day, including champions club members Cornel Simpan, Lee Markholt, and Yevgeny Timoshenko. But everyone was looking up at the stack of WPT world champ David Williams. The first of 3 hours of our extended coverage of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open is just getting started, and we've got a lot going on, including new segments of WPT on the road, ones to watch, and the WPT Champions Cup moment. But first, does David Williams get another shot at a WPT championship at Borgata?
I want it bad. I mean, more than the money, I want this title.
Find out who makes it to the Borgata Poker Open final table in the largest event in WPT history when we return, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. We're in the middle of our expanded playdown coverage of the largest event in WPT history as we track the action leading up to this historic Borgata Poker Open final table.
On day 3, over 85% of the record-setting field of 1,313 entrants had been eliminated, leaving only 170 players remaining in contention for the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open title and a spot on the WPT Champions Cup. But before getting a title, players would have to survive to the top 100 spots to finish in the money, and the action was intense from the start. Past WPT finalist Fred Goldberg got the best of WPT World Champion Yevgeny Timoshenko in a hand, and it took fellow Florida player Maurice Hawkins to clue Fred in on who he had been tangling with.
You don't know who Timoshenko is? You got a problem. You don't watch poker. You don't know who Timoshenko is. That's like in NASCAR. You're like, who's Jeff Gordon? I don't know.
As the field continued to narrow, there were a lot of short stacks hanging on and hoping to survive the money bubble. And a huge hand was brewing between David Williams and Brit Mark Bramley, who had both made a big hand on the river. David moved all in with kings full and put Mark to the test, holding the nuts straight. After long deliberation, Mark made the call and would find himself out one short of the money at Borgata.
I can't fold. I can fold to anybody but David. You can have nothing. So if I'm good, I'm good. Never mind. Next time.
After the money bubble burst, players were eliminated in a flurry, and the action did not slow down as Eric Haber was eliminated in 67th place, Jeff Madsen in 60th place, and WPT World Champ Yevgeny Timoshenko in 47th place. Following Yevgeny out the door was Maurice Hawkins, who got his last chips in with top pair top kicker against old school pro Miami John Cernudo's set of fours that turned into quads on the river, and Maurice was busted in 44th place.
How do you call me, man? How do you lie?
He's got a good answer there, Maurice. He's got a good answer.
The Royal Flush Girls checked in on WPT champ Will Fiala, who spent the day chipping up.
We're building a stack a little bit. It's going in the right direction, so hopefully we can make another final table and go back to back.
And Vanessa Selbst had hit a bump in the road and lost a large pot to young New Jersey pro Daniel Busgin, who was now sitting behind a mountain of chips. Meanwhile, day 2 chip leader David Williams had fallen on tough times after losing big pots to Will Fiala, Borgata regular Matt Glantz, and finally to Vanessa Selbst, who ended David's run and dream of taking a Borgata Poker Open title. And after a few more eliminations, play ended for the evening, leaving 27 players still vying for their place on the WPT Champions Cup. Among the list of remaining players were Englishmen Ricky Hale, Fred Goldberg, Matt Glantz, Miami John Cernudo, Vanessa Selbst, and Daniel Busgin. The spotlight was shining on a familiar face as Season 10 champ Will Fiala would take the chip lead into day 4 with a second WPT final table for the season in his sights.
See this right here? Now this don't suck.
Play moved to the Borgata Poker Room on day 4, and all eyes were on Will the Thrill Fiala, chip leader entering the day, who was inching closer to a second WPT title in Season 10. But other players also had their eye on the title, and with over $922,000 going to the champion, players quickly started to fall under the pressure. But WPT finalist Fred Goldberg proved he was worthy of a second final table by mixing it up with Vanessa Selbst in a hand where Fred made quad aces on the river. And then with another big pot brewing between them, Vanessa moved in with a flush and straight draw.
I'm never folding. I call.
Fred called with a set of threes, and Vanessa's hand would not improve on the river as she was eliminated in 23rd place with her first cash in a WPT main event, but short of the goal of a WPT final table. Fred Goldberg, now on a roll, made a tough call on the flop with middle pair when East Coast local Ryan Ericazo check-raised all in with the nut flush draw. Fred's hand held, and he eliminated Ryan in 22nd place.
I usually play short stack all the time, so this is new territory for me.
Armed with the big stack, the cards kept coming to Fred as he picked up aces to eliminate old school pro Miami John Cernudo in 14th place.
and it was all good up until this minute.
Will the Thrill consoled his good buddy, explaining he would have made the same play
Right, WPT?
in that situation.
Now the dinosaurs are even coming to me for advice. You know that that's big trouble now.
With players fighting for survival, it looked like high-stakes cash game pro Matt Glantz would double up, holding jacks against Englishman Ricky Hale's tens. But a 10 fell on the flop, and with no help on the turn and river, Matt's tournament run ended in 12th place. Pocket pairs would collide again as Jin Huang moved all in with pocket jacks versus Will Faiela's pocket queens. Will thought it out long and hard, and after the chips were counted down, Will made the call, having Jin covered by one big blind.
Come on, one guy!
Will did not get his one time as Jin hit a jack on the flop and quads on the turn, leaving the WPT champ devastated as his shot at a second title was slipping away.
Not looking like destiny now, is it?
On the next hand, Will moved in with his last chips, but he could not beat young New Jersey pro Bobby Obuti's pocket eights.
Nice hand, nice hand.
And Will the Thrill's dream run at a second title this season would be cut short. However, in addition to the 11th place prize money, Will had secured his spot as point leader in the Season 10 WPT Player of the Year race.
Made a great call, and the chips went where they were supposed to go, that's all.
Armed with Will Faiela's chips, Jin Huang moved all in on the turn with a flush draw, putting another young New Jersey pro, Darren Elias, to the test with pocket queens. Darren eventually made a good call.
Wow, soul race.
And with no club on the river, Darren would double up to become a force in this tournament. But it was Bobby Obuti's turn to go on a rush, as he would bust New York pro Kevin Colenso in 9th place and would then knock out Doug Kim in 7th place. After starting out with a record 1,313 entrants, the final 6 turned out to be 3 young pros out of New Jersey, going up against 3 businessmen who play poker on a part-time basis, all aiming to be the one with their name inscribed on the WPT Champions Cup.
Now, Vince Van Patten was not able to be here tonight, so sitting in alongside Mike Sexton is no stranger to the poker world, my friend, Ali Najad. Welcome to the team, Ali.
Thank you, Kimberly. I just want to apologize to everybody in advance. I know you're accustomed to a lot better hair than this.
It's okay. We won't hold that against you, but just don't try to compete with Vince's hair.
Won't.
Okay, so let's jump right into this. What do you make of tonight's final table?
Well, looking out there, I see 3 guys in particular who made some fantastic decisions. The first of them, on the short stack, Jin Huang from South Korea. He got in on a $350 satellite. He's parlayed his way into a shot at least $186,000. Then you got Ricky Hale, who's on a 2-week vacation with his wife from London. Had his seat in here on just $100 in a satellite. That's about 9 pounds, I think, at the current exchange rate. And then you move on, you got Daniel Busgin. Daniel is only here because he had the good sense to plop down another $3,500 on a re-entry in day 1B after going bust in day 1A. Now he's got his shot at the goods.
All right, Mike, who are your picks?
Well, Kimberly, certainly the 3 chip leaders at this table are going to be the favorites and the guys to beat tonight. Starting out in 3rd chip position with $7.7 million in chips is Darren Elias. He's a 24-year-old poker pro out of Montclair, New Jersey. In 2nd chip position with $11.1 million in chips is another 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. That'd be Bobby Obuti. Our chip leader tonight is Fred Goldberg from Hollywood, Florida. Fred's a tough player. He's got a World Series of Poker bracelet to his credit, and he's the only player at this table to have made a final table before on the WPT. And Kimberly, I'll be very surprised if one of our 3 chip leaders don't take the title tonight.
I got to agree with you. Fred is looking good tonight. All right, just before the players took their seats, we grabbed a quick word with chip leader Fred Goldberg.
I'm very emotional. I lost my mom at the beginning of the year, and I just had a new baby, so it's been an emotional year. So I'm going to bring this and hopefully can feed off of that energy and make it to the top. I was playing very tight yesterday, even though I got some big hands. They saw all my showdowns, so might be pretty aggressive today. I really want to win this trophy for my daughter, so it'll be nice.
These 6 have come so far, but only one can complete this journey and emerge as WPT champion. The battle begins when the final table of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open begins right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, where tonight we're in Atlantic City and just moments away from the start of the final table of the Borgata Poker Open. Now, Vince Van Patten couldn't be with us tonight, but sitting in for Vince is someone well known in the poker world, Ali Najad. Ali, great to be working with you tonight.
Likewise, Mike. And I want to say, when we say Vince couldn't be here with us tonight, if I know him, he's in a tennis resort somewhere sipping Mai Tais in a Tommy Bahama shirt. But some of us, Vince, have got to throw a suit on and get down to business. So why don't we send it over to our tournament director, Tab Duchateau, to kick things off.
Okay, the blinds are 80, 160, 20,000 ante. Shuffle up and deal.
So here we go. There you see the chip leaders. Fred Goldberg out in front with 11.4 million. Bobby O'Booty right behind him with 11.1.
Yeah, I like O'Booty, 24-year-old from Morris Plains, New Jersey. He actually plays with a bunch of Jersey guys, including Alan Berry, who's made a splash on the scene.
What I like is that first place prize of over $922,000. That's what they're playing for here tonight.
And let's not forget, of course, your name on the Champions Cup. That's forever.
Well, Ricky Hale from England. He's a builder there. He's going to lay this hand down.
Jin Wong, convenience store owner from South Korea, 52 years old. He goes away as well.
Darren Elias out. Now we're over to our chip leader on the button, Fred Goldberg. He's going out, so it's a battle of the blinds here. I'll be 24 years old from Morris Plains, New Jersey.
You'd think O'Booty was in construction, too. Look at that stack. It's impressive. Looks sturdy, Mike.
Well, he's going to limp in and make the call out of the small blind.
Daniel with ace-5.
Daniel Buskins, a 26-year-old pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. And just knocks the table, does not raise with the ace-high.
Probably could have taken that pot down pre-flop by just rattling his chips.
Now flop comes Jack 9-4. So Bobby's out-flopped him. He's got bottom pair, and he is going to bet.
Bottom pair and some heart.
That makes the min bet of $160,000. You must always bet at least the size of the big blind.
And that's going to be enough to take down the first pot of the night.
Well, they're booing because his name is Booty, so we're going to hear a lot of that tonight. Ali, as you know, he's got a lot of fans and friends in the house tonight rooting him on.
And Bobby wanted me to say hello to his mother, Goli, and his dad, Reza, who couldn't be here tonight. I get the feeling Mom and Dad might not have blended in with that peanut gallery all too well.
You got to love this guy's look, you know, the backward hat on, that young, cocky, raising confidence that these guys have.
Yeah, he's not worried about what he looks like. He's focused on the game.
Well, Darren Elias goes out. Action over to Fred Goldberg. Going to raise it up here.
Fred's made it $350,000 with the Queen-9 offsuit here.
Bobby going out. Buzzkin out as well. Ricky Hale going out.
Fred's got a customer, Mike. King-Jack offsuit for Jin Wong, the convenience store owner.
Flop is ace-10-8.
Broadway draw for Jin. Gut shot straight draw for Fred.
Jin has the best hand with King-Jack, and it goes check-check. So Fred does not make the continuation bet. Now a deuce comes off. Again, Jin checks.
Wong taking a very passive approach to this hand, and it feels like Goldberg's going to know what to do with that information.
And he's going to say, if you don't want the pot, I'll go ahead and take it. And that's what he's doing as he bets $360,000. Jin goes out, so a nice bet there by Fred Goldberg.
Goldberg's injuries obviously not slowing him down. Understand he had a racquetball accident heading into this tournament.
Well, you just wonder if he was playing racquetball with Will the Thrill Fiala, our Legends of Poker champion, who is an amazing racquetball player.
I heard the doctor told Fred he can actually unwrap his hand, but Fred's thinking that the gauze might be lucky, and he's going to go ahead and stick to the wrap job.
He's handicapped a little bit, you know. He can't fire with both hands.
Right. Hasn't stopped him from firing $345,000 here with the King-Jack.
Right under the gun. Bobby going out. Buzzkin out as well.
Ace-4 suited for the Englishman, Ricky Hale.
Well, Ricky's a builder. Has been for 25 years. Got in this tournament on a $100 satellite.
That is not a bad parlay. And that is not a bad hand. Hard 16 for Jin Wong. Couple of snowmen.
He's on the short stack at this table.
I'm all in.
He's going to ship it right here with the 2-8. I don't blame him.
Darren Elias has laid down, and it's back over to Goldberg.
Well, there you see Jin's son and friend watching him. Well, Fred knew he had 2 overcards. He'd make the call.
All right, let's go.
And he has made it. And he's going to be happy to see that he's in a race situation. It's the 2 overcards versus the under pair. And Ali, as you know, if you want to win tournaments, you better win races.
Jin Wong with the slightest of edges heading to the flop. Make that a big edge, an 8. Right there, set of 8s for Jin.
Fred Goldberg is going to have to catch a running queen and a running 10 to win this pot.
10 queen, 10 queen, 10 queen.
And his brother knows he needs Broadway to win it.
No shortage of optimism in that camp. Oh!
They hit leg 1 right there as the queen comes off. Jen says it is never easy. Geez, I can't believe this guy can win this pot if he catches a 10. So the deuce comes off. So Jen Wong doubling up there. A nice all-in bet with a 2-8 pays off for him.
Not how Fred Goldberg wanted to start his tournament. Still got 6 players left here in Atlantic City.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including a special 5 questions with poker-playing music mogul Irv Gotti. Stick around.
What Gotti? That.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Billy Drake, you are all the way from Nashville, Tennessee. You won a huge tournament to be here on ClubWPT.com. What makes playing on ClubWPT.com so attractive for you?
Well, because you're playing for prizes. You know, you're allowed to compete and not have to gamble.
We were all at a big party last night at the club here at the hotel, and you actually had the chance to walk the red carpet with Mike and Vince.
The highlight so far is doing the merengue with Mike.
Yeah.
We got to dance last night.
That man can dance.
So that was really a thrill for me.
There's some familiar faces here. There's some big-time pros. Anyone that you want to play with or you want to meet or learn from?
I want a picture with my daughter's favorite player.
My daughters are going to die of jealousy because she's all of our hero.
Billy Drake had a once-in-a-lifetime experience here at Borgata, but it could happen for you too. Now, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member, enjoy great VIP benefits, play unlimited poker, and maybe, just maybe, find yourself winning a seat to a major WPT event just like Billy did. Now, we can't guarantee you'll end up dancing with Mike Sexton, but check out ClubWPT.com for yourself and never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
And Ali, I got to tell you, our ClubWPT.com qualifier, Billy Drake, is quite a dancer herself.
She kept up with you, huh? I thought I saw some cuts in the rug on the way in here.
She did. She's very good. And there's the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can come to WPT events and enjoy preferential seating during final tables. Okay, let's get back to the action. Long going out.
Darren Elias, one of the original grinders, a well-respected online pro, has made the transition, and he likes the look of that suited connector, Mike.
Raises it up.
Goldberg out of the way and over to Bobby O'Booty.
Another tough young pro out of New Jersey looks at the ace-jack.
You get the feeling Bobby's not interested in a call. And sure enough, there's the 3-bet to $715,000. Daniel Buskin out of the way. Ricky Hale gone as well. Back over to Darren.
Look at this. He is not calling, Ali. He is coming back over with a 4-bet right over the top with just a 7 high. And believe me, if you're sitting in Bobby O'Booty's seat right now and the guy just 4-bet you and you're looking down at ace-jack offsuit, it just doesn't look like anything. Now, Bobby is going to let it go, but chalk that one up to a lot of heart there by Darren Elias. And one thing I know about him is that he has tremendous amount of respect from the young online players. I'm talking about Darren, very respected player.
Nice hand.
Wow. Holy.
I guess to be successful, you just have to keep adapting, keep changing your game, because there's always new kids coming out, figuring out what's good. Like even now, there's probably some 16-year-old who's better than I am. Just have to stay sharp, keep playing, keep studying.
Nice ball, kid.
Well, Darren studied creative writing at the University of Redlands, and I'll tell you what, Mike, he put together a pretty unconventional script in that last pot.
Well, I like what he said. You have to keep working on your game and getting better, or the young guns will surpass you.
Over to Bobby O'Booty.
Bobby going out.
Daniel Buskin. And he's going to put the 3 deuce suited to work here.
Ricky Hale going out.
Cool. Picks up a customer in Jin Wong with ace-7 suited.
Ernie Elias with the ace-jack.
No heroics this time. He's content to just call a couple of $100,000, stay involved.
3-way action. Big pot brewing here.
1.2 million in the middle as we head to the flop.
I love the poker face of Darren Elias. Well, what a flop for Darren. Comes jack, 6 deuce. That top pair, top kicker. Jen checks.
That's the kind of board you dream of with ace-jack. Oh, and he's going to slip it to the pre-flop razor. Give him a little rope. And he takes it, betting $560,000 is Daniel Buskin with bottom pair.
Long going out. Well, if you're Darren, what do you do now? Looks to me like you got to go with this hand.
Is he just going to call or put in the raise right now? Looking like a raise.
You can't just call and let your opponent draw to something like a king-queen where you could get beat on the turn.
And for Daniel Buskin, you were almost home, but ran into a little speed bump named Darren Elias. And that's generally what happens with deuce-3 suited.
The World Poker Tour has seen its share of avid players from the world of entertainment, like actress Jennifer Tilly and movie director Todd Phillips. Now, here in Atlantic City, I got the chance to sit down with top-selling music mogul Irv Gotti to talk about his love for the game in this edition of 5 Questions. Irv, we get to see you at poker tournaments, but tell us what you do for a living.
Just music business. That's where everyone knows me from. I owned a label. And I made records for J-Lo. I made records for Ja, for Ashanti, Jay-Z, DMX. The music or the entertainment. It's something that's deeply, deeply in me.
What is it about poker that appeals to creative types?
What drives me is the competitive part and just to match wits with the players. You'd be surprised. Poker's like great for networking. Todd Phillips is a very good friend and he's a thing. Nick Cassavetes, he has a great game. Like Toby Maguire, I play with him a lot. I always tell him his spidey senses is always tingling. He's a really good player too, by the way.
You built an image in the hip-hop world. What is your image at a poker table?
If you ask anybody who knows me, they're gonna call me every derogatory term that you could use for a tight ass. They're gonna say, what, Gotti? That, you know, because I'm not giving my chips away. Like, I guess because the way I grew up, like, I value the dollar. I grew up poor. Yo, I'm not giving you this money. You're gonna have to really take it from me and earn it.
Don't you ever get bored doing that?
Yeah, but I mix it up. I mix it up. Trust me. There'll be a few 2, 3 suiteds in there. If I hit it, I'm putting you in a coma. You're never putting me on that hand, and your soul is crushed right after that. How could you play that? Yeah, ship it.
How did you become friends with Phil Ivey?
Phil Ivey, we met, I think at casinos or in the club or whatever in Vegas. And just, you know, me being Gotti and him being Phil, and then we hooked up, and we're like brothers now.
It doesn't hurt being brothers with one of the best poker players alive.
He definitely helped me. He used to let me just sweat him, and he would explain things to me, why he's raising, why he's doing this. This is a good place to steal. And after I did that and him giving me tips, my game changed.
If you had to make a choice, would you rather have a WPT title or a hit single?
Wow, that's a good one. See, that's a bad question, though, because I had so many hits. I really feel like I could go in the studio right now and make another hit. I just can't walk into a tournament and get a WPT title. So, you know what? Yes, the WPT title.
Irv Gotti, one of the most successful hip-hop producers around today, made quite a name for himself in the music industry and now making a name for himself in poker as well, Mike.
Well, music is his business. Poker is his passion.
And there's a look at the updated chip counts. Rags and riches, kind of a divided table. Get a look at Bobby Abudi. He's got ace-king suited here. Mike, Bobby says he likes the mental game, but from the looks of the guy, there's plenty of gym tan laundry on that resume. He likes the physical side as well. Daniel Buskin out of the way.
Well, here you go. The Englishman moving all in here. He's on the short stack. He's got the ace-10, and he has shipped it. Wong going out. Elias out as well.
Unbelievable.
Call.
Fred Goldberg is out, and Bobby quickly calls him and has him dominated. Ace-king versus ace-10. And it looks like the Englishman could be heading back across the pond unless he gets lucky here.
You get a look at his wife there. Ricky and his wife out here on a vacation. Believe it or not, it's a poker vacation, Mike.
Well, what a vacation it is. He got in this tournament on a $100 satellite. This is his first WPT event ever. Gonna make by far his biggest cash ever in his life. I'm talking about Ricky Hale.
Well, the boys back in London are pulling for a 10. Can Hale get the help? 10 high.
10 right on the flop. So Ricky Hale is out-flopped his opponent. Bobby looking for a king now, for a jack and a queen to make a straight, but right now, Bobby a booty up against it.
Bobby looking gutted there.
A king on the turn. Wow, it's not over. Obviously he can catch a 10 on the river to make 3 10s. That's what he's got to have. What drama here. Ricky out-flops him and then gets cracked on the turn.
Speed.
Well done, man.
That's not where he at, but.
Hale needs a 10 here. Can he do it?
Well, a jack comes off on the river. That's going to do it for the 42-year-old from England. Ricky Hale going to be out in 6th place.
Yeah, Mike, he's going to pick up $186,585 for the effort. Certainly a nice stop on his poker vacation with his wife. He's been in the United States for a couple of weeks.
Well, remember, he got in this tournament on a $100 satellite. What a parlay that is.
Not bad.
With Ricky Hale out in 6th place, we're down to 5 players at the Borgata Poker Open. Stick around for more action from Atlantic City in just a moment.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I think the people that come here to Borgata not only come here to play poker, they come here to have a great time.
The social experience is just as important to me as poker, so it's always nice to go to nice dinners and go out to clubs and stuff. And Borgata's nightlife is always pretty spot on from my experience.
Bobby Abudi, our chip leader there, singing the praises of Borgata, and why not? Players love it here, Ali, as you know. Phenomenal restaurants, just a great property, and the greatest poker tournaments, certainly on the East Coast. This is the largest event in the history of the World Poker Tour.
I'm still trying to figure out what Bobby Abudi meant by spot on in his experience with respect to the nightlife over here, and I'm sure he's not getting into the club with that T-shirt. Find a collar, kiddo.
The ace-jack makes it $325,000 to go. Buzzing out.
And that's got Jin's whiskers tingling.
900.
Ooh, he is going to 3-bet here with an ace-4. Something you wouldn't expect out of a 52-year-old amateur player. You just think they would have a stronger hand to 3-bet.
Both Darren and Goldberg lay down. Back over to Bobby, and Obudi is getting Obuti'd.
A tough decision now. This guy's a tight player. The satellite winner.
You have how much behind?
First ever WPT event.
I don't know. I really don't come. Let me see.
I love this.
Just $1 million.
1 million,
Magenta or whatever.
2 million plus about
3 behind.
Close to 3 million. Yeah.
Booty, just wanted to hear him talk as much as get info about how many chips he's got.
Try to pick off a tell, maybe.
Long sounded pretty confident there when he was giving him that chip count. So much so that Abudi goes away. So a nice 3-bet by the 52-year-old small business owner.
The grossest spots.
And just outplayed a tough young pro right there.
See that one on TV? If you were bluffing me, I'll know. Don't think I won't know.
Bobby's going to be sick by the time he gets home to watch this.
All right. Action continues on Darren Elias. He goes out.
Gosh, darn it.
Oh, Fred's struggling.
Side.
The mummy is having trouble here.
It's hard to pick up your cards one-handed.
Oh, get after it. There you go, buddy. Even with one hand, 2 kings are doable. We should run some barbecue tongs out to the table. Something.
350. 350.
There it is, Fred. Get it out there.
Yeah, $350,000 is the bet. Bobby out, Daniel out as well. Look at this.
Jin Wong's going to ride the wave here.
And makes the call with the 10-9 offsuit.
Going to put some of Obuti's chips to work that he just picked up.
And flop ace, queen, deuce. Invariably, when you pick up kings, the ace hits the board, doesn't it?
Yep, they call them ace magnets.
Check.
Neither player really liking the flop. They both check, and look at that turn card for Jin Wong. He picks up a few outs, huh?
Flush draw and a straight draw.
I'm gonna check and see if you have a diamond. Let's look together. Come on, the TV doing a little action.
Yeah, he's checking back, see if he's got the king of diamonds. Nope,
Right,
they're
go
two
ahead,
black
check.
kings. He says, okay, let's take one off then. Well, Jen got a lot of outs to win this hand. Doesn't happen as the queen comes off. And again, Jen checks.
Let's show one hand down. We'll show it down. Let everybody know I'm not playing games.
Well, it goes check, check.
Goldberg gives him a look.
Nice check.
We show down. We show down.
Goldberg taking down that pot.
Fred gaining some momentum now.
Well, you know.
Well, there it is. Fred Goldberg has done it. He's doubled up.
But I think we have the best players in the world down in South Florida. Best players in the world down in South Florida. Well, I said it back in 2006 that some of the best players are from South Florida, and I still say it. Just some really good players, and hopefully we can keep winning events.
Michael Mizrachi is our champion. He has done it.
The young American is the first one ever to win the WPT title in France.
So maybe another Florida guy can take down the next WPT event. Keep it going.
Fred is right. A lot of great players in South Florida. The winner of our last WPT event in Paris, Matt Waxman from South Florida. Fred trying to make it back-to-back for the Floridians.
Being a professional poker player in South Florida is like already being retired. Life is good down there. The blinds have gone up to 100, 200,000 with a 20K ante.
Folded around to Fred Goldberg. Picks up another premium hand, an ace-queen.
475.
On the button, he's going to open for a raise to 475,000. Deck is definitely favoring him, and Obuti's going to look him up with Jack 10 off. Daniel Buskin out of the way. Comes the flop. Ace, ace, 4.
Great flop for Goldberg as he flops 3 aces.
Mike, we're going to have to run some more gauze out to the table because the deck is slapping Fred right in the face.
Yeah, Obuti is checked. Fred going to bet 600,000.
Nothing doing for Bobby Obuti, but he is the kind of player that I could see making a move on a board like this.
Obuti is going to make this call, Ali.
Well, if anybody was going to float at this table, it'd be Bobby Obuti.
Oh, and look at this, an ace on the turn. Well, all Obuti is going to do is sink here, not float on this hand. And he's going to check it. Fred Goldberg has quad aces. He cannot be beat.
No reason to bet in position. Knuckling, trying to give Bobby a little rope.
4 comes off, so a full house on the board.
1.3.
When Obuti falls into the trap, he bets 1.3 million.
And that smell in your living room is Bobby's chips on fire, just going up in smoke.
Yeah, Fred Goldberg.
4 million.
Now it says 4 million. And Obuti knows he's had his booty kicked in this hand.
He sure has.
And Bobby quickly going out. And how sweet it is when you've got quads and your opponent is betting at you on the river.
Just play on the board. Play on the board.
All right, I'll bet against that right now, whatever you want.
Whatever you want to bet.
So Fred Goldberg takes down that pot. We've still got 5 players left fighting it out for the $922,000 first place prize here at the record-breaking Borgata Poker Open.
Yeah, fighting is correct. Chip leader Fred Goldberg started the evening off in the chip lead, lost it to Bobby Obuti, who is currently in second, but he's since regained it. And I think the man to watch out for right now, Mike, is the guy who's in third, quietly. Darren Elias, he is waiting to make a move.
Well, Ali, the atmosphere in the room is heating up, and we'll see who has the focus to cross the finish line with the WPT title. Back to you, Kim.
Thanks, guys. We'll be back next time with continuing coverage from the WPT Season 10 Borgata Poker Open. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, the Royal Flush Girls, Tony Dunst, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In Atlantic City, over $900,000 and the Champions Cup all goes to the winner of the biggest WPT in history. Continuing coverage of the record-breaking Borgata Poker Open starts now, only on the WPT.
Crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
The second hour of WPT's extended coverage of the Borgata Poker Open is about to get underway.
So we turn to Mike Sexton and Ali Najad, who's sitting in tonight for Vince Van Patten. Mike, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Kimberly, we've seen some good poker so far at this final table. Chip leader Fred Goldberg took a few hits early on, but got back on track when he made quad aces versus Bobby O'Booty. And then he got into some playful banter with Bobby's rail.
Just playing the board, playing the board.
I'll bet against that right now, whatever you want.
Whatever you want to bet.
But let me tell you, even though he lost that last hand, I've been impressed with the play of Bobby O'Booty. He's a 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. He busted the missing man at the table, Ricky Hale, who went out in 6th place. But 3 of these 5 guys are from New Jersey. Local guys look like they got it going tonight.
Ali, what can we expect moving forward?
Well, as the blinds and antes go up, you're going to see the pressure start to affect the short stacks of Jin Huang and Daniel Buskin. One of those two are going to have to go all in. And if you see a bust out there and we get down to 4-handed, I think that's when you'll see Darren Elias start to finally come alive.
Okay, thanks, guys. We also just caught up with Bobby O'Booty. Let's see what he had to say.
I feel pretty good. I feel like I'm playing pretty well in the zone. I'm not going to let anything rattle me right now, including my rail, which seems to be a little bit obnoxious. No, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. But yeah, I'm just going to play solid and hopefully, win the hands where I'm the favorite. And if everything goes my way, then I feel pretty good about winning the title.
Now, you heard Bobby mention his rail. They have been very vocal here tonight, heckling Bobby's opponents, especially Fred Goldberg. We'll see if that becomes a factor here tonight.
There is so much money on the line, and that WPT Champions Cup is still up for grabs. So let's not waste any time and check the chip counts and get back to the game.
There you see our chip leaders. Fred Goldberg out in front. He came to this final table as chip leader. He's still the chip leader. Bobby O'Booty, tough young pro of New Jersey, in 2nd place.
Yeah, those are the guys that are looking best to take down the $922,000 first place prize and get their names engraved on that WPT Champions Cup.
Well, remember, this is the record-setting field in the history of the WPT, 1,313 entrants. Okay, Daniel Buskin going out here.
Jin Huang, the elder statesman at the table, hailing from Maryland by way of South Korea. He's going to pitch his hand. Darren Elias out of the way as well, another Jersey native. Over to the one-armed bandit, Fred Goldberg, suffered a racquetball accident just before this tournament. Not going to stop him from putting $500,000 into the pot with Jack-10 off from the small.
And Bobby O'Booty is going to look him up here with a 10-9 offsuit. So the 2 chip leaders going at it in the blinds.
$1.1 million in the middle. The flop is 8-5-6 rainbow. Bobby's got the straight draw and 2 overs. Pretty much air for Fred. Not going to stop him from firing the continuation bet. $575,000.
O'Booty is going to gamble here for the gut shot straight. He makes the call.
He does have position on Fred.
Now a 3 comes off. Obviously no help to either player.
Quick check from Fred there, giving control to Bobby. Looks like he's going to take a shot here, Mike.
Now, this is a very good bet by Bobby O'Booty. And he's going to take it down. A lot of players would have just checked there to get the free card off. Not Bobby O'Booty. And his fans in the Royal Flush Grill Social Bar are loving it tonight as he takes down that pot, and with it the chip lead. And Ali, our fans will be happy to know that they too can come to a WPT final table and enjoy the action from the best seats in the house. And as a Club WPT VIP member, you can get priority seating right next to the Royal Flush Girls.
Like to keep the atmosphere festive. And Fred Goldberg, the one-armed bandit, a little annoyed at that, but holding it together. He'll be first to act here. Lines at 100, 200,000 with the 20K ante.
Here he picks up 2 8s. And he's going to raise it. Makes it 475,000 to go.
Ace-9 suited for Bobby. Ooh, gonna lay it down, Mike.
So Daniel Buskin.
Come on.
He's going to move all in here with the ace-10 offsuit.
Yeah, like we said, these short stacks were gonna have to make a move.
All right, let's go. I call.
Now Huang goes out, Elias out, and Fred Goldberg is going to make the call here. So we have a classic race situation, the overcards versus the 2 8s.
No, nothing.
Well, Daniel's a pro out of Marlton, New Jersey. Went to Arizona State, majored in golf management.
Doesn't look happy that he got that call.
Daniel Buskin's turning the life on the line right here.
He's looking for an ace or a 10. Can he do it?
Oh, an 8 right on the flop.
That's an ugly flop if your name is Daniel Buskin.
What can you do?
Fred flops top set.
Daniel's gonna need a couple of runners to a straight. A couple of spades will do the trick too.
You can make it straight up, flush, backdoor.
I know you don't want to hear it right now, but
Remember, Obudi folded the ace-9 of spades, so a couple spades gone.
Ooh.
But the jack of spades comes off, so Daniel Buskin alive.
Like we say, it's never easy.
He can catch any spade other than the 6 of spade, but he must catch one to win this pot.
And he
does it. Wow. Unbelievable. Fred Goldberg taking it on the chin right there.
Fred looks stunned.
That's how you win on.
I had ace-9 of spades. I had ace-9 of spades.
Fred Goldberg, he's got that club on his arm, but he's got to feel like he got clubbed in the head right there.
Adding injury to injury.
Huge draw out there by Daniel Buskin, and he knows it. Tough beat for Fred Goldberg. We've still got 5 players left fighting it out for this title.
That was so sick.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from Borgata, including a new segment for Season 10, On the Road. And hear what Tony Dunst has to say in The Raw Deal, all when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. The race for this WPT title continues. Now remember, the winner tonight will take home over $900,000, including a seat to the Season 10 WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. And if you want a chance to win a seat in a WPT live tournament, check out ClubWPT.com. For only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. This means you can play in as many tournaments as you want. It's no risk with a high reward. So check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. All right, looks like the final table action is ready to start back up. So I'll hand it over to Mike and I'll lead and get back to the game.
There you see the chip counts of the 5 players. Bobby Obudi, tough young pro out of New Jersey, up top with over 12 million in chips.
Daniel Buskin on a pretty short stack. Managed to get real lucky against Fred Goldberg. Give himself some breathing room, staring at King 10 offsuit here.
Looks like he's going to pop it up. He makes it 425,000 to go.
Jin Wong ducking out of this pot. Box cars for Darren Elias.
He's going to make the call.
Goldberg out of the way and over to Bobby Obudi.
Well, he's looking around now. Caesar's over 1.2 million in the pot. Cost him another 225,000 to call. That equals pot odds. That equals call.
It ain't rocket science, is it?
3-way action here.
He wants to take a peek at this flop.
7-3 deuce, all clubs. Booty checks his flush draw.
Daniel's got the king high flush draw, in control of the pot as the pre-flop raiser. He fires the continuation bet, 480,000.
Darren Elias makes the call with the 2 6s. He doesn't have a club in his hand, but he just senses that the 6s are good. Obudi goes out.
He's gonna let these 2 battle heads up. King on the turn, a pretty good card for Daniel, and he's checking it, Mike.
A great card for Daniel, as he now has the lead with 2 kings and the king high flush draw.
Well, this is pot control from Daniel here. He doesn't want to bet and get raised, potentially moved off his hand. He's gonna let Darren commit some chips to the pot.
He committed 875,000 to the pot. There's the cards lie. Elias has got one out, 6 of diamonds.
Daniel, of course, going to make the call. Up to over $4 million in the middle.
He's afraid his opponent might have flopped a set, might have the flush.
All legitimate concerns if you're Daniel Busgen. The jack of spades. Again, up to Daniel. He's going to slip it to Darren.
You'd think Darren might wave the flag now.
Indeed he does.
King.
Daniel going to take the pot down with the 2 kings. So Daniel Busgen on a nice little roll here right now. He majored in golf management at Arizona State. Obviously plays a lot of golf in his spare time.
There's many similarities between poker and golf. It's not a team sport like basketball, baseball. Like, you rely on yourself. You have to make a putt on the last hole for all the money, or when you're sitting there just in the tank thinking, should I call, should I do this? It's so nerve-wracking, both of them, and you can just feel your hand shaking, your heart beating, and it's exhilarating, and that's why a lot of people love poker.
He's making more money on the green felt than he would on the green grass. You know a little something about golf, Mr. Sexton?
Well, see, he majored in golf management, but to most gamblers like myself, golf management means getting your bets right on the first tee.
Making sure you get the right handicap in there, huh? Queen 5 offsuit for Jin Wong. The South Korean lays it down.
Elias out as well. Round to Fred Goldberg now.
Soft 14.
Fred, a 36-year-old contractor and pro poker player out of Hollywood, Florida. We're going to raise on the button here with an ace-3 offsuit.
Couple of 9s for Bobby Obudi in the small blind. These two have played quite a few heads-up pots at this final table.
Well, they have. And Obudi just calling with the 2 9s. Does not re-raise. When you just call, you allow the big blind to get priced in, so to speak.
Daniel wasn't biting, though. Slips out of the way with the ace-7, and here comes the flop, heads up.
The flop comes 10-8-8. So Obudi out in front with the 2 9s. He checks. Here comes the continuation bet by Goldberg. 775,000.
Interesting flop texture for Bobby.
And he's going to make the call. You know Goldberg doesn't like that. 4 diamonds comes off.
2 9s still in front, but still checking. Almost $3 million in the middle. Oh, look at this, Mike. Fred Goldberg's going to fire $1.325 million.
I'll tell you, folks, it's tough to call that much money with just 2 9s in this situation.
Especially because you got to worry about what happens on the river if you check again.
And that's part of your problem. You're calling $1.3 million here. What are you going to do now if the guy fires a huge bet on the river? Well, 5 of diamonds comes off, so 3 diamonds out there. Now again, Obudi checks, and you just wonder if it's time for Fred to give up the ship here.
Does he have a 3rd barrel in his arsenal? We're about to find out.
Well, if his opponent had a straight draw to start with, he would have the best hand with ace high. So he's going to check it down.
2 pair.
2 pair are going to win this pot. The 2 9s are going to win. Bobby Obudi taking down that pot, and with it, massively extends his chip lead. And Obudi's fans loving it. Ellie, he is in command right now. Obudi playing in his 3rd WPT event ever at this final table, looking for his first WPT title. Well, there you see Bobby Obudi well out in front now with over 16 million in chips. He is in command.
Blinds have gone up to 120 and 240 with the 30K ante. Daniel Busgen's got a little bit of momentum. But Jack 9, not enough for him to participate here. And Jin Wong, who's been quiet of late, is going to get his beak wet with Queen 7 suited. Opens for a raise. Over to Darren.
Well, Darren's got a premium hand, ace king. Certainly probably going to 3-bet it here with this hand, I would assume.
No reason not to from the button.
1.225 million is the bet.
Makes quick work of Goldberg's ace 10 and Bobby's big blind. Jin Wong.
And he's going to make the call here with the Queen 7. So the 52-year-old small business owner gambling it up right now.
He could have laid this down easily, instead investing another $700,000, and look at that flop.
What a flop for him. He's got top pair and a flush draw. And he's just going to ship the balance of his $1.6 million. It looks like.
Getting his troops ready.
I'm on it.
Cool.
He does, and a quick call.
Ooh.
Well, you might say, why is Darren Elias making that quick call for $1.6 million? Well, he's over $4.6 million in the pot, so he's getting a pretty good price to make the call.
He does have 2 overs in a Broadway draw.
Almost 3-1, but he didn't know his opponent had top pair and a flush draw, or I can assure you, he probably wouldn't have called this.
Yeah, he's a pretty big dog right now. He's looking for a 10.
Well, 3 of spade comes off.
Well, it's not over yet.
That gives in the flush, as you can see, but if another spade comes off, Darren will have a bigger flush. Darren up against it, must catch a spade to eliminate Jen from this tournament. We saw running spades come up before at this final table. Can it happen again?
Not this time.
Jen Wong is going to double up yet again. In the history of the WPT, in 10 seasons, only 2 players have come from 6th position to take a WPT title. Could Jen Wong be our 3rd?
So as Jen Wong stacks his chips, you can see they're enjoying the action over at the Royal Flush Girls social bar. And Mike, I recently had a chance to hang out with one of our Royal Flush Girls, Melly Grace, who fancies herself a race car driver.
Time for the viewers to get a glimpse of what happens behind the scenes on the World Poker Tour with this segment of On the Road.
So I am driving through Paris to go pick up Melly, who's supposedly a big stud when it comes to racing. We're gonna go butt heads on the go-kart track.
So Aline came to pick me up before we went to the racetrack, and he was talking so much game.
You look tired. So how often do you go road racing?
Well, I don't race, but I'm at the track about 2-3 times a week.
Are you serious? That's nuts. See, you don't know anything about how much driving I've done. None.
Yeah?
You know nothing.
You're still gonna get spanked in go-karting.
Wow, really?
Yeah.
You have so much confidence. You know Humpty Dumpty takes a big fall, right? Like you don't.
Yeah, but
when
too
you...
bad I'm not Humpty Dumpty.
That is for sure.
We got to the track, and I was so ready to get out there and show them what's up. I'm ready.
Well, before we hit the track, we had to get kitted up the right way, and that involved these racing suits. You know, I wasn't gonna let her try to woo me with the whole like sexy girl routine. That wasn't gonna affect me.
Let's go, I'm ready.
Wait.
Dude, if I lose to Melissa Grace in a freaking road race, that'll be unbelievably emasculating. That's crazy. Not to mention, it'll probably cost me some money, which is never good.
We had a couple of warm-up rounds, and then they dropped the flag, and we were off.
We both were at the starting line, and we both hit the gas at the same time. And in pretty short order, I passed her and left her behind. So I decided, you know, what better time to slow my go-kart down, lace my fingers behind my helmet, and just sort of relax and kick back and wait for her. So then I caught right back up to her instantly and then passed her again, and then stopped and let her catch up and then did the same thing over and over. I think I might have pissed her off.
He claims he kept stopping for me because I kept hitting walls. But I don't really remember it that way.
Not too many laps after that. It was a 40-mile-an-hour T-bone right into my left side. She did not like being toyed with.
I'm not gonna drive like a grandma around the track. Ollie was fast because he ran the lines, but I think I win overall style because I drifted the turns and showed some aggression.
You race dirty! I certainly won the race. Won is kind of an understatement. I mean, I ravaged that girl on the track. She certainly didn't seem prepared to stand just a notch below in the silver medalist platform.
I seriously couldn't wait to take off that race suit because it was so stinky, and then in came Ollie gloating some more.
Assistance, s'il vous plaît. Assistance. Oh God. It's so heavy and glorious. I don't even know what to do with it. Oh God. It's so victorious and I can't even lift it.
Yeah. Ollie's ego.
Oh, partner, I am proud of you. Don't let those Royal Flush girls beat you at anything.
I can assure you I will never let these Royal Flush girls get the best of me, huh? All right, we'll be right back to Atlantic City with more of the Borgata Poker Open after this.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm at one of Borgata's many fabulous restaurants, Wolfgang Puck American Grill, where head chef Aram's going to teach me how to make gnocchi. Let's get started.
Here at Borgata, we have a wide variety of amenities. Great entertainment, great food and beverage with the likes of Wolfgang Puck and Bobby Flay. Our food and beverage program is probably the best on the East Coast, east of the Mississippi.
Beautiful sauce here that we're using for
Is that a bolognese?
Yes, it is. It's an Italian sausage bolognese. Has pork and veal and beef in it.
We look at Borgata as a full-scale resort where you really don't have to leave the property. And from morning till night, there's always something to do, and then a great room to relax in when you need to catch a couple hours of sleep between poker tournaments.
Okay, here we go. Ready? Boom. Watch out, it's a little hot.
Yeah.
Yeah, right?
Molto delicioso.
Molto bene.
Great food is just one of the many things happening here at Borgata. Tonight, the main event is the Borgata Poker Open, and action resumes. So let's get back to Mike and Ollie.
Yeah, great food is happening for some people, Kimberly. Mike and I are over here noshing on carrots and ranch dip.
Yeah, she goes to these fancy restaurants. They give us a coupon to the buffet.
We're gonna have to see someone about that.
Well, Bobby O'Booty well out in front with $16.5 million. Everybody else sort of grouped together. Daniel Buskin in second place with $6.8 million.
Darren Elias pitches it. Not the same for Fred Goldberg with 9 high. He makes it 600 to go.
So one imagination. Bobby O'Booty in position with the chip lead. Gonna look him up. Makes the call with the king 10.
And look at this. Daniel Buskin with ace king offsuit.
Well, you can look for fireworks here. He is not just going to call this, folks. Guarantee he's going to 3-bet it. Just a matter of how much.
Yeah, perfect situation for that play.
One guy's raised, the other guy's called. You're sitting on ace king.
I'm all in.
Well, he went big, Ali. He moved all in.
Jin Wong, the South Korean, lays it down.
I don't believe either one of them can stand the pressure. The 9 high is gone. The king high is gone. So a nice all-in bet by Daniel there. Understanding the situation, taking advantage of it.
2 jacks. 2 jacks.
Daniel Buskin taking down the pot, uncontested.
2 deuces.
2 jacks. Come on.
I'm gonna take it right there with the deuces.
End it.
I like it.
End it.
I like it.
Making full fives, just end it.
All right, back to the action. It's on Jin Wong.
Got a master's in special education. Didn't need that to learn to lay that hand down.
Darren Elias has a degree in creative writing.
Well, it would have taken plenty of creativity for Darren to get involved with that 6-3 offsuit. Meanwhile, Fred Goldberg looks down at a couple of 9s. He's going to raise it up. And Bobby O'Booty's got 2 10s.
And I'll tell you, if you're sitting in Fred Goldberg's seat, this guy's becoming a real pain in your side here. You'd better go to the dentist office than have Bobby O'Booty sitting behind you with chips.
Give me a root canal before you give me a seat on his right.
Well, that's the truth.
And there it is, the 3-bet.
Now action on Daniel Buskin. He's only got a 9-4, and it's been 3-bet to him, so just posturing here, I'm sure. Trying to get a little airtime.
Well, mission accomplished. Daniel Buskin out of the way.
Well, Fred better be very careful here. He is dominated pair over pair. Can't have a guy in worse shape than that. He just calls, does not re-raise with the 2 9s.
And that call puts over $3 million in the pot, and he's in horrible shape. It's going to take some pretty bad flop texture for his hand to avoid losing some more chips.
Well, here comes that flop. The flop, king 8-5, all spades. Bobby with the best hand and the flush draw.
920.
$920,000, not a big bet into a pot that's got over $3 million in it, but I'm sure big enough to find out what he wants to know. And that's that he has the best hand. And he takes down the pot.
Good lay down by Fred.
You have no pair.
I swear, you'll see it on TV.
Well, Bobby Obidi tell him the truth, but Israel thinks that he's needling his opponent.
Dude, come on. You opened with 300,000. I 3-bet you.
I love playing poker because I'm interested in the like mental aspect of the game. Just trying to be able to understand their thought process, maybe better than they understand their own thought process, and use it against them.
All in.
Everything's going pretty well, so hopefully you can keep it up.
Wow.
Getting kind of rambunctious back there.
This should just be like in a closed dome, like soundproof dome.
Fred Goldberg starting to get a little aggravated here. He came to this final table as chip leader. Now he's in short stack position.
Well, the heckling continues. Fred folds, Bobby folds, and Fred's stepping away from the table here.
Knock it off, I'm letting you know now.
Hey.
All right, knock it off. Listen. I'm letting you know now, knock it off.
We were not coming at you. Talk to your
Listen,
boys.
knock it off. I'm just telling you straight up.
Talk to your boys. If they want to come
You can have your nutrition, whatever. I'll smack any one of you, okay? Knock it off. Knock it off. Knock it off, all right? Talk to your boys. Knock it off. I'll let you know now, all right? All right, it's a little out of line. It's a little disrespectful. You're being disrespectful.
Action continues as tensions run high here at Borgata.
Visit the rail.
Talk to your boys.
As it seems to be going on, as Freddie Goldberg has had about enough of Bobby Abudi's peanut gallery.
Just knock it off. I'm telling you right now. All right?
Come visit the rail again.
Visit the rail? Yeah.
Talk to your boys. They want to talk to us.
He was on the rail. Wait till I double up.
Bobby Obidi embarrassed by all this, of course.
I don't need to listen to this. They're being disrespectful.
And we're going to work on it.
They're being disrespectful.
I promise you.
All right?
Security stepping in here.
We'll take care of them.
Jin Wong.
Make the call.
He'll take out 3 and I'll take out 3. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Fred fanning the flames here.
Come on, man. Nice
Believe me.
Hey, nice sunglasses.
It'll be a WPT first. We've never had fans 86 from the arena.
Don't let them get to you.
Nah, I don't need to listen to this. Enough's enough. If you want to have fun, we can have a good time, but that's
They can
it.
cheer for him. They just don't say anything about you.
Yeah, it's just disrespectful.
I agree. I don't want anybody disrespecting anybody else on the rail on either side. So
We're playing for a lot of money. We don't need people like.
I don't care. I mean, I just don't want the disrespect.
Well, this may be frustration boiling over for Freddie because up to this point, he hadn't really said anything about that. Now he's lost a few pots, and it's starting to get to him. And the downside to this, even though Freddie may be in the right to go over there and have a few words with them and ask them to tone it down a little bit, is that he's going to look rattled. He's going to look frazzled to his opponents, and they may go for the jugular. When there's blood in the water, any professional player, as you know, Mike, they go for it.
Well, what I know is to win at poker, you got to be calm, cool, and collected, in my opinion, and maintain your composure. I think Freddie's losing his a bit right now.
Meanwhile, we got a raised pot between Daniel and Jin. Queen 10 suited against ace queen on a flop of jack 8-5.
Jin checks the flop, as does Daniel.
Daniel's got the gut shot straight draw. He could have fired there.
And the board pairs 8s. And again, Jin checks.
Now Daniel fires the bet in position, 530,000. Well, if he wasn't beat on the flop, Jin knows he's not beat on the turn, and he's going to call with the ace high here. He's not that much of an amateur.
Now deuce of clubs on the river.
Safe looking card.
It's going check, check. And Jin Wong is going to take down this pot with the ace high.
And he's hanging around, Mike. Got himself up to over 7.8 million in chips.
Well, he got in this tournament by winning a $350 satellite.
Listen, just get him out of here. I don't need to listen to I don't need to listen to this. Get him out of here. Honestly. Get the whole crew out of there. Honestly, get them all out of here. I don't want to listen to this. Show respect. You already warned them once.
Yeah, they've been drinking, so they can't really control themselves.
Disrespectful.
Well, tensions remain high here at Borgata. We'll be right back with more on the World Poker Tour.
luck. Yeah, you got lucky.
Got lucky.
Nice hand, nice hand.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where 5 players are battling it out for the Borgata Poker Open title. Taking a look at the Player of the Year race, Will the Thrill Fiala, who won the Legends of Poker tournament in LA and took 11th place here at Borgata, is currently in the lead with 1,600 points, but whoever wins tonight's event will jump into second place with 1,400 points, right behind Will. And remember, we will be tracking the POY race all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. Poker isn't the only game being played here in Atlantic City. While Vince couldn't be here tonight, he did stop by earlier this week to play some racquetball with WPT champ Will Fiala.
We're in Atlantic City between poker sessions. And right now we're going to have a little wager here between Will the Thrill, the guy's a former professional racquetball player, and my man Vince here, former professional tennis player.
He will need a defibrillator when I'm done with him.
He's got first serve too? He's got serve too? All right, you got serve, I guess.
Take down the first one, my man. Vince is improving as we go, but got his hands full. Game, set, match. Will the Thrill taking him down.
Will, you are great, man. Great job, great match. We had fun.
My advice to Vince, go back to the tennis court. So Will the Thrill took it to my boy Vince on the racquetball court, but he's taking it to all the other players out here in the WPT.
Yeah, meanwhile, Bobby O'Booty, a commanding lead with over 16 million in front of him.
Closing in on half the chips.
Just want to play poker. I don't need a rail.
And he's done well to stay out of the nonsense since it began.
Well, he should do nothing but focus on taking down this WPT title opportunity right in his grasp.
He raises to 500,000 with ace-deuce offsuit. Folded to Darren Elias, who pitches the 10-8 suited.
The first time.
And now back over to his nemesis, Fred Goldberg, who's chipping it all in with queen-10 off.
Unbelievable. Against the guy who raised right under the gun.
I think we're witnessing core meltdown in the reactor.
You want to count?
Nah, it's okay. I can see it. It's fine.
All right, don't make me sweat.
Nah, I have a little bit of decision.
He might have picked up something because Bobby just has an ace-deuce offsuit.
Goldberg no longer has a huge stack with the blinds where they are, and Bobby's going to let him take this one.
And so good timing there for Fred. Maybe picking that pot up will calm him down a bit. And it says he got that rap in a racquetball accident, but you wonder if he was sparring with Mike Tyson.
Or someone's rail on the way to the final table.
You always want to get players to steam at the table, but you don't want them to go off on the rail. Buzzing out.
Jin Wong ducking out of this pot. It's been folded over to Darren Elias, who's got a couple of jacks. And he knows what to do. Pops it to a $500,000.
Fred gonna go out. Back over to O'Booty, and look at this. He has picked up 2 kings. He is catching some cards.
500,000.
And Allie, as you know, when you're playing well and catching well, that's a tough combination to beat.
Yeah, absolutely.
And O'Booty is doing both right now.
1.1 million.
Here's going to make it 1.1 million, and Darren knows there's only 3 hands that can beat him.
I don't know about you, Mike. I do not see a flat call in Darren's future.
No, I think he's just going to probably ship it here, and I don't blame him.
Come on, call.
He's going all in and quickly called, and he is not going to like it, as you can see. Tough break for him right here.
Yeah, and he's wearing it on his face. You can see the disappointment.
Hold up, Blade, one time.
They did nothing wrong, honestly. I think most players would ship in that spot with 2 jacks. Unfortunately, Bobby O'Booty has 2 kings.
So far, so good, yeah.
And Darren's girlfriend and mom wearing the same look that Darren is. He needs help.
Just got to hope to get lucky. Doesn't happen on the flop as it comes 10, 4, 5, 2 diamonds.
Bobby's got the diamonds blocked with the king of diamonds.
Bobby Abudi in great shape to eliminate another player at this final table.
One step closer now as the 6 of hearts peels off on the turn. Darren Elias needs a blackjack.
Doesn't happen as the 3 of hearts comes off. So that's going to do it for the tough young pro from Montclair, New Jersey. Darren Elias out in 5th place.
Darren's going to take home $230,000. Not too shabby for 5 days' work, but the real story, of course, Bobby Abudi.
I would clutch knockout, man. So good, that kid. I just don't want to deal with him.
It was tough. Things started out pretty good, but that queen 7 hand really hurt me, and then that last hand, nothing I can do, so I feel okay with it. I think Bobby's in good shape. I think he has half the chips in play, so if I were betting, I guess I'd bet on him. Thank you.
So with Darren Elias out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. We'll be right back with more from the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com in just a moment.
Want to improve your game? As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive access to past WPT episodes and the chance to win your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the WPT's coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Let's take a look back at the Season 2 Borgata Poker Open final table
with Tony Dunst in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Considering some of the ridiculous moments we witnessed over 10 seasons of WPT final tables, I often wish I'd been around longer so I could have done the raw deal on them. However, as it turns out, when you have access to a video vault from WPT's headquarters, it's highly comparative to having a time machine. So instead of analyzing what we've witnessed tonight at the Borgata, let's have a blast from the past and break down a sequence of hands from this same tournament nearly a decade ago when Noli Francisco and Charlie Schoten were heads up for this title. We begin with Charlie Schoten calling a raise in the big blind, holding just 11 blinds to start the hand.
He's going to call a $70,000 raise here with a king 4 offsuit.
Honestly, if you're going to show clips from 2003, then freak out about pre-flop play, you'll just wind up being redundant, so let's not get into it. Both players check down to the river, which lands an ace that Charlie again checks. And it's right about there that Charlie decides that concentrating at the poker table is no longer cool. Noli goes to bet the ace as a bluff card, but as he's laying out chips, Charlie announces call.
A call. How do you know how much I'm betting?
Oh. This is a mental error by Charlie.
Which he states after the hand was a tactic to keep Noli from betting.
I said I called to stop you from betting.
Sick angle, bro. Especially considering it let your opponent free roll how much he wanted to bet based on the strength of his hand. Presumably, if you just committed a table faux pas by acting out of turn,
I'm sorry.
You might be increasingly mindful for a while. But the very next hand, Charlie Schoten proves that there's no reason gaps can't come in pairs and announces all in before the action is on him.
All in.
Another discrepancy here, folks.
It's my fault.
Charlie has sort of a little mental lapse here, it looks like to me.
Noli gets the free roll again, but now decides he's more than happy to move in with 7.
I'm racing him all in.
Ace-8 against Noli. Charlie's hit the aces.
Ace comes right on the flop. Noli's got to have a 7.
He doesn't get it there. Here comes the river card.
Doesn't get it. Charlie is doubled up here on a mysteriously played hand.
But Noli Francisco is not a man to be outdone. Noli is a man of resiliency, a man that doesn't let one lost coin flip deter him.
Raise.
Noli says raise.
A man that sees your angle shooting and raises you a straight bet.
Can't go back.
Now that's a string bet, that's right.
I tell you something, these guys get abducted by aliens and just didn't tell us about it. They acted so peculiar.
Finally, Noli finds a way to finish this Abbott and Costello act of a tournament when he turns top pair with an open-ended straight draw.
Noli has the best hand and the best draw.
But these two know how to put on a finale, which climaxes with Charlie Schoten bet 3-betting the turn all in,
I'm all in.
holding third pair.
Charlie went over the top. He's going to go all in on him.
But even after all the cards are dealt and the suspense is over, both players continue staring at the board with a vacant and confused look.
And they're both still staring at the board.
Come on, what's going on with them?
Noli, it's over. You've won. Smile. Raise your arm. Do something.
And there it is.
You know what? After watching this final table season 2, screw the video vault. I want the time machine so I can play these guys.
We should all be so lucky.
Hey, take it easy on us old-timers.
The current chip counts, Bobby in the lead here with over half the chips in play. Meanwhile, the former table general, Fred Goldberg.
Well, we just saw him move all in a minute ago with a queen-10 offsuit. He won that pot. Here he's raising under the gun with a 10-9 offsuit. You just have to wonder if he's losing his patience a little. Bobby going out.
Daniel Buskin looking down at a couple of hooks.
He's looking back to see if they're still there.
I'm all in.
He is going all in here.
That's a pretty darn big 3-bet, almost 10 million.
Well, Jen goes out, and no chance Fred is going to make the call here with 10 high.
All right, I'll pick one more.
So he gives it up, and maybe Daniel just realized that Darren Elias just got broke with 2 jacks and didn't want the same thing to happen to him.
Darren's buddy Chris Klodnicki hanging out at the social media bar with the Royal Flush Girls. Not a bad seat, is it?
It's a flip for sure.
Which way? Do you have the pair?
Huh?
Daniel, another tough pro out of New Jersey. Started playing poker in his dorm room. Went to Arizona State. Majored in golf management. Now back to old Booty. He's going to fold. Oh, and look at this. Daniel Buskin has picked up 2 jacks again in back-to-back hands.
Did not adjust your sets. Look at this, king-queen for Jin. And he's going to call. Goldberg ducks out of the way, leaves him to battle heads up. Here comes the flop. King high. Jin is out flop Daniel.
Flop comes king 6-4. And look at this. He's leading right out. Now, this is something most pro players would not do. They would check, let a guy make a continuation bet, and then check raise with the 2 kings. But he led right out for $725,000 and got called by Daniel. Now a deuce comes off.
Well, Daniel's hoping he's not going to have to call another bet on the turn, and sure enough, Jin's going to slip it to him. Daniel's going to keep the pot small and check in position behind.
A wise check by Daniel there. And now a 7 comes off.
3.3 in the middle.
Well, Jen gonna bet $925,000.
925?
And I'm telling you, if you're in Daniel's seat, you don't know what's going on here, and you can see the look on his face. That's the case. The guy didn't raise before the flop. You're not going to put him on ace-king. He didn't check raise you on the flop. He just let out and bet. Then he checked on the turn. Now all of a sudden he's betting at the river. Sometimes you're just confused, and you just got to pay off to see what's happening. And I think that's going to be exactly the case here.
Curiosity can be costly.
There's over $4.2 million in the pot. Going to cost him $925,000 to call, so a lot of money out there, especially when you don't know what's going on. He does make the call.
I got a king, that's it.
Oh, he said, I got a king, that's it now. Did you really think the guy could beat 2 kings going through all that anguish?
If king-queen was a loser, Jin would have heard from Daniel earlier than that.
So we didn't get it on free.
So Jin Wong is on the upswing there. He entered this final table as the short stack, and he's worked his way up to second in chips. He is becoming a true contender for this title. And going in the opposite direction is one-time chip leader Fred Goldberg. He'll need to accumulate some chips when play starts back up if he's going to realize his dream of seeing his name on the WPT Champions Cup.
Well, you're right, Mike, but the real story, though, right now is 24-year-old Bobby Abudi. He is running away with this thing, but there's a few players still left at the table who might have something to say about that.
Well, gentlemen, with the WPT Champions Cup and over $900,000 going to the winner, the stakes are high as we enter the home stretch of this record-setting tournament. Please join us next time from Atlantic City as continuing coverage of the Borgata Poker Open, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at ClubWPT.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Tonight in Atlantic City, the shattered records and shattered dreams are finally put to rest as we crown the champion of the largest field in WPT history. The conclusion of the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open starts now, only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He needs the extreme miracle.
Surviving a field of 1,313 entrants is no easy feat, and with the WPT Champions Cup now in sight, the pressure on these remaining players has ratcheted up to the breaking point. Here to give us insight at this critical juncture are Mike Sexton and Ali Najad, who's sitting in tonight for Vince Van Patten. Gentlemen, what should we look for when play starts back up?
Well, Kimberly, with 4 players left, the story of this final table so far has been Bobby Obudi, the 24-year-old poker pro out of New Jersey. He has booted the 2 missing players out of this table. He's got the big chip lead.
Yeah, but don't forget about Jin Huang. He's ginned it so far. $350 satellite. He's parlayed it into at least 4th place prize money, which is $280,000 in change. He is hanging around. Also still in the mix is Daniel Busgin, the poker pro out of New Jersey, but we'll be keeping an eye on Fred Goldberg, who's been on the slide as of late and is currently the short stack.
Well, he hadn't picked up a lot of hands at this final table. Nothing's gone right for him, but he's still got enough chips to get back in the hunt here.
Thank you, guys. So who will end up the champion of the largest field in WPT history? The wait is over as the action is ready to resume here at Borgata. So let's look at the chip counts and get back to the game.
There you see Bobby Obudi well out in front, nearly half the chips in play with 4 players left.
More than double second place Jin Huang.
All these players going for their first ever WPT title. Action on Fred Goldberg. Fred, a World Series of Poker bracelet holder. Also the only player left that's made a WPT final table. Finished 4th at Foxwoods a few years back.
He's got to regroup. He's been raising a lot pre-flop, and anytime somebody's been 3-betting and coming over the top, he's been laying it down. So the next time he puts a raise in pre-flop, he's got to be able to draw a line in the sand and take the heat if he gets re-raised. So here we go.
Raising with those marginal hands. Getting re-raised and throws his hand away, meaning he gives up that money. Folded around to Jin Huang.
That's not a marginal hand.
Picked up ace king out of the big blind. This could spell total doom for Fred Goldberg.
What is Jin gonna do here?
Okay, I'm all in.
And again, the 3-bet over the top of Fred Goldberg. And as you mentioned time and time again, he's given up the pot in this spot. I just don't know if he's got enough chips to continue giving these up. At some point, you're just going to have to gamble for your chips and hope to double up to stay alive.
Is he going to draw a line in the sand here?
Nice.
No, says Fred Goldberg as he pitches the King 7.
Jin Huang got into this tournament by winning a $350 satellite. He's a businessman, owns a gas station and convenience store. Been playing poker 25 years, though, but this is his first ever WPT event.
Let's get a look at the prize payouts here. $922 grand for first. On deck, though, 4th place money, $280 and change. And let's, of course, not forget the Player of the Year points.
Yeah, whoever wins this tournament will be in 2nd place behind Will the Thrill Faella, who not only won the Legends of Poker, but finished 11th in this tournament. Almost made this final table.
Yeah, Will's on a real heater. 2 9s for Bobby Obudi, who opens the pot for a raise. Daniel Busgin gets out of the way, and upside down 9s for Jin Huang. Pocket 6s. $450 to call, which Jin does. And look at this, another pocket pair, Mike.
Well, Fred Goldberg with the 2 deuces, so 3 players out of 4 in this spot, they all have a pair. It's 2 9s, 2 6s, 2 deuces. And flop comes 10-8-3 with 2 spades. Bobby Obudi still out in front with the 2 9s. It's check to him. Wow, I am surprised he would check 2 9s there. That looks like a good flop to me for 2 9s.
Now the board pair's on the turn.
Why would you want an ace, king, queen, or jack to come off there? Well, if a guy bets, you got to give this hand up. I would have bet the flop if I'd have been Bobby. And Jin Huang betting on the turn now, and you don't blame me. He thinks the 6s are the best hand.
Yeah, firing about 1/3 of the pot, and Fred Goldberg can't help but call, and that lets Bobby Obudi fold the best hand.
Both of these guys thought Obudi had 2 big cards, something like king, jack, or ace, queen.
Oh, look at that river.
Well, this counterfeits both players, actually. Both players are playing 10s and 8s. Jen's kicker, the 6, is the best hand.
Yeah, his kicker actually plays, Mike. Fred is playing the board. 10s and 8s with a 3.
Jesus Christ.
So Jen Wong with just a 6 high, gonna bet 1.1 million.
I hate to say it, but I wonder whether or not Jin knows he's been counterfeited, if he's paying enough attention here, if he's just firing on autopilot.
Oh, why didn't I shove the flop?
Well, we don't know that. This is first tournament cash ever, first WPT event.
It doesn't matter now. Goldberg lays down the deuces, obviously. And Jin takes the pot.
Jin Wong got in this tournament by winning a satellite, and he is doing quite well.
Wow. I don't know how I survived this far. So many times for the last several days. I probably push all in close to 30 times.
I'm all in.
Every time I push all in, I survived. So this is one of the luckiest tournaments, in my life.
It's poker, baby.
Now, Mike, you know it takes skill to get to a final table, but a little luck never hurt anyone. What do they say? You'd rather be lucky than good, right?
Well, in the 10 years history of the WPT, only 2 players have come from the short stack in 6th position to take a WPT title. Could Jin Wong be the 3rd? We shall see. Back to the action. Daniel folded the ace-3 over to Jin Wong on the button.
Rallied his way from the short stack to 2nd in chips.
Looks down at ace, deuce of spade. He's going to raise it up. Makes it 675,000 to go.
I'm all in.
And Goldberg just looks down at one card, the ace, and he's going to ship it all in. That's all you need with the short stack.
But if you're the other players and notice they only looked at one card, you might presume it's an ace, but...
I call.
Look at this. Bobby Abudi is going to call. He wants to get involved here with King 10 suited.
I think Bobby saw he only looked at one card, number 1, and number 2. He figures if he calls, they've got 2 chances to knock the guy out. But no, shockingly, Jin folds his hand. Wow.
I got an ace right there. I don't know what this is. Come on.
He's getting over 6-1 on his money.
Bobby left the door wide open for Jin, and Jin didn't come in.
I had an ace.
What was your other card?
Well,
Luskin looks confused.
Those guys can't believe that he folded.
Yeah, ace with the 2 spades.
Because an unwritten rule in tournament poker, as you know, Ali, is when one guy's all in on the short stack and 2 guys call, they're not going to bet into a dry side pot unless they really make a hit, and therefore they're going to check it down to give themselves 2 chances to knock him out. Let's see if it would make a difference here. Flop comes 8-8-3. So far, Fred out in front with the ace-queen.
Ace-3. Ace-3.
Really?
Bobby's got 6 outs twice here, fishing for a king or a 10.
Just like checkers, king the turn. Let's go.
Yeah, let's put it up there. 10.
Here comes that turn card.
The 4 comes off. So far, so good for Fred Goldberg. A chance to more than double up here. He desperately needs it. Bobby Abudi must catch a king or a 10 on the river.
King of spades.
That's all he can catch to win this pot.
How about just
Anything
a black
else,
card?
and Fred doubles up.
And it's a 5, and look what would have happened.
I don't know why you folded, man.
You folded. I would have called. I would have made a
I
straight.
understand. We both called. There's only 500,000 more. You check.
What did I win here?
Jin Wong folded the ace, deuce of spade, which would have won him that pot.
I have no reason calling against,
What is this dude doing?
Yeah, you cannot call right there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
These kids, they're just kids. They don't know.
Yeah, you're not supposed to call, and I'm supposed to call it.
This guy calls.
With the king high.
With king high. Are you kidding me? You call me with a king. This guy opens and you flat.
You're not supposed to call with the king high in the middle.
It's only 500,000 more to you.
He's supposed to call.
It's
What's wrong with you?
500,000 more, and you call and we check it down.
The inmates are running the asylum.
It's unbelievable.
We've got a lot planned for you tonight from Borgata, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch, and hear what Tony Dunst has to say in The Raw Deal, and my 5 questions with the Season 8 Borgata Poker Open champion, Olivier Bousquet.
This has actually been a struggle for me throughout my poker career.
Being a Club WPT VIP is like having a backstage pass to the WPT because you get to interact with me and Matt.
That's right. You also get to play for your share of more than $100,000 in cash and prizes up for grabs every month.
ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Welcome to the Borgata Poker Open. This has to be a very exciting moment for you, being here playing live tournament poker in the WPT's biggest field ever.
I watch it all the time. I have fun watching those big pros all the time.
Anyone in particular that you'd like to meet or play with?
There's a lot of smart people in my table, and I'm just nobody. They're pushing me around, I think.
You have all week here, so I hope you brought your patience with you from Florida.
I hope to.
Thank you, Roman.
Thank you.
Roman Dvorakowski, a truck driver living in Florida, is the latest member of Club WPT to make his poker dreams come true. Roman had a fantastic experience here at Borgata, and it was all because he is a ClubWPT.com VIP member. At Club WPT, for only $19.95 a month, you too can become a VIP member. Now, this means you can get great VIP member benefits, play in as many tournaments as you want. Plus, you can even win a seat into a major WPT event and have a great VIP experience just like Roman. Check it out for yourself on ClubWPT.com and never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Mike and Ali, fill us in on where we stand right now.
Well, you can see the young pro from New Jersey, Bobby Obuti, still out in front with over 17 million in chips. Fred Goldberg on the short stack here. Action's been folded around to him. He's in the small blind.
Squeezing out Queen 10 off.
All right, I'm all in.
Been shipping it all in.
You want to sweat this with me?
Yeah, let's sweat together.
Right. So it looks like they're going to sweat together.
I call.
Let's go.
Bobby Obuti has 2 5s and makes the call.
I like it. The shift. Come on, baby. One time.
Classic race.
One time.
Red slightly out in front.
We're racing.
Win tournaments, you got to win races. Who's going to win this race?
Sweat it with you guys.
We need to win.
Bobby heading over to his gallery.
Hold up. Come on, Danny.
Goldberg asking for a little positive juju.
Everybody on their feet here at Borgata. Here comes the flop.
5 o'clock.
Goldberg's tournament life on the line. And a queen right in the door. It comes Queen 8-3.
Neither player with a club. Flush draw. Not of concern.
See Bobby shaking his head. Well, 9 of clubs comes off.
Don't do it. Don't do it. Don't do it. He only has one out. He only has one out, and then we can chop. Don't do it. Come on. It's a bad beat.
Bobby can only win the pot if the 5 of hearts comes up. Any club will give him a split pot.
Don't do it.
Goldberg thinking red here on the river.
Don't do it.
Well, here comes the river card. It's the 4 of clubs. They are both going to make a club flush and split this pot. Heartbreak once again for Fred Goldberg. No, we didn't get knocked out, but it feels like it when you lose with that hand.
Chop it up, all that.
Well, we may be in Jersey, but Goldberg just gave us a little French there under his breath. He is displeased.
That's not a win, buddy. That's not a win at all. That's a bad loss. It's a seriously bad loss.
Tension in the arena is rising as we get closer to crowning a WPT champion. But right now, let's break down tonight's action with Tony Dunst in this edition of The Raw Deal.
A few moments ago, we witnessed a botched opportunity by Jin Huang to eliminate Fred Goldberg, instead allowing him to nearly triple up.
What did I win here?
But what's really interesting is the table talk that develops after the hand, where 2 players believe the play is justified.
Yeah, you cannot call right there.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And the other 2 are shocked this could happen so deep in a tournament.
It's only 500,000 more to you.
So, who's right? Let's break it down. The hand begins with Jin Huang and Bobby Obuti holding the 2 largest stacks on the table. Fred Goldberg is stuck between them with a mere 4 blinds left. And when Jin raises the button to 675,000, and Fred moves in for about $500,000 more,
I'm all in.
Bobby makes the call from the big blind.
I call.
Although his call is later questioned.
You're not supposed to call with the king high in the middle.
Bobby makes this call for 2 reasons. First, although it can't be overtly stated as an intention or agreement between the players, Bobby assumes that most of the time, Jin will just call behind and they will check it down in an effort to eliminate Fred.
It's 500,000 more and you call and we check it down.
Second, although King 10 suited is by no means a massive hand, He knows that Fred will likely move in with a wide range, and in this spot, his hand will likely have good equity.
I'm all in.
Goldberg just looks down at one card, then he's going to ship it all in.
As a result, Jin indeed makes a foolish fold on the button, and here's why. 1, he's getting 6-1 on his money to make the call. 2, he's closing the action. And 3, he's in position for the rest of the hand, holding a suited ace.
Yeah, ace with 2 spades.
I mean, what other pristine conditions would he demand to be willing to invest another 4% of his chips? I'll chalk Jin's fold up to inexperience.
I have no reason calling against, you know.
More curious is the boisterous banter of Fred Goldberg after the hand, who ostensibly agrees with the fold and lectures Bobby for his call.
What's wrong with you? This guy opens and you flat. And he's saying he's supposed to call.
So as a viewer, one is left wondering, does Fred know it's a bad fold and is trying to level Jin by playing dumb?
You cannot call right there.
That's what I'm saying.
We both call. There's only 500,000 more.
Stop!
Now, Fred is telling him to stop. Don't wise the guy up.
Is he experiencing a moment of results-oriented elation and speaking out of emotion?
This guy calls.
With the king high.
With king high. It's unbelievable.
Or does he actually believe that was a good fold, meaning Fred and I will have an awkward bathroom encounter somewhere in the future where he confronts me for having insinuated that he has no idea what he's talking about?
It's unbelievable.
Well, we agree with Tony. Jin Wong should have made that call with the ace of spade, but the guy's an amateur player, doesn't play any tournaments, his first WPT event ever. He's just not going to know proper tournament strategies.
All in.
Fred Goldberg with the ace-jack of diamonds is shipping it all in.
I cannot tango with you this time, man. I'm sorry.
All in.
Sorry, I can't call you.
All right, let's go.
I got 10 eye on you.
Jin knows enough to pitch that 10-7 offsuit here. Goldberg gets a little boost to his stack, but he still needs plenty of help as you see the chip counts there. He's sitting with less than 4 million and the blinds at 150 and 300. Never mind the ante of 30,000 every hand.
All 4 of these guys going for their first ever WPT title.
In the front table
Those
bowl,
opportunities don't come along very often. You got to take advantage of it if you get here.
And Bobby's taking advantage of an ace-9 offsuit four-handed. Makes it 600 to go.
Daniel and Jin go out.
Let's just throw it off a little bit and call.
Oh, we're going to see a flop without the cards being...
Red defense, 10-9, dominated heading to the flop.
You know what? Go ahead, take it away, kid.
Just check dark?
Yeah, absolutely.
Fred checks dark, and he's flopped top pair and a gut shot straight draw.
600,000.
All right, let's go all in.
And 600,000. Fred quickly goes all in, and Bobby quickly calls. Bobby Obuti in great shape to eliminate Fred Goldberg from this tournament.
I'm winning. I have ace-9 against 9-10.
He's got him out-kicked. Both players have 2 9s. Bobby has an ace kicker. Fred has a 10 kicker, but he does have a gut shot straight draw.
Let me get lucky one time.
Fred's looking for a 10 or an 8 here to jump into the lead in this pot.
It came 6-6 or 7-7 or another 9 in one of those cards. They would split this pot. But as it is, Fred Goldberg in dire straits.
5.
Well, there's one of the 7s. So if a 7 or a 9 comes up, they would split the pot. An 8 or a 10 comes up, Fred Goldberg will win the pot, but that's all he can win with.
Oh, you gotta make me sweat. You gotta make me sweat myself sweating it. 5.
Well, Fred's thinking a chop would be justice considering the clubs that Bobby pulled on him last time, but it's not to be.
Nope, it's a jack. So Fred Goldberg going out in 4th place, the tough player out of South Florida. You know, some days just aren't meant to be, Ali, and this is one of those days for Fred Goldberg.
He is taking home a $280K haul, though.
And right now, Fred's standing by at the Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Let's hear what he has to say.
Got unlucky a couple times. Guy hit runner flush on me. I would have had a big chip lead, and just got unlucky. I got unlucky a few hands ago. I have flush on the board. I mean, what can you do? Can't really do much. He was embarrassed about his friends a little bit. They were a little unclassy. So nothing against him, just his crew just don't know how to behave.
Fred Goldberg out in 4th place just goes to show that even though you may come into a final table as the chip leader, it does not guarantee the win. Who will take down the coveted Borgata Poker Open title? Stick around for more action on the WPT.
Borgata really is amazing. Every time I come here, I have a great time. They make us feel like stars when we're here. How are you? This week, we went over to the Mixed Night Club. We walked the red carpet and took a lot of pictures. And we hung out with the poker players. I'm Melissa. The pool at the water club is very glamorous. There's palm trees and lighting, and it's indoor. So no matter what the temperature is outside, I can still get a nice little swim in after the poker tournament. I always have such a great time whenever I'm at Borgata.
I don't know what the temperature is outside right now, but it just heated up in here, Mike.
Well, I guarantee you players have a great time here at Borgata if they're in that pool the same time the Royal Flush Tour.
Speaking of great times, Bobby Abudi smooth sailing up over 20 million in chips with the blinds at 2 and 400,000.
Once again, an amazing turnout here at Borgata. Record-setting field, the largest ever in the history of the WPT.
A little limp from Bobby in the small blind with the ace. He's got Daniel in rough shape with Jack 3 as they head to the flop.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Here's the flop. Queen Jack, 8, 2 hearts.
Check.
Bobby checks. Daniel has made the best hand with 2 jacks.
And Daniel with middle pair. No kicker is going to check behind.
Doesn't want to fall in any traps here. Now a deuce comes off. And again, Bobby checks. Well, now Daniel feels like the jacks are the best hand, so he is going to fire a wager.
450,000, can't blame him.
Oh, and look at this. This is going to be a check raised by Bobby Abudi.
Wow.
Folks, I guarantee you, if you're sitting in Daniel's seat right now, you're saying, oh, I can't believe it. And if I call this bet, what's he going to do to me on the river? Is he going to bomb the pot with more millions? I just can't take it.
That's right. It's not about what you're doing now. It's about what you're doing now and what you're going to have to do later. Daniel knows he's facing that dilemma and lets it go.
Nice bluff.
Well, this is a case that Daniel just got outplayed by Bobby Abudi, no doubt about it. Great check raise there on the turn.
Bobby and Daniel are 2 young players going after this title, but included in this record-breaking field of 1,313 here at Borgata were some of the 7 young pros the WPT has singled out as having the combination of talent and charisma that can make them the next breakout stars in the game. Dan O'Brien, Maria Ho, Dylan Horton, and Ebony Kinney all competed this week in Atlantic City. So let's see how they fared in this edition of Ones to Watch.
Love to grind, but sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a Ones to Watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. Day 1 at the Borgata World Poker Tour.
There's a lot of players here, probably a lot of amateurs. I'd say it's pretty soft overall. I'm pretty excited about it.
I can't win the tournament today, I can't win it tomorrow, so I just have to just give myself a chance and just stay.
Taking names this tournament, I'm taking names.
I'm here. I came from Vegas. Can't not play.
Dan O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien.
Dan O'Brien doesn't ring a bell.
Dan O'Brien. He seems cool. We've grinded together. He let me use his iPod a couple times.
Dan O'Brien's a very entertaining guy. You can usually spot him wearing some different colored neon sunglasses.
It's hard to say what type of player he is. Usually you need to play with him a certain amount of time to really understand.
Well, he's from the school of Merce, and anyone who's from the school of Merce is going to play pretty good poker.
My best friends in poker are Jason Mercier, Alan Barry. You know, they've all had some success, and those are the people that I talk hands with mostly.
And they'll help them. They'll throw them pointers. They'll look at their hands. They'll tell them things that might take a regular player, several months or a year, ever to learn.
When you're in a group where everybody is a good poker player and you're always talking strategy, you can't help but get better.
Jay and Alan are crucial to me, and I can always count on them to at least, say something reasonable, even if we disagree.
They seem very cliquey, but they're really good poker players.
You're going to get to the top the most quickly if you compete with and talk to and work with the best players.
The camaraderie's great. It's good to have people in Vegas and people hang out with on the road. I think that's easily the best way to learn how to play. So everything went against me now. Stars aligned, and that's it. I'm out of here. I'll be fine by the next one for sure. I'll be fine by tomorrow.
Well, Ali, as you know, these young guys that hang out together all the time, all they do is live, breathe, eat, sleep poker 24 hours a day. All they do is talk about hands. Naturally, you're going to become a better player hanging in a group like that.
I'm wondering who you hung out when you were coming up.
Oh, boy. Well, I hung out with old school pool hustlers mostly, if you want to know the truth about it. There weren't any young guns in. It was just old school guys that took you to school.
Bobby looking to take someone to school with king, queen offsuit. Opens the pot for a raise to 800,000. Couple of 7s for Daniel, though.
I'm all in.
Daniel's on the short stack here, and he's going all in with the 2 walking sticks.
Oh, look at this. Ace king suited for Jin. I smell fireworks.
Well, I don't see how you can lay this down.
I call.
Well, he has made the call.
Jesus. Can I get a count, please?
Bobby wants to know how much it is. Recognize he could end this tournament right here if he could bust them both.
Well, this is an approximation. Was it like 12 million range or like?
Probably 10 million.
Actually, it's fine. I fold.
Just gonna get out of their way.
You fold, right? You gotta fold it.
I know.
And wisely so, as he was dominated.
You got a pair?
Jin suspected he was up against a pair, and sure enough, another one of these races, Mike.
They just come up time and time again in tournament poker.
Best case scenario.
Yeah, it's ace-king suited versus pocket pair. Now, the reason the percentages aren't closer is because Bobby folded a king and a heart.
It'll tip the scales a bit in Daniel's favor. Heading to the flop, will his sevens hold up? It's queen 10-9 with a couple of clubs, 2-7 still in the lead. But Jin can jump out in front with a jack to make a straight or a king or an ace for a bigger pair.
Deuce of clubs.
Well, that's not the greatest for 2-7s.
Come on, jack up.
Here comes the turn.
Jack up. Jack up.
The jack comes off, but it is a jack of clubs. Daniel has a flush draw. It is not over.
We've seen Daniel pull this rabbit out of a hat once before. He looked like he was going to get eliminated, needed running spades and hit him. Can he hit the clubs?
Diamond.
Daniel must catch a club to win this pot. Can he do it? No, the seven of hearts comes off. He makes 3 sevens. Not going to be good enough to win this pot. That's going to do it for Daniel Buskin, the 26-year-old pro out of Marlton, New Jersey, out tonight in 3rd place.
Good luck, man.
We'll head over to shake hands with Jin Wong. And then head over to the cage to pick up his $335,000.
But before he picks up his cash, we'll grab a quick word with Daniel over at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar.
It's very nice.
Yeah, I mean, I was really card dead and just with no chips ever to really do anything at the last few stages. It's kind of frustrating, but lose a flip, you lose a flip, so can't really do anything else.
With Daniel Buskin out in 3rd place, we're set to crown the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open champion. Will it be Jin Huang or Bobby Abudi who takes the WPT Champions Cup? We'll be right back with heads-up action on the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com.
Well, good luck, man.
Good luck to
you. Play great, too.
You deserve it. You deserve it.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Hi, I'm Sunisa Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
Here we go to the river. Who's going to get lucky?
He was known as a small stakes rounder, the king of the minor leagues. But at the Season 9 Borgata Poker Open, Dwight Pilgrim made a bold prediction that he would prove the doubters wrong. Seizing his moment in the spotlight, Pilgrim put on an all-star performance, combining strong fundamentals,
I think I don't understand every facet of this game.
rash confidence,
Can I get a clock for this foolishness?
and the heart of a
You
champion
can't put 10 million with a deuce in your hand. You ain't playing poker.
that showed he deserved the respect of the poker world.
Well, Dwight leads out and gets the guy to move all in. And Vince, he is a huge favorite to take this title he's dreamed about so long right here, right now.
We 8% away from a title.
And a 5 comes up. He has done it, Vince. Dwight Pilgrim has shocked the world and taken this title.
In the end, Dwight Pilgrim's emotional victory silenced his critics, fulfilled a dream, and etched his entry to the major leagues. On to the WPT Champions Cup.
The WPT 10th season is giving us a great opportunity to revisit classic moments like that one you just saw. But here in Atlantic City, some brand new poker memories are in the works. We're back in action, so let's get down to Mike and Ali.
As is the custom on the World Poker Tour, when we get down to heads-up play, we have our money presentation. So show us the money!
Well, here it comes. Look at all that beautiful cash. This stuff looks heavy, Mike.
I'm looking at the beautiful Royal Flush Girls bringing it out.
Yes, sir. It's going to take a few trips to get that almost $1 million to the table. $922,000 and change to be exact.
Don't forget about second place money of over $550,000. That's on the table as well.
And here comes the WPT Champions Trophy and Players Award. The girls are looking good, holding it down. There they are, Melly Grace, Sunisa, Melissa, and Jennifer. Thank you, ladies.
We're almost ready for heads-up action between Bobby Abudi and Jin Huang for the Borgata Poker Open title. During the break, Ali Najad had a chance to check in with Bobby Abudi.
Here with Bobby Abudi, he's the chip leader heading into heads-up play. Was second when the final table started. He's here on his home turf in South Jersey. What does it mean to be playing for the title, my man?
I mean, I can't really put it into words right now. It's a pretty surreal experience, and I guess it's not even going to hit me until it's over. Like, even being six-handed, going to the final table, like, it's just not even real. It's just, you know, like, if you're a poker player, this is the ultimate stage, so, I mean, I'm just pretty thrilled with how things are going so far.
We'll soon be etching a new name on the WPT Champions Cup, so let's get back to the action.
The chip count, Bobby Abudi out in front with 22 million. Jin Huang starting out with 17 million.
Not a huge gap between them, especially with the blinds where they are. And Jin's first hand is a good one, Mike.
Yep, he's got the two jacks. Powerful hand at heads-up play. And he is going to raise it. Makes it $960,000 to go. Now Bobby Abudi going to make the call with the 7-jack of spade.
960.
Must think 7-11's lucky. Let's see if it is.
He's dominated and in real bad shape heading to this flop.
And flop comes king 10-7, so Bobby's flop bottom pair. He's going to check.
Jin knows what to do. He's firing 950,000.
And quickly called by Bobby.
Bobby knows it's hard to make a pair, and he's got one.
So here we go to the turn card. Well, 3 of diamonds comes off. Bobby checks. It's got to look like a safe card. There's no possible straight card. Not much to it, so Jin's going to bet again. 1.5 million.
Into a pot of almost 4 million, and that'll spell the end for Bobby Abudi.
Yeah, that's a good laydown by Bobby right there.
First pot goes to Jin.
So he does things a little bit unorthodox, but yet here he is fighting it out for this title.
Yeah, he's a zigger when you expect people to be zagging.
Now, all night long, we've felt like Bobby Abudi has played the best poker at this final table. But in truth, he came to this final table with over 11 million chips. He's starting with 23 million. So essentially, he just doubled his chip stack. Whereas Jin, on the other hand, multiplied his chip stack by 8 before he got to this heads-up battle.
I got to be honest, Mike. It's hard not to root for the underdog. He's got Queen Jack suited here and defends his big blind against Bobby's pre-flop raise. A min raise with 7-5 off.
This shows you that satellite players, amateur players, can hang with the big boys every once in a while.
Davids do beat Goliaths from time to time. Meanwhile, the flop is King Jack 7. Jin with the best hand. Checked it to Bobby, who bet it. Now Jin's going to call the $500,000.
Well, again, Bobby's got 2 7s, and Jin's got 2 jacks.
Board pairs on the turn. Jin slips it to Bobby.
And again, Bobby's going to bet. I think he's put Jin on some type of drawing hand.
Jin's going to call the 600,000.
Yeah, Bobby got to be a little worried about that. And now an 8 comes off, meaning his opponent had a 9-10. He's made it straight.
2 pair.
Yeah, Bobby says 2 pair, but it's not going to be good enough. Kings and jacks are going to win this pot, and with it, the 52-year-old amateur from Maryland, Jin Huang, has taken the chip lead here at Borgata. And you know, Ali, only twice in WPT history is a short stack entering the final table, gone on to win the title. I'm talking about the 2 guys that have done it, Alex Gomez and Phil Locke. Can Jin become the 3rd player to accomplish this amazing feat? We'll find out when we return on the World Poker Tour.
We're back at the Borgata Poker Open, and we're getting closer to crowning a WPT champion. In 10 seasons on the WPT, we have seen some hard-fought heads-up battles, but none as spectacular as the one we witnessed 2 seasons ago right here at Borgata. Olivier Busquet's heroic come-from-behind victory to take down a WPT title was one for the record books. This week, I had a chance to go heads-up with Olivier myself in this edition of 5 Questions. I heard a story that part of the motivation for you to move out of your father's home was because he canceled the channel that aired the WPT.
That is a 100% true story. I had this, I guess, semi-obsession with the World Poker Tour when I was kind of learning how to play poker.
I love that it's not like, I'm 24, it's time for me to go. Oh no, my dad canceled the channel that airs the WPT.
No, I mean, my situation was great at the time. You know, it had no expenses and I was like, you know, doing my thing, but I was like, why did you do that?
2 years ago, at the Borgata Poker Open, you're heads up with Jeremy Brown, 19-1 underdog. Did you think that you had any chance of taking that down?
At that point, you know, it wasn't so much that I didn't think I had a chance.
Jeremy Brown has 94% of the chips in play. That is a massive chip lead.
I knew that no matter what happened, I would have to kind of get lucky, and a lot of different things would have to work out for me. So I was fortunate enough that they did.
Describe the emotion that you felt making that comeback and taking that WPT title.
Winning Borgata there were kind of a bunch of different emotions that kind of went into it.
Well, Olivier knows he's 1 card away from winning this title. He's done it. Olivier has made the greatest comeback in the history of the World Poker Tour.
It was kind of overwhelming. I mean, you even see that, like, I shed a couple tears just because I was so happy to actually win the WPT at the time. Was just, you know, like I said, it was like a dream that just came true for me.
You just got married?
Yeah.
Are you focusing on your own personal life?
This has actually been a struggle for me throughout my poker career. It's been leaving the game when I'm not playing. For me, I've kind of developed over time a better and better ability to do that. Kind of not taking my work home with me, so to speak. My wife is a big part of that, but it's still hard. I mean, poker is an emotional game. Sometimes I can get a little bit too consumed with it.
Have you seen our WPT Champions Cup?
I have, yes. I actually saw my name on one of the tiles. That was cool. I actually saw it in Paris at the WPT and the Aviation Club.
It has the winning hand too, it's cool. I like that. Yeah, that's awesome.
But there's one list of champions, and there's a lot of people that have won WPTs over the years. There's a much, much smaller list of people who have won more than one, and I would really love to be able to join that elite group within elite group.
Olivier Busquet, a class act in the poker world, great WPT champion, great poker player. But Ali, what I really like about the guy is the advice he gives all the young guys that are thinking about turning pros. He says, stay in college, get your education first.
Yeah, the reality is that such a small percentage of players that endeavor to succeed on a lifetime basis in poker will be able to do so. Nice to have a fallback plan. Don't need a fallback plan with ace-queen suited, though. Blinds at 250 and 500,000 with a 50K ante.
Playing heads up, you're ready to go to war with this hand, that's for sure.
Raising it up to 1.15 million. Oh, and you'd love to be up against ace-jack, as Jin is here.
Bobby does not re-raise with the ace-jack here.
I think he wants to play small pots with Jin. I think Bobby feels he can outplay him post-flop.
Well, he's smart to use that strategy.
9-high rainbow board. Bobby O'Booty checks his ace-jack over to Jin here. Jin fires the continuation bet.
Well, 1.1 million, and Bobby calls here.
This pot already up to 4.7 million.
Oh, and the jack comes off. On the turn, Bobby O'Booty now has the lead. Again, he checks.
Oh, and he would love to see a decent-sized bet out of Jin here on the off chance that he'd be taking rope and firing with air. And he does have a straight draw.
Well, a lot of guys would check the straight draw right there. Just hope to get a free card to make it, but not Jin. He's firing out 2.25 million.
Hard to imagine if you get called here, your hand is any good.
And Bobby's going to make the call.
9.2 in the middle, Mike. This is a mammoth pot.
Whoever wins this pot will be the massive chip leader in this heads-up battle. And the 3 of spade comes off.
Big, huge brick for Jin.
Yeah, O'Booty is checked.
But Jin knows better than to fire a third barrel at this point.
Jack.
Well, Bobby's going to realize how lucky he was to win this pot now. Wow. Ace-queen versus ace-jack. There you see his expression.
Camp O'Booty doesn't care if it's luck-based or skill-based. They just want an excuse to hoot and holler.
And Ali, when you win a pot like that, sometimes you just think destiny's on your side. It's going to be your day to take down this title.
Well, it certainly feels like it's been his final table just about the whole way to this point. Bobby on the button with queen deuce of spades.
He limps in and calls. As you said, probably trying to keep the pot small, but no thank you, says Jin Wong.
I call.
I've got Kojak. I don't believe you can beat it. I'm going to raise here.
And Bobby's going to call the extra 750, Mike. He just wants to play in position and take flops.
Let's see if it works out for him here. The flop comes 7-6-6 with 2 spades. So Bobby has the flush draw, but Jin has the best hand with the king high, and it goes check, check on the flop. And the jack of spades comes.
Oh, boy, look at
this
that.
Not only gives Bobby a flush, it gives Jin jacks up.
Now think about it. Had Bobby bet on the flop, Jin might have gotten away from the hand.
1.6 million.
Because he checked, he gives Jin a chance to hit a card that he's going to be able to call Bobby's $1.6 million bet here.
I don't know that he's going to just call it. Bobby might have 1 spade in his hand. He might have a jack with a weaker kicker. Might be on a stone bluff. Jin trying to put all this together and solve this puzzle. I don't see him getting away from this hand, not when that jack comes off on the turn. Question is, how much is he going to put in the pot?
Well, let's gamble. I'm all in.
Well, how about all of it?
Well, he's going to gamble all in. Well, that got Bobby's attention, but I don't say you can throw a flush away here playing heads up.
He's going to triple check it.
I call.
Well, he has made the call. He turns up the flush.
Got it.
Well, Jin needs a world of help here. Doesn't have a ton of outs.
He now needs to catch a jack or a 6. Nothing else will do for him. Must make a full house to win this pot.
Can't win if it's a spade.
Well, there you see Bobby over with his boys.
You can't win if it's a spade, man. Spade out and it's over.
Saying, please let me hang on and dodge a jack or a 6.
It's over.
One time.
One
Spade,
card
come on,
away
lady.
from
Spade,
922,000. Can he make it happen?
Well, the 3 of spade comes off. That's going to do it. Bobby O'Booty has done it. He has captured the WPT title that he's been striving for.
Thank you very much. Nice play.
Well earned and well deserved. Jin heads over to chat with the family, and I'm going to head over to get some words with our second place finisher.
Jin Wong got in this tournament on satellite. Was close to being eliminated several days in this tournament. Even checked out of the hotel once. Didn't think he'd last. Ali, take it.
Here with our second place finisher, Jin Wong. Jin, I know that you had a dream that you were going to win this particular event. It didn't work out for you. Tell me what's going through your head.
Well, still I'm so, satisfied with my play.
Well, Jin, I tell you what, if every time I ran down I was taking home $550,000, I'd be a happy camper too. Congratulations.
Definitely. Yeah, I'm so happy.
All right, back over to you, Mike.
Well, Bobby, you did it. You came to this final table in good chip position. You remain calm, cool, and collected throughout. You got to feel great about the way you not only play at this final table, but all week long.
Yeah, I mean, there's just no words. I'm just fumbling over my words. I have nothing to say. I mean, I don't know. Wait. Yeah, I do have something to say. I did prepare something for this moment, a speech I like to say about how it couldn't have happened to a nicer guy, and it's honestly about time that I've won this. So.
Well, in addition to the $922,000 you take home, you're also going to get your name engraved on the WPT Champions Cup. It's going to go up there with the Legends of Poker. You got to be proud about that.
Yeah, absolutely. What more can you ask for than to be lumped in with those group of guys who I'm probably better than all of them, but people will find it out real soon. People will find it out.
Well, once again, congratulations on your win. Kimberly, back up to you.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations to Bobby O'Booty, the Season 10 Borgata Poker Open champion and the winner of the largest tournament in WPT history. Please join us next time as the WPT moves up the East Coast for another huge event, the Foxwoods World Poker Finals. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Ali Najad, Tony Dunst, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, including our friend Vince Van Patten, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching and good night.
This could be you. Get a free shot at winning a seat into a WPT main event at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT31.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by clubwpt.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Winning a WPT title can make a poker player's career. Winning 2 puts you among the best the game has ever seen. In the heart of New England, 5 players stand between a WPT champion and his quest to etch his name for a second time on the WPT Champions Cup. The Foxwoods World Poker Finals starts right now, and it's only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing. He is circling the drain. They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
Over the past 10 seasons, only 15 players have won more than a single WPT title, but of those 15, 5 of them claimed a title right here in Connecticut. Now, Foxwoods Casino, a WPT charter member, has been host to some of the greatest tournaments and greatest names in World Poker Tour history. Corkins, Little, and Seidel all won titles here, but Foxwoods has also seen its share of amateurs make their mark. As this tournament got underway, the field was ready to battle for a $1.7 million prize pool and a chance to have their name set alongside the game's very best.
As the 10th annual WPT World Poker Finals got underway, the field featured the usual WPT strong mix of high-stakes professional players and local amateurs.
Welcome, players, to the World Poker Finals at Foxwoods. Now let's shuffle up and deal.
Day 1 featured 13 former WPT champions, including 3 two-time winners, all aiming to etch their names on the Champions Cup one more time. One recent WPT champion who arrived at Foxwoods with a knee injury and an interesting new hairstyle ran into serious trouble early on in the day. Season 10 Legends of Poker winner Will Fiala was on the losing end of a huge pot. His stack was reduced to just 3 chips, and his tournament seemed short-lived. Although his chip stack had taken a huge hit, his confidence remained high.
Here comes trouble.
And he made a promise borrowed from his good friend, Dwight Pilgrim.
I hope I'm the shortest stack, because when I win this, I'm going to shake up the world.
In perhaps the wildest hand of the day, 3 players saw a flop of 4-3-3 with 2 hearts. The turn card was the 8 of hearts, and that's where the fireworks began. After 2 checks, Peter Politano bet out $13,000 and was called by Tim Leahy, who was all in for his last $12,000. The action fell to Season 9 Foxwoods finalist Nikolai Yakovenko, who went into the tank and finally open-folded an ace-high flush. With Nikolai out of the hand, the other 2 players turned over their hands. Tim Leahy turned over pocket 4s for a flopped full house, but was crushed by Peter's flopped quads.
That's what I folded on the turn, right there.
Amazingly, the 5 of hearts on the river would have given Nikolai a straight flush to beat both players.
I know it was coming too. I'm saying to myself, I know the hand is coming. I know the straight flush is coming.
Tim Leahy, who was also celebrating his birthday, sounded off online about his terrible beat. One former champ on a tear was Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger. Andy found success throughout the day, knocking out players and raking in chips.
Day 1, it's nice to start out well, but it's all about how it goes from here. Knock on wood, last time I had a big Day 1 was the event where I won my bracelets.
When the day ended, after 5 levels of play, 141 players remained. Tom Schreiber held the chip lead with 104,000. Andy Frankenberger was in 4th, and 6-time WPT finalist Kathy Liebert in 5th with 90,000 in chips. 4 former Foxwoods champs all finished the day in the middle of the pack, keeping their hopes of becoming the first player to ever win the same event twice still alive. Legends champ Will Fiala limped into Day 2 in more ways than one.
Still the favorite. Still the favorite.
It is now 34-50. All in.
He has all the chips in the middle. It's a fantastic moment for poker.
But his chance at an epic comeback was not to be, and he was one of the first players eliminated. Andy Frankenberger continued his winning ways and took the chip lead after flopping a set of 10s to increase his chip stack.
We're gonna make it happen today. It's gonna be a fun day.
Dwight Pilgrim may have finally met his match in the trash-talking department, as amateur player and pawn shop owner Bob Carbone kept things entertaining at the table.
The old man. Yeah, you in trouble, boy.
Well, I still can fight, you know.
Another player quietly starting to amass chips was Season 7 WPT World Championship finalist Christian Harder. Christian, a poker pro from Maryland who had been a mainstay on the tour for the past few years, took the chip lead from Andy Frankenberger midway through level 6. But Christian's lead was short-lived. In a pot with Borgata finalist Darren Elias, he went all in on a flop with Jack 10-3 with pocket aces, but was quickly called by Darren's set of 10s. No help on the turn or the river sent Darren into the chip lead, and Christian was left with less than $50,000.
I lost a big pot to Darren Elias,
But in the span of a level, you're back to 140 again.
yeah, 130-ish.
However, Christian was able to fight his way back up and finish the day 6th in chips. Andy Frankenberger took 2nd place with Dan Kolpois in 1st with $246,000 in chips. Darren Elias lost half his stack late in the day and finished in 18th place.
The final table is almost underway here at Foxwoods, but first, we still have more coverage of the early play here. Will 2 former WPT Players of the Year make it to this final table? Find out right after this.
As a Club WPT VIP, you get exclusive inside access to the WPT and can play for your share of more than $100,000 in monthly cash and prizes, including WPT seats. Check out ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
Welcome back to Season 10 of the World Poker Tour. Our expanded playdown coverage continues as we get closer to the start of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals final table.
Oh my God.
The bust-outs on day 3 were quick in coming as play got underway.
Good luck, boys.
One of the first people eliminated was Season 9 Foxwoods defending champion Jeff Forrest.
Oh man, this is definitely one of the toughest fields all year. You know, every time I come here, it's this year and last year, it's just I look around and there's not a lot of soft tables.
All in.
Another early bust-out was delivered by young pro Daniel Santoro, who knocked out ClubWPT.com online qualifier Don Burwell when Daniel's set of 10s held up against Don's gut shot straight draw. Don finished short of the money, but it was an impressive deep run for our ClubWPT.com online qualifier.
Day 3, just a kid with a dream.
Dwight's tournament was ended by poker pro Bernard Lee when his ace-9 failed to improve against Bernard's pocket queens.
Without a lot of talk, right? Yeah, you already said you had me beat. You shouldn't have said that. First time was funny. Second time's starting to get a little annoying now.
Bob Carbone, who had been warned about talking too much at the table, especially while in the middle of a hand, resorted to a new tactic.
Make the world go away. Who are you just singing?
We may never know if Mike folded because he thought he was beat or if he just wanted Bob to stop singing. As the money bubble approached, the field was packed with big names. Two-time champs Hoyt Corkins, Jonathan Little, and Cornell Simpan were all still in the hunt for their 3rd title. Former WPT champions Andy Frankenberger and Lee Markholt were looking to add a 2nd title to their already impressive resumes. With 28 players left, Alistair Melville was all in for his last $3,500 against Christian Harder. Christian turned straight and eliminated Alistair in 28th place. With that hand, the bubble was burst and the remaining 27 players were guaranteed at least $19,000 for their showing. At the end of the day, Andy Frankenberger had a huge stack of over $650,000, almost $200,000 more than the 2nd place finisher, former Foxwoods finalist Jack Schonbacher. Day 4 saw 2 powerhouses collide early on as one Foxwoods champ, Hoyt Corkins, sent another to the rail, ending Cornell Simpan's deep run.
It was tough, but lucky to sneak in the money.
Pawn shop owner Bob Carbone and reigning player of the year Andy Frankenberger got into several heated hands. Bob doubled through Andy, then Andy doubled through Bob, leaving Bob with just a few chips.
Whoa.
But Bob doubled through Andy one more time to get back in the hunt. Both players would ride the chip roller coaster all day and survive day 4. It looked like high-stakes cash game pro Matt Glantz would double up, but with no help on the turn and river, Matt's tournament run ended in 12th place.
Good luck for you guys. Hope you do well.
out 12th yet again. Second 12th in the WPT in a row, and it's pretty standard for me lately.
In his second battle of the day against a two-time champ, Hoyt found a big hand pre-flop, but was outflopped by Jonathan Little. Jonathan's hand held up and sent the Foxwoods champ from Season 2 packing in 10th place.
Was trying to make it through today, almost did, but, you know, just couldn't win the key hands.
Day 4 ended with just 8 players, with the hopes of having 2 WPT Players of the Year for the first time in history at a final table. But at the top of the charts were 2 young pro players, Christian Harder and Daniel Santoro, each with over $1 million in chips. 3 local players and 5 seasoned pros took their seats at the start of Day 5. 2 players would have the unfortunate distinction of finishing just short of the WPT televised final table. Early in the day, local player and ER physician Eli Berg, one of the shorter stacks, went all in with Ace-Jack and was quickly called by Jonathan Little's Pocket Kings. With no improvement on the flop, Eli was on the verge of elimination, but he caught an ace on the turn to double up and cripple Jonathan's chip stack. A few hands later, Jonathan found himself all in and dominated when his 5-9 of hearts ran into local grinder Stephen Brackesy's ace-5 offsuit. No help on the board sent Jonathan to the rail after a strong showing, denying him the chance of a 3rd plaque on the Champions Cup.
They're both pretty standard spots. I mean, like the guy's never folding ace-jack, and I'm never not pushing 9-5 suited on the button for my stack, so standard spots, you just gotta win them sometimes.
With 1 elimination away from the TV final table, poker pro Chris Klodnicki called Stephen Brackesy's all-in flop bet with top pair against Stephen's nut flush draw. A king of diamonds on the turn put a dagger in the hopes of Chris's chances on making his first WPT final table, sending Stephen into the chip lead. And with Chris's bust out, the televised final table was set. The 6 included 4 first-time WPT finalists and 2 players with the experience of playing under the bright lights. Season 7 WPT Championship finalist Christian Harder and Season 9 Player of the Year Andy Frankenberger, who was still in the hunt to join the exclusive club of 2-time WPT champions.
As you can see, the final 6 players are split down the middle with 3 professionals and 3 seasoned locals. Now, after 5 days of play, they've all proven that they have what it takes to win a WPT title. So for more insight into our final 6, let's turn it over to our world-class analysts, Hall of Famer Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten.
Well, Kimberly, should be a great final table tonight. We've got the 3 pro players in seats 1, 2, and 3. They're the 3 chip leaders, but we've also got 3 successful businessmen who have made it to this final table. Starting out in 4th chip position tonight is a 62-year-old amateur player from Westerly, Rhode Island, Bob Carboni. Now, Bob's a pawnbroker, and he got in this tournament by winning a $250 satellite. He is entertaining, and he'll be fun to watch tonight. Starting out in 5th place tonight is another amateur player, Eli Berg. Eli's a doctor. He's an emergency physician from Newton, Massachusetts. He's married with 5 children. And Vince, how can you root against somebody that's got 5 kids? Starting out in 6th place tonight is the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. Now, Andy is a former derivatives trader in New York. He's turned to poker. He's a WPT champion. This is his 3rd WPT final table. And even though he's starting out in the short stack tonight, he's hoping that his experience will bode well for him tonight.
And Kimberly, I'll tell you something, it's always fun to watch these gritty New Englanders with their strange dialects compete for this title. This is going to be fun. Seat number 1 is the chip leader right now, and his name is Stephen Brackesy. He has 1.8 million in chips. He's a fine poker pro. He used to be into construction, and tonight he would like to cement his way into WPT history. Then moving over to seat number 2, we have a 25-year-old from Belmore, Long Island. He's a poker pro. Daniel Santoro, he's got about 1.2 million in chips. Seat number 3 is Christian Harder. We've seen him before here on the World Poker Tour. He finished 4th at the WPT Championship. He's a great player, and he's got a lot of chips tonight, close to 1.3 million. So I have to say, with that chip stack, it is going to be easier, not harder, for him to take down this title, Mike. You get it?
Oh, boy. And with that, let's send it down to Matt Savage, who's standing by with the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
Thanks, Mike. I'm here with Andy Frankenberger. Now, it was only a year ago that you decided to turn pro, and already a WPT coveted title. You have a World Series of Poker bracelet. You also are the reigning Player of the Year for the World Poker Tour. Now, this is your third final table. What do you attribute all this young career success to?
Well, I guess I'm pretty new to the poker world, but the type of thinking we do at the poker table is very similar to the type of thinking I did in my career as a derivatives trader. So I was dealing with a lot of pressure, a lot of difficult decisions, as my former colleagues over there will attest. I worked in a very confrontational, difficult environment, so the poker's new to me, but the intensity and that type of experience is actually right what I've been doing for the past 15 years.
Now, you start today as a short stack. We'll be looking to get it all in early.
Well, I wouldn't want to reveal any of my strategy in front of those sharks over there, but let's just say I'm looking to chip up.
All right, Kimberly, over to you.
Well, Andy knows what he has to do to take down another WPT title. All right, making a WPT final table is a huge accomplishment in any player's career, but being the last man standing is what they'll be remembered for. The battle begins when the final table of the Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals begins right after this.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, the final table here at Foxwoods.
After 5 days of grueling competition, we are down to our final 6 players. And with me in the booth tonight, as always, Vince Van Patten.
Well, thank you, Mike. It is good to be back here at Foxwoods, where there's always something good to do and something fun. But tonight, I am interested to see whether Andy Frankenberger will take down his second WPT title. The Andys are going to start at 2,000. Blinds are 6 and 12. The cards are in the air. Let's go to the felt.
Well, there you see our chip leaders. Steve Brackesy, 39-year-old pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts, out in front. Christian Harder, tough pro from Annapolis, Maryland, in second place.
All right, action going to Bob Carboni, the pawn shop man. Learned poker at a WPT boot camp. And now he's competing for the big bucks here. He's going to fold his hand. Andy Frankenberger.
Well, he's the man everybody's watching at this final table, going for his second WPT title, the reigning WPT Player of the Year.
Yep, he's got ace, deuce of diamonds, and he's raised to 30,000.
Emergency position. Eli Berg goes out.
Brackesy and Daniel Santoro also going away, and now it's on Christian Harder, and he's picked up the weapons of mass destruction. The pair of aces on the very first hand, Mike.
Incredible. First deal at the final table, you're in the big blind. A guy's raised, you look down and find 2 aces.
Looks like a re-raise. He's going to pop it back up, 72,000 into Andy.
Andy Frankenberger better be very careful here. He's an aggressive player, but his day could end early if he gets crazy with this hand.
He's got enough money to speculate here, you would think, but no, he's going to release, and that's a great fold by him.
Andy going for his second WPT title tonight. He's the reigning WPT Player of the Year, and that's a high honor as you can get out here on the World Poker Tour to perform better than the entire poker world over the course of a season.
No one gave him much respect. You know, he came out of the stock market business and Wall Street, and they just thought he was an amateur player, but he has proved them so wrong.
All in.
And Frankenberger's going to put a little extra ketchup on the burger.
The success I've had at the WPT is something I could have never predicted when I started playing poker.
Andy Frankenberger taking down the legends of poker.
Each season has a whole bunch of tournament winners, but there's only one Player of the Year every year, and that shows that there's been a certain level of consistency throughout the year.
Andy Frankenberger, Season 9 WPT Player of the Year. Congratulations.
And in my first professional year to win Player of the Year, that to me is something that stands out as my single greatest accomplishment.
Taking a look at the Player of the Year race, Will the Thrill Fiala, who won the Legends of Poker tournament in LA and took 11th place at Borgata, is currently in the lead with 1,600 points. Now, whoever wins tonight's event will earn 1,000 points and be in contention for the Season 10 POY. Remember, we'll be tracking this race all season long, so be sure to check back with us each week. In the meantime, let's get back to the game with Mike and Vince.
All right, action on Andy, this time with a King-5. Won't play that hand. Here's the
now, 25-year-old Daniel Santoro with the pitiful 9-deuce offsuit.
He's also got the whole Beatles Let It Be type look with the hair and the mustache. Oh, boy. And he is going to raise with a junk hand. Makes it 47,000 to go. Christian out, and the pawn man, Bob Carboni with a King-9.
What a story he is. He got in this tournament on a $250 satellite. Pawnbroker for 26 years.
Learned his poker at a WPT boot camp. He's going to raise it, makes it 47,000 to go back on Santoro.
He obviously sensed weakness. Came back over the top with the king-9 offsuit, but incredibly, Carboni is being called here by Santoro's 9-deuce.
Flop comes up Jack-4 deuce. Santoro picking up deuces. Carboni nothing.
40.
Carboni's going to make the continuation bet. Sticking out 40,000. Will it work? Santoro not going anywhere. He's made this call. Just deuces.
Oh, the 9-deuce before the flop. You flop some of it, so you do make the call. An ace comes off.
Helps neither player. Bob going to check.
It's gone check, check. Now a 3 comes off and another club as well.
Check. I'll check. They're happy to check again, and Daniel Santoro going to slop in there with a pair of deuces and win this pot.
Well, he is going to be shocked to win this pot with 2 deuces. And right now, the pawnbroker saying to himself, I can't believe this young guy called my re-raise with a 9-deuce offsuit.
Blackjack, yeah.
What is going on here? Yeah, there you see the new Royal Flush Girl Social Bar. Club WPT VIP members get privileged seating at these Royal Flush Girl bars, so it pays to be a Club WPT VIP member.
It is a great addition we have here on Season 10. Back to the table, Eli Berg, an ER doctor, father of 5, picks up King Queen.
He's got 4 boys and a girl. He plays a fair amount of poker. His 15th WPT event, his second cash, first final table.
And the doctor is going to fire it, looks like.
Yep, going to raise right under the gun. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Stephen Brackesay out. Let it be, man.
Around to Santoro. Won the last spot with a 9-deuce, but folds a 10-9 here.
Now it's on Christian Harder. And he looks down at, oh man, can you believe this? Again!
Incredible.
Pair of aces twice.
Folks, you're supposed to pick up 2 aces on average once every 220 hands. He's had them twice already at this final table.
He has been raised, and this time he's just going to call, probably because Andy folded last time when he had aces. Now he's going to try to slow play it.
Well, dangerous play in my mind, because now the blinds are priced to come in, so now you got to beat a couple players.
Bob out.
Rather than just one.
Andy is going to call.
Now Frankenberger does make the call out of the big blind, so let's see how this slow play works out for Harder. Now, so far, so good as it comes king 7-7. Frankenberger checks.
Well, Eli hits a pair of kings. This could be beautiful for Christian Harder.
Yeah, the doctor could get operated on here. Yeah, looks like a good flop for him. He's got to think the only way he can be beat here is if somebody flopped 3 7s. Not going to put somebody on an ace-king or 2 aces because nobody raised before the flop, so he's got to like this flop.
He's bet 73,000. Christian, of course, with the overpair. Oh, he's just going to massage him, makes the call.
Well, Christian, again, does not raise with the 2 aces.
Andy out.
Just calls.
Yep, going to the turn. This is dangerous territory.
The 10 comes off.
And the ER doctor is going to check.
I think Christian's going to put him on a 7. Yes, there's a chance he could have 2 kings, but
104,000 by Christian with the aces.
I'm all in.
Uh-oh.
He has gone all in, and Harder not liking that. Afraid the guy might have kings 4, flop 3 7s.
I call.
But he makes the reluctant call, and he's going to love it. Christian out in front with the aces, and the ER doctor is going to need a transfusion or a very lucky river card.
Well, you're right about that, but you can't blame him for how he played this hand because Harder slow played his aces before the flop and on the flop.
I thought you were going to say.
You camouflage them about as good as you can. And unfortunately for the doctor, it could spell big trouble.
Yep, down to the river. Here we go.
Well, the doctor on the respirator right now. Got to catch a king to stay alive or he'll be heading back to the emergency room.
River card. Can Eli Berg get lucky? Nope.
Well, that's a 7. Even though Eli made 7s full of kings, that's not good enough, as Christian Harder had the 2 aces
Yeah, tough beat. Fine gentleman out in sixth place. Eli Berg.
All right, Chris.
The doctor gonna suture up 83,000. Just like that, we are down to 5. And right now, Eli's over to talk to Matt Savage.
Well, Eli, you didn't quite go like you wanted today, but you know, you got a lot of back at home to get back to.
Yeah, you know, it was very short, but that's what happens sometimes, and had a great time getting here. You know, hope to come back someday and wish everyone luck and had a great time. So.
Well, I'm sure we'll see you again on the World Poker Tour. Congratulations.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
It's always nice to see when an amateur comes out to play with the pros and still has a good time doing it. Even though he's out in sixth place, we're down to 5 players right here at the World Poker Finals. Lots more to come tonight from Foxwoods, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
I'm Sinisa Kim, one of the Royal Flush Girls. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour.
I'm Jess here at day 1 of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals, and I'm here with Club WPT qualifier Michael Jamali. Now, how long have you been playing on Club WPT?
A few months.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yes.
What prompted you to sign up?
To qualify for one of these events. Figured I could take them down, so I tried, and I did.
Now, I have to say, you know, sometimes people get a little nervous playing in a big buy-in event like this. You've been pretty active and seem right at home at the tables. How's it been for you so far?
Yeah, I feel pretty cool. I feel relaxed. I got nothing to lose, so I do. I'm planning to get in the money, but we'll see what happens.
Lucky player here. Club WPT got you here. Now we're partying here at the Scorpion Bar. Fun, right?
Life is good.
You ever think you'd win your seat?
That's why I joined in the seat. Honestly, you don't get anywhere unless you believe. So you got to believe.
Michael Jamali had a once-in-a-lifetime experience here at Foxwoods, and it could happen to you. You can get a VIP membership for $19.95 a month. Play all the poker you want on ClubWPT.com. You can win up to $100,000 per month in cash and prizes, as well as win seats into WPT events.
That's right.
Playing on ClubWPT.com. Just like Michael Jamali did. So it could happen to you if you signed up today and joined ClubWPT.com.
Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed. Well, let's get back down to the felt.
Well, with that last pot, Christian Harder has taken over the chip lead at this final table. And Vince, the book says never slow play your aces, re-raise them before the flop if you can stream down the field. Had Christian Harder done that there's a chance the doctor might have thrown the king-queen away, and he wouldn't have made nearly that much money. So obviously it does pay to slow play aces sometimes.
Get the books. Back to the table we go. A few folds around to Stephen Brackesy, the poker pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts.
Yeah, he hasn't played a hand yet at this final table, and here he comes in with a 5-deuce.
Yep.
But he is in the small blind. Just raising it to try to pick up the blinds and antes.
Makes it 38,000, and now Daniel Santoro with just an 8-7 is going to invest a little bit more. Makes the call. Battle of the blinds, going at it. And the flop comes up 10-7-3. Santoro hitting a pair of sevens. Brackesy with nothing.
He's going to make the continuation bet.
Gonna bet 45,000 with nothing. Santoro getting a piece of that, and he's not going anywhere. Gonna make this call.
Doesn't want to re-raise and get raised out of the pot.
We go to the turn, 6 of clubs.
This does give Stephen a gut shot straight draw. 4 would give him a straight, but that is all he can win the pot with.
Well, he's been very selective so far tonight. So he's hoping that his image at the table will win this pot. He's betting again, 105,000.
Well, obviously he can win the pot by betting the guy out of the pot, but that's not happening as Santoro makes the call here because he also has a straight draw now.
And a pair.
But the Jack of Hearts comes off, so neither player going to be happy to see that card.
Brackesy finally disillusioned, checking there.
Just waves the white flag. Cannot win the pot checking.
And Santoro checking as well. Brackesy finally getting involved. Unfortunately, things did not work out the way he wanted. He's a tough local pro here at Foxwoods. Taking a shot here, but not winning that one. And look at those three, Manny, Mo, and Mac there.
Well, the guy on the right is Alan Sternberg, a WPT champion from the Bay 101 tournament last year. He's here rooting on his buddy Santoro.
All right, back to the play. Bob Carboni first to play. Bob's going to look down at a 7-3 of hearts. Rejects that hand.
Over to the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. He's down the Queen 9.
And now Stephen Brackesay with just a Jack 10.
And he's going to raise it on the button to 40,000.
Raise to 40.
Daniel Santoro with a Queen 9.
Well, he's a guy that likes to play a lot of pots.
All the time, and he's going to make this call. Into Christian Harder, who folds his hand. So we have two-way action between Daniel and Stephen. Here come the first three.
Now flop comes ace, king, 10 with 2 hearts.
Brackesay picking up a piece of that with the 10s. Daniel going to check.
Well, Brackesay checks behind him, even though he's got 2 10s in the straight draw.
7 on the turn, helping neither player.
Well, Santoro says, hey, this guy didn't bet on the flop. Maybe he's got a small pair. Maybe if I bet, I can take it away from him. And that's what he's going to do. Takes a stab at the pot. Bets the gut shot straight draw.
Yeah, 40,000.
Well, Brackesay's got the 2 10s and the straight draw. And he's going to make the call.
Wow, nice stubborn call by Brackesay.
3 of diamonds comes off.
No help for either player. Now will Daniel attempt one more bluff here? Nope.
He's going to check.
Queen high.
Brackesay checks as well. And Brackesay's going to be very proud of himself for calling with just 10s and taking down his pot.
For the former construction worker, Brackesay adds to his toolbox.
There's a couple lucky guys at the Royal Flush Girls Social Bar enjoying the moment here tonight. Daniel Santoro.
Action's back on him. He looks down at ace, deuce of diamonds.
This young guy, 25 years old, likes to play a lot of pots.
I know that's all talent.
And again, he's getting chips out.
Going to raise it under the gun here. Makes it 36,000 to go.
Christian out, the pawn shop man. Bob Carboni out. Andy not playing.
Well, Brackesay going to make the call here with the 3-4 hearts.
And here we go with the flop.
The flop comes 9-7-5 with 2 hearts. A gut shot straight flush draw for Brackesay. Nice flop for him. See how he plays it. Well, it looks like he's going to lead right out and bet here. Like most guys would check here. And the guy made a continuation bet, just opened the blade with this kind of draw. But Brackesay leading right out, and obviously nowhere near hitting Santoro, so it'll be an easy getaway for him. He does lay it down, so Brackesay does pick up that pot.
Yep, he's a local. Plays only in Foxwoods, never been to Las Vegas, and he is tough.
Well, my friends and family are excited that I'm here playing. They came out to support me, so I'm going to try to put on a good show for them.
Wow, my God, what a hand.
It's exciting. A little nervous. You know, I'm not going to sit back with my chips. I'm going to play.
Call.
I'm going to swing for the fence. I'm not trying to move up in the money. Go for it.
Well, you got to like Brackesay's attitude. He is going for it. And Vince, I don't think there's many poker pros in the world that have been a pro for 7 years like he has. It's never been to Las Vegas.
It's pretty incredible. 5 players remain going after big money here tonight at Foxwoods. Christian Harder first to act. Looks down at a Jack 8 of diamonds. And he will raise, makes it 36,000 to go.
Well, he's the chip leader.
Bob Carboni right behind him.
The amateur pawnbroker. Going to get away from this hand.
Now Mr. Frankenberger. Whoa, big ace-king for Andy.
Well, just the kind of hand Andy's looking for right now. He's on the short stack with 5 players left. The question is, does he raise a little or does he raise a lot? Definitely going to raise.
He's got a gigantic hand, ace-king. He says all in.
Well, there's your answer. He's shipping it.
Brackesay out. Now Daniel Santoro also goes away. Will he get the action, though, from Christian?
300.
Who just has a Jack 8 of diamonds.
Well, the WPT Player of the Year is not the guy you're looking to double up in this spot, so Arthur gonna fold the Jack-8, and Andy Frankenberger's dreams of winning a second WPT title tonight are still alive.
There's a quick break in the action, but we've got more to come, including a new edition of the Season 10 Ones to Watch when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues. Welcome back to the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com. This season on the WPT, we're following the lives of 7 young poker players who we believe have the potential to become the next breakout star in poker. Now here at Foxwoods, we caught up with Dylan Horton, Ebony Kinney, and Doc Sands as each tries to make their way on the tournament trail in a segment we call Ones to Watch.
I love to grind. I'm a sick degenerate.
I made it to the final table.
I'm a ones to watch, so that should be interesting.
No. I think this year is my year.
I'll win one eventually. What was to watch?
Today is day 1 of Foxwoods main event.
I'm at Foxwoods for the WPT main event.
Happy to be here. Got a good turnout so far and a great table, so looking forward to a productive day 1.
Doc Sands is a good poker player who's transitioned into live really well.
Doc Sands, phenomenal player, aggressive, hungry, intelligent.
He has a great track record. I would peg him as one of those guys that's just capable of anything.
Doc's cutthroat when he's out there. Doc is one of the most intimidating players at the poker table.
He's kind of a sicko. He's one of those people that is constantly putting you to the test. There's never a sit back, relax, breathe easy moment with Doc.
And I'm definitely going to try to accumulate chips in these last 2 levels. I'm not playing to cash. I'm not playing to make day 3. I'm playing to win.
But he's also capable of just being very patient and just holding out for a really long period of time because that's the optimal way to play it.
Just try to play my best poker given the situation and run up my stack.
He's a very quick learner and just devours information. He can take a table and kind of size it up and decide how he's going to play that day.
Every time I put a chip in the pot, I'm trying to figure out what my opponent's response to that action is going to be and be aware of all the counter moves my opponent might make.
Doc Sands takes a long time to act, regardless of the situation. But yeah, he thinks way too much.
Throws the hood up, he sits there, but he waits.
Extremely infuriating to play with. But other than that, I think he's good.
Basically just a game where you want to think as many levels ahead of your opponents as possible.
Once you get to that point in your game, you're just good. You're just plain good.
Doc does a good job bringing it.
He's the man.
Overall, this tournament, I'm really happy with how I played. So, you know, I'll cool off after the beat and just kind of dissect my game and look for other places to play better. But like I said, overall, I'm pretty happy other than the result.
And Vince, the consensus among the ones to watch was that Doc Sands is the one to watch out of the group.
Well, they all look really tough and eager. Will be exciting to watch.
Yeah, these are the ones to watch right now because one of these guys is going to have their name etched up on the WPT Champions Cup when this night is over.
Action going to the pawn shop, man. Bob Carboni.
Yeah, he looks down at an ace-4 offsuit here. And he's a 62-year-old amateur. Been in the pawnbroking business for 26 years. Got in this tournament by winning a $250 satellite. He is going to raise it up under the gun here with the ace-4 offsuit.
Yeah, makes it 36,000 to go. And now Andy Frankenberger going to fold Stephen Brackesy with an attractive king-jack of diamonds here.
Well, he's on the button in position. Pretty good hand, so going to make the call to see a flop.
Santoro out as well as Christian Harder, so we have two-way action.
And flop comes 10-7-4, so the pawnbrokers flop bottom pair with top kicker, and he's moved all in. Brackesy missing that flop, obviously going to go out.
So Bob Carboni with a gutsy play there, pushing all in, taking the chips down. That's got to make him happy.
Well, I'll tell you, Vince, most are wild that he made it to this final table, but you got to love it. The guy's 62 years old, an amateur player. He's a pawnbroker. Well, most of the dealings he does with poker players when they're bringing in their stuff to hock to get a bankroll to go back and play on. And yet here he is at the final table tonight going for this title.
The old man, the old man. Yeah. The old man.
Man of the hour.
The pawnbroker did it, the old man.
I got into this tournament by a satellite. I started with a $250 satellite, won that seat. It feels fantastic. It really does.
Wow.
I worked very hard at learning how to do this. Matter of fact, I went to a boot camp with Linda Johnson, very nice lady. This was about 9 years ago. She basically taught me how to play the game. The boot camp taught me how to play tournaments. Shut up, keep your cards down, and don't talk. And I just believed that someday it could happen. I didn't say it would, I said it could. And here I am. I hit the miracles of all miracles. Dreams come true.
Oh, boy, that is great. His dream is coming true, Mike.
He says he learned to play at WPT Boot Camp. It's a great place to learn how to play. Visit WPTBootcamp.com for more information.
All right, action on, Andy.
Frankenberger going out.
Stephen Brackesee out as well. Now Daniel Santoro.
2009. It was 2009.
Queen Jack of Diamonds on the button.
Wasn't old enough in 2007.
Obviously going to raise with this hand.
Yeah, that makes it 36,000 to go. Now Christian Harder behind him in the small blind. Peeks down at an ace-4 of hearts.
Kind of hand you like to see a flop. And obviously Harder wants to see a flop, so he makes the call.
And now Bob Carboni.
I think it called. You're on fire.
Bob with a 10-8, but he's got money in there already, but no, he releases his hand.
It's about 100,000 out there. Would have cost him 20,000 to call, so a lot of guys would have been priced in there to make that call. Oh, when it comes 8-8-7, the pawn shop man missed his chance to catch a ticket here.
Boy, did he ever. And they both check. And a queen on the turn. That hits Daniel Santoro.
Now Harder checks the ace high.
Daniel now with top pair of queens.
And he's reaching for some betting chips. Gonna bet 40,000. Only about 40% of the pot. So Harder gonna make the call with the ace high. Thinking the ace high might be the best hand.
Deuce of spades on the river, helping neither player. Christian checking again. He's got just ace high. Daniel with queens.
Guy calls you on the turn with 2 8s out there, and now 3 spades come out. Some players would be leery about betting on the river, but not Santoro. He believes his queens are the best hand, so he's going to bet 100,000.
100,000. Will Christian get tricky here?
Vince, he's thinking about just calling with the ace high. Thinks it might be the best hand.
Might be a big mistake. Looks around and finally comes to his senses, folds his hand. Daniel Santoro takes down the pot, and we have a 3-way race for the chip lead amongst Christian, Stephen, and Daniel.
Tonight's champion is going to win the lion's share of the $1.7 million prize pool, along with having their name added to the prestigious WPT Champions Cup. Guys, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, Vince, we've been talking about what a great player Christian Harder is, which he is, but tonight he is catching great as well.
So far tonight, he's had aces twice, including the hand in which he knocked out local physician Eli Berg.
Mike, what a cast of characters, including local pawnbroker Bob Carboni. Now, he is up against 4 professional players, including the reigning Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger. One guy who could relish the opportunity to take down a second WPT title. He's on the short stack, but he's a great player, and I still like his chances. Who will take this title? It is very interesting. Kimberly.
Well, you guys bring up a very valid point. In this sport, not only do you have to play well, but you have to run well as well. We'll be back next time with continuing coverage from the WPT Season 10 Foxwoods World Poker Finals. Until then, from Mike Sexton, Vince Van Patten, Tony Dunst, Matt Savage, the Royal Flush Girls, and the entire WPT team, I'm Kimberly Lansing saying thanks for watching. Good night.
Get a free entry into a $5,000 guaranteed tournament and play online poker for real cash and prizes at clubwpt.com. Sign up for free today using bonus code YT21.
The World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker. Guaranteed.
In the Connecticut countryside, poker's best test their skill on the green felt, but only one of them will come out of the woods a WPT champion. Continuing coverage of the Foxwoods World Poker Finals starts now. only on the WPT.
Well, the crowd all standing.
He is circling the drain.
They are going bare knuckles in the center of the ring.
He would love to knock this loudmouth out.
We're midway through this final table where 5 players are competing for the next WPT title here at Foxwoods. So let's check in with Mike Sexton and Vince Van Patten for their thoughts on the action. Guys, what do you make of what we've seen so far?
Well, what we've seen so far is the tough young pro, the 23-year-old Christian Harder, has assumed command. He's the chip leader at this final table.
He knocked out physician Eli Berg in 6th place.
But he's not only a great player, he's been catching well at this final table.
So far tonight, he's been dealt pocket aces twice. Now, Vince, if he keeps catching cards like that, obviously, he'll be very hard to beat.
That's right. The drama is moving fast here at Foxwoods. We have a 62-year-old pawnbroker, and he is holding his own at this final table, and I'm pulling for him. You never know when you're going to need a guy who can loan you some money on your side. But he's up against 3 other pros, a local grinder, Stephen Brackesy, a young tough player, Daniel Santoro, and the most dangerous player at this final table, reigning player of the year, Andy Frankenberger. Now, Andy's on the short stack, but he knows what it takes to win, and he still has a shot to capture his 2nd WPT title. It's going to be very interesting.
Well, as you can see, Christian Harder out in front with Stephen Brackesy and Daniel Santoro right on his heels. They've all got about $1.5 million in chips. Bob and Andy on the short stack, but it's still anyone's game.
All right, back to the table we go. Stephen Brackesy now with a big ace-10.
Most guys would raise with a 5-handed poker game with this hand. And Brackesy does just that, makes it 37,000 to go.
Santoro now with a king-jack.
This is what we call a trouble hand when you're calling raises with the king-jack. If the king comes up, you're afraid your opponent might have ace-king or king-queen where you're dominated, but Santoro is going to make the call. You've already said he likes to play a lot of pots. He's proven it.
And Christian Harder, I can't believe it. Another huge pair of kings.
It is incredible. He's had aces twice at this final table. Now picks up kings.
And he's not going to make it cheap. He does do the raise. 127,000 to go. Bob Carboni looking at him, saying, you guys are gambling. Bob out. Andy now. Big pot brewing here.
Andy looks down at ace-10 of clubs. The pot's been raised
All in.
and re-raised to him, but he quickly goes all in.
Wow,
Well,
very
I'm
surprising.
surprised by this. I don't like this play.
Brackesy out. Daniel also going out.
I call.
I don't like it because no matter what Harder has, he's priced in to make the call. So you actually have to win the pot with the ace-10. Otherwise, you're going to be out of here in 5th place.
Well, that's the gamble. We got a big one going here. The WPT Player of the Year. He's a dog at this point.
Well, let's see if he gets lucky. He's trying to win a big pot. Got a shot to do it here.
Christian Harder can't hide the smile from his face. Here we go. 5 cards to come. Poker Destiny on the line right now. Here come the first 3.
Well, it's come 9-5-4 with 1 club, so Andy can catch an ace to take the lead. He can catch 2 running clubs to make a flush or 2 running cards to make a straight, but right now he is up against it.
Yeah, Christian with the kings out in front. Here we go with the turn.
Well, the board pairs 5, so we are down to the river. Andy Frankenberger must catch an ace on the river to stay alive in this tournament.
One of the greats, a WPT Player of the Year, in massive trouble right now. Will the mustard come off the Frankenberger? We will see. He'd love to pop this card with an ace.
Well, it's a 10. So Andy Frankenberger makes 10s up, but it's not good enough as Christian Harder. His 2 kings are going to win this pot and eliminate the reigning WPT Player of the Year, Andy Frankenberger.
Andy, always a great gentleman. He's going to pick up $100,000 for his efforts. He will not become a 2-time WPT champion. We are down to 4 players, and right now, Andy Frankenberger going over to talk to Matt Savage.
Andy, not exactly what you wanted, but another successful tournament on the World Poker Tour. What's it going to take for you to get the respect you deserve in poker?
I'm not really concerned about getting respect. I think my record pretty much speaks for itself, but I would like to get back here sooner than later so I can do a little bit better than I did today.
I think you're doing your job, proving yourself time after time. Congratulations, and I'm sure we'll see you at another final table this year.
Thanks, Matt.
Well, it's a tough break for Andy Frankenberger. He won't get a shot at a second WPT title today, but I expect him back real soon.
With Andy Frankenberger out in 5th place, we're getting closer to adding a new name to the WPT Champions Cup. Who's it going to be? Mike, Vince, take it away.
Well, there you see the chip counts. Christian Harder out in front, and on the short stack right now is the amateur Bob Carboni.
And these are 2,000 blinds, 8 and 16,000. Action going to Daniel Santoro, who looks a little like Paul McCartney on the Let It Be album.
Looks more like Serpico to me.
Okay, here we go. He's got ace-6 of diamonds. He likes to play a lot of hands. Once again, with ace-6 of diamonds, gonna raise, makes it 36,000 to go.
Action over to Christian Harder, our chip leader. Well, he looks down at a king-10 offsuit.
This guy's only 23 years old, out of Annapolis, Maryland.
Well, he's demonstrating when the game gets short-handed, you have to play these marginal style hands if you want to become champion.
Well, he has called Carboni, the pawn man, out, but look at this, Stephen Brackesy, former construction guy, he's going to make the call.
So the 3 pros all involved in this pot, the amateur just sitting by, hoping somebody goes broke.
There we go, flops 4-4-3.
2 clubs.
Check. Helps no one. Brackesy quickly checking, now Daniel Santoro. Raised before the flop. Gets nothing on the flop, but gonna make a continuation bet. Looks like 60,000.
And Harder just gonna make the call here with a king-10.
Yeah, Stephen Brackesy out.
Vince, he is calling here to take the pot away from this guy if Santoro ever checks this pot.
2 young guys fighting for every pot. 2 of clubs on the turn.
So now possible straight, possible flush, possible full house.
Yeah, Christian with a 4 flush, but Santoro just with a straight draw. But he's going to fire again, it appears.
Well, he is not slowing down.
Looks like 120,000.
Christian Harder now has a king-high flush draw, so actually does have something to draw to here. And he's going to make the call.
Yes, he is. Very stubborn here, going to the river. Will he catch his flush? Nope.
Well, now the 7 of hearts comes off. Now what do you do if you're Santoro? You raise before the flop, you got called. You bet on the flop, you got called. You bet on the turn, you got called. And now a nothing card comes on the river.
Well, it would take a lot of guts to keep firing. Does the Long Islander have that kind of chutzpah? Yes, he does. He's going to stick out another bet, 190 grand. With absolutely zip and pip, Mike.
Yeah, looks like the gig could be up for Harder. Unless he's going to come over the top here. Well, I liked his train of thought, Vince. He was going to try to take the pot away from the guy if he ever checked. But Santoro never checked. He kept firing.
Oh, boy, and Christian disillusioned, has to muck his hand. Daniel Santoro stealing that pot away.
Well, the power of betting, folks. You saw it right there. Just keep on betting. Finally, your opponents relent.
I think some people recognize me in these tournaments, some don't. I mean, I've played enough where all it takes is one person to know. They ask their friends who that guy is.
In seat number 2, Daniel Santoro.
This would definitely be the biggest thing I've ever done by a healthy margin. I might get noticed a little bit. Maybe my cover will be blown.
Well, he is a tough young poker pro. Used to work in a toy store. But forget about the toys for now, Mike. He's going after big bucks here tonight.
Vince, you can't stay under the radar as a poker pro if you win a WPT title.
No, you can't. Back to the action, a couple folds, and now Stephen Brackesy with an ace, 4 of clubs.
That's the battle of the blinds here.
Brackesy, only his 4th WPT event ever. But he is one tough pro. And he is going to raise with his hand, makes it 43,000 to go. And now Daniel Santoro, look at this. He has picked up the Hilton sisters, the pair of queens.
He's got a real hand this time. I've seen him play a lot of pots with junk hands. Let's see how he plays a real hand.
Got to be so excited. Good poker face by this young guy.
He is going to come over the top.
Yep.
Going to make it 110,000 to go. So another 67,000. That's when a guy re-raises you. And ace 4 shrinks up a bit, quite a bit. but not to Brackesy.
Uh-oh.
He has come back over the top with what we call a 4-bet here.
Danger Will Robinson just saying, I don't believe you, Daniel. But Steven is wrong here.
Well, he has made it 243,000 to go.
Does Daniel just call? Maybe give the guy saying he has kings or aces. No, he doesn't. He's coming back over the top.
Well, he is 5-betting now, as we say.
That makes it 440 to go. And Brackesy should get the memo at this point.
And I would think so. He only has an ace-4 here.
But do you invest?
Come on.
What? Uh-oh.
He has gone all in.
This would be quite sick, huh? I call.
Daniel thinks he's beat at this point, but he has to call.
Well, he's afraid his opponent's got ace or king. That's not the case. He just has ace high.
Brackesy on a complete brain freeze right there.
Incredible. The former construction guy might have hit his thumb with the hammer right here. Let's see. Came to this final table as chip leader. Could be out without getting some help.
The pawn shop man delighted these guys could be leaving before he does.
You're going to be heads up in 10, 20 minutes probably.
Well, everybody's stunned by this development, but it is not over. Ace-4 clubs versus 2 queens. Everybody on their feet here at Foxwoods.
Here's the first
Here's
three.
the flop.
Wow.
It's come 9-9-5. So Daniel's queens out in front.
You covered him?
It's just a great flop for Santoro.
Couple hundred maybe, I think.
Obviously, Steven's going to have to catch an ace, 2 running clubs or 2 running cards to make a straight. And he catches a joker on the turn almost. It wasn't an ace, but the next best thing, the deuce of clubs comes off. He now has a flush draw and a straight draw, as well as can catch an ace to win this pot. He can catch a 3 or he can catch an ace. He definitely has outs, as we say, to win this pot. Can he get lucky to stay alive?
Down to the river for Steven. Can the former construction guy do it?
It's a 6 of hearts. That's going to do it for the pro out of Waltham, Massachusetts. Steven Brackesy is going to be shockingly out in 4th place.
Well, they play a different game than I do, that's for sure. Can't believe the raises on top of the raises. They're gambling here at Foxwoods. Steven's going to pick up $129,000 for his effort. We're down to 3 players, and right now Steven, sickened, going over to talk to Matt.
Steven, it was a 6-bet all-in with ace-4. What was your thought process there?
Small blind versus big blind. I just didn't believe he had that big a hand. Thought I could get him off it. I was wrong.
It's your first World Poker Tour final table. What are you going to do to get back here?
I don't know, take some time off and see if I can get back again and do a better job.
All right, Steven, thanks a lot.
A hand to remember for years to come. With Steven Brackesy out in 4th place, there are only 3 left to claim this coveted WPT title. Lots more to come tonight from Foxwoods, including this week's Champions Cup moment. And we'll also hear what Tony Dunst has to say in the Raw Deal when the World Poker Tour, brought to you by ClubWPT.com, continues.
Season 10 of the World Poker Tour is brought to you by ClubWPT.com, where VIP members can win their share of $100,000 in cash and prizes every month. ClubWPT.com. Never lose a dime playing poker, guaranteed.
Welcome back to the World Poker Tour. We're at Foxwoods, where 3 players remain going after a $1.7 million prize pool here tonight.
Well, we've got 2 pro players, 1 amateur left fighting it out for this title. The crowd still stunned the way our 4th place finisher went out of this tournament, Steve Brackesy. Tapioca pudding for Steve.
And Vince, I'll be curious to see what Tony Dunst has got to say about the way Steve played that hand in this edition of the Raw Deal.
Perhaps the most blatant recent evolution in poker is the quantity of pre-flop re-raise wars players are getting into.
All in. All right, let's go. Call.
At times, it seems as though poker has digressed into a Looney Tunes episode where each player attempts to pull out a slightly bigger gun. The shift in play is caused by the quantity of players becoming aware that playing re-raised pots out of position is highly difficult and often incorrect. So they opt for a raise or fold strategy that creates a scenario where both players are aware of the dynamic and are therefore more likely to go to war. Steven Brackesy and Daniel Santoro begin this hand in the blinds in a 4-handed game with nearly 100 effective big blinds. The original raise from Steven and the 3-bet from Daniel are both standard enough, but it's at the 4th bet where things begin to get interesting. Some players might think that holding a semi-connecting suited hand like ace-4 with very deep stacks and an aggressive blind versus blind dynamic, one could call and outplay them post. But against competent opposition that will fire multiple streets with a fairly wide range, it just won't be profitable. So Steven makes a decision to take it to the 4th bet, and makes a fairly small raise that puts the ball back in Daniel's court. With a hand as massive as queens in a blind versus blind scenario, at the 5th level, Daniel's only real decision is how to size his 5-bet. They began the hand a hair under 1.5 million effective, so Daniel's job is to find a size that's big enough to look like it wants a fold, but small enough to look like he's not mathematically committed to calling a shove. Apparently 440 was the magic number because it gets Steven to fall for the trap and move in.
I'm on.
I call.
Maybe some of you are wondering if it's possible to avoid these high-variance pre-flop confrontations that now seem to so often degenerate into stack-risking war. You're wondering if you can just bob and weave, picking your spots at especially opportune moments and hoping you don't get exploited. Then take solace in the wisdom of Sun Tzu, who said, "Ultimate excellence lies not in winning every battle, but in defeating the enemy without ever fighting." However, it's important to note that Sun Tzu died 2,400 years before the creation of poker, and that his strategy advice may be outdated.
Hey, I say forget about Sun Tzu. What happened to Scotty Wynn? Listen to him.
After the 4th bet with an ace-4 and the guy re-raised you again, just get rid of the hand.
All right, back to the felt we go. 3 players remain. And as you can see, Daniel Santoro from Long Island is the chip leader with about 3.2. Bob Carboni, our pawn shop broker, down to about 500. Andy's are going up to 3,000. Blinds 10 and 20. Action on Christian Harder.
Well, he's on the button here. Looks down at ace-3. Going to raise it up to 45,000.
And to Carboni, who peeks down at king-queen.
I'm all in.
Whoa.
Well, he's going to make a stand with his hand, and I don't blame him at all. These guys are aggressive players. You pick up a king-queen, just move in on them.
Yeah, Daniel out. Now Christian, though. Does he want to pay this off? No, he does not. Bob Carboni going to take this pot with an aggressive play.
And he gets both players to lay down an ace-high with a nice all-in bet there.
There's the Royal Flush Girls social bar where anyone can join the beautiful Royal Flush Girls and have a conversation.
Well, Club WPT VIP members get privileged seating at these Royal Flush Girl bars, so it pays to be a Club WPT VIP member.
Why not? All right, action going.